The bank mistakenly transferred 80 million to me. Not only did I not return it, I turned around and bought a half-finished building with it. Those who have been blacklisted know that owing a little is pressure, owing a lot is overwhelming pressure. When one owes the most, it becomes a huge burden on others. All because I awakened the system of not repaying debts. As long as I don't repay the debts, I can exchange for black technology, and the more I owe, the stronger the technology one can obtain. Chip lithography technology, containing various manufacturing processes and technical data. Spacefighter technology, replacing rockets to enter the pure space. Multifunctional medical pod technology, capable of curing 98% of diseases. With so much black technology in hand, wouldn't it explode the world's technological level? At this moment, for me, now is the primary productivity of black technology. Ding dong, the phone alert woke me up. The dense reminder messages appeared before my eyes. A pile of familiar 99 cloud loan notes, money from Uni Financial, a money bag, borrowing beautifully, financial management, take in use, joy this 8,000, this 20,000, this 6,000, this 7,400, this 9,800. Total amount of 340,000. Oh my, owing so much money, how can I repay hundreds of thousands in online loans? Congratulations, host, triggered the key phrase of not repaying debts. System activation. Would you like to draw new user benefits? The system is truly miraculous. I stand up, defying fate, right at this moment. Congratulations, host, for receiving a temporary loan of 80 million yuan. Oh, I was stunned. I draw a newbie bonus and end up owing 80 million. Is this what you call a bonus? After studying for a moment, I finally understand. The system can calculate points monthly through unpaid debts, exchange points for cutting-edge technology. The more you owe, the more points you earn, and the stronger the technology you can exchange for. I look at the system prompt for the statistics. Current debt is 34 million yuan. The estimated points to be obtained at the end of the month is 8,034. Keep up the good work. Debt of 34 million, I understand the 340,000, it's from before. Where did the 80 million from the online loan go? A phone message alert rings, I pick it up and glance at the last digits. 0724 Towers, received a transfer of 80 million from another bank on June 21 at 1701, balance is 80,020,001 yuan, sender's account ending in 0701, under the name of Yongqing City Municipal Engineering Yongqing Bank. The money has been received, but wait, I carefully stare at the account name. System rewards, debt, it should be owed to an individual or a bank. How could the sender be the municipal engineering? This doesn't seem right. I thought of a possibility. The bank made a mistake in the transfer. No wonder, it's a temporary loan. So if I can't keep it, and the bank retrieves this money, then this temporary loan will be gone. It's like losing the newbie bonus. I suddenly feel my scalp tingle. I can't touch this money. Touching it would land me in jail. I've seen similar news before. But if I don't touch it, it will be recovered. This is the monthly settlement, 8,000 points. Just check the exchange list. The prices of high-tech items are not high relative to their value, but for an ordinary person like me, they are very high, not to mention the higher-level technologies, just the unlocked domestic civilization-level technologies. Chip lithography technology, priced at 20 million points, although the evaluation is quite poor, it is a necessary process for civilization development, including various manufacturing processes and technical data. Low-level universal interconnection technology, priced at 5 million points, evaluation, only suitable for short-distance interconnection of domestic civilizations, communication technology, of no value in galactic civilizations. Comfortable airspace fighter technology, priced at 8 million points, can replace rockets to enter restricted space, domestic speed of 19 Mach, the most cost-effective short-distance travel toy. Multifunctional medical pod technology, priced at 15 million points, provides a powerful healing effect for lower life forms, can cure 98%, even diseases that cannot be eradicated will be reborn. Cost effectiveness is not as good as interstellar hibernation pods. Countless technologies densely packed, page after page, without much to say, only two characteristics. 1 is good, 2 is expensive. Besides being expensive, it's hard to find any faults. Directly selecting the cheapest technology by price, the first thing that comes to mind is the desire for it. Health water quality improvement technology, priced at 5,000 points, in my opinion, it's better to buy genetic purification liquid. Air quality purification technology, priced at 5,000 points, drinking the northwest wind won't kill you, save some money. Food and beverage formula optimization technology, priced at 5,000 points, this is to live a good life, enjoy a wonderful life. 1 point is equivalent to 10,000, with the cheapest starting at 50 million. Being in debt for a month, the system is not meant for the poor. How can the poor owe 50 million? Even owing 5 million, you'll be scolded for a year. But to be honest, even if you have no money to deceive, avoiding debt or going to jail is worth it. This seemingly casual technology is enough to change one's life. Not to mention the distant future, with the upgrade technology for food and beverage formulas, once mastered, you're not just waiting to get rich. There's also the technology for improving health and water quality. You should know, the richest people nowadays made their fortunes selling drinking water. Can't resist the temptation. 8,000 a month, 96,000 a year, even if it means tens of thousands after a few years in jail. As long as you can keep this money, it's a golden goose. Money isn't important, debt is. If you can't hold on to yourself without any capital, how long will it take to develop to the point of owing 80 million? There's a chance of going to jail, worth taking a gamble. Even if you really go to jail, you can exchange technology for a reduced sentence, or even become a dragon king upon release. Spend a few years in jail, come out at the top level, achieving technological dominance. Racking my brains, I start pondering how to keep this money. How can I quickly spend 80 million? Without transferring, it's not possible. Spending it normally won't work either, as it can easily be traced back. Buying a car or a house takes too long, and can also be traced back. Not buying a house seems feasible. My eyes light up at this thought, and suddenly a plan forms in my mind. Buying a new house may not be reliable, as transactions aren't that quick and it's easy to be traced back. It's different when you can buy a half-finished building. That developer is already deep in debt, about to go bankrupt. If the money gets into his hands, it will disappear in less than 5 minutes. After all, there are quite a few debt collectors. It's obviously unlikely for the bank to chase after such people. The key is that if the developer has money, will he continue to borrow and build? If he does, not only will it not be abandoned, but he might even make a profit. Even if the developer runs away, you still have the points in hand. You won't lose with the points in hand. Worst case, you go to jail or repay the 80 million later. It's the 21st today, just delay for 9 days, and you can get 8,000 points. I took out my phone and asked in the workgroup chat, do you guys know where there are any half-finished buildings? Why are you asking about this? You must be crazy if you want to buy it. Buying a half-finished building, is that how you spend your money? You might as well throw it in the water and listen to the splash. Yeah, haven't you been borrowing money all along? Where do you have money to buy a house? The group chat became lively. I replied, I have some money on hand, not much, it's normal. Can't buy a house, so I'll see where there are cheap half-finished buildings. What if there's hope? You're talking nonsense. Weren't you sick? Save the money to get treatment. Don't spend it randomly. Everyone advised against it. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. It was Sun Miao from the finance department. Hey, are you really planning to buy a half-finished house? Sun Miao asked. Well, I don't have much money in my pocket. Just taking a chance. I chuckled. Sun Miao hesitated for a moment and said, if you really want to buy, then buy Henji Langshuan. This is insider information, don't ask more. With a raised eyebrow, I knew that Sun Hao probably had insider information. Without asking more, I searched online instead. Henji Langshuan, a royal real estate development, has been hitting the headlines a lot. The reasons are varied, with some saying the developer is too greedy, developing multiple communities in succession. The financial chain broke. One of the communities encountered issues, unable to sell and recoup funds. With loans nearing expiration, they took funds from other areas to fill the gap, but the hole kept growing. Unable to secure new loans, several communities all halted construction. The once bustling sales office instantly became deserted. Halting construction could lead to unfinished projects, which in turn means they can't be sold. Without sales, there's no money to continue, leading to more halts. The property falls into a vicious cycle. This stalemate has lasted a long time. It's said that the developer has another loan about to mature, and he's broke. He either jumps off a building or runs away. With the insider information leaked, the homeowners are anxious, causing daily commotion. The news is all over the internet. I looked up the sales office's number and gave them a call. Hello, a new female voice answered. I want to buy a house. Sorry, sir, what did you say? The other party was surprised. I believe your boss can pull through. I want to buy a house, and I want to buy several more. Your current prices should be very low, right? Ask your boss. Alright, sir, please wait. The other party seemed incredulous. What do you mean by appreciating our value? Are you kidding me? Ascend to where? I'll be ascending to heaven soon. Wang Yaozu, the boss of Wansha Real Estate, looked surprised. Really, President Zhang? The other party said they want to buy several more sets and asked about our current prices. Give me your number. I've seen plenty of suckers, but I've never seen one willingly come forward to die, Wang Yaozu said. Shortly after, a strange number called in. I answered the phone. Hello, are you looking to buy a house? Wang Yaozu's voice was full of suspicion. It's me, I calmly asked. I want to know the current house prices, specifically at Henji Lengshuan. Are you sure you're not up to something? Let me tell you the truth. If you're looking to get some information from me, I can tell you directly. Right now, there's a 300 million loan at the bank that's due. I've borrowed all I can, and the money in hand is not enough to cover the loan. I'm ready to sell the project. If you're a homeowner, you don't have to worry about the house being abandoned. Yunhai Group will acquire Henji Lengshuan. But by then, you 80% owners will need to pay an additional fee to the new company. The construction of the house will continue. Wang Yaozu still had some doubts. Yunhai Group, I see. I raised an eyebrow slightly. I've heard about Yunhai Group's intentions to enter the real estate industry. I didn't expect it to be true. And resorting to such means, it seems they are desperate. Wang Laoban is willing. I asked, are you willing? They set me up, those cunning bastards. But there's nothing I can do. The boss cursed angrily, feeling helpless. Brother, even if you manage to contact me, I am powerless. But rest assured, I, Lao Wang, have always conducted business with integrity. The houses I developed in the past have received good reviews. You can inquire about it. This matter is beyond my control. Even if you kill me, I won't be able to come up with the money to build the house for a while. You are the property owner, right? Let it be for now. I, Lao Wang, will remember this. In 2 years, when you have made up for the amount owed to Yunhai, I will refund it all to you. This person seems quite conscientious. If my case falls short, come to me. I have some money here to buy a house. I am serious. Perhaps this money can help you, brother. Even if you buy 10 houses, what's the use? To tell you the truth, this is not about money, mister. Wang said with a wry smile. I have 80 million, I said casually. What? Mister? Wang exclaimed in surprise. 80 million? Are you serious? If you really have 80 million, I'll sell it to you directly. An 11-story building, 2 units, 44 houses, with complimentary parking spaces and storage rooms. But I have to say in advance, this matter is not just about money, it's about offending people. It's really a sky-high price. I gasped in shock. I just checked. Although the location of the community is a bit remote, the future looks promising. When others buy it, they have to pay too. 6 million per unit, plus 100,000 for parking and 100,000 for storage, which are mandatory, totaling 8 million, bundled sale. Is that all? Less than 82 million, with parking spaces included, and a 40% discount on storage rooms. As for offending people, that doesn't matter. I have only 2 questions. I stood up, pacing back and forth. First, do you have connections at Yongchang Bank for large transfers? Can you transfer the funds now? Mr. Wan nodded. This loan is from the head office, they are pushing hard for it now. Even in the middle of the night, they are willing to help. Secondly, if this money is recovered, can you keep it safe? I asked again. Mr. Wang was stunned. After a while, he said, brother, this is dirty money. Does it matter to you if it's dirty or not? I asked back. Mr. Wang also pondered for a moment and said, 80 million. Okay, I'll handle it. When will the transaction take place? Right now, if you're even a minute late, there will be a risk. I informed Mr. Wang of the address and then hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, a knock on the door sounded. I opened the door and saw a fat man, whom I had just seen online. He is one of the prominent local entrepreneurs in Yong City. He was followed by 2 people, probably worried about being deceived, so they called for bodyguards. He sat on my sofa, then handed the bank card to the fat man. Mr. Wang, it's up to you next. Mr. Wang was unremarkable in appearance, looking disheveled with unwashed hair. He handed the card to me, hesitated for a moment, first verifying the money in my card, then took out his phone to make a call. Hey, Lao Lu, it's definitely not like this. I got the money, give it back to me right away. Half an hour, okay, I'm just asking for a favor. My younger brother transferred money to me, involving a large sum. You need to authorize it. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink later. The call ended, Mr. Wang nodded slightly at me, then he made a few more phone calls. Xiangzi owes your company money. I'll transfer it to you later, but you have to lend me again. Don't worry, I've found a way out. We can get through this time. Hey, brother Gao, I'm alive and well. Don't worry. There's some money that needs to pass through you, in the name of repayment and borrowing. Don't worry about it. Old Lu, do me a favor. Don't worry, it's just a transaction. Alright, We'll settle up later. After a series of phone calls, I also received a text at this time. The temporary large sum remittance function you applied for has been activated. Please complete the personal large sum remittance within 2 hours. This function can be used in the transfer remittance section. Thank you for your support. Wishing you prosperity in your business. I reached out to take Boss Wang's phone, opened the bank app, quickly entered his account, and soon his phone received a transfer message. He returned the phone to me, then took out his own phone, quickly transferring different amounts to several accounts, ranging from millions to tens of millions, including 2 over 20 million. A few minutes later, a continuous stream of text message alerts sounded. Boss Wang picked up his phone, looked at it, and saw that the money he had transferred out was coming back, under the guise of borrowing. He transferred this money back into the company's account, then used the company's account for a loan. After completing all this, he checked his call history. He made a phone call. Hey, old Lou, did you receive it? Let's consider this loan settled. Haha, meeting a benefactor, alright then, I'll wait for 2 days for the new loan. We'll discuss it in person then. They chatted for a moment, then hung up. Boss Wang visibly breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, but his forehead was covered in sweat, clearly feeling the pressure just now. Thanks a lot, bro. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. He wiped his sweat, gestured to the bodyguard, took out a stack of contracts from a briefcase. Take a look and if it's all good, sign it. It's the best building in Henjialangchuan. I kept it for you, didn't sell it. I'll wait for the property prices to rise before deciding. It's all yours, consider it a gift from your bro. Thank goodness I didn't read it more, can't understand it anyway. For me, as long as the points are in my hands, it's good. This contract is fake, the bank won't spare this fat guy. For me, it's just dealing with the bank's regrets ahead. Alright, I've signed the contract. We exchanged handprints and seals, then each took a copy. This deal is now concluded. Bro, Wang was a bit curious about this money of yours. Whether you mention it or not doesn't matter. I casually said, the bank transferred the money by mistake. Really? Wang clearly didn't believe it. I opened the message for him to see, and suddenly he gasped, giving me a thumbs up, saying, Bro, you're amazing, you're really something. This might land you in jail, no wonder you're not afraid to offend people. I may not necessarily go to jail. I hinted that it's earned money, the bank can't touch it. Once my money is spent, it's your money that the bank will be eyeing. Old Wang obviously realized it too, feeling a chill down his spine, especially with the large sum transfer, which he helped facilitate. It's a big trouble. He initially thought I was embezzling public funds or dealing with foreign money, which can be resolved legally. How can you deal with someone like me who's dragging you along? But this is the bank's money, or the local bank's. If it blows up, he suddenly regretted it. Old Lou from the province definitely can't escape. We'll all be in trouble. You won't be able to get a loan from the bank to build houses. It's all messed up. Think positively. I smiled and said again, you're in trouble. The person you found at the bank is also in trouble. The city's money is gone, the bank urgently needs money, and you have no money. So, the bank can only lend you money to continue building houses. Only when the houses are built will there be money. By then, everyone will be fine, everyone will survive. The unfinished building is gone, you've weathered the crisis. If the Yinhai Group wants to act again, they'll have to see who's behind you. There's the bank, the city government, and the constantly complaining homeowners. This is the best method. Everyone will be stable. When you sell the houses after they're built, the price of my building will double. The bank not only recovers the money but also makes a big profit. Even if they don't do it, there will always be someone willing to take this 80 million and turn it into 1.5 billion in a year. I might not go to jail. Everyone has a bright future. Old Wang suddenly realized, carefully thought about it, and it was true. He couldn't help but look at me in astonishment. This young man is a bit mysterious. Just because of the bank's mistake, he caught the Yinhai Group, seizing the opportunity in the siege of Wang's real estate, preparing to catch them red-handed. Wang Yaozu's expression changed. On the way back, Boss Wang sat in the back of the Mercedes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that I was unfathomable. Incredible, incredible, he sighed. Because of the bank's mistake, this young man was able to accomplish so much, like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. It's amazing. Is he really that powerful? The bodyguard next to the boss couldn't help but be curious. Even more powerful than you think, mister. Wang said mysteriously, you only see the surface, thinking he is risking for profit. But his methods, the day he goes to jail, will be the day he becomes famous worldwide. And now that he has a reputation in society, he has everything. Rather than unleashing his terrifying calculations, he can make a comeback. There will be no shortage of people willing to invest in him in times of need. He could also accept some company invitations, become a senior executive, and eventually become a successful elite. Even if things don't go well, just this incident is enough. He could make a lot of money as an internet celebrity, and he may not necessarily go to jail. To be honest, if it weren't for the deep involvement that could raise suspicions of organized crime, I would want to invite him to join us. The bodyguard, surprised by the words, exclaimed, "I thought it was just cleverness, but it turns out to be great wisdom. This person has the ambition of Zhuge Liang, strategizing and using himself as a chess piece to outsmart even the heavens." Mr. Wang nodded in agreement and said to Chen, "As long as you understand, it's fine. Don't talk about today's events for now. Do you understand? I'm the boss." "What do you mean you didn't receive it? The payment was incorrect?" "That's impossible. I checked each digit one by one, it couldn't be wrong." "Oh, is it true or not? This is so absurd. There are 8 digits different between the 2 accounts. I got it all wrong. I understand now, I'll come over right away." A slightly old-fashioned Chinese-style courtyard, the girl went from full of confidence to panic in less than a minute. "What's the rush? Is there something urgent?" After eating, a middle-aged man in an apron spoke softly, holding 2 plates of food. He somewhat reproachfully said, "I'm always busy. I finally came back today and made you 2 dishes early. Is this how you treat your dad?" The young girl's face turned pale as she said, "I messed up. I transferred 80 million by mistake." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded calmly, and said, "Remember the lesson. Be serious in your work. Money doesn't disappear for no reason. Just come back. Don't worry. If you're criticized, take it. Consider it a valuable lesson. If you get fired, find another job, it's no big deal. Don't rush in everything. Hurry won't solve any problems. Plan before acting, think twice." "Alright, I got it," always lecturing. The young girl felt overwhelmed, put on her shoes, grabbed her keys, and quickly left. My phone kept vibrating. I looked at the unfamiliar number on it. An anxious voice sounded, with a young tone suggesting a relatively young age. "Hello, sorry to bother you. I made a mistake in a transfer 2 hours ago. I just checked, and the money has been sent. May I ask what you used it for?" The girl on the other end sounded anxious but quite polite and with a good attitude. I couldn't help but feel guilty. After this girl loses her job, I should find a way to compensate her. "I bought a half-finished house," I calmly said. "The developer of Henji Langshuan ran out of money to continue building, so I just bought their house for the full 80 million. This way, he will have money to continue building. Don't worry, once the house is built, I'll sell it and give you back the money." The girl was dumbfounded, her voice almost crying, saying, "Don't joke. Even if it's unfinished, you still bought it. What if they don't continue building?" "Ha, even if they don't continue, you still have it, right?" I couldn't help but tease and say, "Since you've put out 80 million from the bank, why not put in a bit more and be a hero? You'll still make money once it's built. We only do finance, not real estate." The girl became anxious, and at that moment, a sudden chaotic noise erupted, followed by a change in the person answering the phone. "Hello, I'm Zhao Jiangwo, the branch manager of the Yongcheng branch. I warn you, this money is a mistake. Considered illegal income, you'll end up in jail." "Then come and arrest me," I calmly replied. "When I do these things, I'm prepared to go to jail. I live at Unit 6, Floor 6, West Lake, Wutong Lane, Culture Street." "Go ahead, you're determined to be a debtor, right?" Zhao Jiangwo was furious. "Don't get worked up, getting agitated won't solve the problem. Think carefully, if you can't figure it out, just call the police directly." The other party didn't catch on, so I didn't say much, hung up the phone, let them calm down. Arrogant. Too arrogant. In the meeting room of the branch in Yong City, a group of people had varied expressions. Some looked strange, some surprised, some grim, and others indifferent. Only the girl with a soft voice seemed a bit absent-minded, sitting on the chair with a troubled look. "Making a mistake in the transfer, you." Manager Zhao was furious, pointing at the girl with trembling fingers. This was no small matter. Reporting it would not only implicate the girl but also bring trouble to him. "Manager, what should we do now?" Someone spoke up. "Call the police." "No, wait." Manager Zhao sat back in his chair, furrowing his brows in thought for a moment before suddenly saying, "Right, investigate. Ordinary people can't transfer such a large sum of money on their own. There must be someone helping them. Is there a mole among us? Also, check Wan Yaozu's account to see where the money went. Use all our connections. We can't keep this quiet, but if we can provide an explanation, recover the money, they won't make a big deal out of it. Although it involves a considerable amount of money, it's just a small mistake in transferring funds." "Yes." The expressions of the people changed slightly. The mention of a mole was a bit frightening, and they couldn't help but look at the girl. The girl's face also changed drastically. She had indeed made a mistake in her work. If she was labeled as a mole, she would be considered an accomplice. But at that moment, no one cared about her expression. Manager Zhao slammed the table. "Let's begin, everyone." Soon, various documents were laid out in front of Manager Zhao. He looked at them with an incredulous expression. The others around him were the same, finding it hard to believe. This person transferred the money within 20 minutes of receiving it. So decisive? Manager Wang Yaozu's account received the money and within a minute, it was transferred to 8 other accounts, all company accounts. 2 of them are not small companies. There are companies from the provincial capital and local companies in Yong City. We made inquiries, and they said it was money Wang Yaozu owed. Manager, based on my investigation of Wang Yaozu and his company's accounts, those 8 companies, within a few minutes, transferred money back to Wang Yaozu's company accounts under the guise of loans, totaling 80 million. This is money laundering. Organized crime. And what's more, Manager, Wang Yaozu's company account received the money and within 3 minutes, it was remitted to the head office in the name of repaying a bank loan, which was handled by Vice President Liu from the head office. We found out, Manager, according to the reply from the head office, Qin Shen's account was temporarily authorized for large transfers by a colleague at the head office instructed by Vice President Liu. What? The mole is Vice President Liu? The people were all incredulous. Manager Zhao was dumbfounded. A mole at the top? He took out his phone and dialed out. Vice President Liu was his former boss who had moved up from the Yong City branch. He couldn't escape if something went wrong. "Hello? Old boss, you're in trouble. It's true, I'm not lying to you or cursing you, it's a big problem. 80 million, you authorized the large transfer. Alright, I'll wait for your call." After hanging up, Manager Zhao sat down heavily, feeling a bit dizzy. It was just a mistake in the transfer. How did it involve so many people? In the past, it was easy to recover such mistakes. Yong City was the capital city of East Jiang Province, where both the head office and the branch were located. Head office, Vice President's office. Vice President Liu angrily dialed the phone, almost giving himself a stroke from anger. "You bastard, what are you doing? You want me to authorize a large sum for your dirty money? Are you out of your mind?" Old Wang's calm voice came through. "Am I out of my mind? Old Liu, this is my only way out. Do you think I'm crazy?" Vice President Liu fell silent, feeling a headache coming on. He had encountered a desperado, indeed. "This has nothing to do with me. It's another vice president, surnamed Zhou, who handles loan approvals and collections," said Liu, the deputy branch manager. "I don't care who did it. We're all in this mess together now. We either live together or die together." What a load of nonsense. Vice President Liu suppressed his anger and said, "If this matter gets out, I'm finished, you know that?" "No, you still have a way out." Lao Wang reiterated Chen Chen's idea over the phone. "So, do you understand now? You're already in deep trouble, with no choice. And think about it, once this building is completed, it's worth 150 million. If it's in the bank's hands, you'll earn a great merit. If it's in private hands, you'll make a clean profit of 70 million in a year. The choice is yours. As long as we smoothly transition through this, I'll be fine, you'll be fine, the Yong City branch will be fine, Shenzhen will be fine, everyone will be fine, and we all have a bright future ahead." Lao Wang couldn't bear to sell a building for 80 million, but he had no choice. The Yunhai Group had too much influence, and no one wanted to offend them. Surviving was the priority. If it weren't for Qin Shen's unexpected appearance, his fate would have been sealed. Vice President Liu fell silent at the words. If it were before, he would have refused to help. He wanted those millions in profit, but taking them would offend the Yunhai Group, one of the key local enterprises in Yong City. The only way out now was to escalate the situation, dragging more significant figures down with them. He had to save himself now, even if it meant losing money. Would that kid be willing to transfer the contract? That's a profit of 70 million. You guys won't be making a clean profit either, right? Lao Wang knew the other party had compromised and said, after all, without your efforts, he wouldn't make that money. It's negotiable. Make a little less profit? Or ask if there are any conditions? Everything is negotiable. It involves the Yunhai Group after all. Vice President Liu looked troubled and said, "You know the position of the Yunhai Group in our province, right? With a snap of their fingers, you could be on the brink of bankruptcy. I can't handle that pressure. I need to ensure enough profit and drag others down with me. You have to handle it, even if it's tough. Otherwise, it's death." Lao Wang said calmly, "This is the only chance. The stage is set for me. If I don't take a risk, wouldn't I be a laughingstock? Sorry, old Liu. Damn it, I'm going all in." Vice President Liu slammed the table and said, "At my position, can they just fire me directly? I have people above me too. There will always be someone who can withstand the pressure and wants this money. I approve the loan you applied for earlier. Once this is done, the money will be in your account, and the rest is up to you. Rest assured. Lao Wang laughed heartily and said, I have some influence in Young City. The Yunhai Group has exhausted all their connections this time. Crossing industries is like crossing mountains. Starting as a mineral water company and dabbling in real estate randomly, how much expertise do they really have in this industry? That's enough. Let's leave it at that. Vice President Liu was getting impatient and hung up the phone directly. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone again, and made another call. Hello? Old leader, I have this matter under my control. Perhaps you could. Yes, alright, no problem. Tomorrow morning? Sure, I'll be waiting anytime. At the Yang City branch, Zhao Jiangwo hung up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at everyone. All eyes were on Zhao Jiangwo, waiting for an answer. Zhao Jiangwo smiled and said, the matter has been settled. Someone will come over tomorrow morning. I'll accompany them to ensure it has no impact on our branch. You all go home and rest now. It's the end of the workday. That's great. Finally, it's over. Phew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and left one by one. The girl with the sheepish voice looked eagerly at Zhao Jiangwo. Zhao Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, Lu Wangshu, go back and reflect on yourself first, remember the lesson. If this incident can be resolved smoothly, you'll be fine. If not, I understand. Lu Wangshu nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved. It didn't matter anymore as long as she wasn't an accomplice. Late at night, Lu Wangshu rode the tram home. As soon as she changed her shoes, the light turned on. She noticed her father still sitting on the sofa, holding his phone. Dad! Lu Wangshu's eyes welled up with tears. Feeling both touched and wronged, she walked over and sat beside her father. The middle-aged man remained calm and said, Is it resolved? Resolved? I'm not sure if it's over yet. She replied uncertainly. Lu Wangshu recounted the details and development of the incident. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and then chuckled. Quite interesting. The chief family of Yunhai Group ended up empty-handed this time. It's not a bad thing. The owners of Wangshu Real Estate have been causing a fuss for a few days. It's good that they can resolve it themselves. You're laughing, but I was terrified, Lu Wangshu said anxiously. You have no idea. They suspect there's a mole. I almost became an accomplice. If I had, you would be in trouble too. I won't be in trouble at all. The middle-aged man's tone became somewhat authoritative as he raised his voice, but then he chuckled softly and comforted his daughter. This matter won't withstand scrutiny. Just relax. I don't know how it will develop further. Sigh, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my job, Lu Wangshu sighed softly. The middle-aged man stood up with a smile and said, There are benefits to be gained here. Someone will take advantage of the situation. No one acted before because of Yunhai Group's reputation. Now, a bold young man has tarnished their reputation. They naturally have fewer concerns. Although Wangshu Real Estate sold the buildings at a low price and suffered losses, it's nothing in a life-or-death situation. That boy named Chen Chen, whether he knows it or not, has offended Yunhai Group to death. As for the future, the situation will temporarily return to normal. Yunhai will suffer losses, Wangshu will profit. Whether that Chen Chen gains or loses, it depends on his own thoughts. If this isn't a coincidence, then it must be an amazing calculation. But even if it's a coincidence, being able to take advantage of the situation, that Chen Chen is not simple. He's clever and unconventional, a talented individual. You, on the other hand, are just caught in the crossfire. Don't think too much about it. Rest early and no staying up late. In the rented community, Chen Chen waited for the police to arrive, but they didn't. He understood and ordered takeout, had a few bites, spent a few hours on his phone exploring the world, and then went to bed early. Reflecting on the events of the day, it all felt like a dream. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up early, feeling refreshed from a long, natural sleep. After washing up, he cooked noodles, turned on the TV, and the morning news was on. Morning news of Young City. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the morning news. Today's news includes a university student rescuing a child who fell into the water, Zhao Quan winning the Go Championship for the elderly, Speaker Lu Qiming attending the municipal project acceptance ceremony. Everything in the news seemed calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Chen turned off the TV, got up, and opened the door to find two people outside, a young man and a middle-aged man. Hello, Chen Chen, I'm Hu Guangyu. Nice to meet you, the young man said, extending his hand. He was slender, dressed in a well-fitted suit, with a warm and elegant smile. Hello? Chen Chen smiled and invited the two inside. Seeing the simple rental room, they became even more curious about Chen Chen. calm and composed, ready to do great things without panic. Mastering strategies and taking advantage of the situation, an unexpected turn of events brought things to this point. Not only unafraid but also brimming with confidence, holding all the cards. So calm, composed, as light as a cloud and gentle as the wind, with a tranquil demeanor. Is this really a child from an ordinary family? What gives him such assurance? Where does it come from? Both men were astonished and admiring, yet secretly worried. With a character like this round of negotiations might not go as smoothly. Please, have a seat. Chen Chen invited the two to sit down and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Just plain water will do," Hu Guanyu habitually replied, realizing halfway that asking for coffee in this rented room was unreasonable. No coffee available. Chen Chen glanced at the kettle, then got up, took out 2 large bottles of iced tea from beside the sofa, and placed them in front of the two, saying with a smile, "Have some tea, it's a great deal and more economical." Does this even count as tea? Zhao Jiangwo fell silent. Hu Guanyu, however, nonchalantly said, "I used to like it back when I was in school. It's been a while. Alright, I'll have this." It had to be said that compared to the likes of Qi Yuming, a second-generation businessman, Hu Guanyu appeared much more restrained and mature. "You two didn't come here just for tea, did you?" Seeing that Hu Guanyu was giving face, Qin Shen went straight to the point. This person was good, calm and kind, whether it was an act or genuine, it indicated that he wasn't the type Qin disliked, giving him enough respect. "We came for the building in your hands." Zhao Jiangwo spoke in a deep voice. "The building was purchased with the bank's money, albeit mistakenly. It's still illegal gains. We've looked into it, and since a mistake was made, we'll try to make amends. We'll transfer the city's funds again, and that will be the end of it. You won't go to jail, but the building will belong to us. There shouldn't be much to discuss, right?" He. Chen Chen chuckled at the words. "Alright then, let me make amends. The building will be mine, and I'll have someone give you 80 million. The matter will be resolved in the same way, won't it?" Zhao Jiangwo fell silent. "Alright, Uncle Zhao, don't beat around the bush." Hu Guanyu sighed, helplessly saying, "Brother Chen isn't stupid. Giving you a building worth 150 million in a year? Moreover, if this matter is pursued further, it won't just be bad for Brother Chen. I'm here mainly to help you and Uncle Lu resolve the trouble. Profit isn't the priority. We're all in the same boat now. Since we're all trying to make up for mistakes and resolve this matter, let's be open about it." With that, he looked at Chen Chen. "Brother Chen, this matter involves the Yunhai Group. Relying solely on the Yongcheng branch and Vice President Lu from the head office won't withstand the pressure. If you refuse to let go, the result will be disastrous for everyone. The Yongcheng branch will suffer, Vice President Lu will step down, you'll go to jail, Wang Yaozu won't get the loan, the building will remain unfinished, ultimately benefiting the Yunhai Group. My grandfather can handle it, but helping Uncle Lu and Uncle Zhao get out of this mess is still a risky move. Tell us your conditions, as long as they're reasonable, I can make the decision." "That's more like it." Chen Chen smiled at the words, glanced at Zhao Jiangwo, and said, "I'm not really interested in the building, but I am interested in debts. So, 80 million, you lend me 80 million, and the building is yours. By this time next year, when the building is sold for 150 million, I'll repay the 80 million I borrowed with interest. Essentially, you'll profit without any conditions." "Impossible." Hu Guanyu shook his head, saying helplessly, "It's not that I don't trust you, but the fact is you have no experience in business. Lending you 80 million, I'm afraid I won't even get back 80,000. So, listen to my offer, 10 million, I'll give you 10 million, you transfer the building to me, and everything else will be none of your concern. Essentially, you'll make a clean 10 million. How about it? A stroke of luck, seizing the opportunity, and gaining a fortune of millions out of thin air. You'll still make a profit. If this falls on me, money is secondary. I could boast about this for half a lifetime. 10 million? Chen Chen pondered. This sum of money was not insignificant, but it was earned money, not debt, without considering points. Without points, one couldn't exchange for skills. What would one do with this 10 million without skills? Really go into business? That would be utterly foolish, likely ending up losing everything. Chen Chen knew himself well. Crushing others could lead to wealth, but doing honest business would surely result in losses. Playing tricks in the business world showed one's immaturity. Cheating customers and losing conscience were not things he would do. He had a bright future and no need to tarnish himself. The two remained at an impasse. Clearly, neither was satisfied with the other's conditions. "I have a solution." Suddenly, Zhao Jiangwo spoke up, offering an idea. "What solution?" Hu Guanyu and Chen Chen both looked at him. "You take the building." Zhao Jiangwo pointed at Hu Guanyu, then at Chen Chen, saying, "You take 10 million. Seeing the two puzzled, Zhao Jiangwo quickly added, and then, the key is, Chen, you establish an industry, preferably one that can be boasted about but whose value is hard to verify. Then, mortgage the industry to the bank for a loan. Feasible? Chen Shan raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. It sounded reasonable, but the actual execution might not be so simple. Feasible. Zhao Jiangwo nodded, saying, if it were me, even with all my courage, I wouldn't dare approve this loan. But we have Vice President Liu above us, and then there's who's old man. This can be done, as long as it's not too obvious, no one can find fault. But there's one crucial point. Hu Guanyu suddenly spoke, looking at Chen Shen, warning, once you do this, you'll truly owe 80 million. The interest on such a contract will be extremely high. If you can leverage massive wealth, it's fine. But if it's just regular business, I advise you to think twice. The money earned might not cover the interest. Don't mess around, you might end up in trouble. Don't worry, I'm confident. Chen Chen nodded. Also, Zhao Jiangwo added, dealing with such a large sum, especially in your unique situation, I need some guarantees. So, no matter what you do, our bank's personnel must handle the accounts. To prevent any danger to you, we'll assign 2 bodyguards paid by us. Lastly, the most important point is that if your business incurs massive losses, we can demand immediate repayment at any time. Wow! Chen Chen couldn't help but look at Zhao Jiangwo with newfound respect. Having your people manage the accounts meant the money couldn't be spent recklessly, it had to be used sensibly. Having your people as bodyguards meant they were protecting him, right? Afraid he might run away? This is the only way, and it's the only way to get your hands on 80 million. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, don't look at me like that. If this fails or you run away, my life will be over. Alright, I agree. Chen Chen nodded. None of this mattered to him, what mattered was the end of the month settlement, earning points, exchanging for technology, and then starting the crushing game. Incur losses? Absolutely impossible. What was a technological downgrade? You play a 2, I play a trump card, you play a 3, I play a trump card, you play a single card, I play a trump card. That's right, I have a handful of trump cards. How could I lose? Let's sign the contract. Seeing Chen Chen agree, Zhao Jiangwo didn't say much and took out the prepared contract. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, saying, you don't have to worry about any changes later. I'll write a commitment letter with you. If there are any changes, I'll go to jail with you. He quickly began writing, finished, stamped, signed, and handed it to Chen Chen. Pay attention, this thing cannot be known by anyone other than us. Take a look at the contents. If it's okay, I'll seal it. After you finish the loan, you must return it to me intact. Do not open it halfway, as I cannot be sure if you will make a copy. Zhao Jiangwo spoke solemnly. Chen Chen took it, glanced at it, and nodded, alright, seal it up. Zhao Jiangwo nodded at his words, took out a special envelope, folded the commitment letter, stuffed it in, and sealed it shut. Chen Chen could tell that it seemed to be a special kind of glue, with a pungent smell. It would be difficult to take out the commitment letter without damaging the surface using conventional methods. Alright, sign it. The contract was pushed over, Chen Chen swiftly signed his name, and then both he and Hu Guanyu pressed their fingerprints. Happy cooperation. Hu Guanyu breathed a sigh of relief and transferred 10 million yuan to Chen Chen in person. Happy cooperation. Chen Chen stood up to see them off until they left. Yunhai Group? Chen Chen furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that his actions might have seriously offended Yunhai Group. He used to be an employee of Yunhai and was very familiar with the company. Yunhai Group was not a small enterprise but a large corporation spanning multiple industries, with a market value of billions, ranking among the top 500 private enterprises in the country. Its main industries were beverages, including mineral water, fruity sodas, and juices, as well as various health foods, canned goods, snacks, instant noodles, and self-heating pots. He used to work as a food technology specialist, focusing on the research and development of convenient and leisure food products. When he first joined, Yunhai Group was planning to enter the milk and finance markets, but the venture failed miserably, almost having its market value, only recently recovering. Engaging in real estate was undoubtedly led by the top executives of the Qi family. With property prices soaring in recent years and drawing national attention, various measures were taken to curb the growth, as the real estate sector was considered a sunset industry. Intervening at this time, was it foolish or an attempt to make a profit during the final frenzy? Thinking about the fate of Wang's real estate and the internal struggles of Yunhai Group, Chen Chen had a realization, it was probably the latter. But since I've already made enemies, I can't just sit back and wait for trouble. It's not my style to let others come looking for me. I must take the initiative. Chen Chen's gaze involuntarily turned to the system's cheapest technical options. Health water quality enhancement technology, 5,000 points. Evaluation, I'd say it's better to buy genetic evolution liquid. Food and beverage formula optimization technology, 5,000 points. Evaluation, this one's good, let's enjoy a good life in mediocrity. If he acquired these two technologies, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with Yunhai Group? No. He should target a world-class beverage brand. Even a mere Yunhai Group could be crushed when the time came. That's the plan. Chen smiled mysteriously, took out his phone, checked the balance of 10 million yuan, and after a moment, found an old classmate's number. Hey, Gangzi, I heard your hometown is known for longevity, with quality water and a natural reservoir? I've recently become unemployed, planning to start my own business. Can I visit your place? Sure, no need to ask for leave. Just make time to accompany me when I come over. Okay, it's settled then. I'll book my ticket now, see you at noon. Over an hour later, Chen nonchalantly opened the door, only to find 4 people standing outside. One of them raised their hand to knock, startling both parties. Oh my! Chen saw 2 burly men in front of him and quickly stepped back, finally noticing Zhao Jiangwo standing behind them. Director Zhao? What's going on? Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Jiangwo was also taken aback, about to speak, but then noticed the bag Chen was carrying, instantly becoming suspicious. What are you up to? He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Now that everything was done, besides Yunhai Group, he was the biggest loser in the world. In order to show off in front of Master Hu, he took the initiative to take on the follow-up matters and wrote a commitment letter to Chen. At that time, he just wanted to show off in front of Master Hu, but the more he thought about it after returning, the more scared he became. In order to show himself off, he left enough evidence for himself to be locked up. Was it worth it? He quickly mobilized his connections, found 2 powerful veterans, and personally selected a suitable accountant, rushing over. It was just in case. Coincidentally, he caught Chen looking like he was about to run away. You don't want that 80 million anymore? Zhao Jiangwo asked tremblingly. Of course I do. Chen was surprised. Looking at Zhao Jiangwo's expression, he suddenly understood and said speechlessly, these are the bodyguards and accountants you brought, right? I say, aren't you too hasty? The money hasn't even arrived, and you bring people over? The money in my pocket is mine, I don't need you to manage it. Phew! Zhao Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, anyway, it won't take long. Once you decide what to do, make the necessary preparations. You can apply anytime, and once approved, they all receive fixed salaries. They get paid the same whether they come early or late. Isn't this to ensure your safety? I don't believe you, you're just trying to ensure the safety of the commitment letter, right? Chen was speechless and said, I made an appointment with an old classmate to inspect a project in his hometown. If everything goes well, I won't run away. Don't worry, I'm more anxious than you. Take them with you for safety and convenience. They will take care of everything, even the dirty work. Zhao Jiangwo said, pointing to the 4th person standing beside him, a girl. Chen looked up and saw a girl who was just beginning to blossom, with a slightly chubby face, dressed in professional attire, youthful and beautiful, with a stunning yet non-vulgar appearance. She belonged to the type that became more attractive the more you looked at her, a definite beauty. Her? Doing dirty work? Old Zhao, are you trying to play a trick on me? Puzzled, the girl also looked up, her big eyes filled with curiosity and anger. Hello, I'm Lu Wangshu. From now on, I'll be your secretary, assistant, accountant, and life manager. The branch manager instructed me, one word, stick close, I hope you can accept it. A sheepish voice sounded, and Lu Wangshu was secretly annoyed, intentionally trying to get Chen to refuse. However, the mistake was hers, as Zhao Jiangwo immediately designated her without even giving her a chance to refuse. Resign and not do it? No way! Making a mistake and running away would lead to years of lecturing from her father. Besides, if she resigned and ran away, the news would definitely spread, and she would be in big trouble. How could she face her family and friends then? She would be the subject of ridicule for years. You know that person, right? Works at the bank, made a mistake in a transaction, 80 million, resigned and ran away on her own, that's her. Just the thought of it made her scalp tingle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wangshu stared at Chen, blinking her eyes, feeling curious herself. She had only made a mistake in a transaction, but this person had made a shocking move. Even her father, who had high standards, said he was talented. Was his mind really that sharp at such a young age? And where did he get the courage? Was there really someone who would seize an opportunity without hesitation? Wouldn't he hesitate? Wouldn't he waver? Wouldn't he be indecisive? Why was he so decisive? One wrong step could land him in jail. As she pondered, Chen Chen recognized the familiar and distinctive voice and suddenly realized, oh, the one who made the mistake in the transaction, right? Lu Wanshu's face immediately darkened. Zhao Jiangwo snorted twice, exactly, it's her. Such a troublemaker should go bother someone else. The branch manager has a heart condition and can't handle this kind of shock. You want her to help me with the accounts? Chen Chen was surprised. He pulled Lao Zhao aside and whispered, aren't you afraid she'll bankrupt me? Absolutely not. Zhao Jiangwo's expression changed slightly. Although he had doubts in his mind, he forced a smile and said, when she was transferred to our department, I checked her information. She graduated from a prestigious university, specialized in accounting, has all kinds of certifications. I couldn't believe someone of her caliber would come to our small place. After all, she could have easily gone to a big investment bank or a top accounting firm. Now thinking about it, it's like a gift from heaven for you, Brother Chen. You are the strategist, and she is the fierce warrior, a perfect match. He pondered silently. No wonder such an impressive resume came to us. It seems reliable people are not always reliable in relationships. Should I change to someone else? Forget it, since she's already here, even if there are some mistakes, it should be manageable. Chen Chen, the cunning fellow, will surely handle it. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Jiangwo stopped being polite and said to Chen Chen, Brother Chen, let's go with this arrangement. Whatever you need to do, take them with you. Let me introduce you to Wang Gang and Zheng Chang. They are both skilled military veterans who retired this year. They will definitely ensure your safety. Is he trying to tell me that I can't escape? Chen Chen complained, fine, let them come along. It's just a few more mouths to feed, a few more tickets, and a couple more beds. Follow me then. Well, I'll leave you to your business. I need to go back now. Mr. Hu and Mr. Wang are discussing business. It should be wrapping up by now, and I need to see them off. Zhao Jiangwo bid farewell in a hurry and left. Chen Chen was slightly surprised by this news. This Mr. Who seems to be playing both sides, no wonder he generously gave 10 million. He will probably make a good profit from Wang Yaozu as well. But then again, it makes sense. Offending the Yunhai Group for no reason, just for my few million in profit, doesn't seem worth it. Although it's to save my people, Wang Yaozu can handle the pressure. Sacrificing some future profits is not unreasonable. Let's go, let's get moving. In the commercial district of Jinjiang New area in Yongqing City, the Yunhai Group building stands tall here. Unlike some factories spread across the entire Dongjiang province and even beyond, the Yunhai Group building is not responsible for production but for sales, coordination, channels, networks, finance, and other aspects. The founder of the Yunhai Group was the late Qi Yunhai. The entire Yunhai Group used to be owned by the Qi family, a family business. However, after Qi Yunhai's death a few years ago, his eldest son took control of the group. His eldest son was ambitious and invested heavily in building the Yunhai building, introducing capital from the financial sector, aiming to expand into finance and livestock industries. Unfortunately, his ambitions were too grand. Within just 2 to 3 years, the Yunhai Group suffered major losses in several new industries, and the group's assets were nearly halved. Although the Yunhai Group managed to recover through listing, equity splitting, and financing, it was no longer under the control of the Qi family. The Qi family now seemed more like a mascot, holding less than 15% of the shares, with the rest controlled by various capital entities. Although the eldest son of the Qi family was nominally the chairman, he had been sidelined long ago. The current president of the Yunhai Group is a professional manager, Fan Wenping. Fan Wenping is a man in his 40s, in his prime. He has held executive positions in several companies due to his outstanding abilities and was recruited by multiple capital forces to serve as president. Young, enthusiastic, cautious, full of vigor and drive, competent, with a keen vision and a strategic mindset. This is how many headhunting companies describe him. After taking over as president of the Yunhai Group, despite relying on capital, he managed to complete the internal restructuring of the company within just 2 months, implementing significant layoffs and refining the core team. He also took this opportunity to sideline the chairman. It must be said, this man is highly capable. The trust of capital, the support of employees. Nowadays, Fan Wenping's position in the Yunhai Group is as important as the Qi family back then. At this moment, an internal meeting is taking place. The big screen is showing the sequence of events, presenting the causes and consequences in a complete manner through text and images. A woman in formal attire speaks lightly, saying, "This is how things unfolded. Although I do not agree with the group's involvement in the almost declining real estate industry, since it has happened, we cannot allow the face of the Yunhai Group to be trampled upon. This would lead to a decrease in our capital rating. I hope the Qi family and everyone present can provide a solution." Manager Zhang Wanning, you talk too much. Shi Yuming suddenly speaks up, his face grim. Do I talk too much? Zhang Wanning's cold face remains expressionless as she says, if you lack the ability, then don't act. Making more mistakes than progress is an easy way to lose face. What do you think of my words, Manager Chi? You. Shi Yuming stands up in anger. Fan Wenping, sitting at the head, gestures for calm, saying, alright, sit down, don't argue. What I need now are solutions. Yuming, listen and sit down. Chi Ruihua, the eldest of the Chi family and the current chairman. The people below breathe a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure of the power struggles above them. The head office has sent a letter, exerting pressure. Vice President Zhou said he is powerless, someone speaks up. According to the investigation, it was the Director of Finance and Economics in our Dongjiang branch who made the move, another person adds. Can capital mediate in any way? Chi Ruihua looks at Fan Wenming. It's no longer possible. Some things involve more than just interests, they touch upon deeper matters. It's a case of unfortunate circumstances. Fan Wenping shakes his head. Are we just going to give up like this? Shi Yuming is unwilling, especially when he sees that familiar face on the PowerPoint. He grits his teeth in hatred. Is this revenge? Because of a woman? Isn't this revenge too harsh? From now on, the Chi family's control over the Yunhai group has taken another level. Damn it, it's all because of you. He wishes he could go back and give that woman a good beating. What other options do we have if we don't give up? Here, relationships and rules have always been valued. Capital's aggressive tactics are not always effective. A returnee executive speaks indifferently. Alright. Fan Wenping gestures again, saying, it's just Wang's real estate after all. Although the losses are not small, they are within an acceptable range. When it comes to investments, nothing is absolutely foolproof. Before undertaking such matters, we should have considered how to handle failures. Although the current unexpected factor is just that insignificant figure named Shen Chen. The Yunhai group can afford to lose, but we cannot afford to lose to such an ordinary nobody. It was our group that expelled him. What you need to do now is think carefully about how to save face and prevent our rating from dropping. With these words, the meeting room falls silent. As Fan Wenping said, losing is normal, but losing to an unknown nobody is not just a matter of annoyance. It's about how to save face and maintain our rating. You call it an accident? Outsiders have to believe it. Now the focus is on controlling the rumors within a manageable range, either letting the outside world know that the Yunhai group's loss is not shameful or showing that the Yunhai group is not easy to mess with. Alright, meeting adjourned. Whoever comes up with a solution, come to my office. After waiting for a moment without getting any answers, Fan Wenming becomes impatient and stands up. As he and Shi Ruihua leave, the meeting room suddenly becomes noisy, with executives discussing fervently. It's tricky. From the information, that kid is really a lone wolf. Just got fired by us, and they say he's sick. It's hard to retaliate against him. Yes, he's such a lone wolf, there's no specific point to target against him. How about exposing the truth behind this matter? Are you crazy? This kind of thing should only be discussed privately. Have you ever thought about how many people are involved? As long as the big shots above don't get into trouble, what's the difference between what you're suggesting and kicking a monk at the foot of Mount Lingshan? You're right, this matter won't bring anyone down. They haven't suffered any losses. If this gets out, we'll become a laughingstock, a person kicked out by their own company causing a stir. If all else fails, we'll have to resort to the old method, hype him up. That could work, as long as we hype him up enough, we won't lose face. I don't think it's realistic. In the past, hyping up big institutions was one thing, but how do you hype up an individual? Is Zhuge Liang reincarnated? Someone has to believe it. It does seem a bit far-fetched. Not only is the hype mysterious, but this person's actions are quite outlandish when I think about it. You're just realizing this now? I was dumbfounded by that PowerPoint presentation earlier, completely stunned. My head is still buzzing. Who has the authority to dismiss someone like this? Inhuman behavior, utterly outrageous. In the CEO's office, Fan Wenping sat down heavily, had his secretary pour him a cup of tea, and massaged his temples. What a mess! The solutions that other executives could think of, he could naturally think of as well, but either those solutions were impractical or implementing them would be even more outlandish. Boasting in the business world was widespread. In a business battle, the loser often boasted loudly to make it seem like they were magnanimous, not weak themselves, but that the other party was too strong. In the end, it was a subtle way of seeking forgiveness and admitting defeat, giving face, and turning the page on the matter. Although the business world is like a battlefield, there is a saying that goes, there are eternal interests, but no eternal enemies. The struggles in the business world are for profit. If you lose, you give up the profit, but it doesn't mean you become enemies. After all, money is endless, and there might be future collaborations. Real fights to the death are rare, and it's difficult to survive in the business world in the long run. CEO. Suddenly, the secretary approached and whispered, "The head of the R&D department for convenience snacks said he has a way to resolve this matter and is waiting outside." Oh? Fan Wenping was somewhat surprised and said, "I remember Chen Chen is the head of this department, right? He's the one who decides on dismissals? Let him in, I want to see what he has in mind." Soon, the secretary brought in a young man. The young man was well built, dressed sharply, exuding confidence, and had a somewhat victorious attitude. The key point was, his last name wasn't Chi. A young man sitting in the position of a department head at such a young age, and not from the Chi family. Could it be that our company has a prodigy? Could it be that I overlooked it before, letting strategists like Chun Chen leave, and causing talents like the one in front of me to feel frustrated? Fan Wenping pondered silently in his heart, feeling that it was time to thoroughly assess the talents within the group. Since he saw Chen Chen's outlandish actions, the once plain and unremarkable business warfare now seemed somewhat distasteful to him. In the past, when he read about the Three Kingdoms, he always felt it was embellished and exaggerated. In situations with limited information, no matter how high a person's intelligence was, they couldn't possibly strategize and win from a distance. But today, he suddenly felt that he should revisit the Three Kingdoms. Seizing opportunities, forming alliances, Chen Chen had taught him a lesson. "Hello, CEO." The young man was brimming with confidence, making Fan Wenping even more eager. "I heard from the secretary that you have a solution? What is it? Go ahead, whether it's feasible or not, I won't blame you." Fan Wenping's attitude was very humble, unconsciously imitating the courtesy of a TV drama. "Thank you, CEO." The young man was quite excited. Upon hearing this, he apologized first and said, "I'm sorry, President. I am in charge of the technical department, and it was me who nodded to dismiss Chen Chen. He was sick and had been working for too long. I was afraid of causing unexpected losses to the company. After this incident, I deeply felt a great sense of responsibility and shame towards the company. After all, the person who left under my supervision was not prevented from causing such a huge loss to the company. He is simply despicable. It's fortunate that we provided him with excessive severance compensation. Since the person who left under my supervision was involved, I received the news immediately after the incident and immediately arranged for someone to investigate him. As far as I know, he mentioned his intention to buy a distressed property in an employee private chat group. Not many people knew about our plans regarding Wan's real estate, so there must have been a leak. We can send him and the leaker to prison under the pretext of stealing trade secrets. Not feasible." Fan Wenping shook his head in disappointment and said, "There are quite a few people who know about this matter. Ultimately, this is the Chi family using face to target Wan's real estate. There are no trade secrets involved, so the accusation of stealing trade secrets does not hold." "Well," the young man's eyes flickered as he said, "I have already tracked his whereabouts. He went to the Moonlit Lake in Weixian County below. He is already sick, so if someone were to give him a push." "Wait." Fan Wenping had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, "You know where he went even if it's somewhere else? Did you have someone follow him?" "No." The young man shook his head, and Fan Wenping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know, the young man smiled and said, "I have his information, know where he lives, and had 5 people follow him. Now, as long as you give the order, those 5 people can find a secluded place to push him into the lake. No one will suspect us. This way, not only will he be taught a lesson, but those who are astute will not dare to look down on our Yunhai group." Bang! Fan Wenping suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, and he roared, "Get the hell out of here!" "Ha!" The young man was stunned, feeling a bit lost. "Get out!" Fan Wenping roared again. The young man was instantly frightened, and he hurriedly ran out in a panic. The secretary, hearing the commotion, was frightened and rushed over. "Find out who brought him in, who he works under, who works under him. Is it the Chi family? Is it the Chi family? Get him fired, all of them fired." Fan Wenping raged. The secretary quickly left upon hearing this. Fan Wenping took a moment to catch his breath, still unable to calm his anger. He paced back and forth in the office, picked up a water glass to take a sip, then angrily smashed it on the ground. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I've heard that the Chi family's methods are dark, but I didn't expect them to be this dark. I came here to be a professional manager, and they actually want me to engage in shady dealings? Damn, trying to drag me down?" The more Fan Wenping thought about it, the angrier and more frightened he became. Fortunately, he didn't mention rewarding anyone for solving the problem but rather specific solutions. If he had phrased it differently, wouldn't Chen Chen have already sunk into the lake? Would he have become the mastermind behind the scenes? Shaken to the core, Fan Wenping picked up the phone and made a call. Hello? Supervisor Zhang Wanning, come to my office. I've discovered something. There are still some issues within our company, and there may be some layoffs that need your attention. After hanging up the phone, Fan Wenming sat down, rubbing his temples. Damn, what kind of people are these? This company is not your family's. You're just an employee, making a few bucks a year. Risking your life? What benefits did the Chi family give you? Weixian County, Moonlit Lake. The autumn wind blew, causing ripples in the water. Chen Shen sat comfortably on a flatboat, while Lu Wangshu was leisurely making tea. Opening his phone, about to urge his old classmate, Chen Shen saw a pile of WeChat messages. Finance Department Sun Miao, at Chen Shen, you bought a building? Weren't you so poor that you couldn't afford a decent house and had to buy a half-finished building? And now you bought a half-finished building? Comprehensive Department Su Qian, is it true? At Chen Shen, did the boss strike it rich? Getting rich after leaving the job, did you find working boring and decided to go back to inherit a multi-million-dollar family fortune? Human Resources Department Lu Yun, it's true, I saw the internal meeting documents, the name matches, the photo matches, it's him, at Chen Shen. Technology Department Wang Qi, a whole building. Quality Inspection Department Zhao Hai, oh my, is young Master Chen really that rich? Why does he still borrow money from us? Trying out a different lifestyle? Sales Department Zhang Feng, I always knew people are different, some are naturally successful, some just pretend to be, he's just riding on someone else's success. Technology Department Jianan, he asked to borrow money from me last time too, I didn't lend it to him, what a loss, the big shots are sucking up to him, at Chen Shen. Apart from the group chat, there were also private messages. Finance Department Sun Miao, bro, please, I beg you, please don't let it slip that it was me who leaked the secret to you, otherwise, I'm done for. You have no idea what a huge commotion you've caused, the whole group is buzzing, the leadership is going crazy. Chen Chen replied, okay, there will be a generous reward in return. Finance Department Sun Miao, carrot hashtag. Moving on to the next message, it's from the head of the technology department. Supervisor, do you know what you've done? Why did you do this? The company doesn't owe you anything, you should be grateful. Chen Chen replied, nonsense, and then blocked and deleted. The next message is from that despicable Jean Yalin. Jean Yalin, where did you get so much money? Didn't you say you would give me everything? Liar. Stingy and mean man, with your stingy appearance, even if you're rich, you can't compare to Qi Shao, blah blah blah. Chen Shen's eyes widened, without hesitation, he replied, yes, I didn't give you everything, I still owe you one thing. Isn't your mother always unwell? I'll send you her ashes later. Blocked, deleted, all in one go. What kind of people, truly eye-opening. Chen Shen sighed, and at that moment, his phone rang. Looking up, he saw someone on the shore waving a phone. Come ashore. Soon, the person on the shore boarded the boat, looking somewhat surprised as he glanced at Lu Wangshu and Zhang Chang Wang Gang, asking, Yangzi, is this your girlfriend? Who are these two? No. Chen Shen raised his hand to refuse, saying, I'm single, this is my assistant Lu Wangshu, and they are my bodyguards. Assistant? Bodyguards? The newcomer was stunned, asking, what's going on with you? I've come to invest in your Weixian County. Chen Shen smiled, pointing to the moon-bright lake, asking, Gangzi, I'm planning to build a water plant here to produce bottled mineral water. What do you think? Are you kidding me? Gangzi was puzzled, saying, leaving aside other things, although Weixian County is known for its longevity, this lake is just river water. People were just urinating by the riverbank. Can you sell it? Only a fool would buy it. I aim to turn the impossible into possible. Chen Shen appeared confident on the surface, but inside, he was complaining, I can't even afford a more reliable place. No, what's your situation exactly? Gangzi sat down in confusion, looking at Lu Wangshu and the two bodyguards, then back at Chen Shen, feeling like he was in a dream. Wasn't this kid acting like a lapdog not long ago? How did he suddenly become successful? Chen Shen gazed at the sparkling lake under the sunlight and said, this lake is a natural reservoir. Why hasn't it been developed into a scenic area? Are you serious? Gangzi still found it somewhat unbelievable, but he replied, Yang City is the provincial capital with many surrounding scenic areas. Although Weixian County is under the jurisdiction of Yang City, it is still a bit remote. Moreover, most of the young people from Weixian County have gone to work in Yang City, so the local economy in Weixian County is stagnant, let alone tourism. Although this reservoir is good, it is too remote. It would require a major renovation to develop it into a tourist area, which is not worth it. The county had considered it before, but ultimately decided to abandon the idea after a comprehensive comparison. However, if you really want to contract this reservoir, the price won't be low. Gangzi worked within the system, and Weixian County was his hometown. After graduating, he returned to his hometown to take the civil service exam, so he was well informed about Weixian County. How much? Chen Chen asked. It's hard to say the specific price. Gangzi furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, this reservoir is not small but not too large either. Due to the underground river connection, it is not suitable for aquaculture. I remember a few years ago, someone wanted to contract it, but after expert evaluation, they chose to give up. The county's offer at that time seemed to be 23 million for 30 years. At this point, Gangzi couldn't help but say, Yangzi, don't joke around. Where would you get the money? Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. Listen to my advice, let's go eat now. After eating, you should immediately return to Yong City. This money shouldn't be squandered. Don't you know me? Chen Chen laughed. I am absolutely confident. Have you ever thought about what I do? Since I dare to start a business, can I do it without some confidence? What do I do? Develop snacks? Gangzi hesitated slightly, then thought of the company where Chen Chen worked, Yunhai Group, which originally started with selling mineral water. Did he have some core technology? But what core technology could mineral water possibly have? Gangzi remained puzzled. Are you not joking for real? Absolutely not. Alright, I'll inquire for you. Gangzi was straightforward, took out his phone, dialed a number, stood up, walked to the bow of the boat, and after a brief conversation, he thanked the person repeatedly. I asked a friend, and if you really want it, you can negotiate for around 15 million, with a 30-year term. Thank you. Chen Chen nodded, looked at Lu Wangshu, and said, you go negotiate, aim for less than 1,000, with a 20-year term. Me? Lu Wangshu pointed at herself, incredulous. Yes. Chen Chen stroked his chin and said, you are currently my only key player. If not you, then who? Seeing Lu Wangshu about to retort, Chen Chen added, or you can contact your bank president and get someone more capable. Lu Wangshu immediately lowered her head, feeling conflicted and frustrated. She wanted to argue but couldn't. The bank president had already made it clear that if she was replaced, she could pack up and leave, which she couldn't accept. I'll go. Lu Wangshu gritted her teeth. When the boat docked, she left with Zheng Chang. Chen Chen shrugged. He was not cut out for business. Regardless of what others thought, he believed it was because he wasn't afraid of going to jail, had the backing of the system, and a stroke of luck. All those sayings about strategic planning and winning from afar were nonsense. He was just an ordinary person. He always believed in one thing, let professionals handle professional matters, and not meddle unnecessarily. Compared to Lu Wangshu, a financial elite, Chen Chen felt the only thing he could do was lie low, enjoy, leverage his technology, and start counting money. As for details, he was clueless. Let's go for a drink, Chen Chen suggested. No thanks. Gangzi was starting to worry, is it reliable to let her handle it? Shouldn't we go and check too? I trust her. Chen Chen pulled Gangzi along without further discussion and entered a farmhouse restaurant by the moonlit lake. They ate and drank until the afternoon. Lu Wangshu finally returned with Zheng Chang. She sat down wearily, looking at the leftovers on the table, feeling even more aggrieved. After working for hours, she hadn't even eaten, and now she had to eat leftovers when she got back? What kind of boss was this? All set? Chen Chen asked. Yeah, Lu Wangshu replied wearily, 9 million, 20 years, we've negotiated the price to the bottom. They said they couldn't go any lower and they clearly don't want to let go of you as a scapegoat. They said the sooner, the better, we can sign the contract this afternoon. Impressive, truly a professional. Chen Chen gave a thumbs up and ordered more dishes from the boss. Lu Wangshu felt a bit relieved. Looking at Chen Chen's thumbs up, she couldn't help but smile. After lunch, Chen Chen called a car, first dropping off Gangzi at home, then heading to the county with the three of them. Hello, General Chen. They were greeted by a middle-aged balding man named Lu, the deputy county mayor in charge of investment promotion in Wei County, with a very friendly face. After sitting down and reviewing the agreement, Chen Chen signed his name. Deputy County Mayor Lu shook hands with Chen Chen, smiling. I heard General Chen plans to build a water plant after contracting the reservoir? If you need any help from our county, feel free to ask. Here's my business card. Thank you, leader. Chen Chen shook hands with a smile. Contracting the reservoir is just the first step. The subsequent water plant and food and beverage processing plant will also be launched. I hope the county will give us full support then. No problem, no problem. Deputy County Mayor Lu was delighted. Being close to the provincial capital was a good thing, but not entirely. The good thing was that everyone's job opportunities were closer, but the bad thing was that the county's development was difficult to stand out. Now someone came to build a factory. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good thing, even though the industry to be developed seemed quite absurd. After bidding farewell, Shen Shen took the three back to the hotel. He took a photo of the contract and sent it to Zhao Jiangwo. Soon, President Zhao called. Bro, are you kidding me? 9 million for a reservoir? President Zhao was excited. Didn't we agree to create an industry that can boast but is difficult to verify its value? This broken reservoir won't get you any loans. Even if it's me, I wouldn't dare lend you 80 million. The water quality is excellent, drinking it can prolong life. Chen Chen replied. Are you trying to fool me too? President Zhao was speechless. Bro, don't say I can't help you, this is really not feasible. I'm not lying to you. Chen Chen looked at the health water quality improvement technology in the system. Why is it called healthy water? Why not something like purified water? Because it's not mineral water, nor pure water, but water that is beneficial to the human body after processing and enhancement. It's called water, but it's more like a health product. And it's a genuine health product. The system has a comment on it, saying it's better to buy genetic evolution liquid than this. What does that mean? It means this thing has some effects similar to genetic evolution liquid, maybe not even 1% or 1,000th, but it's effective after all. Unfortunately, he hadn't received the points yet, so Chen Chen couldn't produce a sample. After more than 10 minutes of back and forth, neither side convinced the other. Forget it. Zhao Jiangwo felt a bit tired, frustrated, wanting to be more serious but couldn't. Chen Chen had his handle. If that kid couldn't take the blow and reported him directly, it would be over. Fortunately, he had arranged bodyguards and assistants in advance. As long as Lu Wangshu was holding the money, there shouldn't be any problems. Once it started losing money, he would withdraw the remaining loan, then block the factory and sell it off. Even if there was some loss, it wouldn't be a total loss. He was doing a favor for young Master Hu, and young Master Hu would help him out later. Even if he lost his position as president, it was better than going to jail. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Jiangwo's face turned pale, and he weakly said, I will have Lu Wangshu prepare all the necessary documents. Funding will be allocated within 3 days. You need to think it over. If you can't repay the money, you will go to jail. You scum! The call was disconnected. Chen Chen shrugged. He never cared about trivial matters. How could advanced technology be defeated? On the other side, Zhao Jiangwo's expression changed constantly, filled with regret. After a moment of contemplation, he called Hu Guanyu. Hu, it's like this. Yes, I think I'm done for. That kid is despicable. He doesn't know how to do business at all. Alright, thank you very much. I assure you, it's absolutely true. That kid has no business acumen at all. Borrowing 80 million and going to sell mineral water, can you believe it? Okay, I understand. Well, that's it then. In a residential area in Yang City, Hu Guanyu hung up the phone in astonishment, unable to comprehend. At the nearby dining table, an old man was slowly sipping his porridge. Seeing this, he asked, What's wrong? Something troubling you? It's not a big issue. Hu Guanyu furrowed his brows and explained the situation from beginning to end, saying, I used to think Chen Chen was worth befriending, but what's with this move? 80 million for mineral water? Not to mention that the national market has long been dominated by major brands. Even in our Dongjiang province, Yunhai Group, this behemoth, firmly controls the beverage market. What's the difference between what he's doing and seeking death? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The old man wiped his mouth slowly and said lightly, When you're old, nothing surprises you anymore. Madmen always have their own ways. The winner takes it all. Don't focus on what he's doing, look at the results he achieves. Daring to do this, as long as he's not foolish, he must have confidence. Now it's up to you to decide if his confidence is worth befriending. You're right, Grandpa. Hu Guanyu suddenly understood. The next day, after spending a night in Weixian County, Chen Chen and his 3 companions took the high-speed train back to Yang City. As Lu Wangshu put it, since everything was ready, it was time to recruit people. She was not familiar with running a business and believed they needed to find professionals. Chen Chen agreed and only woke up at 10 in the morning. By the time they arrived at the talent market, it was already 11:30, and some companies were already packing up to leave. Lu Wangshu couldn't help but complain, I called you several times to wake up. Now it's too late. How are we going to recruit people? It's all about fate, like screening beans. The small ones have already left early. The big ones surely have their own temperaments and won't easily accept the low benefits offered by those companies. Chen Chen was indifferent. It didn't matter if the money came a day earlier or later. With advanced technology, as long as the recruits weren't fools, they would make a difference. Lu Wangshu rented a booth and quickly made a sign. Chen Chen casually sat down. Passers-by were impressed by the scene but few dared to come forward to offer their services. After all, with assistants and bodyguards resembling gatekeepers, it didn't seem like they were looking for ordinary people. However, there were always exceptions. A few minutes later, a shabbily dressed, scruffy-looking middle-aged man approached and sat down. "What positions are you hiring for?" "Any position." "What do you want to do?" Chen Chen asked. "Any position?" The man chuckled and asked, "Are you hiring a general manager? Do you think I'm suitable?" "I think you are." Chen Chen placed a contract on the table and said, "Sign it." The contract was prepared by Lu Wangshu, and the company was approved with the help of Deputy County Mayor Lu yesterday. "Ha!" The man was stunned, and Lu Wangshu also looked puzzled at Chen Chen. Was he being too casual? Chen Chen smiled and said, "What's wrong? Scared? What's there to be afraid of?" The man opened the contract and said, "Starsea Beverage Food Company, Ltd. "Oh, it was just established yesterday? In Weixian County? It looks like it's in the planning stage. How much salary are you planning to offer me?" Chen Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know how much you are worth, but you definitely know your own worth. You can write down the position and salary yourself. As long as you are confident enough, even $1 million annual salary is possible." "Wow!" Zhang Lihai laughed. He had just experienced a double failure in emotional and career matters, feeling bored at home for 2 months, and unexpectedly encountered a madman when he went out. However, the madman seemed good. Everyone felt that their lives were extremely unsuccessful, but this stranger in front of them was willing to trust them and give them an opportunity. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. He was slightly moved. "You won't regret it." Zhang Lihai wrote down general manager for the position and an annual salary of 800,000 on the salary section, then put down the pen. "This price is definitely not high to hire me. I will prove my worth." Very confident, Chen Chen gave a thumbs up, stood up, and said, "Come, sit here." "What for?" Zhang Lihai was puzzled. "What else?" "To recruit people." Chen Chen said, "I have no experience in recruiting. You are a professional, so you should do the recruiting." Zhang Lihai was even more touched by these words. To delegate authority right after signing the contract showed a great deal of trust. He sat in the recruitment position and said firmly, "Boss, rest assured. Since you trust me, just tell me what positions to recruit for, and I'll take care of the rest. Our company currently only has the boss's assistant, the boss's bodyguards, and you, the general manager. The rest is up to you to decide." Chen Chen explained. "What?" Zhang Lihai felt a chill down his spine, instantly sobering up. The initial sense of being moved disappeared, and he even felt a bit scared. Had he been deceived? Was this a second-generation entrepreneur starting a business, or some shady company? Not only was the boss young, but the company had already hired a beautiful assistant and 2 bodyguards. Was this a legitimate setup? Was this company just playing around? What's wrong? Chen Chen patted his shoulder and said, "This is an opportunity for you to exercise, to build a company from scratch. You should cherish it. Once you successfully establish a company from nothing, even if you look for another job in the future, you can highlight this achievement on your resume." "Why don't I start my own business then?" Zhang Lihai instinctively retorted. "Do you have the money?" Chen Chen asked. This question hit the nail on the head, leaving Zhang Lihai speechless. "I see. Let's go eat first, and I'll treat you when we come back." Chen Chen smiled and led Zhang Lihai and the other 2 away. Zhang Lihai clenched his fists. Why did he feel touched? This boss was really something else. Well, he would assess the situation first. Since he hadn't signed any confidentiality or non-compete agreements, and there were no penalties for breach of contract, he could leave if things didn't seem right. After leaving the job market, Chen Chen and the others found a hot pot restaurant to sit down. Without hesitation, they ordered a specialty hot pot, which belonged to the mid to high-end range. This meal alone would cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Compared to before, it was like spending money like water. Chen Chen had many emotions running through his mind. Whether it was the awakened Su Hui or his past life, when had he been so extravagant? In his past life, he was busy working all day just to earn a meager salary to pay off the mortgage. In this life, he was working tirelessly, giving himself no rest, and living a tough life as a wage slave. What was this behavior called now? Revenge spending? No, it was just because he had money. Having experienced life and death twice, Chen Chen had gained insight into many things. Everything was ephemeral. Perhaps seizing the moment and living without regrets was the true way. Even without a system, Chen Chen had decided to live more freely. Chen Chen's various behaviors seemed somewhat unconventional in Lu Wangshu's eyes. These past few days of interaction left Lu Wangshu with an indescribable feeling. She grew up in a good family environment, had many social contacts, and especially with her father's constant teachings, she matured early. She was confident that no matter who it was, she could always see through them. But when it came to Qin Shan, she felt confused. If making a mistake and turning it into a fortune of millions was strategic planning and astonishing means, then the psychological pressure endured during this process must have been equally astonishing. This indicated that Chen Chen was a person with cunning, wisdom, a big heart, and astounding courage, someone who acted without constraints and had no inner taboos. Once such a person gained power, shouldn't they manipulate everything, rapidly snowballing to achieve their life goals? Lu Wangshu had heard of similar characters before, whether in the gray industry or in the founding processes of certain enterprises. They all developed rapidly and ruthlessly. They were extremely cautious and suspicious by nature. Why was Chen Chen different? Taking money on one hand and seeking loans on the other was normal, as loans facilitated development. But why did he venture into the mineral water business? It was truly bizarre. What was even more bizarre was that he seemed to care about nothing, not only handing over responsibilities to Wei County yesterday but also being so casual about today's recruitment, appointing a stranger as the general manager and letting them handle the hiring process. Wasn't he afraid of being sidelined? Wasn't he worried about being deceived? Lu Wangshu found herself increasingly unable to understand Chen Chen. "Boss, what is your dream?" Lu Wangshu couldn't help but ask. "Dream?" Chen Chen chuckled. "It's a pie in the sky for a boss to talk about dreams with employees. What about you talking about dreams with the boss? Are you trying to sell me a dream?" Lu Wangshu rubbed her temples and said, "That's not what I meant. What I meant is, I really can't understand your behavior these past few days. What exactly do you want to do?" "What I want to do is actually quite simple." Chen Chen, seeing Lu Wangshu's seriousness, became more solemn and said, "If it was before yesterday, my dream was to have my own house, a car for transportation, some savings, and live a less miserable life. But now it's different." "How is it different?" Lu Wangshu asked curiously, while Zhang Chang and Wang Gang also looked at their boss, having already learned about Chen Chen's actions. They admired him and were curious about the sudden wealth of this man and his plans for the future. They could relate to having a house, a car, and savings, as that was the dream of most people. "Now I have 3 dreams." Chen Chen raised 3 fingers and said, "First, to live more comfortably, not worrying about money matters." The 3 nodded in agreement. This dream was very realistic. "Second, I want to see a higher view." Chen Chen continued, "With human technology development today, as long as you have money, you can achieve most things. But there are still some things that current technology cannot do, so I will personally lead a technological revolution to advance human values and lead technological progress." The 3 hesitated slightly but ultimately nodded. Although there was some suspicion of boasting and grandiosity, what if the boss really made a fortune selling mineral water? After all, MiHoYo managed to achieve nuclear fusion, so it wasn't entirely far-fetched to make money from selling mineral water and engage in high technology. "And the third?" Lu Wangshu asked. "I've heard a saying since I was young, if everyone in the country lends me $1, I'll have tens of billions. Have you heard of it?" Chen Chen asked. The 3 nodded in unison. This saying was known to everyone in the country. But what did this have to do with dreams? "My third dream is to owe debts." Combining his system and ideas, Chen Chen smiled and said, "If everyone in the country, in the world, is my creditor, don't you think it's an interesting thing?" The 3 looked at each other. "Interesting? Not interesting at all, right? And just thinking about it is very stressful. Especially for Zhang Chang and Wang Gang, both from poor backgrounds, who have seen too many cases of people being crushed by debt." Seeing the 3 silent, Chen Chen shook his head slightly, indicating they have seen too little. "It's like in a past life, the more debts you have, the more comfortable you live. When debts are minimal, it's pressure. When debts are substantial, it's immense pressure. When debts are overwhelming, it becomes a burden on others. When your debts are enough to crush everything, everyone will help you because your collapse is like an economic nuclear bomb that will destroy everything. And this is just plain debt. If there's also black technology that allows you to make crazy money while in debt, this feast will sweep everything away, and those who try to stop it won't need Chen Chen to act. The creditors will tear them apart." Looking beyond appearances to the essence, it seems absurd, but in reality is even more absurd. As the hot pot was served, the 4 of them praised the meal. "It's good to have money. Expensive things basically have no drawbacks other than being expensive." After finishing the meal, they asked the waiter to add more ingredients, and Wang Gang took the lead, carrying them in his hands as they headed towards the job market. The distance was short, just a few hundred meters across the street. When they arrived, Jiang Lihai was conducting training for a group of people. "We are a startup company, with much to be done, starting from scratch. This process may be tiring, but if you can stay, you will be the veterans. Don't always think about what the company can give you, you should first think about what you can create for the company. We are a food and beverage company, and the market sales channel is obviously crucial. Each of you is a relevant talent, which is why I hope you will stay. Are big companies good? Not necessarily, there's intense competition, and it's hard to get promoted or a raise. Are small companies good? Not really, poor working conditions, low income, and tough sales. So, what kind of company is best for us workers? Definitely a startup company. In the startup phase, the boss is willing to invest, promotions are easy, although there's intense competition, making money is definitely simple. Why? Because even if you can't make money from outside, you can make money from the boss. Think about it carefully, isn't it true? If the company fails, it's not a problem, it's the product that lacks competitiveness. If the boss fails, it's not a problem, it's his lack of vision and wrong choice of profession. What do we lose? Nothing. So, brothers, listen to me, sign the contract, work hard, if we do well, we earn big, if not, we earn small. As the general manager, I will definitely stand on the same front as you. The atmosphere was lifted, and those who were hesitant no longer hesitated. After all, it seems like a win-win situation. Makes sense. If the general manager says so, why hesitate? Let's do it. Let's sign the contract and give it our all. I'll have one too. In the background, Lu Wangshu and the others were stunned. Is this how they recruit people? Big brother, they hired you to sell mineral water, not to do pyramid schemes. Talented people. Chen Shen sighed, unexpectedly recruiting a general manager who turned out to be a genius at pyramid schemes. As the saying goes, those who use their brains control others, while those who use their brawn are controlled by others. No wonder this old guy, despite looking so disheveled, dared to take on the position of general manager. Evidently, he's cunning and smart. Boss? Jiang Lihai turned at the sound, looking somewhat embarrassed at Chen Shen. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Damn, did the boss hear everything I just said? Am I going to be fired right after taking office? You said it well. Chen Shen patted Jiang Lihai on the shoulder, encouraging him, you are indeed a genius. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Come, let's eat. He took the stack of lunchboxes from Wang Gang's hand and placed them on the table. Chen Shen said to Lu Wangshu, you go help them with the contract. Then he pulled Jiang Lihai to sit down. Jiang Lihai looked at the table full of delicious food and felt the boss's appreciation for him. Boss, what do you think we should do next? No rush. Chen Shen looked at the people signing the contract and asked, how is the recruitment going? In general, we can get the company running smoothly. We have recruited basic workers from Weixian County, but there is a crucial issue. Jiang Lihai pondered slightly and said, I used to be a professional manager. Although I was relatively unknown, I have studied industries like the food sector. The core of this industry lies in research and development management and sales. Management is the simplest part. Since the company is just starting, I can handle more tasks initially. We can gradually recruit or promote talents for procurement, manufacturing, distribution, and other areas. Sales are manageable too. These people have previous sales experience. We can temporarily manage them together and form a team to start working. The main challenge lies in research and development. Does our company have products? How much are we prepared to invest in research and development? This is a crucial question. Jiang Lihai looked at Chen Shen. This question was extremely important. In this industry, having core technology, such as formulas for food and beverages, is essential before starting. Jiang Lihai believed that Chen Shen should have this in place. However, one should always be prepared for the unexpected. If their boss was inexperienced and wanted to start without anything in hand, it would be a disaster. Recruitment would be in vain, contracts would be pointless, and even Jiang Lihai might have to pack up and leave. Don't worry. Chen Shen nodded and said, we have the formula, a unique product with immense market value. You can rest assured. The current focus is on setting up the factory, purchasing custom production lines, and sourcing raw materials. Jiang Lihai breathed a sigh of relief and said, these tasks are simple. I checked, our company's factory location is at Yueming Lake in Weixian County. The place is surrounded by mountains and water, an ideal location for construction materials in Weixian County. Transport is convenient and fast. Once the project is finalized, it won't take more than half a month to complete. So fast? Chen Shen was surprised. It's not that simple. Jiang Lihai shook his head and explained, initially, the factory building will be the first to be completed. It's just assembling steel structures, which is the easiest part. The time will mainly be spent on leveling the ground, laying out the factory area, and building the walls. Overall, we might be a bit rushed, but we can definitely start manufacturing in half a month. However, the staff dormitories and office buildings will take longer. Although our company is small and only requires a few 3 to 5 story buildings, it will still take a few months. Great! Chen Shen praised, "Since you are the general manager, I will give you the authority to build a beverage factory from scratch. As long as you do well, you don't have to worry about promotions or salary increases. This beverage company is just a small attempt for me. As long as you have the ability, I will provide you with a bigger platform in the future to showcase your ambitions." Zhang Lihai was moved by Chen Shen's words. He had some speculations. Why was his boss so casual? Why did his boss seem so indifferent? Of course, he must be a second-generation entrepreneur or have a significant background. This company might seem like a plaything, but it could very well be just that. The boss could play around, but he couldn't. He had to perform well. If he performed well, Zhang Lihai took a deep breath, feeling a surge of passion. "Boss, rest assured, whether it's big or small, I will make everything clear for you. Just watch my performance." Wow! Chen Shen looked at him in surprise. Did this guy trust himself so much? But this was ultimately a good thing. After some thought, Chen Shen said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you. Tomorrow, take people to Weixian County. Do whatever needs to be done. I'll provide you with 50 million. I want to see the factory set up next month, and the filling production line that a normal beverage company should have must be ready too." Don't worry. 50 million. Just for building the factory and buying the production line. This was no longer a small factory. Was he playing on such a large scale for fun? What kind of confidence did the boss have? What kind of background, and how strong was his family background? Zhang Lihai became more and more excited. For accommodation and meals, just go directly to her for reimbursement. At this moment, Chen Shen pointed to Lu Wangshu and said to Zhang Lihai, "Yes, boss." Zhang Lihai quickly got up and asked Lu Wangshu for contact information. Lu Wangshu's eyes were quite strange, and she also noticed that Zhang Lihai seemed to have misunderstood. However, since the matter of the loan involved many complexities and could not be made public, she did not say much. After the business was discussed, Chen Shen left with his people, leaving everything to Zhang Lihai. Even the next day when Zhang Lihai took people to Weixian County, Chen Shen did not go to see them off, just reminding them over the phone. 2 days later, 80 million loan was credited, and Lu Wangshu handled everything, with Chen Shen only signing the documents at the final moment. And then, a few days passed. Finally, on the night of June 30th, in the rental house, Chen Shen put down his phone and walked towards the bedroom. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang in the living room exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. They had been following Chen Shen for many days, and he did not seem like a wealthy person at all, but rather like an ordinary person. Apart from spending more on food and drinks, everything else remained the same. He still lived in this rental house, did not buy a car, as if he had lost interest in cars. Even on regular days, he was just like them, enjoying lying down and browsing his phone, watching cute girls, and interesting short videos. He never slept before midnight and never got up before noon. Even the 2 former special forces he brought along had their routines disrupted, with irregular sleeping patterns now. Little did they know, Chen Shen did not buy a car because of limited funds. He couldn't afford a good one and didn't bother with a mediocre one. Watching short videos and playing games was just for his own enjoyment. Staying up late was nothing out of the ordinary. The reason he returned to his room early today was solely because it was time for the points to be credited. 8,000 points, the foundation of everything. Asterisk ding. Asterisk, a notification sounded in his mind. Then, a series of prompts appeared before Chen Shen. This month's settlement begins. Settling. Settlement completed. Congratulations, host, with a debt of 80 million, you have earned 8,000 points. Finally credited. Chen Shen smiled, opened the redemption store, and selected the cheapest technology. He chose the healthy water quality enhancement technology and clicked on redeem. Redemption successful, deducting 5,000 points, balance 3,000 points. A surge of data entered Chen Shen's mind. It was as if he inherently understood it. Those data were not something a normal person could comprehend, but Chen Shen could effortlessly grasp the information they contained. Just as Chen Shen had guessed, the healthy water quality enhancement technology was not just about purifying water. Water purification did not require much technological expertise, but this was pure high-tech. According to the information in his mind, the so-called healthy water quality was the technology for producing drinking water for ordinary people in the Star River era. In the Star River era, humans colonized the stars, and water became a scarce commodity. There were many planets in the universe, but few contained fresh water, and even fewer had water suitable for human consumption. Hence, the healthy water quality enhancement technology was born. The water produced by this technology is not just fresh water or purified water. It is purified first, then infused with trace elements of up to hundreds of substances using a unique formula, allowing the water to contain energy and a self-circulating biological energy bacterial group. The core lies in this biological energy bacterial group. This biological energy bacterial group will automatically reproduce, achieve self-circulation of water quality, and prevent the water quality from deteriorating even if stored in a worship for decades or centuries. The longer it is stored, the longer the optimization process of self-reproduction of the bacterial group, the sweeter the water quality becomes, and the more biological energy it contains. In simple terms, provide energy, cultivate the bacterial group reproduces and dies to produce biological energy, which can be perfectly absorbed by the human body. Not only the dead bacterial group, but the living bacterial group is also beneficial to the human body. It can enter the human body to optimize the body's water content and form self-circulation within the body, continuously providing trace amounts of biological energy in a short period. This slows down the rate of cell division in humans, slightly increases human lifespan, ensures sufficient biological energy in the human body, and significantly enhances one's spirit. The only drawback is that this biological bacterial group cannot adapt to the human body temperature and will die completely within a few hours. In simple terms, it is not afraid of low temperatures but is afraid of high temperatures. It can survive in icy conditions, but once the temperature exceeds 35 degrees, it will gradually die. What a great thing! Chen Chan's eyes lit up. This pure black technology, the only drawback being its susceptibility to high temperatures, requires cold chain transportation for preservation. However, compared to its advantages, this flaw is completely negligible. If the cost increases, just raise the selling price a bit. Chen Shen took out his phone and began searching for the necessary raw materials, all of which are quite common materials. The only difficulty in producing this type of water lies in cultivating the original bacterial group. A phone call was made. Hello? A sheep-like voice sounded, soft and gentle, as Lu Wangshu was still somewhat drowsy from sleep. Sleeping so early? Ha? Oh, boss, what's up? Lu Wangshu perked up. I need to rent a biological research lab for cultivating a special bacterial group. Handle it, and we'll start using it tomorrow. Chen Chan ordered directly. Cultivating the original bacterial group would take a week, and the factory at Moonlight Lake would probably be ready for initial use in about a week. In short, the timing was just right. Ha, me, you. Before Lu Wangshu could finish speaking, the call was already disconnected. Lu Wangshu clutched his head in frustration, roaring like a dragon. What's wrong? A knocking sound was heard. Nothing. Lu Wangshu, dressed in pajamas, opened the door, looking at his father who had just returned home from work. He poured a glass of water silently and said, "My boss, always coming up with surprises. He wants me to rent a biological research lab for some special bacterial group cultivation. I studied finance, why would I find a biological research lab for him? If you can't handle it, then quit." Lu Qiming rubbed his head, tossed the documents onto the table, took the water handed to him by his daughter, and said, "You bankers are really something, letting you be an assistant to someone. What kind of logic is that? I'll have Xiao Zhang give him a heads up." No. Lu Wangshu shook his head, saying, "I don't want others gossiping about me. Although Chen Chen is a jerk, he's actually pretty good to his employees. Good food, good drinks, not too complicated work, just that sometimes he comes up with unexpected requests. Forget it, I'll ask my classmates tomorrow. Ask Xiao Zhang." Lu Qiming set down the water glass, saying, "Dongjiang isn't a major province for scientific research, and there aren't many research centers. It's practically impossible to find one temporarily, and those places aren't something you can just borrow. Let Xiao Zhang help you inquire." "Alright." Lu Wangshu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That seems to be the only way. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what project is he working on? Why does he need a biological lab?" Lu Qiming brushed his teeth while asking strangely, "Sell mineral water." Lu Wangshu shrugged and said, "Who knows what he's up to this time, maybe he wants to sell probiotic drinks on the side? Is it true?" Lu Qiming stopped brushing his teeth, a bit puzzled by his deep thoughts, and said, "He already offended Yunhai Group, and now he wants to do the same business again? Is he crazy? What kind of deep hatred is this? You ask me, who should I ask?" Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, "It seems like there's something going on." Yunhai Group's Qi Yuming snatched his ex-girlfriend. Qi Yuming? Is he from the Qi family? Lu Qiming frowned. It's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Since the old man from the Qi family passed away, the Qi family has really declined from generation to generation. The next morning, Chen Chan rarely woke up early. He followed Lu Wangshu to the laboratory. It was indeed a professional biological laboratory, with most of the materials Chun Chen needed readily available, and the rest could be purchased directly. In the laboratory, after numerous adjustments and fermentation processes involving 17 different steps, the culture medium capable of nurturing the original bacterial community was finally born. By the time everything was done, it was already evening. Chen Chen deliberately placed the culture medium in a low-temperature environment and waited quietly for the bacterial community to emerge. The bioenergy bacterial community was a mutated or evolved species cultivated from various special bacteria found in human and animal bodies. Chen Chen spent half of the day cultivating and isolating this type of bacteria. It was not just about cultivation, it also required special methods to separate them from normal bacterial communities, or else it would be harmful. Only after a clean separation and then placing them in the culture medium for large-scale nurturing until the bacterial community proliferated significantly and achieved self-circulation could it be considered successful. After giving instructions to the staff, Chen Chen, feeling hungry, left with 3 others. As they walked out of the research institute's gate, Lu Wangshu found herself increasingly unable to understand Chen Chen. She thought it was all just a joke. She didn't expect Chen Chen to actually understand and be so professional, to the point that even the laboratory professionals were amazed. "Boss, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave work now," Lu Wangshu asked. Chen Chen rubbed his head and said, "No rush, have dinner first and then go back. Also, contact Jiang Lihai to purchase a large purification system. Our water quality must reach a sterile level." "Okay, anything else?" Lu Wangshu asked. "Purchase 20 refrigerated trucks, hire drivers, and also tell him that the bottling process must also meet sterile standards. Time is tight, so let him work a bit harder." "Understood." A week quickly passed. During this week, Chen Chen visited the laboratory every day to observe the bacterial community. Finally, one early morning, the bacterial community began to proliferate and die in large numbers. The original bacterial community entered self-circulation, and Chen Chen was overjoyed. After separating a portion, Chen Chen used sterile water and pre-prepared trace elements in the laboratory to ensure that the sterile water contained enough material energy, then added the separated small amount of bacterial community into it. After 3 hours of observation, confirming that the bacterial community showed no abnormalities and began to rapidly proliferate under the supply of material energy, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It worked! After a week of hard work, success was finally achieved. Chen Chen poured the water into sterile containers and walked out of the laboratory with a smile. "Did it work?" Lu Wangshu asked. Zhang Chang and Wang Gang were also somewhat expectant, eager to know what Chen Chen was up to. "It worked! Congratulations!" Although they didn't know what Chen Chen was doing, Lu Wangshu still congratulated him and then said, "Zhang called, saying the factory is ready for operation, asking when you'll go take a look? Let's go now." Chen Chen was excited. After working so hard for so long, he couldn't wait to completely resolve this matter. As long as the nutrient solution was sent to Weixian County and filled with a large amount of trace elements, the bacteria would multiply rapidly. "Zhang Chang, go get the nutrient solution, be vigilant all the way, this thing must not be lost, and the constant temperature box must maintain normal power supply at all times." "Yes, boss." "Wang Gang, go find a car, we're leaving now." "Yes, boss." The 2 men acted quickly, while Lu Wangshu curiously watched the sterile container in Chen Chen's hand. "Boss, is this probiotics?" Well, strictly speaking, it is indeed probiotics," Chen Chen pondered. This thing was a brand new strain of bacteria, and he hadn't thought about what to name it. Now thinking about it, calling it bioenergy bacteria directly? Not quite right. It sounds a bit like a biochemical crisis, which might deter people from buying it. If it's called probiotics, it seems plausible too. However, would that make it seem a bit low-class? After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen finally decided to combine the two and call it bioenergy probiotics. Soon, Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were ready. The group got into the car and set off for Weixian County. In Weixian County, on the side of Mingyue Lake, a huge factory had been completed, with only a few small buildings still under construction. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Lihai ordered a thorough cleaning. By the time Chen Chen and his group arrived, the entire factory had been completely transformed. Chen Chen followed Jiang Lihai into the factory building. Jiang Lihai said as he walked, "Boss, according to the design drawings, there are 2 large filling factories. According to your requirements, they have been transformed into sterile environments, which has significantly increased the cost. In addition, there is the original pulp factory, the sterile water production and transportation factory, and a new sterilization factory specifically for sterilizing filling containers. Because time was too tight, there was no way to customize it, so we had to let the subcontractor send people to make the modifications. Now, the modifications are basically complete, and we can inspect them today. At this point, Jiang Lihai was somewhat puzzled and said, "Boss, aren't we a food and beverage company? Why are we doing all this? Although you said it, I will definitely do it, but I really can't understand it. Not only has it increased the cost by nearly 3 times, but it's completely unnecessary. I feel that even for medical use, it may not meet this standard. What are we producing? We're producing this." Chen Chen placed the sterile container in Jiang Lihai's hand, resembling a thermos. Seeing everyone around looking puzzled, he explained, "We've never sold mineral water, you've got it wrong. We sell health products." "Ha?" Jiang Lihai was shocked and exclaimed, "Boss, are you kidding? We are a food and beverage company, we don't have the qualifications for this." The people around were also a bit confused. "No qualifications needed." Chen Chen smiled, "We sell it as mineral water, just at a higher price." This statement completely baffled everyone. So, in the end, is it still mineral water? Everyone was puzzled. Jiang Lihai, on the other hand, suddenly realized and said, "I get it, boss, you're just trying to create a gimmick, right? Selling products under the guise of sterility and health, in reality, it's just water, a profitable business without any investment, you're quite the businessman. Is it really that unscrupulous?" Everyone looked at Chen Chen with strange eyes. Chen Chen had black lines on his forehead, speechless, "You know nothing." Just then, the group arrived at the original pulp production workshop. Seeing the 2 huge pulp storage tanks in the workshop, Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction. All that was needed was to fill the sterile water into the tanks, then add a large amount of trace elements, and the bacteria would multiply rapidly. Then, it would be automatically mixed with sterile purified water at a ratio of 10,000 to 1, and a certain amount of trace elements would be added to the sterile purified water. The final product would be perfectly born. At this time, the engineers sent by Party B company had not left yet and were still conducting tests. Chen Chen paid them extra to make adjustments according to their own ideas, and the project was officially considered completed. "Come on." Chen Chen summoned Jiang Lihai and a few others, opened the sterile container in his hand, and because it had a heat preservation function, the bacteria inside had multiplied for several hours, making this firstborn product qualified. He asked Wang Gang to bring a few paper cups, poured a cup for each person. "This is our product, come, drink, taste it and you'll understand." There was a moment of silence, even a bit awkward. Lu Wanshu held the cup in his hand, hesitating to drink. Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were the same, they knew what it was, bacteria. Who dares to drink this damn thing? Although the boss said it was probiotics, it hadn't been tested by professionals or the market. If something went wrong after drinking it, it would be a disaster. On the contrary, Jiang Lihai and his 2 young men, unaware of the details, heard it was a company product and drank it without hesitation. Smack, smack their lips. In the admiring eyes of Lu Wanshu and the others, Jiang Lihai licked his lips and said, "It's slightly sweet?" "No, not sugary sweet, but a refreshing and not cloying clarity, although it's ultimately just water, it feels better than tap water." The young man beside him nodded, "No strange taste, besides a slight refreshing aftertaste, there's no other flavor. It would be strange if it did. This stuff is just sterile purified water, repeatedly purified and sterilized, no impurities, just pure water. If it weren't for the trace elements and bacteria mixed in, even that refreshing feeling wouldn't exist." They drank it all, and Chen Chen waited quietly. A few minutes later, their bodies began to feel something. Clear-headed. They felt a bit better, their bodies a bit stronger, not as tired as before. "Wow!" Jiang Lihai also felt something at this point, saying, "I feel cool all over, very energetic, clear-headed, limbs strong. Although it feels very weak, it's real." At this point, Jiang Lihai seemed to think of something, suddenly looked at Chen Chen, horrified. "Health supplement? Is this a banned substance?" Jiang Lihai couldn't help but think more. With such a significant effect, unless it was a hallucinogen, it could only be compared to adrenaline. Health supplement? That stuff is a scam. Not to mention whether it works or not, even if it does, it takes long-term use to gradually feel it. But this so-called company product, after just one sip, they felt something in minutes. If this isn't a banned substance, what is it? Jiang Lihai was horrified, and the 2 young men beside him were sweating profusely. Could it be? Did they go out to work, only to become drug dealers before they even got paid? That would be too unfair. On the other hand, Lu Wangshu, Zheng Chang, and Wang Gang, hearing how miraculous the effects were, hesitated slightly but also drank it. After all, Chen Chen had drunk it, so they weren't afraid. They didn't believe it was a banned substance, they had seen it with their own eyes these days. After drinking it, in just a few minutes, when the effects kicked in, the 3 of them also looked surprised and glanced at Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Jiang Lihai's uneasy eyes and couldn't help but smile. This is the company's product, absolutely not a banned substance. Chen Chen explained, this thing comes from my research on science. I accidentally discovered a mutated, or evolved, strain of bacteria that has the ability to absorb trace elements, material energy, and produce biological energy. Biological energy is not a power source, it's the energy needed by the human body. You can think of it as a mysterious vital energy, or as the energy needed for human movement. Normally, human energy needs to be generated by multiple organs, but this biological energy can directly supplement it. In short, it provides supplementary energy, purifies the body's water quality, briefly enhances the body's effects, not overexcitement, but a real enhancement. Really? Zhang Lihai asked urgently. Really? Then why sell mineral water? This is something that can change the world. Zhang Lihai paced back and forth, excitedly saying, will using it in large quantities turn people into superhumans? If this strain of bacteria is abundant in the body, can it prolong life? If it can replace organs to provide energy for the body, can it cure all diseases? Can it keep people on the brink of death alive indefinitely? Can it provide the energy cancer patients' cancer cells need? Hearing Zhang Lihai's words, those around him were also inspired, all becoming excited, breathing heavily as they looked at Chen Chen. No need to say more, as long as one thing is achieved, it will be something that shocks and changes the world. Lu Wanshu and Zhang Xianwan gang couldn't help but think of what Chen Chen said a few days ago. He wanted to start a technological revolution. Undoubtedly, if this thing really has this effect, then Chen Chen has done it. He has truly sparked a revolution in biotechnology. But it's a pity. Chen Chen shook his head. The genetic evolution liquid is undoubtedly related to this thing, but without a doubt, this thing is far inferior to the genetic evolution liquid. This is just one of the basics needed for the genetic evolution liquid. In the system mall, the genetic evolution liquid is extremely expensive, and the technology it contains is by no means as simple as just a technology to improve water quality. Becoming a superhuman is impossible. The human body has its limits, and it's impossible to enhance strength with this. No matter how much you drink, the effect will be the same, just lasting longer. If the bacteria are abundant in the body, theoretically it can prolong life, but this is impossible. This bacterial group must be kept at low temperatures. It will start to die above 35 degrees Celsius, and its presence in the body will not exceed 4 hours. If the body is in a feverish state, its presence will be even shorter. Of course, only a slight extension of life is possible. Drinking 6 bottles a day, keeping the bacterial group constantly present in the body, not only maintains clarity of mind in the long term but also enhances immunity, prevents diseases, because the body's water quality is continuously optimized. Theoretical lifespan will naturally be extended somewhat, and it can also improve physique, skin, and some suboptimal health conditions. As for curing diseases, forget about it. It can complement drugs to maximize their effects, but it cannot directly cure diseases. You have to understand, the biological energy provided by this thing can only have an auxiliary effect and cannot directly interfere with diseases. Using this thing on someone on the brink of death is also ineffective. Perhaps it can delay the inevitable, but it doesn't change the facts. And how can you think that providing energy to cancer patients' cancer cells is a good idea? Isn't that just accelerating the division of cancer cells? Chen Chen was quite speechless and finally concluded, this thing, to say it can change the world is impossible, but it can certainly shake the world. Its value is high, but not as outrageous as you think. That's enough. Zhang Lihai rubbed his hands excitedly, saying, this is enough for us to beat any beverage or health product on the market. This market is huge. Even if our costs are high, selling at a high price, moving away from the lower market, that alone is enough for you to become the richest person. Just with this? Zheng Chang couldn't help but ask. Although this thing is great, isn't it a bit far-fetched to become the richest person? Just with this? Zhang Lihai said excitedly, you simply don't understand its value. Undoubtedly, for the entire beverage and health product market, it's a game-changer, enough to shatter all competitors' fantasies. The crowd was stirred by his words, unable to calm down for a long time. Zhang Lihai was extremely excited, having failed in both love and career, but at this moment, he felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Don't mention him, even if it's a pig sitting in the general manager's position, under the drive of such a divine product, it would soon achieve great success and become a nationally renowned professional manager. Other employees felt that wealth was within reach. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, however, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Monitoring people was not their forte, especially when Chen Chen treated them so well. Now that Boss Chen's business was bound to succeed, they could peacefully work as bodyguards. As for Lu Wangshu, she was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Chen, she felt it was exaggerated. Like a dream. Could this despicable guy, who was about to have a career breakthrough, be for real? An 8 million loan seemed outrageous to her before, but now, she found Chen Chen even more outrageous. Thinking about the product, its effects, potential profits, and even the impact on the entire market and the chain reactions it would trigger, Lu Wangshu silently calculated in her mind. She had to admit that a mere 8 million was nothing. Once the product was exposed and sold, not to mention 8 million, even 8 billion or 80 billion, there would be plenty of people willing to invest. It seemed her days as an assistant were coming to an end soon. With these thoughts, for some reason, she didn't feel happy but rather a faint sense of loss. "Boss, when do we start production?" Jiang Lihai asked. "The sooner, the better." Chen Chen pointed to the original pulp storage tank and said, "I will cultivate the bacteria this afternoon, which will take about a night. We can start early tomorrow. I need a batch of products to attract investment and some product placements in the market. Or if we need to do any advertising, I leave it all to you. But within 3 days, I want to see our product in the market." He always remembered that debt was the primary force behind technological innovation. "I guarantee we'll get it done." Jiang Lihai was enthusiastic. He brought the two people behind him forward. "Boss, let me introduce them to you. Wang Feng, 30 years old, very energetic, has been busy with company matters recently, has a good grasp of management, and has been learning from the subcontracted engineers these days. He is very familiar with all aspects of our factory. I want to temporarily promote him to be in charge of the filling workshop, specifically responsible for the 2 major filling workshops. Our filling workshop is fully automated assembly line, requiring few employees. I have already obtained contact information from several labor intermediaries in Weixian County. We can temporarily recruit some laborers first. After the company is established, we can set up a dedicated human resources department for internal training and external recruitment. This is Zhao Qi, 28 years old, a professional salesperson, has been in charge of the market and sales department recently, works diligently, very proactive, has conducted extensive market research. It's just a pity that obviously, all that research is now useless." The two were a bit nervous. If it were before, they had their confidence, but now things were different. The opportunity for success was right in front of them, and if they didn't seize it, they would miss out on the most important chance in their lives. Just as they were about to show their worth, Chen Chen waved his hand and said, "I believe they can do it. The core issue now is the name of our product, packaging design, and pricing. Feel free to speak your minds and share your opinions. The cost of this thing." Jiang Lihai hesitated. Chen Chen thought for a moment, didn't speak directly, but said, "It needs to be stored at low temperatures. It's okay in winter, but now it's summer, and the storage time at room temperature depends entirely on the weather. So, let's not talk about production costs first. The storage costs alone are not low. So, boss, what is your pricing intention?" Jiang Lihai asked. "If it were you, how much would you not hesitate to pay for a bottle?" Chen Chen asked in return. "If it were me, to be honest, with such a miraculous effect, I would definitely buy it often if it's 50 yuan a bottle, but if the price is too high, then it's not feasible, not that it's not worth it, but I can't afford it. For me, 30? 30 is too cheap, a cup of coffee on the market costs more than 30. That's why I don't drink coffee." "Ah, I see." The crowd discussed fervently, and Chen Chen could see that they all thought the product was valuable, but due to their own consumption levels, the price was limiting. In general, the product is good, but if bought frequently, it's unaffordable. In other words, pricing this product is challenging. For the poor, 10 yuan is expensive, while for the wealthy, selling for over 1,000 wouldn't be considered expensive. Typically, the solution to this kind of situation is simple: target specific audience groups. However, this product is different from past situations. Its target audience is the entire market. "And you? What do you think?" Chen Chen looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu pondered for a moment and said, "I think you're overthinking it. Pricing and packaging don't need to be separated for study. I have 2 solutions. First, small cup, medium cup, large cup, extra large cup. Set different prices. As you said, the more you drink, the effect doesn't vary much, so there's no need for uniform packaging." "That's a good idea." The crowd's eyes lit up. "What's the second solution?" Chen Chen asked. "The second solution is even simpler." Lu Wangshu said somewhat embarrassedly, "You've all been vaccinated, right? Those small glass vials that hold vaccines, you just snap them open, like rifle bullets, called ampoules. The capacity of one vial is usually 1 to 25 milliliters. I think using that kind of packaging is good. Of course, those glass ones need to be heat sealed, which obviously isn't suitable for us, but there are plastic ones. We can easily buy some machines that can blow fill seal 3-in-1 directly. As far as I know, those things are sterile-filled, saving money and effort and allowing for better pricing. Stunned. The whole room was stunned. Everyone looked at Lu Wangshu in shock. Brilliant. Zhang Lihai applauded and said, "Why didn't I think of that? We're selling the effect, not just water itself, so the amount of water in a bottle is meaningless, the effect is what matters." Following Assistant Lu's idea, a bottle can hold a maximum of 25 milliliters, while a normal bottle of mineral water is 500 milliliters. We can easily divide it into 20 bottles to sell. Even if one bottle sells for 30 yuan, that's 600 yuan. Genius. Chen Chen also gave a thumbs up and said, "Lu Wangshu, I never expected you to be a genius. You're really wasted in finance, you should be a shrewd merchant. This method is great, solving both pricing and packaging issues. Keep up the good work, and when I make a fortune, I'll give you a big red envelope." Is the already prepared filling equipment wasted? Chen Chen asked again. Not at all. Wang Feng, in charge of the workshop, interjected, "Boss, because the final packaging hasn't been decided, some of the filling equipment hasn't been formally assembled. Right now, there's only the filling port. We can contact the subcontractor company and pay for modifications. How long will it take?" Chen Chen inquired. It's hard to say, but the subcontractor company specializes in modifications and is familiar with this area. If we rush, it shouldn't take more than 3 days. They haven't left yet, I can go inquire now. Go quickly. Yes. Wang Feng hurried off. The crowd praised Lu Wangshu, making the young girl blush. The only one feeling confused was Zhao Qi, in charge of sales. He had considered all sales methods, thought about various packaging designs, whether good or tacky, he had contingency plans for all of them, but he had never thought about how to sell a product packaged like small medicine bottles. Then, considering that the product could only be stored at low temperatures. Think about the exorbitant price of this thing again. It's impossible to sell it on the shelves of a normal supermarket, only in the freezer? And this thing seems to be only sellable to young people at first? Normal young people don't seem to buy it either. Only drunk people would? To open up the market, it seems that only bars? Nightclubs? Zhao Qi had already imagined himself in a dim nightclub, with wild music roaring, people hugging and dancing, and he and his people hiding in a dark corner. Brother, good stuff, want one? He shuddered violently. No, too scary. Isn't this still a banned substance? Will they get caught? He was uneasy, but no one cared about his opinion, as Chen Chen and a few others had already started discussing the name of the product. If it's a large bottle, we can come up with many styles of names, like some teas with a traditional Chinese style, or some electrolyte water with a sci-fi vibe. But for this small medicine bottle, what name should we give it? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Wangshu, feeling praised and eager to perform, spoke up, "I think biological energy is good. It's both sci-fi and simple. It sparks the imagination and is easier to remember." Interesting. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Zhang Lihai thought for a moment and said, "So what category does our product fall into? Health supplements? Mineral water? They don't really match. The former involves false advertising, and the latter, well, this kind of packaging is just plain funny." Then add a few more words. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it biological energy injection, also drinkable." Ah, this involves false advertising, boss. Zhang Lihai rubbed his temples and said, "An injection is for medical use, we're just selling mineral water." You're wrong. Lu Wangshu's eyes lit up. Calling it an injection doesn't mean it has to be a drug. We have sterile packaging that fully complies with injection standards. If people don't like drinking it and insist on injecting it, you can't stop them. Although there's a suspicion of misleading, as long as nothing goes wrong, no one will care. Nearby, Zhao Qi, in charge of sales, trembled. He felt that everything was developing in the direction he had imagined. They will definitely get caught, right? After finalizing the packaging and name of the product, it was time to set the price. The final price was set at 30 yuan. Although Chen Chen didn't care about the exact selling price, as Zhang Lihai said, a good product must have a good price. Even if there are discounts, it's better than being cheap. The group agreed, and Wang Feng also brought engineers. After both sides inspected and negotiated with Chen Chen's price increase, the other party said they didn't need 3 days, they would provide the drawings immediately, the company would rush the production, and it would be welded by noon the next day. For this, Chen Chen had to invest an additional 3 million yuan. Both sides were very satisfied and had lunch together at noon. Then it was time to cultivate the bacterial culture. By nightfall, the 2 large storage tanks in the original pulp factory were already filled with sterile water, with a large amount of trace elements added and the original bacterial culture already introduced. All that was left was for the bacterial culture to completely fill the entire storage tank by early the next morning after a night of growth. During this time, Jiang Lihai was somewhat worried and asked Chen Shen if the bacterial culture could be replicated, if people could cultivate it themselves and then imitate it. After much thought, Chen Shen gave an answer. The key to the reproduction of the bacterial culture lies in the trace elements. Although it can survive for a period of time without trace elements, it will gradually die off once the trace elements are depleted. In theory, the longer the bacterial culture reproduces, the more abundant the biological energy, but this is based on the premise that there are enough trace elements. In other words, unless someone has the method to manufacture trace elements like Chen Shen does, replicating this thing, although not impossible, would require some trial and error. With today's technology, it's at least impossible within the next 10 years. And in 10 years, this thing will no longer be important. That evening, Chen Shan and a few others stayed in the temporary dormitory area set up in the factory. The next morning, as the trucks arrived, the engineers from the subcontractor company rushed into the two large infusion workshops. Meanwhile, Jiang Lihai's various goods had also arrived. The three labor intermediaries had sent over 300 people in total, who, under Jiang Lihai and his 10-plus employees' command, began moving goods, adjusting machines, and providing instructions. By midday, over 20 refrigerated trucks had also arrived, and the newly hired drivers were taken by Zhao Qi for a meeting. At noon, boxed meals arrived, and after hastily eating, everyone began the inspection. The subcontractor company claimed the work was done perfectly, inviting them to point out any flaws and guaranteeing 3 years of after-sales service. After the subcontractor left, Chen Shen checked the proliferation of the bacteria and finally announced the start of production. The whole process went smoothly, and by evening, the first batch of products was completely finished. Chen Shen held the products packaged in aluminum foil vacuum bags, examining them closely. The silver aluminum bags were vacuum sealed, with a simple surface and a large line printed at the top: biological energy injection, oral, net content 25 milliliters. The back contained many small words, such as place of origin, company, production permit code, and more. The most prominent was the nutritional information because it was sterile water, pure water, with nothing else besides special bacterial strains and trace elements, resulting in 0% content per 100 milliliters from top to bottom. Next was the shelf life, stating that it could last 4 hours above 35 degrees Celsius and 3 years below 35 degrees Celsius, as the trace elements inside could support at most 3 years. Lastly, there were the precautions and ingredient list. The precautions were normal, mainly about refrigeration, consuming within 4 hours after opening, avoiding direct sunlight and heat, etc. The most absurd was the ingredient list: ingredients, water, and that was it. But there was no other way. There was no need to list trace elements, and special bacterial strains couldn't be listed, so only the conventional known ingredients were mentioned, leaving only water. Tearing open the silver aluminum foil vacuum bag revealed a plastic ampoule bottle, 10 in a row, priced at 300 yuan. Yes, that was the wholesale price, with a suggested retail price of 320 yuan. Taking one out, breaking the plastic seal, Chen Shen squeezed 25 milliliters of biological energy injection into his mouth and swallowed it. Soon, a refreshing feeling surged through him after a few minutes. The effect was the same, just slightly less potent, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that they could start selling. "Boss," the county called, saying they heard we've started production and asked when we would hold a company establishment celebration. They want to attend and show their welcome to incoming businesses. Jiang Lihai walked in and inquired. Chen Shen shook his head, saying, "You handle those matters, I only care about the results. Tell me, how much did we produce today, how much can we produce in a day, and how much profit can we make?" "Boss, when I tell you, you'll be shocked," Jiang Lihai said excitedly. "Thanks to assistant Lu's cunning and deceit, we now have both workshops working at full capacity. We can produce over 80,000 bottles in an hour. We've been producing for 5 hours this afternoon, and we've stored around 400,000 bottles. If we run 3 shifts, start the machines for 24 hours, we can produce close to 2 million bottles a day. 2 million bottles! If we sell them all, deduct taxes, the income will be around 50 million. 50 million in a day, boss, and after deducting costs, that's your net income." "Costs? What costs?" Chen Shen smirked, realizing that the production of trace elements cost next to nothing, not even a fraction of the profit. The bacterial strains were self-replicating, and apart from paying the employees, there were hardly any costs involved. "Alright, get me some finished products. I'm heading back to Young City. I'll leave things here to you. Whatever you need in the future, just go ahead and do it. I fully support you." Chen Shan started packing up. Zhang Lihai felt a mix of emotions, touched by the boss's trust in him yet feeling like he was in a dream. These days, he felt like he was floating even when walking, never quite grounded. But he knew this was reality, not a dream. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself, not disappoint the boss's trust, seize this opportunity, realize his own life's value, and show those who look down on him a thing or two. Outside the temporary dormitory area, in front of a pile of construction debris, Lu Wangshu kicked the stones on the ground, gritting her teeth, saying, "Dad, can't you stop worrying unnecessarily? I'm just on a business trip, just stayed out for one night, not dating that jerk. Why don't you believe me? Can I not worry?" Lu Qiming's voice came from the phone. "Your mom passed away early, I raised you single-handedly, I can't just stand by and watch you fall into a pit." Chen Chen is a bit extreme in his methods, unstable. If it was just that, it would be fine, but he took out an 80 million loan for revenge against Yunhai Group due to a relationship. It's neither rational nor reliable. If you were dating an ordinary person, I wouldn't say anything, but he's not suitable. I really didn't. Lu Wangshu wanted to say that Chen Chen wasn't playing around with mineral water, it was a godlike product, but involving company secrets. Although Chen Chen didn't mention keeping it confidential, no one dared to spread rumors. Lu Wangshu had her principles, so she couldn't say. She could only get frustrated and say, "Don't look at others with colored glasses, okay? That jerk is quite capable, not as unreliable as you say, very rational. I see, you say it's nothing, but you're already leaning towards him." Lu Qiming seized the opportunity to counterattack. Lu Wangshu, frustrated, hung up the phone on the spot. "What's wrong?" Chen Chen finished packing and was about to call someone when he saw Lu Wangshu walking over with a cold face. "Nothing, the old man is being too nosy." "Who?" Chen Chen was puzzled for a moment, then realized. "Your dad, right? Just because you didn't come home at night? Your dad is a pure daughter controller. What about your mom? Doesn't she manage him? My mom passed away many years ago. I'm sorry." Chen Chen suddenly understood Lu Wangshu's father's thoughts. Raising a daughter all by himself, and just this one child, if she were taken away by some punk, it would be a disaster. "It's nothing, I've long accepted it." Lu Wangshu shook her head. Chen Chen didn't say much more, some things couldn't be said. In this life, Chen Chen was an orphan, and in his past life, he was fooled by Jin Yulan, that bitch, because of a lack of love for a long time. With Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, the four of them set off for Wei County. Wei County was very close to Yong City, bordering each other, and they reached Yong City's urban area in just an hour. Chen Chen called Wang Yaozu. He hadn't contacted him earlier because he was waiting for this moment. No matter how good the talk was without products, it was just boasting. Having products was the key to attracting investment. There were too many things Chen Chen wanted in the system mall. He needed investment badly. Of course, not from an investment company, that would be taking shares, not debt. Chen Chen wouldn't let others take shares. Who would lend him money if they could just take shares? What he needed was personal investment. In short, a loan. He could offer high interest rates, but no shares, only borrowing. "Hello, Brother Chen? What a coincidence, I was just about to contact you. A few old buddies heard about your situation and insisted I take you out for a meal. Do you have time?" Wang Yaozu's hearty voice rang out. "Of course, I have time." Chen Chen smiled and said, "Perfect timing, my new product is also out. Brother, care to give it a try?" "Sure, it's a deal. I'll send you the address." The call ended, and soon an address was sent over, a high-end hotel in Yong City. Chen Chen informed the driver, Wang Gang, of the address, then looked at Lu Wangshu. "Shall I drop you off first?" "No." Lu Wangshu pouted, saying, "After a busy day, with a big meal to eat, you want me to leave? All right then. Got it." She's sulking with her dad. Understandable. Meanwhile, in an office, Lu Qiming felt increasingly stifled. He beckoned his secretary, saying, "It's about time, that girl should be heading home. Contact the security personnel at the mansion and see if she's left." "Yes, sir." Secretary Zhang nodded in response, secretly surprised at her leader's behavior, a first for her. On the other side, at Yunhai Group, Zhang Wanning handed a list of layoffs to Fan Wenping, saying, "Mr. Fan, we've dug up quite a few people this time, but it seems this round of layoffs has hit a nerve with the Qi family, and they're resisting quite strongly. Don't bother with them, they're like locusts after autumn." Fan Wenping sneered. Ever since the last incident, he had grown increasingly disdainful of the Qi family. After finally whitewashing his reputation, they still engaged in some sneaky maneuvers. Not a single one of them had a complete brain among the lot. "What about Chen Chen? How's he doing? It's been a while since I heard from him." Fan Wenping inquired while looking at the list. He still had some thoughts about Chen Chen. Even though the kid made millions, what if he still wanted to work? And, young people, they might get restless after a while of idling. When the time comes, bringing him back would be a good move, whether for work or to annoy the Chi family. There is news, but Zhang Wanning's expression turned strange. What is it? Fan Wenping was curious. After that incident, not only did he make millions, he also borrowed 80 million from the Yong City branch. Zhang Wanning gestured. 80 million? Fan Wenping was surprised, then shook his head, saying, this kid is quite something. I was thinking of bringing him back, but turns out he started his own business. What industry is he in? Selling mineral water. Zhang Wanning's expression grew even more peculiar. What? Fan Wenping was shocked, saying, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Him? Mineral water? How dare he not only embarrass us but also kick us in the butt? It's true. Zhang Wanning was also quite speechless, saying, out of curiosity, I did some investigation. It seems he already has a finished product. Tonight, Wang Yaozu arranged a dinner, and one of my friends is attending. He mentioned that tonight's star is Chen Chen, and that Chen Chen will bring a mysterious product. Let's go. Fan Wenping dropped the file, stood up, and said, let's go take a look. But Zhang Wanning hesitated, saying, even if he's in this industry, he's just starting out. If we go over like this, won't it be giving him too much face? There are already rumors flying around, and now that things have just calmed down, if you go, we must take our opponents seriously. Fan Wenping solemnly stated, then left. Zhang Wanning watched his back, shaking her head slightly. She felt that Mr. Fan was overthinking things. He was purely overthinking. There's no such thing as a strategist planning every move, it's all about chance and coincidence. But since Mr. Fan had spoken, she naturally had to follow. Yong City Dragon Peace International Hotel. Chen Chen and a few others got out of the car, followed the waiter's directions, and soon arrived at the private room Wang Yaozu had mentioned. The room was indeed spacious, with enough space for 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The luxurious decorations shone brightly under the lights, exuding extravagance. Wang Yaozu and his companions were smoking, chatting, and drinking tea. Upon seeing Chen Chen's arrival, Wang Yaozu immediately stood up, smiling as he embraced him and said to everyone, our protagonist is here, this is Chen Chen, our dear brother. Truly a talented individual. A young talent. A very bright young man. I have high hopes for you. Old Wang has talked about you over and over again. My ears are tired of hearing it, finally meeting you in person. Come, have a seat. Everyone stood up to greet, all men, about 7 or 8 of them, creating a lively atmosphere. On one side of the private room, there was another smaller room with the door open, where both men and women were present, evidently the exclusive spot for the secretaries and drivers of this group of bosses. Lu Wangshu seemed familiar with such scenes. After greeting Chen Chen, he took Zheng Chang and Wang Gang to the other room. Wang Yaozu, on the other hand, led Chen Chen forward. Come, brother, let me introduce you. This is Lu Changwei, the branch manager of Yongqing Bank. This is Sun Hai, the general manager of Hangyuan Securities. This is Zhao Shan, the boss of Longan International. This is Liang Chaochuan, the general manager of Yonghua Construction. And this. The several people Wang Yaozu introduced were either companies Chen Chen had heard of or had recently learned about. Lu Changwei was probably the unfortunate guy who helped him with the large transaction. Sun Hai from Hangyuan Securities was a big guy. Zhao Shan, the boss of Longan International, was the owner of this 5-star hotel they were in. Longan was a chain of hotels, with quite a few branches outside the province. As for the others, Chen Chen was not very familiar with them. They didn't seem like they would lend him money. He went forward to greet each one of them. Wang Yaozu smiled and said, brother, I heard you borrowed 80 million to start your own business. What kind of business are you doing? Where is your new product? Show it to us. I've been waiting for this moment. Chen Chen chuckled, my product will definitely shock you, leave you speechless. Just to make it clear, I'm in urgent need of money, but once my product hits the market, it will be a gold mine. You don't have to worry about me not being able to repay. I can offer high interest loans, so you better invest in me. Everyone understood his words. All of them were businessmen, and they were cautious about investing in companies, fearing that real money would turn into worthless shares. However, lending money to manage their own companies was a different story. This indicated that the borrower had confidence in the money-making ability of their own company and was not planning to sell shares at a low price. This also indicated that the company had great potential. Inside the private room, everyone became interested. Show it to us, since you are so confident. As long as the product is reliable, we're in. Our bank can also provide a batch of loans. Hangyuan Securities is also very interested. Everyone spoke up, giving face to Chen Chen. He didn't say much and directly took out a stack of biological energy injection from the insulated box he brought. 1 bag for each person. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, everyone was puzzled. What is this? Using an insulated box? Isn't that high-tech specialized equipment? As they took the product in their hands, their expressions became even more puzzled as they looked at the packaging, the instructions on the back, and so on, leaving everyone confused. Brother, I really don't understand. What is this? Wang Yaozu voiced the question on everyone's mind, and the others all looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen tore open the packaging, took out a biological energy injection, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Trust me, try it and you'll understand. Come on, twist it open, and drink." With him taking the lead, the others followed suit. However, as they looked at the substance resembling medicine in their hands, some hesitated. Is this for real? But according to the packaging, it was ultimately a beverage, even though this beverage was unusually small and looked quite unique. Could it be artificial sweetener? Syrup? Seeing Chen Chen drink it, they hesitantly put it in their mouths. Soon, the room fell silent for a few minutes. Suddenly, someone stood up and exclaimed unbelievably, "This feeling. It's a bit magical. What is this? Isn't it a bit exaggerated?" Everyone started to speak, filled with doubt and astonishment, sensing something unusual about themselves. After the general manager of Yonghua Architecture, Liang Chaochuan, had a changeable expression, he said, "I need to use the restroom." "Bro, what is this?" Wang Yaozu and the others were extremely curious and shocked, a vague speculation forming in their minds. Chen Chen smiled and said, "How about my company's new product? Impressive, right? It's hard to say if it's good or not, after all, I haven't tried it before." Wang Yaozu hesitated, but, bro, this thing, it's illegal, isn't it? Why would it be illegal? Chen Chen smiled, "This is brand new, never seen before. If you insist it's illegal, then I'm not happy about it. There's no law that explicitly prohibits this thing." Gasp! The group exchanged glances, faces full of shock. Brand new? Never seen before? What about its production volume? And the selling price? Vice President Lu's hand holding the cup was trembling. "We can supply 2 million units a day, each for $30. Chen Chen held up 3 fingers. Hiss! The group gasped in shock. Someone turned pale, stood up shakily, and said, "Sorry, feeling a bit hypoglycemic, I need to take some medicine first." Seeing this, others also wanted to leave, but looking at Chen Chen's shining eyes, they hesitated for a moment. What if he had a gun? Damn it, it's all Wang Yaozu's fault, I hate him. The group glared angrily at Wang Yaozu. "Shall I elaborate on this thing? How much can you lend me?" Chen Chen inquired. "No." Wang Yaozu forced a smile, feeling uneasy under everyone's gaze. "Bro, let's eat first, we're all hungry, we can talk slowly after eating." "Sure." Chen Chen felt something was off, but as a guest, he could only go along with the host's wishes. Later, Wang Yaozu called for the dishes to be served. Soon, the table was filled with exquisite dishes, everyone raised their glasses, Chen Chen didn't refuse, and he clinked glasses with everyone, thinking about these would be his future creditors. But what he didn't expect was that not even 20 minutes after eating, the door was suddenly kicked open. Boom! Everyone was startled. Then a group of law enforcement officers armed to the teeth with flashlights and pistols rushed in. Everyone stood up, pointing fingers at Chen Chen in unison. Chen Chen was handcuffed in confusion. Then they heard someone shouting, "There are 3 more in the other room. What's going on? Why are they arresting us? It's a mistake." The roaring voices of Zheng Chang and Wang Gang brought Chen Chen back to his senses. Chen Chen quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." "Shut up." Liang Chaochuan, who had been in the restroom for half an hour, jumped out, looked disdainfully at Chen Chen, and said, "Do you know who I am? I used to be in the drug enforcement team before going into business. You're done for, kid. I've recorded everything, developing a new type of contraband, producing 2 million units a day, selling for only $30. Are you trying to dominate the global contraband market? You're dead, punk. With your size, you'll need 300 pounds to be shot, and the bullets will weigh 150 pounds. Damn it!" Chen Chen glared hatefully at the old man. He never expected that the old man would report him after just taking a sip. "Can I make a phone call?" At this moment, Lu Wangshu calmly spoke, his serene demeanor leaving the surrounding people somewhat puzzled. "No!" The law enforcement officers immediately refused, leaving Lu Wangshu speechless. The 4 were escorted away, with people on the street pointing and whispering, especially a man and a woman standing in the hotel lobby, both looking incredulously at the scene. "Him? Manufacturing and selling contraband? He sells mineral water, doesn't he?" Fan Wenping looked at Zhang Wanning in shock. Zhang Wanning was also surprised, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "I had no idea." "Find out quickly." "Okay." Soon, Zhang Wanning hung up the phone and absent-mindedly said, "He must be using the guise of selling beverages to develop a new type of contraband. It is said that the daily output reaches as high as 2 million units. Wow! Fan Wenping was amazed, murmuring, unprecedented, this kid is truly talented. If he isn't caught, wouldn't he easily dominate the global contraband market? This is a major case, no, it's a huge case. Now the whole Dongjiang will be famous, and this kid's name will definitely be on the news tomorrow. Name: I'm innocent, there's no contraband, it's just a beverage with no side effects. Be honest. Name: Chen Chen. Age: 25. Soon, due to Chen Chen's non-cooperation, the interrogation ended. Get in. Chen Chen was locked up in the detention room of the enforcement agency, a large room converted with iron bars, mostly empty except for one small room where a fat man was lying on the ground. Brother, how did you get in here? The fat man turned to ask. Selling beverages. Chen Chen was speechless. Coincidentally, I sell sugar. The fat man was somewhat angry, saying, damn it, I just sold some sugar at a higher price, so what? Is it illegal? Why arrest me? Is it true? Chen Chen was astonished, saying, you get arrested even if the price is high? Don't scare me. How much do you sell your beverages for? The fat man asked. 30 yuan per bottle. Although it's a bit expensive, it's not outrageous. Why were you arrested? The fat man was even more surprised, saying, how much is in one bottle? 25 milliliters, Chen Chen replied. Damn! The fat man was shocked, saying, you're even more unscrupulous than me. Selling a milliliter for almost a yuan, are you selling gold? My rock sugar is only a few hundred yuan per pack. Shut up, no communication allowed. At this moment, two law enforcement officers with guns stopped their conversation, one of them staring at Chen Chen. Don't play tough, developing a new type of contraband, with a daily output of up to 50 tons, no one can save you. What? The fat man was shocked again, exclaiming, are you serious? New contraband? 50 tons per day? Are you some kind of master chemist? I didn't do it, don't make baseless accusations. Chen Chen couldn't explain, but he also knew he would be fine, so he remained calm. Half an hour passed, and voices were heard, a group of people with black hoods being brought in and handcuffed in a row against the bars. After the hoods were removed, the group quickly stood up and protested their innocence. But at that moment, one of them looked at Chen Chen, who glanced back and quickly turned away. Boss, don't hide, boss, I saw you. Zhao Qi grabbed the railing excitedly, saying, boss, please explain to them, we are innocent. Oh boy. Chen Chen covered his face, all the salespeople from the company, not a single one escaped, all were arrested. You were just protesting your innocence, now even your little brothers are here. The fat man stood up, looking alert. Damn it! Chen Chen was completely speechless. Meanwhile, in a solemn and dignified office building, a hurried knocking on the door was heard. Lu Qiming frowned and said, come in. Secretary Zhang rushed in, sweating profusely, and before Lu Qiming could speak, he urgently said, leader, something has happened. Miss Lu has been arrested in large quantities for allegedly developing a new type of contraband and selling it in large quantities. What? Lu Qiming was first surprised, then his brow furrowed. Impossible, that girl would never do such a thing. It's true. Secretary Zhang wiped his sweat and said, Miss Lu revealed her identity, and the law enforcement department urgently contacted me. Do you think? Think what? Lu Qiming looked at him coldly. Secretary Zhang hurriedly said, that Chen Chen, who likes to be unconventional, could he have gotten into trouble, implicating Miss Lu? Lu Qiming's face changed at the mention of this. Although that kid is unconventional, he wouldn't go to such extremes, right? Let's go and take a look. But sir, your identity. In a situation like this, once it's confirmed, what identity matters? Hurry! Yes. That night, tensions rose. Early the next morning, Chen Chen was awakened. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. The head of the law enforcement department smiled broadly, along with a group of people, opened the doors of Chen Chen, Zhao Qi, and others. Holy crap! The chubby guy next to him groggily opened his eyes and saw the scene, immediately got up and grabbed the railing. He can get out too? What kind of background is this? What did he do? The head furrowed his brow, asking the law enforcement officers beside him. He disguised rock sugar as contraband for sale. Although it's not illegal, it's suspected of fraud. The deceived parties can't press charges, and we don't know how to handle it, so we had to detain him for now, the law enforcement officer helplessly explained. It's a mistake, leader, I'm a good person. I was arrested after selling only a few, the suspected amount is not even 3,000 yuan, it's unreasonable to be imprisoned. The chubby guy kept protesting. The head massaged his temples, just having had a big misunderstanding. He was worried this guy would cause trouble again, affecting the situation, so he could only say helplessly, release him. Thank you. The chubby guy was overjoyed. He followed the others out of the prison and ran off. As Chen Chen walked into the hall, he happened to see Lu Wangshu. She was standing next to a middle-aged man holding a biological energy injection, talking to someone. Two elderly men beside them were extremely excited, their hands and feet trembling. "Boss!" Lu Wangshu waved. Everyone looked at Chen Chen, and the two elderly men quickly approached him. "Are you the developer of the special bacterial strain of biological energy? You're so young, it's unbelievable. Who are you?" Chen Chen was puzzled. "I'm Chen Jian, a professor at Yongcheng University Medical School, the head of epidemiology at Yong University Affiliated Hospital, and the director of the infectious disease department." One of them spoke first, then introduced the elderly man beside him, saying, "This is Professor Su Deyuan, who recently gave a lecture at the biology department of Yongcheng University." Professor Su is a top scholar in our Longbo microbiology community, a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Microbiology, and one of the leaders of the national-level biological laboratory. Wow! Chen Chen looked at the two men in amazement. It was inevitable that the special bacterial strain of biological energy would shock the world, but how could it attract the attention of such prominent figures in such a short time? "Young man, can we have a conversation?" Professor Su Deyuan was very excited and said, "The bacterial strain you discovered is amazing. It's a groundbreaking discovery that will shake the entire world. Last night, we conducted a preliminary study on this bacterial strain and found that its appearance will have a huge impact on today's scientists. There are many research directions related to this, and it can be said that this new variant bacterial strain has opened up a whole new track for biology today." "You're too kind." Chen Chen nodded slightly and said, "We have conducted very in-depth research on this bacterial strain. I can tell you for sure that while its appearance will cause a stir, it will not open up a whole new track." He briefly explained the characteristics of the bacterial strain to Professor Su, who looked somewhat disappointed. However, soon Professor Su's eyes lit up, saying, "Is there a possibility of the bacterial strain mutating again? Not to mention, if the strain can withstand a temperature increase of 10 degrees in its living environment, this thing could directly change the world, alter the physique of all humanity, and achieve comprehensive human evolution." "Of course, that's impossible." Chen Chen shook his head inwardly. The technologies he exchanged from the system mall were mostly mature, indicating that this strain was unlikely to undergo a second mutation. Therefore, it couldn't bring about evolution for humans. It could only be used as an auxiliary material for genetic evolution liquid. But Chen Chen certainly wouldn't put it so bluntly. Instead, his eyes lit up as he said, "As you know, I run a company, so I definitely don't have the energy to invest in this research. How about our company collaborates with you on this research?" "Great!" Professor Su exclaimed, rubbing his hands excitedly. He continued, "I'm not a greedy person. Your discovery is groundbreaking and will attract global talent once I take over, benefiting our research immensely. I can promise that any results we achieve will be for our own use only. Any profitable activities will require your authorization to proceed, and all profits, after deducting costs, will be yours." "Thank you, Professor Su." Chen Chen beamed with joy. This old man was reliable, making him feel a bit embarrassed. This was a typical case of seeking knowledge and fame rather than profit, solely focused on scientific research and unconcerned about additional gains. Undoubtedly, although the special strain couldn't be used directly as an evolution liquid, it held significant research value. With proper development, the subsequent profits would undoubtedly be substantial. So, Chen Chen pondered and said, "I won't invest in our collaborative projects for now, you will bear the costs temporarily. However, I can promise that any future profits from our research will allocate 20% as pure profit for research and development, at your discretion." Thank you. Professor Su shook Chen Chen's hand gratefully. There was no doubt that the new strain, Chen Chen's unique formula, had attracted many institutions willing to fund his research. Professor Su's willingness to forego profits was to secure this project. Real scientific research always involved far more failures than successes, and he was prepared for significant losses. But now, with Chen Chen offering 20% of the profits, there was no possibility of loss. It was a win-win situation. Of course, Chen Chen wouldn't lose either. He could just sit back and count the money. As for conducting the research himself, that was out of the question. He would rather find ways to borrow more money with his time. The biological energy strain was insignificant compared to the technologies in the system mall. "Director Chen." At this moment, Chen Jian couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Director Chen, our medical department also needs this strain. Your biological energy injections will greatly assist our treatments in many aspects. We also have relevant laboratories at Yongda Medical College, a national key laboratory. We would like to collaborate as well." Can you give us a chance? Of course. Chen Jian quickly added, our conditions are the same as Professor Su's. Moreover, Yangda Affiliated Hospital is under Yangda Medical College, and we are not lacking in funds. We don't need research funds, we just need a cooperative partnership. Chen Jian had already experimented with the medical applications of the special strain last night, and the results were astonishing. He knew that Chen Shen didn't need to collaborate with them because they could directly sell it as a beverage, and they would have to buy it. Moreover, for better clinical results, they would have to conduct research at their own expense. So he didn't dare ask for research funds, he was just grateful for the opportunity to collaborate. As long as we get the cooperation, the Yangda Affiliated Hospital and Yangda Medical College will surely stand out and become the most outstanding in the medical field. Chen Shen had long thought of selling the biological energy injection as a health product, and naturally knew Chen Jian's thoughts. But it didn't matter. He was the one running the company, so he didn't value such titles that much, and it was a good thing to cooperate. Firstly, with the reputation of Yangda, it would be easier to sell the biological energy injection, without worrying about rumors. Secondly, cooperating with such an institution could bring many hidden benefits to the company. For example, Mr. Chen Jian suddenly raised the stakes and said, as far as I know, your Starcy company has just been established, and many welfare benefits may not be perfect yet, right? After becoming a partner, the employees of your company can come to Yangda Affiliated Hospital for free regular checkups. In the future, they and their family members can also use the internal employee channel for medical treatment. This is a benefit exclusive to our hospital, and I can directly share it with the partner. Happy cooperation. Chen Shen shook hands with Chen Jian, who immediately smiled. After talking with the two of them, Chen Shen looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu was standing next to a middle-aged man, looking like a lady. That must be her father. Chen Shen approached and shook hands, saying, Uncle, hello, hello. He. Lu Qiming looked Chen Shen up and down, half smiling, and said, Mr. Chen, you've been busy all night, but you seem full of energy. Is he criticizing me? Chen Shen glanced at Lu Wangshu and thought to himself that he had kept the girl up all night, and now she was probably worried about the new band product development charge. So he quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't consider it well. I should have sent assistant Lu back last night. Lu Qiming's expression improved a lot, patting Chen Shen's shoulder and saying, forget it, the child has grown up, a bit of rebellion coming late. You kid, keep up the good work. I've seen the product, it's good stuff. As long as you keep moving forward steadily, the future is limitless. You flatter me. Chen Shen nodded repeatedly, then saw everyone off. Outside the law enforcement agency gate, Zheng Chang and Wang Gang were already waiting. Chen Shen got in the car, took out his phone, and dialed Wang Yaozu's number. Hello? Wang Yaozu's cautious voice came through. It's me. Chen Shen said speechlessly, old dang, what's the situation? You invited me for a meal but ended up getting me in trouble, right? Brother, you're out? Wang Yaozu was shocked, thinking it was the law enforcement calling him, and quickly asked, how did you get out? I've told you guys 100 times, it's not a banned product, it's a brand new product. Chen Shen said impatiently. Oh, this. Wang Yaozu was embarrassed for a while and said, misunderstanding, I'm really sorry. How about this, brother, you go back and rest first. Tonight, I'll set up a gathering, we'll meet again, I'll have Liang Chaochuan's grandson serve you tea and apologize in person. Skip the tea serving. Chen Shen rolled his eyes and said, I'm busy for a short time, the product is too amazing, the academicians from the Academy of Sciences have come knocking, and even Yangda Medical College is seeking cooperation. We won't be meeting for a while, I'm just calling to let you know. After that, Chen Shen hung up the phone. This whole thing was a big misunderstanding, and Chen Shen wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge against others for it. Those people were all moneybags, future creditors, and Chen Shen wanted to maximize his benefits. A gathering was impossible, but if they came to him with money, Chen Shen wouldn't be polite either. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Wang Gang suddenly said, Boss, why don't you give Director Zhao a call too? Last night, after the law enforcement officers interrogated us and contacted President Zhao, we didn't know what to say when we came out. We haven't been in touch since then, and President Zhao must be under a lot of psychological pressure right now. Is the psychological pressure high? Too high. At this moment, in Zhao Jiangwo's home, with red eyes from staying up all night, Zhao Jiangwo had already hung the rope. Lao Zhao, don't give up. The plump young woman wailed, holding onto Zhao Jiangwo's arm. Zhao Jiangwo, in agony, covered his face with one hand, the other pulling the rope. It's my fault. I was too eager for progress. One wrong step, and it's a deep abyss. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lent money to that kid. It was already a violation. I was cautious, but never expected he would turn to drug production. Damn it, 80 million, 50 tons in a day, he's a god, a lunatic. No wonder he wasn't satisfied with a profit of 10 million, he had to borrow 80 million at high interest. I was wondering, what kind of business could make so much money? What kind of business could make him so confident to get a loan? I thought he was an idiot for selling mineral water. Turns out, I'm the idiot. No, please. The plump woman cried out, let's give up. Let go of everything. Let's leave now, as long as we're all safe. Stop trying to persuade me. I have to bear this alone, or it will ruin Hu Shao, and we'll all be finished. Only when I'm gone, can you all live a good life? Let it be. I'm tired. Let it all end. Zhao Jiangwo closed his eyes in despair. And at that moment, the phone on the ground rang. The woman looked and said, it's Hu Shao. Quick, answer it. Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly picked up the phone and answered the call. President Zhao, help me arrange a meeting with Chun Chen. Hu Guangyu's voice sounded, somewhat surprised, somewhat emotional. Ha? Arrange a meeting with Chun Chen? How? That kid is still in prison, probably facing execution soon. No. Zhao Jiangwo suddenly realized, yes, Qin Chen is about to die. Hu Shao is subtly reminding me to go see Qin Chen in the underworld. I understand. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, saying in despair, Hu Shao, please take care of my wife and children. I don't seek wealth, just ensure they're not mistreated. What are you talking about? Hu Guanyu was puzzled. Why does this old man sound like he's about to die? I understand. Zhao Jiangwo said sorrowfully, Hu Shao, this matter will inevitably involve me. The 80 million was approved by me. I will take responsibility, rest assured, it won't affect you. Today I will hang myself, no one can stop me. Don't you dare, damn it. Hu Guanyu was forced to swear, urgently saying, your information is outdated, Qin Chen has been released, he's fine, it's not contraband, it's a groundbreaking product that will shake the world. Your 80 million was nothing, he'll earn it back in 2 days. I need you to help me arrange a meeting with him for business. Don't you dare really die. What? Zhao Jiangwo was shaken to the core, really? Absolutely. Hu Guanyu quickly explained, who could have guessed, that kid's mineral water isn't really mineral water, he's just selling a great product as mineral water, his factory's daily income reaches tens of millions, I have limited contact with him, so I wanted to ask you for a favor, to meet him, discuss business, see if there's a chance to get in early. At this point, Hu Guanyu was truly emotional. When he received the news last night, he was half scared to death. Damn, this young man borrowed 80 million to produce contraband. It's damn terrifying. 50 tons per day, not to mention him, if this is true, even his grandfather would pay a painful price. But never in a million years did he expect that, in just one night, the winds would change. It's not contraband, it's a damn good thing that can shock the world, 100% money-making good thing. Who the hell wouldn't want to take advantage and have a sip of the soup? As for eating meat, that's not very likely. Why? Zhao Jiangwo was puzzled and said, with your status, Hu Shao, isn't it normal to eat some meat? And with your help, his ship can sail smoothly, why would he need my assistance? Eat shit. Hu Guanyu said speechlessly, I just found out that you, Zhao Jiangwo, are really something, giving the daughter of Lu Yicheng to someone as an assistant secretary. Is this how you aim to progress? Who? Lu Wangshu? The daughter of Lu Qiming, the chairman? Zhao Jiangwo couldn't believe it. Really? Lu Qiming, a figure much more influential than Hu Guanyu's family patriarch. The Hu family patriarch is just in charge, there's someone above him, but Lu Qiming is the top authority. In the whole East River, his word is law. As long as you know. Hu Guanyu said helplessly, and not to mention other aspects, just the new product Chun Chen has come up with is enough to draw attention from top to bottom. So using tricks is impossible. Have you ever seen anyone dare to reach out recklessly under the spotlight? And now with Chairman Lu's support, not to mention the East River, who in the whole country would dare to reach out recklessly? So, now it's about who puts in more effort. It depends on what Qin Chen wants. The difficulty of getting on this ship is not low. I understand. Zhao Jiangwo understood again and said, rest assured, I will do my best to arrange a meeting with him for you. Thank you, once it's done, there will be a generous reward. What? You want to lend me money? Qin Chen suddenly perked up, sat up straight, his eyes lit up. Manager Zhao, I still owe 80 million, are you sure you can lend me more? Look at you. Manager Zhao laughed heartily, brother, you are capable, even when there was no product, I dared to lend you 80 million, now that there's a product, let alone 80 million, 8 billion is fine. If it weren't for my limited authority, I would give you the whole bank. Wow, you really know how to flatter. Qin Chen was truly impressed, and said, alright, let's meet at my place in half an hour. Sure, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Manager Zhao and Hu Guanyu arrived together, and Qin Chen didn't feel surprised. The incident from last night had completely spread the fame of the bioenergy injection. Although not famous in the market, it had probably spread throughout the circles of capital and power. This was good news for Chen Chen. It was already mid-July, and he couldn't wait to borrow more money. The more he borrowed, the better technology he could exchange for next month, and the better he could boast and borrow money the following month. It was a cycle. Welcome, Chen Chen gestured, inviting the two to sit down. Zhao Jiangwo responded promptly, smiling all the way. For him, Chen Chen was no longer just a lucky poor boy, even young master who was eager to cooperate, he was already a big shot. Hu Guanyu looked at Chen Chen, who was still the same as half a month ago, and couldn't help but feel amazed. He had once marveled at this man's carefree demeanor, curious about his confidence, never expecting it to be so astonishing, truly earth-shattering. Leaving aside everything else, just the bioenergy injection product alone was enough for Chen Chen to reach the pinnacle of life and become a big shot. Not to mention the rumors that Chairman Liu was resentful towards this kid but also took care of him multiple times. There was no doubt that this kid had something to do with Miss Liu, otherwise, how could she treat him like this? A leap to the top. Hu Guanyu was envious. Lu Wangshu was someone he couldn't even dream of reaching. If he had known to work under Zhao Jiangwo, he would have rushed to please him long ago. I had only heard that Director Liu had a daughter before. It's a pity that Director Liu was transferred from Kyoto to Dongzhong to work. I thought his daughter was in Kyoto, but it turns out she's secretly working as a bank clerk in Yong City. Truly hiding in plain sight. Brother Chen. Hu Guanyu's attitude was very humble. In his view, without Lu Wangshu, Chen Chen would still be someone who could sit on an equal footing with him in the future. With Lu Wangshu, he would definitely be overshadowed. Brother Hu, please sit down. Chen Chen invited the two to sit, took out 2 bottles of iced black tea, and said with a smile, I haven't moved yet, there's nothing to drink at home, so how about this? Sure. Hu Guanyu smiled, every time I come here, Brother Chen, you help me reminisce about my youth. Zhao Jiangwo quickly took over and said with a smile, in my opinion, all teas taste the same, but I do like this iced black tea, it's sweet. Beside them, Zhang Chang and Wang Gang looked strange. They remembered clearly that when they were recruited, Zhao Jiangwo complained about iced black tea for a long time. To cut a long story short, I might be a bit busy today. Chen Chen smiled. Professor Su Deyuan from the Academy of Sciences is hosting a national-level biological laboratory to sign a cooperation agreement with our company, and there's also the Yongdi-affiliated hospital. So, I might need to go to Weixian to sign some contracts today. There will be reporters following, so I may not have much time to accompany you. I'll treat you to dinner separately later. No need to be polite, business comes first. Hu Guanyu was secretly surprised. He didn't expect someone to move so fast. Although not from the capital circle, it was obvious that once a press conference was held, it would be even harder to get on board. Brother Chen, I won't beat around the bush. We were very satisfied with our last cooperation, so this time I want to inquire if there is a possibility of continuing to work together? Hu Guanyu spoke, then added, as for the price, it's up to you. I won't bargain. Just give me a chance. I'm afraid it's not possible. Chen Chen shook his head, disappointing Hu Guanyu, but this was also expected. Of course, there is another investment method. I wonder if Brother Hu is interested. What method? Hu Guanyu's spirits lifted. Invest in me personally. Chen Chen pointed to himself and said, to be honest, Starcy Company is not short of money. It's very easy to get a loan, and financing is of no benefit to Starcy. Exchanging shares for the market is even more ridiculous. After all, this is a product that can crush the era. But I do need money. I have always liked research since I was young. I have studied various disciplines. I won't rely on the merits of Starcy Company to live off, so I need a large amount of money for research and expansion. The future profits of Starcy, you have probably calculated as well. Calling it a money printing machine would be belittling it. So, I need a large sum of money, the more the better, and I can pay a higher interest for it. Hu Guanyu was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Just borrowing money, no matter how high the interest, where could it go? For people like them, investing it would yield higher returns, although there would be risks. But his status meant the risks would be very low. The interest is very high. Chen Chen emphasized again. Hu Guanyu had a flash of insight and said, very high. What do you mean? Is it a pure credit loan? Without collateral? That's for sure. Chen Chen smiled, I've said that I need a lot of money to borrow, so it must be a very high interest loan, otherwise how could I borrow the money? Next, I will use the shares of Starcy Company for collateral loans, not borrowing from private lenders, only targeting banks. After all, banks have low interest rates, and they won't miss out on a sure profit. Once the shares are mortgaged, then I will borrow in my personal capacity, without collateral, the interest will naturally be very high. Wow! Hu Guanyu and Zhao Jiangwo were both shocked. Is this how it's done? They initially thought Chen Chen was similar to a mortgage loan, and were curious why he was willing to pay high interest rates instead of seeking a bank loan. However, they never expected that he was planning to borrow at all. How much money do you need in the end? Hu Guanyu exclaimed. The more, the better. Chen Chen took out a computer and started calculating. Currently, Starcy Company's daily profit is estimated at 50 million, monthly profit at 1.5 billion, and annual profit at 18 billion. Theoretically, with such high-quality assets, a valuation of $1 trillion is no joke. But obviously, even if a newly launched product has amazing effects and sounds great, the bank would never value my company at $1 trillion. After all, accidents can happen at any time. What if the technology leaks, or gets cracked? By that time, our company would have no value at all. Unless we have already secured the national health product market, the company would never be valued at $1 trillion. The risk is too high, having 100 billion would be good enough. So after borrowing from the bank, I have to resort to private credit lending. The more, the better. It depends on how the market values me personally, recognizes my product, and believes that lending out a certain amount won't lead to a collapse. 100 billion isn't enough? Hu Guanyu and Zhao Jiangwo were dumbfounded. Borrowing so much money? What is he planning to do? Cash out and run away? Could the product have some hidden risks unknown to others? Why is he doing this? What does he need so much money for? The two found it hard to understand Chen Chen's thought process. What kind of research project requires 100 billion? Is he planning to build an aircraft carrier? Little did they know, what seems like a groundbreaking new product to others is actually Chen Chen's way of maximizing profits through mortgage loans. $1 trillion is unrealistic, nearly a dream, no one dares to lend that much. But getting 100 billion is acceptable, that would be 1,000,000 points. A mere health water quality improvement technology costs only 5,000 points, what concept is 1,000,000 points? It can directly compete with various high-tech companies. This is Chen Chen's plan to reach the top in one step. Health water quality is not even on his mind. Brother, although I don't understand, I am deeply impressed. Honestly, I can't make the decision. So, I will go back and discuss with my family, and will contact you anytime. Hu Guanyu was shocked and took his leave. Zhao Jiangwo was also in a daze throughout. Clearly, the amounts involved were huge, and he couldn't make the decision. Chen Chen stood up to see them off, smiling. My conversation with both of you represents my intentions. If anyone asks, I understand. Hu Guanyu suddenly realized, no wonder Chen Chen treated him with such respect. He even suspected if his family really had tens or hundreds of billions. So, it turns out they were being used as messengers. Well, in a circle of power and finance, they were the best messengers. Admiration. Indeed, cunning as a fox, this is the same ruthless person who doesn't hesitate to take risks. What a pity. Yunhai Group's Fan Wenping was quite regretful. We shouldn't have left directly at that time. If we had shown enough goodwill, maybe there would have been a chance for cooperation. Is that possible? Zhang Wanning was surprised, saying, he has a grudge against us, how could he possibly cooperate with us? You're mistaken about that. Fan Wenping picked up the bioenergy injection on the table, saying, he doesn't have a grudge against us, it's the Qi family that does. For the entire Yunhai Group, the Qi family is just a small part. If we can reach a cooperation, do you think the higher-ups would hesitate to invest money to kick out the Qi family? He looked at the injection, then continued, our relationship with him at Yunhai Group is not bad. You have to look beyond the surface to see the essence. Not to mention the generous severance packages during layoffs, many employees in the company have good relationships with him. From a certain perspective, we have the advantage. But unfortunately, Zhang Wanning shrugged. Before getting a chance to cooperate, Capital won't spend a lot of money to kick out the Qi family. As long as the Qi family is with Yunhai Group, there is no chance for cooperation. It's a deadlock. Nothing is absolutely impossible. Let's wait for the right moment. Fan Wenping sighed slightly, then asked, just this one? Zhang Wanning rolled her eyes. 2, and 1 has been taken for testing. Don't complain about the quantity. I had to speak highly just to get these 2. You don't know, Wang Yaozu and his group are almost going crazy. Ha ha ha. Fan Wenping laughed heartily, gloating, yesterday, Chen Chen took the product to show them, clearly in need of money. That was the best moment to exchange money for connections, but they missed it. Instead of Chen Chen asking them for money, they ended up begging to give money. Joy and sorrow coexisted. At Longan International Hotel, in the same private room, smoke filled the air as several people sat with furrowed brows. Wang Yaozu looked serious. I told you Chen Lao Di isn't ordinary, but you didn't believe me. Now what? Not only did he come out unscathed, but I heard that major banks and capital are lining up to give him money. The others felt even more frustrated. Initially, it wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't make friends, it was fine. They were all wealthy individuals and naturally wouldn't rush to make friends. But now, it was different. He wasn't just anyone. There were no secrets in the circles of the powerful and the capital. Chen Chen's product was set to dominate the market, with limitless future achievements. What he sold would fly off the shelves, and it was a unique formula that wasn't patented. You couldn't accuse him of monopolizing the market because he didn't do it intentionally. If you could figure it out, you could sell it too. If not, it was your own fault. Missing the chance to befriend a future super-rich individual like him was unbearable. Not to mention the rumors that Chen Chen might be the son-in-law of Louis Chan. Damn, it was even more unbearable. Such a figure would be an unattainable presence for them in the future. It's all your fault, Liang Chaochuan. Someone slammed the table, exclaiming angrily. Being too clever for your own good. Now what? Liang Chaochuan kept silent, feeling frustrated. Although he wasn't wrong, it was just a misunderstanding and didn't offend the other party. But losing the opportunity to make friends weighed heavily on his heart. For him, Chen Shen's future financial resources and the resources that the Lu family could provide were crucial as a boss in the construction industry. They had just finished lunch, and it wasn't even 2 o'clock when there was a knock on the door. Wang Gang went to open it, and a group of serious-looking professionals appeared before Chen Shen and his two companions. They were dressed in sharp suits, with clear-cut features, exuding an elegant and dignified aura, giving off a sense of professionalism and competence. Mr. Chen, hello. Led by Wang Gang, the group entered the room, with over a dozen people crowding the rented house, seeming like there were still more outside trying to squeeze in. Leading the group were 4 middle-aged men. They introduced themselves. Mr. Chen, I'm Zhao Chunlei, representing the Industrial and Commercial Bank of East Zheng to discuss loan matters with you. Mr. Chen, I'm Zhou Chun, representing the National Bank. Mr. Chen, I'm Wen Shuai, representing the Agricultural Bank. I'm Lu Hui, representing the Construction Bank. Hello. Chen Chen nodded and greeted them, and both sides began discussing the loan matters. Zhao Chunlei was a competent middle-aged man, exuding a mature and uncle-like demeanor, slim and clean-cut with a square face. Mr. Chen, we understand the message you've conveyed externally. After discussions among several banks and capital sources, the 4 major banks have come to contact you. Let's talk about valuation, interest rates, and the maximum loan amount that can be provided. Chen Chen nodded. 200 billion. Zhao Chunlei smiled. Don't think it's too little. The product is good, but the risk is real. No one knows how long it will take to crack. This technology has no value without a monopoly. After our verification and communication, we can only value Shanghai at 200 billion, with an annual interest rate of 5%. We can provide a total loan amount of 200 billion, with a 1-year term. The loan will be jointly undertaken by our 4 major banks, with Shanghai's 100% shares as collateral. Of course, the key is that the special biological energy strain must belong to Shanghai and not to you. This meant that if Chen Shen couldn't repay the money after a year or if something went wrong midway, it would be like selling the formula of the special strain to the bank for 200 billion. In terms of value, it was just a year's profit. Even expanding production for 6 months would suffice, seeming like a loss. But that's not how the accounts were calculated. For Chen Shen, time cost was more important. Settlement was monthly, and the more money owed, the more points accumulated. From the capital's perspective, since the technology was born, it would inevitably be cracked, just a matter of time. Their investment was in how much market share Chen Shen could occupy before others cracked it and whether it would collapse later on. Very good. Chen Shen expressed satisfaction, even though there was some doubt in his heart. Shanghai now was just a broken factory, with the only value being the new strain. Why was the capital being so honest? There wasn't much bargaining between the two sides, and they signed the agreement on the spot. Mr. Chen, a pleasant cooperation. The loan will be transferred to your company's account tomorrow morning. After signing the contract, Zhao Chunlei shook hands with Chen Chen. Chen Chen saw them off and they left straightforwardly. Something's not right. Chen Chen rubbed his chin, muttering, "What's wrong?" Wang Gang was puzzled, only knowing that the boss was getting rich. They are too polite. Chen Chen wondered, although the formula for the strain far exceeds this price, others don't know. Many people think we just have an early advantage and will be cracked later. Why are they being so nice? Normally, they should deliberately suppress and delay, then seek greater benefits. No one is scheming behind the scenes, and they let me have the loan so easily? It's not realistic at all. I was ready to fight them. It's really strange. Perhaps it's related to Miss Lu? Zheng Chang said softly. Lu Wangshu? What does she have to do with this? Boss. Zheng Chang looked at Chen Chen in surprise. Don't you know? Know what? Chen Chen felt puzzled. Miss Lu's father. Seeing Chen Chen's confusion, Zheng Chang hurriedly said, we came out early, along with Miss Lu. Do you know what those people call Miss Lu's father? Chairman Lu. Her dad is the big boss of our Dongjiang. What? Chen Chen couldn't believe it. Then he thought of last night's experience, of Professor Su Deyuan and Professor Chen Jian. Damn! He couldn't help but facepalm. He thought it was the appearance of the biological energy strain that alarmed these two, but it turned out to be because of Lu Wangshu's dad. It made sense. This new thing, even if it was truly presented to those big shots, would take at least 2 to 3 days for verification and research. Being able to verify and research overnight meant that Lu Wangshu's dad specially invited them to clear his daughter's name. The truth was revealed. Lu Wangshu, that girl, had such a background? Chen Chen wasn't naive about society. He naturally understood what this kind of person meant. Even if he developed the biological energy strain to its peak, worth billions, he probably only had a chance to speak in front of her dad. That was the real big shot. Chen Chen picked up his phone and made a call. Hello? Lu Wangshu answered the phone, sounding groggy as if she had just woken up. Why are you sleeping again? Chen Chen was taken aback. Do you think I'm you? Lu Wangshu was speechless. I heard that you snored loudly in the detention room, and when Zhao Qi and the others came out, they all had panda eyes. I don't have your positive attitude. I didn't sleep at all last night. Chen Chen had black lines on his forehead. Let's not talk about that. I wanted to ask, does your dad seem to have a problem with me? Scared? Lu Wangshu perked up. Not scared, just thinking about when to bring a gift and visit him? Tisk. Lu Wangshu sneered. Put away your little schemes. He's known for being indifferent to his relatives. There's no point in trying to please him. Got it. Indifferent to his relatives, only recognizes you. It's better to please you than to please him. After all, he's a daughter's man. Hanging up the phone, Chen Chen revealed a strange smile. In any case, this was an unexpected joy. With Lu Wangshu around, he would have fewer troubles and could focus on how to repay his debts. After much contemplation, Chen Chen finalized his plans for the future and then left the house. Su Deyuan and Chen Jian called to arrange a visit for students to the Starsea Company's factory. There would also be journalists present, and a cooperation signing ceremony would be held at Starsea. Of course, it was just a preliminary intention. The actual press conference would take place in a few days at the Yongda Medical College and a biological laboratory in Kyoto. Therefore, there weren't many journalists present, only those from relevant professional fields. Upon arriving in Weixian County, Chen Chen guided them on a tour and explanation, signed the contract, had a meal together, and then dispersed. Although the journalists reported on it, unfortunately, the three parties were influential but not well known. Apart from causing a slight stir in the fields of biology, medicine, and the elite financial circles, it was the type of news that couldn't be found in the media. Chen Chen searched on a short video platform and found that such an important event only had a few dozen comments. It was quite pitiful. After seeing the visitors off, the first meeting was held within Starsea. When Chen Chen mentioned that he had borrowed 20 billion, everyone's expressions were dumbfounded. Although they knew the company's prospects were very good, no one had expected that in just a few days, the company would have earned 20 billion, even if it was borrowed. Boss, I don't think I'm capable of being the general manager. Jiang Lihai was excited, his hands and feet slightly trembling, showing his nervousness. He was just an unknown professional manager, having led the largest company a few years ago as a vice president in a company worth billions. Later, he started a business at home. The business went bankrupt, and his wife left him. This was a 100 billion company. If he played and went bankrupt, I believe in you. Chen Chen patted his shoulder and said, no one is born knowing everything. If you don't know, you learn. I believe you can do it. You can spend this 20 billion however you want, I just want results. Just kidding. In another half month, he would receive 200 million points next month. How much could he lose? Even if the company went bankrupt, it didn't matter. Just releasing a technology next month would be enough to make it back. For Chen Chen, talent wasn't important, his product was overwhelmingly dominant. Loyalty and obedience were crucial. Jiang Lihai had performed well in the past half month. He did whatever he was told, like an ox or horse. Chen Chen often only needed to give him a brief instruction, and he would take care of the rest. What is talent? This is talent. Boss, I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Jiang Lihai was truly moved. 200 billion, he was authorized just like that. A man would die for a confidant. The boss was indeed his benefactor. Speak properly. Yes. Jiang Lihai quickly straightened up. In the meeting room, dozens of management personnel all looked expectantly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen sat in his chair, patting the cheap table and chairs in this makeshift meeting room, saying, "All of these will be replaced with good ones. I, Chen Chen, do business not to get rich, but so that my brothers can live a good life. I don't know if your wages will increase, so I won't speak on that, but Jiang will definitely not treat you unfairly. However, when it comes to food, accommodation, and daily necessities, we must use good ones. There's no other reason than the fact that the boss has money and wants to take care of his brothers. From now on, the canteen will be free, we'll hire a chef and buy good food. As for accommodation, I'll have the dormitory building renovated to make it comfortable for the brothers. Various entertainment facilities, don't think it's a waste of money, if it needs to be fixed, just do it. The moonlight lake outside, plant trees all around, greening and environment must be well maintained, so that everyone can work in the park and have a good mood. Yangda Affiliated Hospital has signed a cooperation agreement with us, so in the future, our welfare benefits will include medical reimbursement. For our own brothers, as long as you've been employed for over a year, any illnesses discovered during work will be treated for free." Is it true? Really? Oh my god, am I dreaming? There was an uproar below, everyone getting excited and discussing fervently. "It's true," Chen Chen solemnly said, "as long as you treat the company as your own, the company will treat you as family. This is not just empty promises. If you have the ability, show it. The company provides you with a platform to showcase your talents. Long live the boss. Long live Chen. That's great. Wow, this boss is amazing." The crowd cheered. Chen Chen looked at the excited crowd below and couldn't help but smile. Isn't it just winning people's hearts? Who wouldn't know how to do that? Others just make promises, but he actually delivers. As he walked out of the company, Chen Chen's phone received 2 new group messages. One was the Star Sea Food and Beverage Management Group, and the other was the Employees Group. Both groups were buzzing with discussions about the day's meeting. "Boss." Zhang Lihai hurriedly caught up. "What else?" Chen Chen asked. "2 things. Zhang Lihai gasped. "One is that the 3 local agencies in Wei County heard about our company's welfare benefits and want to work with you, boss." "Are they crazy? Why do we need agencies?" Chen Chen felt puzzled. "It's for the Human Resources Department, boss." Zhang Lihai smiled. "We happen to need people, and I checked, those 3 agencies are capable. Since we'll mainly recruit ordinary workers from Wei County, having local connections is a good thing. We'll need to recruit separately for the higher positions, but we can use them for the middle and lower levels, dividing them into 3 departments to compete with each other. You decide. And what's the other thing? We didn't have money before, so we had to rely on direct sales. The products are good, so a little promotion will quickly create a chain reaction. I'm not worried about the market. But now that we have money, I want to do online promotion. We'll set up an official website for orders and run some ads to make the products go viral online faster. This will not only speed up sales but also create a brand effect. You decide. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered with these details. "I can't decide." Zhang Lihai covered his face. "Boss, you don't understand yet. Once the online presence explodes, our seemingly large output won't be enough. So we need to expand, build a factory. Should we expand the current one or find a new location for a subsidiary? You have to decide on this." "Just expand." Chen Chen said indifferently. "The bottles are small, so bulk cold chain transportation is simple. There's no need to open a subsidiary. There's one issue: without a subsidiary, shipping will be more complicated because of the need for low temperature storage. We'll need a large quantity of ice packs in different sizes. Should we set up our own factory or outsource it?" Zhang Lihai asked. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and picked up his phone to make a call. "Hello? Gangxi? Yes, you know what my factory produces, right? We need to ship a large quantity of ice bags in various sizes. Are you saying you want to open a factory? Alright, it's settled then. In the future, you can purchase from us, don't worry about the money, I'll give you a contact, Zhao Jiangwo from Yongqing Bank, you can talk to him about the loan." Okay, let's catch up later." Chen Chen hung up the phone and said to Zhang Lihai, "It's sorted. Is it resolved like this?" Zhang Lihai felt extremely envious in his heart. Although he didn't know who the call was made to, he knew that a tycoon was about to emerge. "Anything else?" Chen Chen asked. "Yes," Zhang Lihai quickly said. "Should our company headquarters be built within the factory or elsewhere?" "Boss, now that we have money, my suggestion is to build a headquarters building to prepare for the future. Also, there's the issue of company vehicles, whether to recruit agents or open direct stores in various provinces. We need to discuss these matters." "That's all your responsibility, you decide." After some thought, Chen Chen said, "Building a large building is too troublesome. How about this? I'll buy a building later. As the company expands into other industries, let's place the headquarters in Yongchang. You can handle the company vehicles, I'll buy mine in Yongchang, and they can deliver it to you later. Okay, boss. Jiang Lihai nodded and quickly left. Chen Chen got into the car, and the three of them soon disappeared from Jiang Lihai's sight. Early the next morning, Lu Wangshu opened the door of her rental house. She was astonished to find the three who usually slept until noon all sitting on the sofa, looking at her. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me like that? The god of wealth has finally arrived. Chen Chen stood up and asked, has the money arrived? Lu Wangshu was speechless. Yes, it has. As soon as it arrived, I came over. Let's go. Chen Chen took the lead. Do we have any plans for today? Lu Wangshu asked in surprise. Spending money. Any specific projects? Lu Wangshu inquired curiously. Buying houses, cars, and buildings. Chen Chen snapped his fingers, and Wang Gang quickly brought the car over, a Mercedes SUV, whether rented or not. The three got into the car. Wang Gang quietly waited for Chen Chen's instructions. Since Chen Chen wasn't very knowledgeable about cars and houses, he looked at the three and asked, do you know where to buy high-end cars and houses in Yongchang? The three looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. I've only been in Yongchang for a year, so I'm not familiar, Lu Wangshu said helplessly. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang also mentioned that they were not from Yongchang, just working there, so they didn't know. Chen Chen took out his phone, checked his WeChat contacts, and finally chose Hu Guanyu, making a voice call. Hello? Hu Xiao, are you busy? Chen brother, not busy, what's up? I'm slacking off at the office. I need a guide who knows the high-end car and housing market well, can you help? That's great. Hu Guanyu laughed and said, my company specializes in high-end cars. Come to me, I'll give you the cost price. Forget about the cost price, thanks for your help, send me the address. Soon, Chen Chen handed the phone to Wang Gang. Wang Gang opened the navigation, and they quickly arrived at a high-end car market in Yongchang, where they saw Hu Guanyu smoking at the market entrance. Brother Hu! Chen Chen got out of the car, and Lu Wangshu followed. Hu Guanyu's smiling face suddenly became more reserved, and after shaking hands with Chen Chen, he quickly said, Miss Lu. Lu Wangshu responded coldly. Surprisingly, the usually soft-spoken and gentle girl had quite an imposing presence. Ignore her, come, talk to me. Chen Chen pulled Hu Xiao over and said, I'm planning to buy a car for myself, one for the bodyguard, and one for my company's general manager. Is that all? Hu Guanyu was taken aback, then took the initiative to lead everyone into the market showroom. Brother Chen, are you planning to get a sports car or a luxury sedan for yourself? Not a sports car. Chen Chen shook his head. Everyone looked at Chen Chen strangely. Normally, a young man who suddenly became rich would want a sports car, right? Did he not like it? I don't have a driver's license, I only ride, not drive. Chen Chen pointed to a SUV on the luxury display, saying, that one looks good, I'll take it. Hu Guanyu's mouth twitched. He never expected Chen Chen didn't have a driver's license. Upon hearing this, he looked at the display and said, but it doesn't matter, I have money. Chen Chen declared himself a newly rich man, buying a car without asking for the price. Alright. Being flaunted in the face, Hu Guanyu felt speechless like never before in his life. That SUV, and that sedan. Chen Chen pointed to two other cars in the showroom, saying, the SUV is for the bodyguard, and the sedan is to be sent to the Weixian Xinghai company for the general manager. Hu Guanyu was stunned. Writing a $9 million Koenigsegg was one thing, but giving a $5 million G-Class to a bodyguard and a $5 million Maybach to the general manager was a bit over the top. What kind of company was this? How much in total? Chen Chen asked, then said, never mind, Assistant Lu, go swipe the card. Lao Hu, don't be polite. I just made 20 billion. What do you mean just made 20 billion? Both Lu Wangshu and Hu Guanyu were left speechless. Clearly, he had just borrowed 20 billion, right? Hu Guanyu could tell that this guy wasn't here to buy a car, just to show off. But since Chen Chen said so, Hu Guanyu stopped being polite and swiped the card for 19 million directly, saying, normally, buying these luxury cars involves a lot of hassle. Let's not say much between brothers. Chen, you don't need to worry about anything, just complete the formalities and drive away later. Okay. Chen Chen asked Wang Gang and Zheng Chang to handle the paperwork while he chatted with Hu Guanyu. How about it? Have you considered it? Chen Chen asked. The old man has agreed to lend, the specific amount depends on how much interest you offer. Hu Guanyu was direct this time, after all, this was a loan, fixed income, not equity, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Although his family's old man held a high position, their money was not ill-gotten, but accumulated by 3 generations. Last time, if it wasn't for helping out, they wouldn't have cared about that money at all. They were very clear about it. Compared to money, the old man's stability was the biggest benefit. So they never sought wealth through power, only investing in situations that were reasonable and legal. The old man climbed the political ladder step by step, while the second uncle earned profits bit by bit in business. It had been decades now. The entire Hu family worked together to build the current family wealth. Compared to normal businessmen, they took on much less risk in investments, but the returns were not too high either. Therefore, they dared not squander the family fortune accumulated by 3 generations. I offer this amount. Chen Chen extended his fist. What's this? Hu Guanyu was puzzled. He knew 1 finger meant 10%, 2 fingers meant 20%, but what did a fist mean? Full throttle. Chen Chen said generously, within the legal limit, go all out, 24% annual interest, because the amount borrowed is large, the risk is high. I'm not cheating you, because if the interest is low due to the large amount borrowed, others won't lend. So no matter who comes, it's 24%. Are you serious? Hu Guanyu was shocked. 24% annual interest, damn, this was the limit for making money with all your might. After all, except for a few high-quality assets, achieving a 20% annual profit in normal business was considered a miracle. This is a big capital operation, not selling things at a small stall. The more funds you have, the easier it is to succeed, but at the same time, the more funds you have, the harder it is to earn high profits. If it's just pure investment, if someone tells him that a certain project has a stable annual profit of 20%, Hu Guanyu's first thought would definitely be that it's a scam. After all, even the annualized return rate of the stock god is only about 20%, and this is not something that can be achieved every year. It is an average level over several decades. But here with Chen Chen, it's 24%. High-interest loan within legal limits. Engaging in high-interest loans is illegal, and normal lending is absolutely forbidden for the Hu family, as it would damage their reputation and interests, seriously affecting the old master. But if he lends money to Chen Chen, it's different. It's just a simple loan. Hu Guanyu was tempted. He immediately took out his phone and started dialing, exchanging a few words with the person on the other end of the line. 10 billion. In Chen Chen's expectant gaze, Hu Guanyu smiled and said, the old master has agreed, mobilizing all available funds, partially mortgaging non-premium industries, to raise 10 billion for you. The annual interest on 10 billion is 240 million, earning 2 million a month in interest. Making money with this kind of capital is much faster than with non-premium assets, and the key is that it's easy, stable, with no risks. Others borrowing without collateral would definitely consider the risks, but the Hu family doesn't need to. Even if Chen Chen fails, he has to repay the Hu family's money first, and others' money comes after. In such a large-scale market, whether it's Hu Guanyu or the old master Hu, they don't believe Chen Chen could collapse to the point of having nothing left. That possibility is almost non-existent. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails, not to mention this cruiser that is about to set sail. A pleasant cooperation. Chen Chen smiled, 10 billion more, that's an extra 10,000 points. Hu Guanyu was straightforward. He had someone from home come over, and after both parties signed the contract, Chen Chen's personal account soon had an additional 10 billion. There were 4 cars in the convoy, with Chen Chen and Lu Wangshu sitting in the back, Wang Gang driving, Hu Guanyu in the passenger seat, and Zhang Chang following in a big G. As for the Maybach, Hu Guanyu arranged for an employee to take care of it and sent the car to Wei County. The 2 cars drove towards the address Hu Guanyu had mentioned, one in front and one behind. Luxury cars are indeed luxury cars, attracting many gazes along the way. Even when the cars entered the residential area as Hu Guanyu had mentioned, the security guards didn't ask too many questions, they just opened the gate directly. Entering the residential area, the scenery suddenly changed. Chen Chen never expected that in this bustling metropolis, there would be such a quiet place. The entire residential area was next to the Great Yong River that spanned the city of Yong, surrounded by picturesque scenery, excellent greenery, clean roads within the residential area, various trees and flowers around, fresh air with a gentle breeze blowing. In such a beautiful setting, rows of Chinese-style villas stood, each with its own courtyard, all of them villas. Shan Gu. Hu Guanyu pointed outside and said, this Great Yong Xingjing is the most luxurious residential area in our city of Yong. There are only villas here, each worth over 50 million, and the key is that this luxury is not flashy. Apart from the super estates in each of the 4 directions, the rest are all low-key luxurious style. 2 years ago when they started selling, I ordered a set, not to live in. I can't afford to live in such a house, but for investment, I will make a move when the price is right. Your Hu family can't afford a villa? Chen Chen didn't believe it. It's probably not that they can't afford it, but they don't want to be so flashy. As expected, Hu Guanyu chuckled, whispering, sometimes I stay for a few days, occasionally when friends gather. Tell me about the estate. Chen Shen looked towards one side of the residential area, near the gate, where there was a mansion. Perhaps calling it a manor is not quite accurate, as compared to a true grand estate, this could only be considered a small manor. However, to reside in a manor amidst such a bustling metropolis, the power behind it far surpasses that of a grand estate owner. The car moved forward and arrived next to the manor. At first glance, Chen Shen found that calling it a small manor was completely inappropriate, as it was entirely composed of traditional Chinese architecture, more akin to a garden. Green hills, clear waters, willow trees swaying gently, artificial mountains with waterfalls, pavilions, and towers. The residence was spacious, surrounded by numerous walls, yet each step revealed a different scene, exquisitely beautiful and picturesque, with every corner offering a scenic view. Just standing there, one could feel the subtle and tranquil beauty of traditional Chinese elegance, involuntarily feeling as if stepping into a painting. This manor. Hu Guanyu's expression was complex as he said, it is said to have invited several top domestic design masters to design it according to top luxury standards. The construction costs alone are exorbitant. I have been inside before, and the pavilions are interconnected, with numerous towers, combining modern and traditional Chinese styles, simple, clean, beautiful, and comfortable, with all necessary safety features, making it extremely suitable for self-cultivation and relaxation. Interested? Chen Chen asked. Who wouldn't be? Hu Guanyu sighed and said, this can be considered the ultimate pursuit of living for normal people. Unfortunately, it's too expensive, outrageously expensive. There are only 4 buildings in the entire Daongxingjing, and none of them use the community gates for entry and exit, they have their own grand gates. Do you know who bought this manor? The southern garden was bought by the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, the developer of Daongxingjing, Zhao Jiangshan from Jiangshan Group, who turned it into a top private club with a very prestigious identity for entry and exit. The northern garden, near the Daong River, was taken by the son of the chairman of Hanhai Energy Group, who set up a private club. Those involved in energy are not simple. The Western Garden was taken over by the Shin Group last month, reportedly by the eldest daughter of the Shin family, Shinwei. I guess she, like me, is also here for investment. Now, only the Eastern Garden has not been sold yet because it is the most secluded, although it has the most beautiful scenery and is the most livable. Unfortunately, those who can afford it are not looking to live here. Hu Guanyu had a lot to say, all hinting at his desire, a desire that seemed unattainable, like an insecure teenager seeing his goddess during puberty. What do you think? Chen Chen looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu was a bit confused. What did this have to do with her? But since she was asked, she answered truthfully, living in seclusion without avoiding the world, staying away from the dust but not leaving the city. If we ignore the price, I don't think anyone could refuse. What a coincidence! Chen Chen grinned and said, I am that person who doesn't care about the price. Call someone, let's buy it. Oh my god, are you serious? Hu Guanyu was stunned, excitedly saying, this is not just a car, it's a luxury mansion, a manor. I've inquired about it, including taxes and all, the total price is almost 10 billion. Another coincidence. Chen Chen took out his bank card, smiling, guess what? I just made 10 billion. Damn! Hu Guangyu was dumbfounded. Just made 10 billion? Wasn't that the loan my family just lent you? And you're using it to buy a house? In a daze, he led Chen Chen to call the sales staff, who urgently contacted the CEO, and then a large group of people arrived by car. After friendly negotiations, they finally settled on a total price. 10 billion. The other party took care of everything, and Chen Chen moved in directly. The things in the rental house were worthless, so he left everything behind, sent a message to the landlord, and added a few hundred yuan for cleaning. He asked Wang Gang and Zheng Chang to drive the car into the Eastern Garden. There were parking lots inside and outside the Eastern Garden, with space for about 20 to 30 cars outside, while the garage inside was divided into 2 sections, east and west. The east garage was a ground-level parking lot after entering the gate, while the west garage was a 2-story underground parking lot near the elevator, accommodating more than 20 cars in total. It was obvious that the developers had indeed considered the possibility of turning the house into a club after it was sold. The 2 cars parked in the garage made it look empty. Hu Guanyu envied the spacious garage, and then everyone took the elevator to the ground floor. The ground floor was filled with various Chinese-style buildings connected together, taking a full half-hour to explore. The main building was bright inside. While it looked like traditional Chinese architecture from the outside, the interior was modern with all the necessary appliances and furniture, custom-made and luxurious. The huge TV screen, over 100 inches, resembled a wall, and the sofa and curtains, though in Chinese style, were elegant, comfortable, and practical. Even Wang Gang and Zhang Chang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Even Lu Wangshu and Hu Guanyu were impressed. The group settled at the tea table on the second floor of the main building. Lu Wangshu, looking at the exquisite tea set, couldn't help but feel delighted and started making tea. Do you like it? Chen smiled and said, later, you and Wang Gang, Zhang Chang, can also input your information. You can come and go freely in the future, and with so many houses here, you can also stay. Lu Wangshu was pleasantly surprised but hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, saying, although it's a bit far, I'll still take the subway to come here. If I stay at your place, my dad will kill you. Besides, when the loan is over, I have to go back to work. Staying here is not an option. Yeah, boss, this place is too good, we dare not stay, Zhang Chang and Wang Gang quickly added. Forget about her, what are you two up to? Chen glanced at them and said, you two are bodyguards, not errand boys. With such a big house, if you two don't stay here, how can I call for help in case of danger? The two felt embarrassed at his words. Chen then looked at Lu Wangshu. He remained silent, pondering how much Yongcheng Bank was worth. Yongcheng Bank was just a local bank in Dongjiang with some strength, but incomparable to major banks. Estimated market value of $1 trillion? Compared to the benefits this woman, Lu Wangshu, could bring him, a mere trillion was nothing. Should he buy it back with a loan? Chen contemplated, while Hu Guanyu suddenly stood up and said, Chen, I live nearby. Can I visit sometimes? Although I can't afford it, I really like this Dong Yuan. I'd like to come occasionally to take some photos. Sure, feel free to come. Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it's just a house. Later, you can also input your information. Besides my main building where I sleep, you can come and go freely elsewhere. Thank you. Hu Guanyu was secretly happy. Being able to come and go freely meant they were friends at least, which was valuable to him. From the polite address of Brother Chen in the past to now casually calling him Chen, wasn't he deliberately trying to get closer? No need to thank me, Lao Hu. Do you have any recommendations for office buildings? It should look impressive, I want to buy one as the company's headquarters. Chen inquired. Hu Guanyu thought for a moment and replied, building one is easy to talk about, but buying directly, I'm not sure if it's suitable. You won't like the ordinary ones, but there's only Long'an Commercial Center that stands out. It's close to Dongyuan, just across the Yong River Bridge, a 10-minute drive. If you like it, it's good, if not, there's nothing we can do. Long'an Commercial Center? Chen searched on his phone and indeed, it was very close. The entire Long'an Commercial Center had a large area, with a total of 8 office buildings, 2 of which were for sale. One was in the best core area, with a striking architectural style, resembling a puzzle with a sense of technology and art, perfect for a company headquarters. The other was a normal commercial office building, with a standard architectural style, but looked very new, simple, and stylish. What's the connection with Long'an International Hotel? Chen thought of Wang Yaozu. Oh, I see. Hu Guanyu suddenly realized and said, it's a joint venture of a group of people in their small circle, with Long'an holding a larger investment. They invested in a 5-star hotel and various supporting facilities, hence the name Long'an Business Center. They all have shares, so if you're interested in buying, you can ask Wang Yaozu. That old man is so wealthy? Chen was surprised, he couldn't even come up with 80 million before, and he has such power? Chen, that's because you don't understand their ways, Hu Guanyu said with a smile. As far as I know, Wang Yaozu's personal wealth is around 2 billion, but the wealth he can manipulate is probably around 4 billion, including loans, principal, and funds he can temporarily borrow based on his influence. To ensure manageable risks, they will differentiate and consolidate their wealth in different forms. For example, the unfinished building you bought, Henji Lengshuan Community, is a project of Wang Yaozu's own company, where he has absolute controlling shares. Wang's real estate is valued at around 17 to 18 billion, and Wang's real estate was indeed in need of that 80 million at the time. Of course, it's not necessarily 80 million, even 50 million would have been enough. At that time, Yunhai Group had informed various parties and was planning to take advantage of Wang's real estate. If you hadn't intervened, Wang's real estate would have definitely sold Henji Lengshuan at a low price. But that doesn't mean Wang Yaozu was really short of money. He has money and investments in other companies, such as this Long'an Business Center. He has many industries. However, he dares not and cannot use the money to confront the Qi family directly because it would be meaningless. The Qi family can overpower him. People in his circle also dare not lend him money, and even if they did, Wang Yaozu wouldn't accept it because once their circle unites, the Qi family could legitimately bring down the entire Yunhai Group, a consequence Wang Yaozu and his circle couldn't bear. So, Chen, your intervention is crucial. Once you enter the scene, their circle can enter freely, and Wang Yaozu naturally won't lack money anymore. The Qi family can deal with Wang Yaozu, but not with their entire circle. The Qi family's reputation and relationships are not that influential. And there's no reason for the Yunhai group to fall. It can be said that the Chi family's plan backfired, and they lost everything. Chen Chen finally understood Wang Yaozu's tactics. It's a simple principle: don't put all your eggs in one basket, leaving enough retreat options. Shun. Hu Guanyu continued, I suggest you establish a group company in the future and control the group through a holding company, then control the major subsidiaries through the group. This way, you can avoid many risks. Apart from other benefits, in terms of loans, you'll have more leverage. For example, this time, you can only mortgage 100% of your shares to the bank for a loan. After the loan, you can only rely on credit loans, and you know the drawbacks of credit loans: high interest rates, high risks, which can deter many people. But with a group company and a holding company, it's different. Subsidiaries can mortgage a portion, the group company can mortgage a portion, the holding company can also mortgage a portion, and finally, your own credit can also borrow a portion. Although it's essentially the same things, under this layered structure, you'll definitely be able to borrow much more than you can now. You can do that? Chen Chen now had some understanding of these people's business tactics. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very focused on borrowing money. He turned to look at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu put down the tea set, pointed at himself in confusion, and said, Me again? I can't do that. Money is definitely enough. Holding company is easy to set up, but there are requirements for a group company. It's impossible to form a group company with just one Shanghai company, unless you acquire or register a few more companies. Make a note of it first, we'll discuss it later. Chen Chen smiled. He had been studying technology in the mall these days and had already made his choice, so the subsidiary would be established soon. After giving an instruction, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Yaozu's number. Hello? Bro, do you have time today? Let me treat you to a drink. Wang Yaozu's voice came through. Let's talk about the drink later. I've been really busy lately. How much for the 2 buildings in the Longan Business Center? Chen Chen asked directly. Are you buying a building? Wang Yaozu hesitated. This commercial center was jointly invested by a group of old friends. I can't make the decision myself, but since you asked, I can give you a rough price. The building in the core area would cost at least 9 billion, and the one next to it is much cheaper, but still over 5 billion. 9 billion for one, 5 billion for the other. So cheap? Chen Chen looked around at the houses and muttered to Hu Guanyu, they're still more expensive than my family's. Hu Guanyu's vision darkened. Can they even be compared? And what do you mean by saying that to me? Borrow money from my family to buy a house I like, and now you want to show off to me? Bro, we're on the same side. I kindly tell you these things, and you turn around and act all high and mighty towards me? Bro, what do you say? How about I arrange a gathering, invite everyone, and we can drink and chat? They must want to be friends with you, and we can negotiate the price further down. At a fishing spot by the Daeong River, several luxury cars were parked by the shore. Wang Yaozu stood by the river with a fishing rod in hand. 6 or 7 people nearby heard the commotion and abandoned their fishing rods to come over, surrounding Wang Yaozu, waiting for good news. No need to negotiate further. Chen Chen indicated that he didn't want to waste time. What's the point of saving a few million? Money meant nothing to him. He couldn't spend it all. He simply couldn't spend it all. It only made sense when there were debts. Put together, 14 billion. I'll take it. Tomorrow, our Shanghai General Manager Jiang Lihai will come to you to sign the contract. He hung up the phone after speaking. At the fishing spot by the Daeong River, Wang Yaozu looked at the hung-up phone and sighed quietly. The people around him started asking questions. What did Mr. Chen say? Old Wang, don't you dare sigh, tell us. Is it settled? Just making friends. Will Mr. Chen give face? Why should he give you face? Liang Chaochuan, step aside. Alright. Wang Yaozu helplessly broke free and said, he's busy, how could he have time to have a meal with us? It's just one thing, he wants to buy the 2 buildings in the Longan Business Center that are up for sale. Buy a building? Longan Business Center? The group's eyes lit up. Although they had previous connections, the reason they could often gather together was because of the Longan Business Center project, right? Wang Yaozu handled the land, Lu Changwei from the bank and Sun Hai from Hunyuan Securities were in charge of raising funds, Yanghua Construction's Liang Chaochuan was responsible for construction, and Longan International's Zhao Shun was in charge of investment attraction planning and renovation, transforming the entire business center into a giant urban complex integrating commercial center, city pedestrian street, 5-star hotel, office building, apartments, shopping, dining, culture, entertainment, and various functions, forming an independent large-scale business district. The 5 of them were the core of this project, while others were responsible for various aspects of the project. They had invested over 40 billion in total for this business center, including land and construction, which was all the funds they could mobilize. The loans alone amounted to over 30 billion. Now, the Dragon and Commercial Center has been completed for less than half a year. If it weren't for the upcoming loan expiration, they would never have been willing to sell the main building in the core area and one of the office buildings. We can offer a discount. If it's for our own people, how about an internal price, a few tens of millions off? Liang Chaochuan hesitated, trying to inquire with the others, his expression showing signs of distress. The others looked at each other, all silent, not saying a word. Is it really worth losing tens of millions just to make a friend? Perhaps it's worth it to Liang Chaochuan, but for the others, it doesn't seem so worthwhile. Stop being so indecisive. Wang Yaozu sneered, saying, I haven't finished yet. They didn't even negotiate. 1.4 billion, the general manager of Shanghai Company will come tomorrow to sign the contract. Do you understand what that means? They look down on us, they can't even be bothered to come in person to sign with us. The group fell silent again. Meanwhile, Vice President Liu hesitated slightly and said, as far as I know, the 4 major banks provided Shanghai with a loan of 20 billion yesterday. Perhaps our 10 billion really isn't worth much in their eyes? Another blow of silence. The group looked crestfallen. Being able to loan 20 billion means that Shanghai is worth at least 20 billion, and that's just the beginning. That young man in their eyes, the one they thought was lucky and cunning, had unexpectedly surpassed them in a short period of time. He had even surpassed the sum of all of them combined. Suddenly losing interest in fishing, they all packed up and left. Early the next morning, Zhang Lihai, a successful man wearing a suit, a watch, and styled hair, drove his 5 million worth Maybach to pick up Lu Wangshu before heading straight to the Dragon and Commercial Center. Why didn't Mr. Zhang hire a driver? Wang Yaozu and the others had been waiting early, and when they saw Zhang Lihai get out of the car, they hurried to greet him. Didn't have time, the boss just assigned me a car yesterday. Didn't have time, huh? Zhang Lihai exchanged a few polite words on the surface, but he was secretly delighted. Hire a driver? Why would he need to hire a driver? A 5 million car, he hadn't even driven it himself. How could he bear to let a driver drive it? Miss Lu. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu saw Lu Wangshu and quickly went up to greet her. Since the incident a few days ago, Lu Wangshu's identity had been exposed, and all the influential figures in Yong City's financial circle remembered her. There was no way around it. The boss's daughter, in the past, you could pretend not to know her, but now that she's been exposed, pretending not to know her would be ignorant. You talk to Mr. Zhang, I'll mainly handle the transfer. Lu Wangshu spoke lightly. Everyone nodded and escorted the two into the main building. This building will definitely be one of the landmark buildings in the future. Wang Yaozu introduced, originally named Dragon and Building 1, since it's been favored by Mr. Shen, it can be renamed Shanghai Building in the future. Let me give you two a detailed explanation of Building 1 and the adjacent Building 2? No need, we're short on time, let's just sign the contract directly. Zhang Lihai was straightforward. The boss told him to sign the contract to buy the building, not to look at the building, so he wanted to get it done quickly. In his view, he was the boss's loyal lackey, just follow orders, why bother understanding so much? He was even planning to visit the boss's new home, pay his respects, and didn't want to waste time here. With such large buildings, it would probably be noon by the time they finished all the introductions. Would they have to have a meal here too? Well, alright. Wang Yaozu and the others exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. The group went upstairs, quickly signed the contract, Lu Wangshu transferred the funds on the spot, and the two left swiftly. Watching their backs, Wang Yaozu and the others felt numb. How could buying and selling buildings for tens of billions be as casual as buying radishes in a market? The boss not showing up is one thing, but both the general manager and the assistant behaving like this? Aren't they afraid of falling into a trap with the contract? But if you think about it carefully, hey, they really aren't afraid. So what if they deceive others? They might not even care about that little money, they can easily crush them later. Leaving the Dragon and Commercial Center, guided by Lu Wangshu, the Maybach quickly arrived at Dongyuan. Lu Wangshu took out his phone, opened an app, entered the license plate number, and the gate automatically opened, allowing the car to enter the underground parking lot of Dongyuan. Zhang Lihai was amazed all the way, feeling like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. After getting off the car, the two walked for a few minutes and arrived at the main entrance of Dongyuan, where Lu Wangshu underwent facial recognition. At that moment, Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were sitting in the lobby on the first floor watching TV. It was their first time staying in such a luxurious mansion, and they hadn't slept at all last night. I'll go call the boss. Wang Gang got up and ran upstairs. Lu Wangshu, on the other hand, dropped his bag, let Zhang Lihai sit down, and went to a tea table by the French window to make tea. There were many tea tables and tea stations inside Dongyuan, not only in the pavilions on the second floor but also in the courtyard outside and inside the main building. Wow, what a huge house! Jiang Lihai was amazed. Even a corner of this living room was bigger than his 3-bedroom apartment. If they wanted, they could even set up a standard basketball court in the living room. You're here so early? After a while, Chen Chen and Wang Gang entered the first-floor living room by the indoor elevator. Walking to the tea table, Chen Chen picked up the freshly brewed tea that Lu Wangshu had just made and took a sip. The cup was small, not too hot. The tea fragrance was overflowing, refreshing, and had a long aftertaste. Where did this good tea come from? Chen Chen exclaimed. Without lifting his head, Lu Wangshu studied the tea set in his hand and said, "There's more in my bag, I took it from my dad." Wow, such a filial son. Chen Chen couldn't help but praise, then waved for Jiang Lihai to come over and sit. "Boss." Jiang Lihai sat up straight. "Relax, did you receive the car?" Chen Chen handed him a cup of tea. Jiang Lihai took it, smiling. "I did. To be honest, I've never driven such a good car before. Yesterday, I couldn't help but show off a few laps. I didn't dare to park randomly, just afraid those brats at the factory would touch it. It's fine, you're the general manager of a 100 billion company now." Chen Chen waved his hand and asked, "How's the product sales?" "Very good." Jiang Lihai said. "The first day wasn't great. Zhao Qi and the others were taken in, but after they came out yesterday, they went to various nightclubs because they had the enforcement certificates, so they basically reached cooperation with all the major nightclubs in Yongchang. Good products will always find a market easily." The sales department sold a total of 23,000 units in the first batch, but they were sold out in just one night yesterday. And there's more good news. It seems our products have caused a sensation last night. There's already spontaneous online promotion. The nightclubs have ordered 10 times more this morning, meaning they've ordered over 200,000 units. Today, Zhao Qi and the others are mainly going to convenience stores and supermarkets, expecting even more orders. We've rented several large cold storage facilities in Yongchang, and the refrigerated transport trucks have been running non-stop. Almost all the produced goods have been delivered. If supermarkets and convenience store chains are willing to order in bulk, we can basically meet the demand. But boss, you also know, the newer the product, the hotter it gets, so it's likely to cause a stir on the internet in the next few days. People from all over the country will come to order. We have more than enough to meet Yongqing's demand, but it's impossible to meet the demand nationwide, let alone the entire Dongjiang region. We are far from it. I have already contacted the second-party company. Our factory is also expanding. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to add a dozen more workshop buildings in 2 weeks. By then, our production capacity will be able to fully meet the national demand. Chen Chen opened his phone upon hearing this and searched for the biological energy injection on a short video platform. To his surprise, he found many related short videos, some recorded, some with photos, and others with text descriptions. Do any of you know what this thing is? The effects seemed too incredible. Below the title were photos, followed by captions. Yesterday, I went to a bar with my good girlfriend. The familiar bartender strongly recommended this. We were curious and bought too. The result was that we were energetic all night, not getting drunk at all. Reply 1, a new type of hangover cure? Reply 2, looks suspicious, could it be some illegal substance? Reply 3, is the bar openly selling illegal substances? Unlikely, unless the boss is an idiot. Reply 4, injection liquid? Is it meant to be taken orally? It sounds quite abstract. Reply 5, sisters, I went out with my boyfriend yesterday and bought some too. The effects are truly amazing, but the price is a bit high. Each small bottle costs 50 yuan, even though the suggested retail price is 32 yuan. It's really outrageous. Indeed a bit outrageous. Next, is this cutting-edge technology or an illegal substance? A nightclub adventure in Dongjiang Yongchang. Let me show you something new. The content was lengthy, but Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to read it all. In summary, the blogger was amazed by the effects of the injection liquid, questioning whether it was illegal or not. Next, brothers, does anyone have the biological energy injection liquid? I'm looking to buy. Will pay a high price. There were no accompanying images or videos, just text. The blogger said, last night, I was having dinner and drinks with the boss and clients. I was already quite drunk, but the clients insisted on going to a nightclub. I went along, and by a stroke of luck, I tried the biological energy injection liquid in the restroom. After taking a sip, I felt refreshed and sober within half an hour. Then for the next few hours, I was on fire. Not to mention the clients, even the boss was almost drunk to death by me. This is truly the ultimate gospel for those who can't hold their liquor. I wanted to buy more, but was told it's out of stock. I have another social event tonight, urgently seeking to purchase. Hurry! Wow, it really has a sobering effect? Chen Chen hadn't noticed this aspect, never expecting the most useless point to become a selling point. Next, is the appearance of the biological energy injection liquid good or bad? This was a very targeted video, where the blogger expressed extreme disgust towards the biological energy injection liquid. He first mentioned going to a nightclub with friends and out of curiosity, ordered a cocktail mixed with the injection liquid, after which he couldn't get drunk no matter how much he drank. Due to not getting drunk, he ended up spending several times more on alcohol than usual, and the desired euphoric feeling was never achieved. Finally, he said, brothers, the appearance of this thing will surely lead to the disappearance of our drinking culture. After all, if no one can get drunk in the future, what's the point of drinking? Curious, Chen Chen opened the comments. As expected, no one supported him. Reply 1, isn't not getting drunk a good thing? What rubbish drinking culture, it should have been eliminated long ago. Reply 2, it seems like everyone in the comments has tried it. Should I praise this good thing to the skies? Reply 3, I mean, if the blogger wants to get drunk, he can simply not drink the biological energy injection liquid. What's there to criticize? If there's an emergency, it can help sober up. This thing is truly a godsend for many of us working class people who have a lot of social events. Reply 4, haven't you guys figured it out yet? The blogger pursues a dreamy and ethereal feeling. Do you really think his friend is a man? Don't you understand what he's after? Reply 5, trying to get someone drunk for personal gain? Disgusting. Reply 6, can't even bear to spend money on drinks and still want to take advantage? What a scumbag. Reply 7, the blogger talked for so long without resonating with me, but instead made me even more curious about what this injection really is. Wow, it's really catching on. Chen Chen kept posting dozens of videos in a row. Although the product has just been launched, its incredible effects have made those who try it very eager to share, unexpectedly causing a sensation on short video platforms. Boss, I have a question, Jiang Lihai said, regarding the creation of the official website. If we're in a hurry, we can only buy a code template for modification, which is troublesome in terms of security and future development. If we're not in a rush, we'll need to start from scratch, which will take half a month to a month. I want to know your thoughts, boss. Are we in a hurry for online sales? If not, I'll have the headhunting company start recruiting to establish an online department. Not in a hurry. Chen Chen shook his head and said, although online sales can make the product available nationwide and encourage word-of-mouth promotion, it's meaningless for us. It's a matter of time. This is a product of a new era. It doesn't need that much promotion. My old classmate's ice pack factory has just started selecting a site for construction, and our current production capacity can't keep up, so selling in Yong City first is enough. Understood. Jiang Lihai nodded. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Chen opened WeChat and said, you've been busy these days, don't leave today. Ha? Jiang Lihai was surprised. Me? Chen Chen waved his phone, smiling. Yes, someone is coming over at noon to celebrate a housewarming, so you stay and accompany them. In the evening, we'll also go and experience the nightlife, relax a bit, and see if the product sales are really booming. Chen Chen felt that he had never underestimated his influence, but he still did. Close to 11 o'clock, cars arrived at Dongyuan one after another. Wang Yaozu and 7 or 8 people with their female companions came to Dongyuan, where Jiang Lihai went to greet them, and they all walked into the main building of Dongyuan. It took a long time to get there, about 10 minutes before they reached the main building of Dongyuan. Chen Chen stood at the door and asked, why not drive the cars in? Wang Yaozu hurried forward, smiling, today, it's not just us who came. Our cars don't have the qualifications to enter Dongyuan, there are big shots behind us. Big shots? Who? As Chen Chen's bodyguard, Zheng Chang couldn't remember how many big shots his boss knew. But soon, cars arrived, all parked in the parking lot outside Dongyuan, except for the cars brought by Hu Guanyu, which were parked in the parking lot inside Dongyuan. Hu Guanyu got out of the car, looking at the bustling Dongyuan, showing a satisfied smile. After returning home yesterday, he told the old man about Chen Chen buying their billion-dollar house. He thought the old man would be furious. Who knew the old man burst out laughing? Seeing his confusion, the old man explained, buying a house is good, the more expensive, the better. This shows that he intends to settle in Yong City. 10 billion is nothing for the future of Shanghai, but a 10 billion house in Yong City is enough to cause a stir. He has not yet risen, since he intends to integrate into the circle of Yong City. You as his friend should help more. Have you spread the news of his move? Have you helped with the housewarming? If you haven't done anything, what kind of friend are you? The old man's advice made him suddenly realize, and then he released the news: the newly emerged super-rich Chen Chen settles in Yong City, buying Dongyuan for $1 billion, and will hold a housewarming tomorrow. The news spread, and the entire circle of dignitaries and financiers in Yong City knew about it. Qualified individuals inquired eagerly, while those unqualified could only envy silently. However, Hu Guanyu was also overwhelmed with busyness. After a night of preparations, he woke up at 10 o'clock and suddenly remembered that he hadn't informed Chen Chen about the housewarming celebration. He quickly sent a message to contact Chen Chen. Shan Gu. Hu Guanyu greeted Chen Chen with a group of young people, introducing each person behind him one by one. Their elders were not suitable for this circle, so they naturally became representatives. They seemed to have come alone, but in fact, they represented their own elders. Their status was much higher than those businessmen whose cars could only be parked outside. Chen Chen was completely bewildered, watching more and more people gathering in the Eastern Garden. Cars kept arriving at the gate, and various gifts were being carried into the garden by people dressed in black suits. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't this too exaggerated? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I haven't prepared anything yet." In the message, Hu Guanyu only mentioned bringing some friends, both known and unknown, to celebrate. But he didn't mention this many people. Chen Shan thought it would be just him and Wang Yaozu's group. Exaggerated? Not at all. Hu Guanyu laughed. Compared to the sensation caused by your family's new product, this is just a small gathering. Since you've settled in Yong City, it's necessary to familiarize yourself with the circle here for future convenience. Let everyone see your appearance, so that no one offends you unintentionally. Don't worry about the preparations, I've taken care of everything. Just treat today as hosting a banquet on your premises. With that, he looked towards a corner of the Eastern Garden. Chen Shen and the others followed his gaze and indeed saw familiar faces. Qi Ruihua, the current head of the Qi family, was accompanied by several members of the Qi family. However, Chen Shen did not see Qi Yuming, clearly indicating that the Qi family did not dare to bring him along. Chen Shen's current wealth had completely surpassed that of the Qi family. The Qi family was stronger than Wang Yaozu, but their strength was limited, falling far short compared to Chen Shen now. Manager Chen. Qi Ruihua was about to greet him when a hearty voice interrupted, belonging to Fan Wenping from Yunhai Group. Fan Wenping quickly approached, smiling and saying, "I have long admired Manager Chen." Not at all. Chen Shen shook hands with him, feeling pleased to have the former president of the company standing before him to congratulate him. Nearby, Qi Ruihua, the head of the Qi family, saw Fan Wenping taking the lead and his expression turned sour, but he still forced a smile and greeted them. Chen Shan welcomed the numerous guests into the Eastern Garden and was about to leave when a discreet Audi parked in front of the gate. A stranger got out of the car, approached with a smile, and handed a handbag to Chen Shen. "The leader is busy and couldn't come personally. I heard about your housewarming today, so he asked me to bring some gifts to celebrate," the stranger said. "The leader?" Chen Shen took the bag, feeling puzzled. "It's Miss Lu's father. I'm his secretary, surnamed Zhang," the secretary whispered. Chen Shen suddenly realized and warmly said, "Since you're here, Mr. Zhang, please don't leave just yet." No, it wouldn't be appropriate. "I must go back," Zhang hurriedly declined, then whispered, "The leader said if you have time, you can accompany Miss Lu back for a chat. He has something to discuss with you." "Understood," Chen Chen responded immediately. "Then tonight, when Lu Wangshu goes back, I'll accompany her. Congratulations to Manager Chen on your business prosperity, health, and safety. I'll take my leave now." Zhang hastily left as he had arrived. When Chen Shen returned to the Eastern Garden, he noticed that everyone was looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, he didn't know Zhang, but probably none of these people didn't know him. Was this considered pulling strings? Chen Shen muttered to himself and handed the gift to Lu Wangshu, then casually chatted with everyone. These were his future creditors, so he had to be polite until he paid back his debts. Lu Wangshu knew it was from his dad, so he opened it on the spot and muttered, "Tea leaves? Didn't even spend a penny, so stingy. But this is a special tea that you can't buy anywhere." Hu Guanyu, standing nearby, eyes shining, said, "My old man treasures it like a gem. I've asked for it many times but never got any." "If you can't get it, won't you steal it?" Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes and walked away. Hu Guanyu fell silent. What a great idea indeed. Your dad has only you as a daughter, so you can take whatever you want. But my old man would kill me, do you believe that? Hello, Mr. Shun. At that moment, a sexy woman with big wavy hair approached Chen Chen. She had fair skin, a charming smile, delicate eyebrows, exquisite makeup, and was dressed in a black evening gown. "Hello, sorry, too many new friends, can't remember everyone, forgive me." Chen Chen shook hands with her. She smiled and said, I should be more memorable, we are neighbors. Let me introduce myself, Shinwei. Oh. Shin suddenly realized and remembered what Hu Guanyu had said last time. Shinwei from West Garden, Shin's group Shinwei, right? Yes, I didn't expect Mr. Shen to know me, it's truly an honor. Shinwei smiled. I heard that even after borrowing 2 billion, Mr. Shen is still seeking investments. Besides bioenergy, what other business does Mr. Shen plan to do? Don't get me wrong, Shin's family business is at a bottleneck now. We urgently need to find other investment directions. If Mr. Shen's business is worth investing in, I believe Shin's group can offer an amount that would interest Mr. Shen. As Shinwei's words fell, Shen's eyes lit up, and the people around him also brightened up. Shen did want to borrow money, but he was struggling with how to ask. It would be too awkward to ask for a loan when everyone was here to celebrate his housewarming. If they didn't want to lend him money, it would be embarrassing to ask. The people around were genuinely curious about what Shen intended to do. Bioenergy injection was a good product, but obviously didn't need more investment. They could only invest in Shen now, but unsecured investments carried too much risk. They were afraid Shen might mess up and didn't dare to invest substantial amounts. Yet, they didn't want to miss out on making money. Nowadays, it's not like decades ago when you could make money doing anything, even huge profits. The business environment now isn't great, international situations are uncertain, it's hard to do business abroad, and there's intense competition domestically. Making money is possible, but making a lot is difficult. One wrong move could lead to losses. That's why so many investors are constantly looking for projects. It seems everyone is very interested in the project I want to undertake. Shen looked around and invited everyone into the main building. After all, it was scorching hot in July, despite the tranquility of the East Garden. Inside the main building, the service staff arranged by Hu Guanyu had already prepared enough space, tables, chairs, and food in a self-service manner. In this kind of banquet, no one would engage in drinking contests, so there were no round tables prepared. As everyone sat down, Shen began to speak confidently. I believe everyone knows what kind of product the bioenergy injection is, undoubtedly groundbreaking, a result of the progress in biological science. I myself am very passionate about scientific research. Some may wonder why an ordinary undergraduate, someone who used to research food at Yunhai Group, is now conducting this research. How did I achieve results? Believe me, I am a genius. As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Lu Wanshu covered his face in embarrassment. In her opinion, the special strain of bacteria was probably discovered by Shen accidentally while researching food or something else, so he mastered the formula, leading to the current industry. The idea of genius is just too far-fetched. Based on her observations over the past few days, Shen is the type to live aimlessly, lying around when there's nothing to do, either playing on his phone or boasting. How can someone be so self-aggrandizing? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Little did she know, Shen desired this effect. Some things may seem shameful and boastful at first, but when you actually produce results, it all makes sense. Shen wanted a genius persona similar to Iron Man. He wanted to brainwash the world. Otherwise, how would he explain in the future how he managed to research various cutting-edge technologies across different industries? Even if he truly created a genius persona, he would still be doubted. But by that time, it wouldn't matter. When you truly control a vast empire, what can others' suspicions do? To be honest, Shen stood before the crowd, confidently stating, in my opinion, no matter how diverse technology and science are, the future's fundamental industries boil down to just 5 types. First, biogenetic technology. Our company's first product, the biogenic injection fluid, is, in my view, the most basic biogenetic technology product. We will delve deeper into this, as we have already partnered with a national-level bio-research laboratory. Second, energy technology. Undoubtedly, energy is the foundation of everything, and the use of energy is the framework on top of it. Regardless of future technology advancements, they will always rely on the deep exploration of energy. Third, artificial intelligence technology. Today's smartphone assistants, AI models, car navigation and smart driving, every aspect of our lives is already being infiltrated by them. I believe that human capacity is limited, but human creativity is limitless. If cars replace legs and weapons replace hands, then artificial intelligence is replacing parts of our brains. Fourth, mechanical industrial technology. Without a doubt, industrial manufacturing is crucial and one of the fields our company will venture into in the future. There's not much to say about this. Fifth, basic material technology. Human imagination is incredible, but the development of human technology is limited by theoretical validation and basic material constraints. Few companies delve into this field because of high investment and low returns. However, I believe that Star C will inevitably enter this industry in the future. Chen Shen looked at the pensive audience and smiled. Of course, you have to take one step at a time. Taking big steps can lead to mistakes. So, my next project is actually the second of the 5 technological pillars, which is energy technology. I plan to invest in researching a new type of battery. I already have some ideas in this regard. So, everyone, if anyone is willing to support me, they will undoubtedly gain substantial profits. This is not a boast. I won't mention shares. You've already heard my rules from Wu Xiao. I will handle all investment businesses. Just give me the money, and I will pay 24% annual interest, the highest level set by the state, with monthly interest payments. The scene erupted. Some had already heard the news and were not surprised, just considering the risks and rewards. But others were unaware of the news, and upon hearing about the 24% annual interest, their breathing quickened. How is this any different from a loan shark? Business is tough nowadays, and many without quality industries resort to financial management. But how much can you make from financial management in a year? The normal range of returns is between 1.5% to 4%. This range covers various financial products from low-risk bank deposits to high-risk stock investments. Returns above 4% are generally considered non-guaranteed floating income products. In other words, it will incur losses. Calculating this way, Chen Shen's loan with an annual interest rate of 24% is simply too attractive. Even if there is a certain level of risk, it is considered normal. If there is no risk, then it would be a scam. Trust him or not? People pondered, hesitated. Pure reputation loans have always been synonymous with high risk. But Chen Shen is different, a rising star in the business circle, well known in the scientific community, and holding a hot product in his hands. Although it has been mortgaged to the bank, they do not believe that Chen Shen will default on the loan. The possibility is too low. As long as he can hold on for 6 months without the technology being cracked, he can repay the loan. It will be pure profit by then, and even if the technology is eventually cracked due to market dominance, he will continue to make a fortune. In this situation, would Chen Shen really mess around? I'm in. At this moment, Mrs. Xinwei, sitting in the front row, smiled and said, I believe in Mr. Chen's future. My Shen family can put out 3 billion. Hiss. The crowd was shocked. 3 billion. Many people present don't even have a total worth of 3 billion. Can the Shen family dare to gamble like this? But thinking carefully about the Shen family's asset composition, they suddenly understood. Jewelry, gold, cosmetics, luxury watches, antiques, luxury goods. All 6 industries are highly profitable, so having a large reserve of funds is normal. My Hu family will invest 5 billion. Hu Guanyu suddenly raised his hand, smiling, I believe in Mr. Chen's future. Hiss. The crowd was shocked again. Does the Hu family really trust Chen Shen like this? It should be noted that due to the influence of Mr. Hu in the Hu family has always been low-key, never engaging in high-risk industries for quick profits, always accumulating wealth steadily. Even now, after 3 generations, they have only accumulated a family fortune of just over 3 billion. Are they really willing to put out 15 billion in one go? My Yunhai group will invest 20 billion. Fan Wenping raised his hand and smiled at Chen Shen. Beside him, the members of the Qi family's expressions changed slightly, especially the eldest of the Qi family furrowed his brow. He wanted to intervene but had no say. The Qi family holds very little stake in the Yunhai group. Undoubtedly, their influence will diminish further in the future. There's nothing they can do about it. The Qi family lost points after their failed attempt to suppress Wang Yaozu last time. Now, with Fan Wenping investing in Chen Shen, if he succeeds, it will be a gain for them. With 1 plus and 1 minus, the Qi family is finding it increasingly difficult. Qi Ruihua also wanted to invest, but he didn't have the money. The shares in the Yunhai group are the foundation of the Qi family, and apart from that, they really can't come up with billions. Decline. The word crossed Qi Ruihua's mind. When his father was still around, the Qi family always held a central position in the circles of Yong City. But now, they are just on the sidelines. Qi Ruihua's will suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Wang Real Estate, investing 5 billion. Wang Yaozu raised his hand, smiling, just sold a property, the money hasn't even cooled down yet, here you go, bro. Chen Shen responded with a smile. Long and Group, investing 5 billion. Yong City Bank, investing 5 billion. Hunyuan Securities, investing 5 billion. Yonghua Construction, investing 5 billion. Huihai Home Furnishings, investing 3 billion. Guanghua Infrastructure, investing 2 billion. The small circle brought by Wang Yaozu began to speak up one after another, completely igniting the atmosphere at the scene. People kept speaking up, some in the name of their companies, some in their personal capacity. By the time the scene finally quieted down, Shin was beaming. The Shin family with 3 billion, the Hu family with 15 billion, the Yunhai group with 20 billion, Wang Yaozu and his group with 30 billion, and various others adding up to a total of 55 billion. In other words, apart from the 200 billion in bank loans, Shin managed to borrow 150 billion from these individuals and companies without collateral. Now he owed a total of 350 billion. Next month, it will be 3.5 million points. This is much more than Shin had anticipated. Commercial-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology, price, 2.8 million points, review, a core-type constant-temperature solid-state battery developed by an unknown small company, serving as a knockoff of a certain battery. It offers the ultimate cost-effectiveness. Cancer cell inhibitor solution technology, price, 700,000 points, review, an accidental product of a biological gene laboratory, relying on stimulating its own genes to inhibit mutated cells, causing the mutated cells to naturally die off. In the Star River era it was worthless, but now it seems to hold extraordinary value? Shin involuntarily recalled these two technologies in his mind. These days, he had been researching his future development direction and the exchange direction for the system mall. Originally, being able to exchange for a battery technology would have sufficed. But unexpectedly, there was an additional gain. The extra 700,000 points were enough to exchange for cancer treatment technology, thus saving countless families and creating a pharmaceutical giant. Perfect. Shen's face beamed with a smile, inviting everyone to eat and drink. His crude behavior, due to changes in capital and status, not only did not make people feel he was vulgar, but many praised him for being down-to-earth. The banquet didn't end until the afternoon, and after dispersing, service personnel cleaned the East Garden and tidied up the gifts. When all the gifts were neatly arranged in categories and the service personnel left, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Hu Guanyu heard that Shen was taking Zhang Lihai to the nightlife scene, and couldn't help but volunteer to be their guide. No problem, I'll take her back first. Shen pointed to Lu Wangshu, had Wang Gang bring the car out, and both got into the car with Lu Wangshu. Zhang Lihai and Hu Guanyu, as they were planning to have fun at night, didn't drive and instead got into the bodyguard car driven by Zhang Chang. The car drove out of the East Garden, crossed the bridge all the way, heading towards Lu Wangshu's home. Lu Wangshu suddenly said, Wang Yaozu and the others from that circle found me privately before leaving and said something. What? Shen was somewhat distracted. To make up for the misunderstanding that day, they took on the renovation of the 2 buildings we bought, whether it's the signage, internal office supplies and furnishings, or the expenses needed during the renovation, they covered it all. Wow! Shen came back to his senses at the news and said, that must be tens of millions? About that. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly and said, it's fortunate that it roughly met our requirements, requiring very few changes, otherwise it would have cost more. They are generous, I'll have to borrow from them again later. Shen nodded. Lu Wangshu was speechless. Is this how you repay generous people? Is the nightclub fun? She suddenly asked. Shen shook his head and said, I don't know, back when I was doing 996, where did I have the time to try it out? At most I learned a bit from TV and movies. Me too. She hesitated. No way. Shen was sharp, immediately catching her drift. If you can find time to come to me at night, if I take you to a nightclub, your dad will definitely kill me. Shen firmly refused. Lu Wangshu was instantly unhappy and ignored Shen. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of an old residential area. Although the exterior of the residential area looked old, there were guards at the entrance. With Lu Wangshu's facial recognition, the 2 cars entered the residential area. The residential area was not small, but mostly inhabited by the elderly. The car stopped in front of a courtyard. Lu Wangshu and Shen got out, while the others waited in the car. The lights were on in the courtyard, and after entering the house, they saw Lu Qiming sitting on the sofa watching the news. Back so early today? Lu Wangshu teased. Isn't it because of you? Lu's father retorted, then looked at Shen and said, You're here? No need to be polite, come with me to the study for a chat. Not needing to be polite? Shen was speechless, following him into the study on the 2nd floor. You've been borrowing money everywhere recently, what are you up to? Dad Lu spoke impatiently, getting straight to the point. A special strain of bacteria has caught their attention. They were about to invest in you, but you kept borrowing money everywhere. They now think there's something wrong with the strain, and they're too scared to get involved with you. Hee. Shen was equally blunt, sitting in his chair. Uncle, I wanted a loan, not an investment. Let me owe money, that's fine, but I can't give up shares. Is there a difference? Dad Lu frowned slightly. How much money is considered a lot? You need to understand, we're different from the West. The whole capital thing doesn't work the same way here. In business, having a billion or a trillion makes no difference in status. What do you mean? Chen Chen perked up. To his surprise, Dad Lu glared at him. Don't say things that aren't conducive to unity. Fine. Chen Chen shrugged. Dad Lu was starting to lose his cool. Who had ever dared to be so casual with him before? Where did this kid get his confidence? Could it be because of my daughter? With these thoughts, Dad Lu couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Stay away from my daughter, you two are not a good match." Okay. Chen Chen nodded. He never had strong feelings for Lu Wangshu, finding her lovely but not his type. Keeping her around was just a facade, and secondly, to compensate her. If Lu Qiming insisted on opposing it, then this facade couldn't be maintained, as it might backfire. Dad Lu was puzzled. He agreed so readily? Is my daughter really that bad? No. Have they already taken things too far? Do they have a child? Is that why they're so confident? Dad Lu was overthinking, almost letting his guard down. I'm serious. Chen Chen felt puzzled. Me too. You son of a b***tch, this is called causing chaos and then abandoning ship. Dad Lu couldn't help but slam the table. Chen Chen retorted, you told me to stay away from her, did you think I wouldn't listen? Dad Lu fell silent, feeling like Chen Chen was threatening him. Both remained silent, staring at each other. After a while, Dad Lu couldn't help but stand up and sigh, what a mess. Looking at Chen Chen, he said, young man, today I will teach you some principles. Please go ahead. Chen Chen showed he was obedient. Seeing his behavior, Dad Lu snorted lightly, his expression softening a bit. Although I don't know what you're up to, you've gathered over 30 billion in your hands now. No matter where you invest this money, it will cause a stir. You need to be cautious, think twice before acting, and consider the consequences of your actions. Once you become a big shot, you can't behave like before. Your every word and action must be considered carefully. Here, if you incur public anger, it's hard to handle. Do you know how I climbed to where I am now? Dad Lu asked. Did you have someone backing you? Chen Chen hesitated. Damn it. Dad Lu was annoyed. That's just one aspect. Please go on. Chen Chen quickly admitted his mistake. Dad Lu sat down helplessly. An individual's power is limited. You need to learn to unite. It's not about getting close to someone, but understanding that collective power is limitless. The larger the group, the greater the strength. When you can unite 10 people, you can reduce your workload significantly. With 100 people, you don't need to produce anything. 1,000 people, you're an entrepreneur. 10,000 people, you're a renowned figure. With 100,000 people, others have to consider if it's worth going against you. This applies to employees. Also, in terms of companions, you need to learn to share. Money can't be earned endlessly. With your current capital, there are things more important than money. Why are you holding onto shares so tightly, preferring high interest rates over giving up shares? I think you should understand that borrowing valuation and equity valuation are different. When you borrow money, you can only borrow that amount, and the other party also considers the risks. But if it's about equity, your company can easily be valued at billions because many people would be willing to invest to help you expand the market, monopolize it, mitigate risks, so you can rise faster and stand at the peak. Just because you are unwilling to share, you can only borrow money from others like today. This is a peasant mentality, always wanting to satisfy personal needs, self-sufficient on a small piece of land, without constraints, cooperation, or exchange. It's also a dictatorial mindset, always wanting to hold all power in your own hands. This is not right. Since ancient times, not even an emperor could achieve absolute control. Compromise is an art, a wisdom, a philosophy of dealing with the world. You must learn to retreat to advance. In any struggle, the core is to weaken the enemy and strengthen friendships. Business is the same, you must learn to share, become a leader in business. Only when you share wealth will they elevate you, and wealth will flow towards you. Mr. Lu spoke passionately, took a sip of tea, but when he turned around, he saw Chen Chen daydreaming. He was instantly furious. Did you understand? Yes. Chen Chen nodded, saying, fight with guns and cannons, kill all enemies, and the rest are friends. Get the hell out of here. Mr. Lu burst out laughing in anger. Chen Chen was kicked out of the Lu family. But he had no regrets. With the debt system, he had no choice. Mr. Lu spoke of the right path, but he could only take shortcuts. There was no other way. The reason he made that joke in the end was that he didn't know how to refuse Mr. Lu. Boss, how did the negotiation go? Wang Gang curiously looked at Chen Chen in the rearview mirror. Chen Chen smiled and said, why so curious? Drive your car, follow Wu Xiao, let's have a good time tonight. Alright. Wang Gang quickly started the car, picked up the walkie-talkie to inform Zhang Chang. 2 luxury cars left the old residential area without attracting anyone's attention, or rather, the people living in this area had seen too many luxury cars. The bar Hu Guanyu chose was a high-end bar in Yong City. Its unique exterior design resembled a small bird's nest, with bright lights shining inside, neon lights dazzling. The men and women coming and going around were dressed in fashionable or sexy attire, the DJ roaring energetically, waving his hands to mix music, men and women around shouting and dancing. The bar was lively but not chaotic, waiters agilely carrying drinks moved through the crowd. On stage a group of scantily clad girls danced passionately. "So lively!" Chen Chen exclaimed. "I come here often. Are we going to a private room or a booth?" Hu Guanyu replied loudly. In this environment, a lower voice couldn't be heard at all. "What's the difference?" Chen Chen asked. Hu Guanyu pointed to the women in the dance floor and said, "In a booth, you can fish." Chen Chen became interested and was about to speak when Hu Guanyu pointed to the girls dancing on stage and said, "In a private room, you can keep fish." Private room. Chen Chen didn't hesitate at all. Reality is not a drama. Fishing is purely luck-based. In reality, where are so many beautiful girls waiting for you to fish? Keeping fish is spending money to take shortcuts. Various types of beautiful women are carefully selected and delivered directly to you. Great! Hu Guanyu informed the manager, who hurried over, then said to Chen Chen, "Second floor, VIP room 1. Wait." Chen Chen didn't turn back, looking at the dance floor. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang were behind him protecting him, but Jiang Lihai was nowhere to be seen. It was only when he turned around that he noticed Jiang Lihai tightly gripping the railing, staring fixedly at a corner of the stage. Chen Chen and Hu Guanyu walked forward and saw a sexy woman in a white dress embracing a middle-aged man with a rough face. The two were being affectionate, not behaving properly in public. How daring to play like this in front of everyone! Chen Chen curiously looked at Jiang Lihai. "Who is that? Your wife? This despicable woman." Jiang Lihai was trembling with anger. Because the scene was too noisy, he muttered something, but neither Chen Chen nor Hu Guanyu heard clearly. However, words like cheating, false accusations, and eviction were mentioned. The two exchanged a glance, and Chen Chen looked at Zheng Chang. "Come." Chen Chen beckoned. "Boss?" Zheng Chang had a bad feeling. "Just do as I say." Chen Chen whispered a few words, saying, "Go, and don't reveal my involvement if something happens." "Yes, boss." Zheng Chang's forehead was covered in black lines. He moved his mouth, climbed over the fence, and walked towards the two people under Jiang Lihai's astonished gaze. Jiang Lihai turned to Chen Chen, who smiled and said, "Let's watch the show." Hu Guanyu also perked up. As a precaution, he gestured for the manager to come over, and the few of them stood at the fence, watching the corner of the dance floor. Zheng Chang approached the two, towering over them. The woman and the middle-aged man were stunned by his presence. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but Zheng Chang acted faster. His moving mouth finally stopped. Spit! A mouthful of saliva hit the mark, landing in the middle-aged man's mouth. "Oh, ha, what? Ugh!" The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He frantically pounded his chest and vomited several times in a row. "You bastard!" Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his fist and struck Zheng Chang, who remained unfazed, retaliating with a slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap made the dancers around stop and look over in astonishment. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Enraged, the middle-aged man relentlessly attacked Zheng Chang with a series of punches. However, Zheng Chang's superior martial arts skills allowed him to land another slap right on target. The middle-aged man's face bore the imprint of the slap. Fuming with anger, he roared and grabbed a bottle, ready to strike back. Zheng Chang acted first, shouting as he charged forward. "It's just a misunderstanding, and you're resorting to using a weapon. Everyone, watch closely, this is self-defense." A flurry of blows ensued. The woman finally snapped out of her daze, too scared to leave or pull Zheng Chang away. She could only scream for help. "Ah, why are you hitting him? Help!" The screams attracted widespread attention, causing even the people on stage to stop dancing and gather around to watch. "What's going on? I have no idea." "Wow, they dare to fight in Starlight Bar, they're really brave. Don't they know about Starlight's background? The ones who fought last time are still inside. Who cares, it's entertaining to watch." Amid the discussions, Zheng Chang mercilessly beat the middle-aged man. On the fence, Chen Chen and Hu Guanyu were just spectating. The manager looked troubled, hesitating to speak. Finally, Jiang Lihai sighed and said, "Boss, that's enough, thank you. How could our own people be bullied by this scum?" Chen Chen smiled, whistled, and Zheng Chang stopped upon hearing it. He picked up a drink from a nearby table and poured it over the middle-aged man's head, then approached him with concern, saying, "Brother, are you okay? Don't blame me, you started it, I was just defending myself." What a load of self-defense! The middle-aged man and the woman were furious, but constrained by Zhang Chang's strength, they dared not speak up, with the woman only dialing the enforcement hotline. Lao Jiang, it's your turn to handle this. By the fence, Qin Shen smiled and spoke to the manager next to him, giving a few instructions. The manager's face lit up with joy, and he said, General Chen, rest assured, everything is arranged as you requested. With that, he left. Zhang Lihai looked at Chen Shen in surprise and asked, should I go beat them up too? No need for that. Chen Shen gestured for Hu Guanyu to lead the way, chuckling as they walked. Zhang Chang has already tormented their bodies, now it's your turn to torment their spirits. Zhang Lihai was puzzled. Just then, the music stopped, and the manager, holding a microphone, walked up to the stage with a smile, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry for the unexpected incident, but I have good news to share with you all. Tonight, all expenses are on Zhang Lihai. What? Someone's footing the bill? Wow, what a generous gesture. Is this for real? Finally, I can drink freely. Cheers. Jiang is the boss of that company, right? Who cares about his company? He's awesome. Jiang is amazing. Thank you, Jiang. Cheers erupted, everyone smiling, except for those who had been beaten. Chen Shen and his companions ascended the stairs, basking in the cheers and the spotlight. Watching from below, a woman, Zhang Lihai's ex-wife, couldn't believe her eyes as she saw the handsome and mature Zhang Lihai, dressed in a suit, wearing a watch, and with his hair neatly styled, making his way up to the second floor. How is this possible? Has he become successful again? What's going on? No! She suddenly turned to Zhang Chang and demanded, What's your relationship with Zhang Lihai? Did he ask you to do this? Zhang Chang looked at her bewilderedly and said, My employment contract is with the Yangcheng branch, owned by Zhao Jiangwo. Do you think Zhang Lihai has anything to do with me? He even took out his ID card from his pocket, showing his workplace as the Yangcheng branch and his position as a security guard. You, a lousy security guard, dare to hit me? The middle-aged man's nose was crooked with anger as he said, I'll make you pay. I have money. Zhang Chang stuffed his work card back into his pocket, sneering, working at a bank, do you understand the value? Tell me, how much do you want to extort from me? Who the hell wants your money? The middle-aged man was even angrier now, saying, I have money, I don't need yours. I want you in jail, just wait. Soon, law enforcement officers arrived and took all three away. On the second floor, by the railing in front of the private room, Hu Guanyu, smoking a cigarette, said, Shengu, you played this hand really well. Who would have thought Zhang's workplace is at the Yangcheng Bank? This is really a far-fetched connection. Just letting off some steam, at most. This method might be crude, but it's indeed satisfying. Chen Shan replied with a smile. Zhang Lihai felt a bit guilty and said, Boss, will Zhang be okay? It's all because of me. If there's any compensation needed, I'll take care of it, and I'll deduct tonight's expenses from my salary. Forget it. Chen Shen gave him a look, put out his cigarette, and entered the private room, saying, Do you really need your meager salary? Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Zhang Chang will be fine. At that moment, the manager arrived with the dancing girls from earlier. Seeing Chen Shen and the others seated, he asked with a smile, General Chen, Husha, General Jiang, what's the plan? All eyes turned to Chen Shen. Looking at the sea of faces before him, Chen Shen grinned and said, Let the music play on, let the dance continue. Half an hour later, at the police station. Zhang Chang's techniques were skillful, causing pain and humiliation, but after a medical examination, even minor injuries were not found. Therefore, the law enforcement officers advised the two parties to settle the matter privately and reconcile. The middle-aged man was initially reluctant, but when he learned that the other party wouldn't even be detained, he broke down. Why not? He protested, causing the woman to also become indignant and shout everywhere. Why can't he be detained? Are you colluding with him? He hit someone, why can't he be detained? Not only should he be detained, but we should also appeal and have him imprisoned. The law enforcement officers were also helpless. The law enforcement officer in charge of mediating advised solemnly, We checked the surveillance footage, and you were the first to use violence. He spat in my mouth, bro. The middle-aged man fumed. He explained, the mediator sighed, saying, He claims he didn't notice you, he was looking at this lady, found her attractive, couldn't take his eyes off her, and accidentally spat in your mouth. It's a misunderstanding, an accident, at most, he lacks manners, but it doesn't constitute a crime. On the other hand, you initiated the violence, although you got beaten up pretty badly, the fault lies on both sides. It can't be unilaterally considered the other party's fault. Yeah, I lack manners, Zhang Chang said, crossing his legs and chewing gum. You. The middle-aged man was speechless, but he quickly had a flash of inspiration, saying, This woman's ex-husband invited everyone for drinks after I got beaten up, I suspect they are in cahoots, and her ex-husband instructed him to hit me. Innocent until proven guilty. The mediator shrugged, saying, "This lady just said, we also inquired, he is a security guard at the Yongcheng branch, with no business dealings with Jiang Lihai, unless you can provide concrete evidence, it cannot be determined that he was acting on someone's orders. Is there no other way?" The middle-aged man was getting impatient. Even though he poached someone's partner, even though he profited from it, even though he legally occupied Jiang Lihai's home, it didn't mean he wanted to be beaten up. Because you are unlucky, getting beaten up more often, you can demand compensation from the other party, or ask for an apology. The mediator explained. Then let him apologize, I don't need the money. No. At this moment, Zheng Chang sitting on the other side shook his head disdainfully, saying, compensation is fine, but no need for an apology. Apology is a must. 20,000. No, just apologize, I don't want your money. 30,000. Apology is a must, I don't need your measly money. Absolutely not possible. Zheng Chang was very confident, the boss said, solve it by spending money. Think about it, an apology can solve it, that's 30,000 yuan. The mediator hurriedly advised. No, just compensation, no apology. Zheng Chang ignored it. The mediator looked at the middle-aged man again, saying, 30,000 yuan. Do I lack 30,000? The middle-aged man was firm, saying, I insist on an apology. 40,000. No, an apology. 50,000. 50,000, okay. The mediator was tempted, he really wanted an apology, but unfortunately, he wasn't the one who got beaten up. No way possible. The middle-aged man felt humiliated after being beaten up. 80,000, take it or leave it, no negotiation. Zheng Chang slammed the table. 80,000, he offers 80,000. The mediator excitedly looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated. Zheng Chang stood up and said, final offer, 100,000. It can be settled, or we can start over. 100,000. The mediator stood up excitedly, looking at the middle-aged man, holding out both hands, saying, 100,000. Fine. After some hesitation, the middle-aged man finally nodded in submission. Transfer the money on the spot, don't cheat me, he felt a bit aggrieved. Okay. This amount of money was not even enough for a tree in the boss's garden. Zheng Chang took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Chen. Needs to pay 100,000. Ding, a WeChat notification sound rang out. Opening the chat box, a transfer of 300,000 popped up. Zheng Chang clicked to accept it, scanning 100,000 to the middle-aged man, gleefully watching the remaining 200,000 in his balance. Wow, and you said no one was pulling the strings. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened, saying, not enough, 100,000 is not enough, give me another 100,000. Don't push your luck. Zheng Chang slipped his phone into his pocket, saying calmly, we're just getting by these days. If you call me again, I'll report you for extortion. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, finally cursed angrily, got up, and left with the woman, muttering under his breath. Getting paid for getting beaten, earning 200,000 for hitting someone. Is there no justice left in this world, damn it? Starlight Bar, VIP room no. 1. The girls left after dancing, although the manager assured that the girls were clean and could stay for a price, neither Chen Shen nor Hu Guanyu were interested. For Hu Guanyu, he needed to consider his image, and with his status, what kind of woman did he not have access to? He had long passed the age of being aroused by anyone he met. After the impulsive youth, the women who interested him were no ordinary women. They had to have that extra something. Whether it was beauty, temperament, education, status, personality, and so on. In his words, he could see through ordinary women at a glance, they would fall for him with a wink. In his younger days, he almost ruined his waist, so that kind of temptation held no allure for him anymore. Chen Chen was the same. Although he hadn't had many love experiences in this life or the previous, he had been through what he needed to. Now that he had suddenly become wealthy, even though it was time to enjoy, ordinary women just didn't catch his eye anymore. It wasn't that he thought highly of himself, but his mindset had changed. Even if he stopped here, his final assets would not be less than 100 billion. In the world, apart from a few women, who was out of his league. In the end, lust was just a desire, and if there wasn't a suitable person to make him feel something, to at least stir desire, the pleasure of ordinary love affairs couldn't compare to showing off by spending money or achieving goals that made others envious. That was true luxury. Of course, there were also reasons he couldn't let go completely. There were too many people around, and maybe in private, he might get restless. The two of them watched the girls' hot dance like holy monks, truly appreciating it. They applauded until the girls left with thanks and money, ignoring Jiang Lihai's restless hands and reluctant gaze beside them. Boss, maintain some decorum in public, will you? Chen Shen gave him a look, then handed over the notes that a few girls had passed to Jiang Lihai. Jiang Lihai burst into a smile. Perhaps he had been holding back for too long, or maybe he had finally let out a sigh of relief today, feeling particularly excited. I'm single now, I can do whatever I want. Shen Shen couldn't be bothered with this old lecher, stood up, and walked out of the room with Hu Guanyu, leaning against the railing and looking down. The already lively bar, after being booked by Qin Shen, descended into even more revelry. People were still coming in from outside, and the bar manager had stationed someone at the door, only letting people in when others left. Booking was booking, but the bar had its rules, and with Hu Guanyu's status, they didn't dare let anyone take advantage of them. The tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of drinks that were usually used to rip people off were all put away, no questions asked. The most expensive drink used for booking was only a few thousand per bottle. There were even discounts for bookings. These were all unspoken agreements. Of course, not many people lacked manners to the extent of taking advantage when someone else was booking and treating. After all, it was a high-end bar, and casual spending would easily amount to thousands. At this moment, inside the bar, many people were lining up. At the front of the line were specially crafted drinks mixed with a new product containing bioenergy injection fluid. Upon seeing this, Hu Guanyu couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Chen Gu, you're going to make a fortune this time. People are drinking your products with your alcohol, but they won't get drunk after 1,000 cups." Chen Shen had black lines appearing on his forehead as he watched the scene speechlessly. However, it was just a small amount of money. Is there a way to obtain a batch of gun permits? Chen Shen suddenly asked. Hu Guanyu was startled by the question. The cup in his hand almost slipped. He turned abruptly, wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "Shen Gu, what did you say? Gun permits? A batch?" Chen Shen raised his glass, took a sip, and said, "My empire will only grow larger. With no parents, no wife, no children, not even an heir. What if someone has ill intentions? I need to prepare in advance." Hu Guanyu suddenly understood. He expressed his understanding but also his difficulty. "Shen Gu, if you only want to obtain gun permits, you just need to register or acquire a security company. By meeting the required qualifications, you can process a small number of gun permits. However, if you want to obtain a large quantity, it will be more complicated. The management of this is extremely strict. To be honest, even in elite circles, there are many with guns, but very few have permits. If you want to recruit a large number of bodyguards and security personnel, and then need a large number of gun permits, or even use some unconventional firearms, it's not something that anyone can easily arrange for you. Not to mention me, even Miss Lu's father cannot openly arrange it for you, unless you receive special treatment from above. For example, if it involves highly classified high-tech, or if your own accident would have a significant impact, only then would there be special circumstances for special treatment." "Is the bioenergy injection fluid not enough?" Chen Chen asked. "Not enough?" Hu Guanyu thought for a moment and said, "Unless you can prove that this product is difficult to breach in a short period and you have the potential to monopolize the Western market, then forget it." Chen Shen didn't want to do that while still inexperienced. Besides, he could exchange for new technology next month. There was no need to prove anything. Maybe he wouldn't even need to apply, they might offer it proactively. However, Hu Guanyu's mention of a security company piqued Chen Shen's interest. "If I start a security company, can you help me find enough retired soldiers to work as employees?" Chen Chen asked. "That's easy." Hu Guanyu smiled. "I have an uncle working in a related unit. Many soldiers retire in Dongjiang every year. If you really start a company and offer a decent salary, not only can you recruit people, you can handpick them. Seamless transition, retired soldiers can directly join your company, and your company can even have a reputation for cooperating with retired military personnel for employment." "Got it, I'll talk to you about it later." Chen Shen clinked glasses with him. "No problem." Hu Guanyu responded with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Chen Shen pondered and asked, "What kind of business does your family do?" "My family's business focuses on stability," Hu Guanyu said with a bitter smile. "One is in the pharmaceutical industry, and the other is in the automotive industry. Aren't those two quite profitable?" Chen Shen looked puzzled at Hu Guanyu. "It depends on the channels and the specific sector within the industry," Hu Guanyu said with a bitter smile. "The pharmaceutical industry's huge profits come from research institutions, but the risks are too high. What we do is get a few authorizations and then act as layers of agents within Dongjiang province to make money. It's profitable, but not hugely so. We can't expand beyond the local market, we're stuck like this. My old man is considering selling off these industries. As for the automotive industry, it's something I invested in recent years. I used to think selling luxury cars would make money, but guess what? The richer they are, the more stingy they become. They buy cars worth millions and still haggle over prices, asking if they can get free maintenance. Overall, I did make some money, but unfortunately, in the past 2 years, new energy vehicles have been on the rise, making it increasingly difficult to sell traditional cars. I even suspect that I might have been too unlucky and jumped straight into the sunset industry pit. I have considered transitioning to new energy, but others have no shortage of sales channels, either through direct purchases or their own 4S stores, leaving no room for me to get involved. I see. Chen Chen suddenly realized, but he looked at Hu Guanyu with a strange expression in his eyes. Is this guy really unlucky? No. He's just been incredibly lucky. It just so happens that the two technologies he was planning to exchange are both related to him. Could it be that he has been waiting to join forces with me since the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey? Reborn as a supporting role? I have been observing your actions these days. Since you called me brother, I will give you some guidance. Chen Chen held a glass of wine and said, regarding the pharmaceutical side, there's no rush to deal with it. I will give you authorization later. Authorization? Hu Guanyu looked puzzled, wondering why Chen, who was not in the pharmaceutical business, would mention this. After the birth of the biological injection solution, what does the medical industry most anticipate? Chen Chen asked. Of course, it's the effects of the biological substances on the human body. I heard that they have been researching this area these days, and it is said that they have started using it in surgeries. Some even wonder if it could be effective for cancer patients. Hu Guanyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Chen. Yes. Chen Chen smiled faintly, not saying much, only adding, I will give you authorization later. We will focus on production and have no time to sell. Wow. Hu Guanyu was instantly excited, spilling some of the drink in his hand. Chen, are you serious? This is a groundbreaking event. If it really succeeds, you will become a modern saint, he exclaimed. It's true, but don't spread it around. Chen Chen smiled and pointed below, saying, you treat for today. I treat. Hu Guanyu was ecstatic, not just today. Chen, you are like a brother to me. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, for the next month, I will treat you every time. It's not necessary. I have to get busy building the company now that I have money. Chen Chen rolled his eyes and continued, let's head back for now. If we don't leave soon, the people inside won't be able to contain themselves, and it might turn into a chaotic situation. Hu Guanyu also thought of the lecherous Jiang Lihai in the private room and chuckled. Let's go. I'll take care of the bill directly. At this time, Zhang Chang also returned, calling for Wang Gang, and the group left like that. As for Jiang Lihai, Chen Chen felt that he wouldn't be going back to stay tonight. The next day, when Chen Chen opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. As he descended the stairs, he saw Lu Wangshu sitting at the tea table, brewing her father's special tea, while Zhang Chang and Wang Gang were recounting the events of the previous day. Boss! Wang Gang noticed and quickly stood up. Sit down. Chen Chen walked over, picked up a cup of tea, and asked Lu Wangshu, you're here so late today? Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes, speechless. I don't know what you said to my dad yesterday, he was so angry he didn't sleep all night. How could I sleep well? This. Chen Chen felt slightly embarrassed and said, then why don't you go back to sleep? No need. Lu Wangshu shrugged, he's acting weird, can't sleep himself but insists I should, saying I need to rest. How can I refuse? I'm already well rested. Seems like he's treating you like a pregnant woman? Chen Chen joked, then scratched his head and asked, has Mr. Jiang returned? Mr. Jiang? Lu Wangshu was slightly puzzled, didn't Mr. Jiang come back yesterday? He hasn't returned by this time? Chen Chen looked at Zhang Chang and Wang Gang. The two looked strange and hesitated. What's wrong? Are you going to say something? Chen Chen asked. Well, Wang Gang glanced at Lu Wangshu, then leaned in to whisper to Chen Chen, Mr. Jiang was arrested last night. He was supposed to be detained, but he paid a fine to get out. He left early this morning, saying he's too embarrassed to see you. Chen Chen was shocked and exclaimed, is he serious? Seeing the two men silent, Chen Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. Lu Wangshu curiously looked at the three of them and asked, what happened to Mr. Jiang? Nothing. Chen Chen didn't want to tell the naive girl the dirty details, so he waved his hand and said, the old man got drunk, caused trouble, got fined, and left back to Wei County in shame. Oh, is Mr. Jiang really that hot-tempered? I never noticed. Lu Wangshu seemed surprised. Let's not talk about him. Chen Chen ran his hand through his messy hair and said, I'm going to take a shower. If you're not going back to sleep, get ready. We have a lot to do these days. I checked with Longan, the construction won't affect our work. Let's get the company structure set up first, and we have a few companies to acquire. We need to inquire about them. Chen Chen usually only cared about making money and didn't bother with many company matters. just set a general direction for Jiang Lihai to lead the team freely. But that didn't mean he was idle. Sleeping until 10 was just a habit, a remnant of his past life, feeling like a waste if not sleeping until 10. As the saying goes, those who work with their minds control others, those who work with their hands are controlled by others. Chen Chen's daily contemplation revolved around planning his future and what technology to exchange in the system mall. Advanced technology is good, but like many good policies, it doesn't mean it's suitable for the present. Suitability is the best. Otherwise, if robots were to replace human work entirely, Chen Chen had reason to believe he wouldn't survive 3 days. The unemployed masses could drown him in their spit. Just like the current trend of intelligent driving replacing taxis, the approach is too rigid, too rough. Whether in business or research and development, one must follow the principle of putting people first. The primary purpose of technology should be to serve humanity, not to destroy human livelihoods. In short, humans can still live without high technology. But without humans, high technology loses all meaning. The replacement of human labor with machinery and intelligence is inevitable, a trend, a predetermined future. But how this transition will be managed peacefully is the key. Chen Chen wouldn't foolishly exchange for some black technology that doesn't fit the current social environment. That would be suicidal. Unless he truly stood at the peak, possessing the ability to change the entire social structure, only then could he reshape the world according to his ideas, transforming unsuitable environments into suitable ones. As of now, he had only completed the first step of digging his first bucket of gold. He might not know much about human affairs or conspiracies, a congenital disadvantage from his previous life at the bottom of society. But undoubtedly, he was intelligent. He knew what to do and what not to do, he knew how to proceed. The first step of securing basic funding had been completed. The second step was to enhance his influence and importance, to build his own image, making Shanghai a true giant enterprise. He had to build his own golden reputation as a well-known philanthropist and sage of the present era, while also establishing dominance in the high-tech industry, synchronously elevating his personal and corporate status. Undoubtedly, drugs to treat cancer and new energy batteries representing the forefront of high technology today were the best choices. He aimed to become a globally renowned figure in the shortest time possible. Sitting in the library, Chen Chen used his tablet to mark and compare various companies he had searched for. "Boss, we've arrived," Wang Gang's voice sounded, and then the car entered the underground garage. Everyone got off the car and took the elevator upstairs. The top floor was spacious, and it was evident that Wang Yaozu and his group knew how to enjoy themselves. In their design, apart from the chairman's office, high-level meeting rooms, and the secretary's office, most areas were leisure and guest areas. It was said that the rooftop even had a swimming pool and a helipad. All kinds of facilities were available. Going down, there were waiting areas, large conference rooms, product display areas, and temporary accommodation areas. Further down was the internal cafeteria and leisure entertainment area. Continuing down led to layers of office areas, each with dedicated public areas, individual offices, tea rooms, and small meeting rooms, until the first and second floors. The first and second floors were connected, with the first floor being the reception area, grand and full of a sense of technology, with stairs and escalators on both sides. The second floor housed a public library, a large product display area, and a reception area. Everything that should be there was there, and everything that could be included was already included. After touring the entire headquarters building, Chen Chen and his group finally sat in the chairman's office on the top floor. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the city, there was a feeling of overlooking the mountains, but it was just an illusion. Chen Chen sat on the ergonomic leather chair and took out a tablet, handing it to Lu Wangshu, saying, "Contact them, have them come here to discuss." "Yes, boss." Lu Wangshu, in Chen Chen's eyes, was average in every aspect except for one thing that pleased him: she was not pretentious. She did what needed to be done without any airs of a girl, but when not working, she quickly returned to a lazy and cute appearance, revealing her true nature. She looked at the list of company names and contact information on the tablet and was secretly shocked. Yongcheng Huoding Law Firm, contact XXX, Yongcheng Shenghong Accounting Firm, contact XXX, Dongjiang Wanfu Financial Management Service Company, contact XXX, Global Business Talent Consulting, contact XXX, Kongrui Pharmaceuticals, contact XXX, Yongcheng Ruiming New Energy, contact XXX. They were all well-established companies in Dongjiang or Yongcheng. Although they belonged to different industries, Lu Wangshu had heard of many of them. Of course, they were not considered nationally renowned companies, as Dongjiang was not an economic powerhouse or a hub of scientific research. It was a province that combined agriculture and industry, with various companies but not as many as the major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Lu Wangshu started making phone calls, arranging meetings with different people at different times throughout the day, and quickly handed a schedule to Chen Chen. It was a schedule for meetings with various people throughout the day. At the top of the list was Huading Law Firm, which was very close to Longan Business Center, just a 10-minute drive away, with a meeting scheduled in half an hour. Meanwhile, in the law firm, Wang Defa put on his suit in confusion, wondering why Xinghai had contacted him. Although the banquet yesterday was unknown to ordinary people, it was widely spread in Yongqing's upper-class society. Basically, people with some power knew some details and were aware that Xinghai was planning to establish itself in Yongchang. Does Xinghai have a lawsuit for us to handle? Have counterfeit products appeared? In doubt, Wang Defa drove to Longan Center. He was greeted by Zhang Chang. Are you lawyer Wang? Please follow me. Did Mr. Chen ask to see me? In the elevator, Wang Defa expressed his doubts. Zhang Chang shook his head. You'll have to ask the boss about that. I'm not sure. I'm just a bodyguard. Upon reaching the top floor, Chen Chen and his group were already seated in the guest area, and tea was served. Chen Chen invited Wang Defa to sit down and said with a smile, Lawyer Wang, long awaited indeed. Wang Defa smiled and shook hands with Chen Chen, then both sat down. He smiled and said, I have long admired you, Mr. Chen. Your new product is truly amazing. He hesitated. I just wonder why Mr. Chen wants to see me. Could it be that in such a short time, your company's products have already been counterfeited? Not yet. Chen Chen shook his head, but personally, I think it's coming soon. Wang Defa fell silent. Indeed, considering the effects of the biological injection liquid, not to mention its retail price of as high as 32 yuan, counterfeiting would be worthwhile, and the appearance of fake products was only a matter of time. Is Mr. Chen planning to engage our law firm for subsequent legal actions? That would be too troublesome. Chen Chen shook his head again. As far as I know, Huading Law Firm was established by Wang Lu and two other partners. However, the two partners withdrew their investments 6 months ago, and now Huading relies solely on Wang Lu. Wang Defa's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He forced a smile. It can't be helped, everyone has their own aspirations. However, our law firm's strength remains. Although they took away a group of people, the remaining ones are all elites I carefully selected over the years, each capable of standing on their own. Very well. Chen Chen extended 3 fingers, 30 million. According to my investigation, Huading Law Firm currently has about 20 people. I will offer 30 million to buy your team's services for a year. During this year, you will be employees of the Xinghai Legal Department. You will have the freedom to decide whether to return to open a law firm or continue working in Xinghai after the year. The 30 million will be distributed by you. Wang Defa was stunned. 30 million. This figure was not insignificant. For him, his annual income was probably around 4 to 5 million, but he was the only one in the entire law firm with such an income. The highest income for others was close to 1 million, with most only around 300,000. Splitting 30 million evenly would mean an average of over 1 million per person. If he took the lion's share, based on the usual income ratio, he could get over 10 million, and the other 3 elites could each get over 2 million. As for the remaining people, they would still receive an average of 60 to 70,000. This was equivalent to 2 to 3 years' worth of income. Wang Defa couldn't help but feel tempted. However, he also knew that once the team merged into Xinghai, it would be impossible to leave after a year. This 30 million was more like a settling fee than a year's salary. After much contemplation, he not only considered himself but also those who followed him. The past 6 months had seen a significant decline in profits, and he had to admit that although no one openly complained, they must have felt uneasy. Mr. Chen, I would like to know, what will our income be after a year? The future salary level will be determined based on this year's performance. At that time, both parties will negotiate and sign new labor contracts, but I can guarantee that the income level in Xinghai will definitely be the highest among all companies in the country. Chen Chen was not exaggerating with this statement, as money held little significance for him. Spending money could bring about many benefits. Most importantly, he had cutting-edge technology, making it easy for him to earn money. He wouldn't exploit his employees unless necessary. Mr. Chen, from now on, we bookworms who only know laws and regulations will rely on the boss's care. Very decisive. Chen Chen admired this and said, rest assured, I don't like making empty promises, but without a doubt, I make money quickly and am willing to spend it. I won't mistreat my people. Wang Defa felt deeply moved. This was perhaps the most sincere promise he had ever heard. Boss, I will go back now and arrange everything. Within 2 days, Huading Law Firm will relocate here. Go ahead. Wang Defa left shortly after. Another group of people came knocking on the door, including Yongcheng Shanghai accounting firm, Dongjiang Wanfu Financial Management Service Company, and Huanyu Business Talent Consultancy. The originally agreed upon time was supposed to be postponed, but it was quite obvious that these three companies valued Chen Chen's invitation highly and arrived early. What a coincidence, General Zhao, General Liu. In the elevator, Wei Dong from Huanyu Business Talent Consultancy greeted them with a smile, but he was actually just there to watch the show. Because everyone in the industry knew that Sheng Hong and Wan Fu had many overlapping aspects and were arch-rivals who poached each other's employees, making things quite ugly. It was unexpected to see these two walking together one day, truly a miracle. General Wei, do you know what General Chen from Shanghai wants to discuss with us? Zhao Yuming was a very rational person and didn't beat around the bush. Of course, Lu Yun didn't speak either. Although the two didn't see eye to eye, they didn't start arguing on the spot. He must be trying to poach us. Wei Dong was a professional headhunter, or rather, the entire Huanyu Business Talent Consultancy was essentially a headhunting company, and there was nothing else to find him for besides these matters. Considering that Shanghai had just been established and was in need of personnel, if they performed well this time, they might make a big profit. Lu Yun didn't speak, but she had a faint guess in her mind. Wanfu Financial Management Services Company specialized in providing financial audits for major companies, which Shanghai probably didn't need just after its establishment. However, for the same reason, due to its recent establishment, it definitely lacked relevant talent. Did they intend to cooperate long-term? All three of them had assistants, but once they reached the top floor, the assistants stood aside, while the three of them entered the meeting area. Welcome! Chen Chen stepped forward to shake hands, not waiting for the three to speak before saying, Shanghai sincerely invites the three of you to join us. What the heck? The three of them were stunned on the spot. They had thought of many possibilities, but never that Chen Chen would say this. All three of them were company bosses. What did he mean by a sincere invitation to join? They were already bosses, could they turn around and go back to being employees? Seeing that the three didn't respond immediately, Chen Chen invited them to sit down. Is entrepreneurship really that good? Chen Chen asked, then continued, from what I understand, due to international games, the domestic economic environment is getting worse, although only temporarily. Major companies are laying off employees, cutting expenses, saving wherever they can. Your companies are all service-oriented, and these past 2 years must have been very difficult, right? The three looked at each other, none of them speaking first. I don't know how much longer the three of you can hold on, but Shanghai is full of vitality right now. Chen Chen took out a bioenergy injection. Just this one product alone represents a market worth billions, if not trillions. Leaving aside other matters, Shanghai is destined to grow into a behemoth in a very short time. Therefore, we can recruit people easily, but we need a team that can respond quickly without the need for adjustment. Your companies clearly meet this requirement. I can also offer my terms. General Lu Yun, you can take over the finance department when you come. General Zhao Yuming, take over the audit department. General Wei Dong, take over the human resources department. As for your companies, I can directly acquire them, provide sufficient compensation, don't worry about a low price. Your companies don't have core products, just services, so acquiring them is very cheap. I can offer a premium acquisition, provide ample resettlement fees. With that, Chen Chen smiled at the three and said, furthermore, perhaps the three of you don't value money that much? After all, regardless of how much wealth you have certainly achieved financial freedom compared to ordinary people. Huading Law Firm has already become the legal department of our Shanghai, and success is within reach today. Consider your choices, and I hope the three of you will also think about it. I'm in. Wei Dong couldn't wait, his eyes shining as he said, just as General Chen said, the overall environment is not good, making it hard to make money. I see the hope of success in your company, General. There's no need for you to acquire us at a premium, just provide us with sufficient treatment based on our value. Zhao, Ming, and Lu Yun looked at each other, and at that moment, the former old enemies made a common choice. I'm in. Count me in too. Welcome. Chen Chen shook hands with the three again. The key to success lies in balance. There are several companies similar to Yong City, and his choice of these few was actually quite simple. Wang Defa seemed to have a choice, but in reality, he had none. Wei Dong was capable, young and energetic, eager to realize his life's value, and not inclined to form cliques. Lu Yun and Zhao Ming were mature and steady, each responsible for finance and auditing, respectively, supervising each other. With new people constantly coming in, even the old hands would work hard to maintain themselves. And the newcomers, eager to stand out, would keep a close eye on those old-timers who had relocated. After a year of multiple adjustments, the distinction between new and old, the original marks, all disappeared. By then, there would only be Shanghai, and only Shanghai. You're becoming more like a leader. After the three left, Lu Wangshu poured a glass of water for Chen Chen, thinking about his confidence and decisiveness just now, his momentum and coercion in his words and actions. Lu Wangshu couldn't help but sigh. Chen Chen was slightly stunned and asked, "Really?" "Yes." Beside him, Wang Gang quickly said, "Boss, you now exude a pure and domineering CEO vibe. Every move of yours commands respect. You are truly imposing." "Really? Is he exaggerating? Too much flattery." Chen Chen doubted Wang Gang's motives. Why is he suddenly buttering him up? Little did he know, after Wang Gang heard Zhang Chang brag about getting a bonus of 200,000, his eyes turned green with envy, thinking all day about how to flatter, and now that he saw an opportunity, he naturally had to show off. Wang Gang's words were very straightforward. Even Lu Wangshu was taken aback when he heard them, feeling a bit awkward. He regretted why he had to speak up. It was just a normal conversation. With Wang Gang's performance, it seemed like they were both buttering up to each other. "I remember you used to be quite honest and simple, not talking much usually. What's gotten into you today?" Chen Chen looked at Wang Gang suspiciously and asked, "Do you need my help with something?" "No." Wang Gang also realized that he had gone too far, lowered his head, and stammered, "Boss, when do you plan to acquire Young City Bank as well?" "I see. He wants a raise." Chen Chen chuckled and said, "You, really? In that case, you and Zhang Chang can resign immediately. I happen to be starting a security company today, you two can join directly. I'll give you a raise, a monthly salary of 100,000, additional compensation for any extra work. If I encounter danger, as long as you can step up, you'll receive a bonus." "Really?" Wang Gang and Zhang Chang, who was standing beside him, both showed ecstatic expressions. "Really?" Chen Chen nodded and said, "With a bigger playing field, just the two of you won't be enough. I heard from Zhao Jiangwo that you were special forces before you retired, right? How did you suddenly retire?" "We made a mistake." Wang Gang scratched his head, embarrassedly saying, "During a military exercise, we didn't follow the rules, causing a major impact. It wasn't just the two of us, but a few of our comrades. Our special forces team collectively retired." "Is that so?" Chen Chen was puzzled and asked, "The cost of training a special team is not low, and a single mistake led to retirement?" "Well." At this point, Zhang Chang couldn't stand his evasiveness, glared at him impatiently, and said bluntly, "Boss, we were participating in joint military exercises with other countries. This guy chopped off someone's hand, which led to all of us retiring. He even got beaten up 3 times. 6. Chen Chen was speechless. "Boss, are you planning to expand the security scale?" Zhang Chang hesitated and said, "Our team is elite, how about giving them a job too?" If it was just an ordinary job, he naturally wouldn't say much. But according to Chen Chen's meaning, a monthly salary of 100,000, and even establishing a security company, entering this is like becoming an elder. "Isn't this better than staying at home?" "Sure." Chen Chen was naturally very willing. Retired soldiers are easy to find, but special forces are not easy to come by, each one is precious, and directly retiring is rare. In this way, I will also set a rule, starting from a monthly salary of 100,000, enjoy all the benefits of the group company. If there are additional tasks, they will be paid separately, considered as bonuses. If I encounter danger, saving me will be rewarded based on merit, with a minimum reward of 1 million. If there is a disability compensation for life due to saving me, it will be 10 million, and in case of death, 50 million compensation. So high? Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were shocked, both of them spoke out. Looking at each other, they were restless and had already begun to fantasize. If the boss encounters danger, if I rush up, if by chance I can't win, if I resist fiercely, helplessly fail, and get my legs broken by the opponent. 10 million. It's just, kind of, unethical? The two quickly stopped their fantasies. Forget it, it's better to be honest and be a bodyguard. A full meal is definitely better than occasional feasts. The boss is usually so generous, they can't risk losing out on something big for something small. A long-lost passion surged in their hearts. They had a premonition that following the boss, their future life would be lively and interesting. At noon, they had a meal together. Then they drove to the relevant departments, made a call to Hu Guanyu to expedite the process, and then went to the law enforcement department for registration, finally heading to the armed unit, where they received a warm reception. Chen Chen had requirements for new employees. He wanted those who dared to fight and were willing to risk their lives, so the selection process was quite troublesome. However, the other party said it was simple and would pay special attention to screening, sending a list of qualified candidates to the newly established security company. Later, Chen Chen met Zheng Chang and Wang Gang's several comrades. Including Zhang Chang and Wang Gang, there were 7 strong men, even the most slender of them had taut muscles. After the introduction, the oldest was the captain and commander of the Special Forces team, Guan Lei. Guan Lei was a strong man in his 40s, with sharp eyes, a resolute face, clearly not someone to mess with. Then there were the assault soldier Zhang Chang, the demolition expert Wang Xiang, the sniper Ding Yi, the observer Zhou Feng, the medic Chen Yun, and the bomb disposal expert, firepower suppressor, cover, cook, driver, and general handyman, Wang Gang. Oh, Chun Chun unexpectedly looked at Wang Gang. You're quite versatile, huh? No wonder he drove more steadily than Zhang Chang. It was because he was stable that he had been kept as a driver. Never thought he was a professional. He. Wang Gang scratched his head. At this moment, Zhang Chang rolled his eyes and teased, the weaker one does the work. Oh, I see. Sorry for the interruption. Chen Chen immediately turned around and looked at the group. He had a plan for them as well. Have you all been informed about the benefits? Chen Chen asked. Yes. Captain Guan Lei grinned and said, Boss, rest assured, when there is a real danger, we will definitely risk our lives to save you. After all, the 7 of us combined are not worth 50 million. That's an exaggeration. Chen Chen shook his head and said, everyone only has one life, so unless absolutely necessary, never think like that. Saying this, Chen Chen arranged, Captain Guan is the oldest and most stable, so he will be the president of the security company. If he does well, he will continue in that role, and the benefits will gradually increase. Yes, boss. Guan Lei was not surprised at all. Firstly, he had been injured in his early years, and he was a bit older now, so his combat effectiveness was definitely not as good as the others, and he was better at commanding. Secondly, he was the brains of the team, but as a bodyguard, he couldn't have a brain. Having a brain would jeopardize the employer's safety. As for the 6 of you, after a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Chen said, go get a regular, inconspicuous car. In the future, Wang Gang will continue to be my driver, Chen Yun will handle emergency aid, sit in the passenger seat. Zhang Chang, you and Wang Xiang will team up as the main force, Ding Yi and Zhou Feng will be another team, ready to strike back in critical moments. Yes, boss. The group nodded in response. With this arrangement, Chen Chen finally felt a bit more secure. He sent Ding Yi and Zhou Feng to fetch the car, while the rest followed him back to Shanghai Building. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun Wei, the owner of Kongrui Pharmaceuticals, who was a bit far away, had also arrived. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, he did not see Huang Weiming, the owner of Weiming New Energy. Where is he? Chen Chen asked. Lu Wanshu made a phone call and returned silently. He said he had already heard about what happened this morning. Weiming New Energy is not planning to sell, and he doesn't want to give up his dream, so he refused. How interesting. Trying to raise the price? Chen Chen chuckled. He had carefully selected these companies, and he knew the true situation of each one. Weiming New Energy was just a second-rate company in the new energy industry, not even in the top 20 nationwide, with a market value of only around 10 billion. Recently, there were rumors of frequent stock transactions by the company's directors, and insiders knew it was Huang Weiming himself. He wanted to sell but felt it was difficult to compete with other companies. Unexpectedly, someone came to buy, and now he was not in a hurry? Then contact Chunghung Technology. There is more than one company in the new energy sector. I want to see how anxious he will be after we acquire Chunghung Technology. In the outskirts of Yongchang, at the headquarters of Weiming New Energy Group, Huang Weiming sat at his desk, deeply focused. There were a few other people in the office, including Dai Wenbin, the son of Dai Shangdong, the chairman of Hanhai Energy, and Zhao Chuanqing, the only son of Zhao Jiangshan, the president of Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Chuanqing were lying on the sofa playing with their phones, exchanging a few words from time to time, sharing knowing smiles. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their concentration. Huang Weiming frowned and said, "Come in." The visitor, dressed in a dark business suit, with a calm and serious expression, seemed a bit displeased. After entering, he spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Huang, I heard that Mr. Chen from Shanghai is interested in investing in us?" Investing? Huang Weiming didn't care and said, "It's not investing, it's acquiring. But I also heard that you rejected Mr. Chen." The visitor spoke in a serious tone. "Gu Xinhong, mind your attitude." Huang Weiming said lightly, "You are just a professional manager, not the owner of this company. Here, I have the final say." "Sorry." Gu Xinhong's face darkened slightly as he said, "As long as I am in this position, I cannot turn a blind eye to Weiming. At the banquet yesterday, Mr. Chen from Shanghai already expressed interest in entering the new energy field. He could be a potential competitor or a partner for us. Personally, I think, both morally and logically, you should meet with him. Furthermore, since you have been secretly selling stocks, why not sell them directly at a fixed price to avoid keeping our company in a state of anxiety? Get out! Huang Ruiming picked up a pen holder from the table and threw it. He was furious. Do you even know that this company is called Ruiming? I am Huang Ruiming, this is my company. I will handle it as I see fit. You, now, immediately, pack up and get out. You want me to leave? Gu Xinhong couldn't believe it, pointing at himself. Do you know what you are doing? Your father invited me to be a professional manager when this company was still a factory or an OEM factory. 20 years have passed, from a factory to an enterprise. I, Gu Xinhong, have never taken advantage of your Huang family. If your father hadn't entrusted you and the company to me before he died, do you think I would have stayed here? Do you know what my leaving means? The company is called Ruiming, and you are indeed named Ruiming, but it's because the company is called Ruiming that your father named you Ruiming. Your father has always groomed you as his successor, and this is how you repay him? Huang Ruiming, you damn bastard. Get out right now. Security, security. Huang Ruiming roared, looking like a madman. Soon, the security guards arrived and dragged the disoriented Gu Xinhong out. Gu Xinhong never imagined that after serving the Huang family for over 20 years, he would be ousted in this manner. Like a defeated dog on a rainy night, ruthlessly kicked out the door. Outside the chairman's office, there were secretaries, assistants, department managers, supervisors, and even some employees, none of whom dared to speak. But as they watched, each person's heart grew heavy, even chilled. Even the executives who had been eyeing Gu Xinhong's position were now showing subtle changes in their expressions, silently pondering. Inside the office, Huang Ruiming, in a fit of rage, had smashed quite a few things but finally calmed down. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Chuanxing exchanged a glance, each making completely different moves. Huang, I'll leave first. We'll play again when you've cooled off. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Chuanxing quickly excused himself and left. Dai Wenbin, on the other hand, approached Huang Ruiming, patting his shoulder, and said, "Don't be angry, it's pointless. What a bunch of nonsense managers, they're just dogs we raise, if they don't listen, we'll just replace them." Huang Ruiming sighed, his expression complex, saying, "He used to be good. I never thought he would turn out like this." Dai Wenbin sneered inwardly, glancing at the faint white powder leaking from a magazine on the desk. He changed? Have you ever thought that it might be you who changed? Growing up, wanting to seize power? Seizing power is good. Once you have power, you can easily sell shares, and no one will stop you. With these thoughts in mind, Dai Wenbin put on a facade of caring, saying, "Let me tell you, your family is too easygoing, too kind. You can't raise a dog without training it properly. Once it's trained, not only will it eat and drink at your expense, but when you want to get rid of it, it will hurt your feelings. Professional managers are everywhere, but you guys, you've been too good to that Gu Xinhong, otherwise, how could he have turned out like this?" Huang Ruiming sighed again. But what he said is true, his departure is not a good thing. Over the years, he has become the company's spokesperson. If he leaves, the stock price is likely to plummet. What are you talking about? Dai Wenbin stared, saying, "That thing called stock price, isn't it just used to fleece the sheep? It goes up and down, isn't that normal?" "That's true, but my stocks will be worthless." Huang Ruiming lamented. "Is that so?" Dai Wenbin pondered for a moment, saying, "My old man has long been interested in entering the new energy sector, he just hasn't made up his mind. Let me persuade him for you. When the time comes, you sell some of your stocks. With our Hanhai Group investing, the stock price will definitely soar." "Really?" Huang Ruiming's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true." Dai Wenbin patted his chest and laughed. "Brother, would I deceive you? So, while the news of Gu Xinhong's resignation hasn't spread yet, I'll talk to my dad now. He will definitely buy your stocks at the current market price, no undercutting." "Good brother, you really are a spendthrift." Huang Ruiming laughed heartily. "Why use also?" Dai Wenbin, wearing glasses, smiled, saying, "Aren't you one too?" Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter. On the other side, at the Shanghai headquarters, Chen Chen warmly shook hands with Sun Wei, the CEO of Kongrui Pharmaceuticals, and then they sat down to discuss the acquisition of a biopharmaceutical research institute in Yongcheng owned by Kongrui Pharmaceuticals. Both of them were straightforward. Chen Chen's offer was sincere, while Kongrui Pharmaceuticals was looking to transition into foreign drug agency and had been wanting to get rid of the burden of the Biomedical Research Institute. They quickly reached an agreement and finalized the deal at a price of $1.55 billion. Kongrui Pharmaceuticals came prepared, bringing their legal team, while Chen Chen also had Wang Defa present, and the two legal teams discussed and drafted the contract. After signing, Sun, the head of Kongrui Pharmaceuticals, left with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Chairman Zhang Xiaohang of Chinghang Technology arrived at the Longan International Hotel's Longan Business Plaza store with a few people. He was a business tycoon, a prominent figure on the rich list, with significant influence in Dongjiang and even nationally. Unlike the previous individuals, he could easily acquire what he wanted. Changheng Holdings not only owned Changheng Technology but also had interests in various industries, including new energy electric vehicles, making it a billion-dollar enterprise. Chen Chen would risk offending someone if he acted arrogantly towards the leaders of such companies. As it was evening, they proceeded with an invitation in the form of a banquet. Chen, indeed a promising young talent. Zhang Xiaohang, chairman of Changheng Holdings, shook hands with Chen Chen with a smile on his face. Zhang, a top figure on the rich list, your reputation precedes you, Chen Chen replied with a smile. Hey! Zhang Xiaohang waved his hand and said, what rich list? It's just a random ranking. There are plenty in Dongjiang who surpass me. If it were accurate, I wouldn't even make the top 500. They sat down and had the dishes served. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Xiaohang spoke up. I heard you wanted to enter the new energy industry, and you had contacted Ruiming New Energy before. Why didn't you collaborate further? It's nothing. Chen Chen was direct, not allowing the old fox to beat around the bush. He said, they refused to meet, obviously trying to drive up the price. But new energy is a trend, and there are plenty in this field. I don't need to focus solely on them. Zhang Xiaohan's expression stiffened. Even the people he brought along were puzzled. Wasn't the acquisition of such high-tech companies based on their technology? How could negotiations break down over price? Zhang Xiaohang stared at Chen Chen in disbelief and asked, isn't the purpose of acquiring a new energy company for its technology? I have the technology. Chen Chen smiled, raised his glass, and said, as for where the technology comes from, Zhang, you don't need to ask. I acquire a new energy company for convenience, to avoid starting from scratch, which would be a waste of time. Therefore, the so-called technological value holds no significance for me. Zhang Xiaohang was speechless. He did intend to sell Changheng Technology. Although Changheng Holdings owned a new energy electric vehicle company, Changheng Technology was disappointing. Despite investing heavily, they lacked technology and talent, and their research had not progressed, to the extent that they were now buying batteries from other companies for their electric cars. Users were criticizing them harshly. Of course, another reason was that such companies could not be controlled by one person alone. The internal shareholding of Changheng Technology was chaotic, with the chairman of Changheng Holdings holding only 21% of the shares, while the rest were distributed among various shareholders and investors. Shareholders and investors were fed up, seeing Changheng Technology continuously losing money with no hope in sight. They wanted to sell, even if at a lower price. They had intended to take advantage of this young man who seemed clueless about the industry. But he surprised them with his response. What to do now? They had to sell. After much contemplation, Zhang Xiaohang gritted his teeth and said, Chen, I won't beat around the bush. Since you seem to understand us well, how about this, 13 billion, Changheng Technology is yours. That's too cheap. Chen Chen shook his head. Perplexed by Chen Chen's response, Zhang Xiaohang couldn't understand why he shook his head at the offer being too cheap. What did he mean? I want absolute controlling stake, 150 billion. Chen Chen said calmly. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaohang stood up directly, refusing. Changheng Technology is worth around 18 billion, releasing 20% of the shares on the stock market, selling 80% of the shares to you definitely won't be at an inflated price. But Chen, do you know how much money we would lose if we were forced to delist? It's a situation that requires freezing the market directly, then compensating comprehensively. In other words, we would have to compensate based on the 18 billion valuation, which means 20% of the shares would be 36 billion. Is Gue Company really worth 13 billion? Chen Chen asked. Zhang Xiaohang fell silent. To be honest, their company wouldn't be bought by those who don't understand the industry. If sold to competitors, they wouldn't be interested. They were in an absolutely awkward position. But, once they agreed, they would have to come up with 36 billion. Deducting that from the 150 billion offer would leave only 114 billion. Compared to 13 billion, that's a whopping 16 billion less. It wouldn't fly with the board. Mr. Chang, please reconsider. Chen Chen handed a piece of A4 paper to Lu Wangshu, saying, Changheng is only ranked 15th in the domestic battery industry A-share list. Contact the companies ranked 3 places above and below us on the list. Yes, boss. Lu Wangshu nodded and took the paper. Zhang Xiaohan's face suddenly changed. This young man had no sense of fair play. Who plays like this? Did he think Zhang didn't know the other companies ranked similarly? They all lacked core technology. If someone made an offer, they would most likely sell without hesitation. Chen, wait a moment, I'll make a call. Zhang Xiaohang got up and left. Chen Chen raised his cup, gesturing to the others, who quickly followed suit, smiling awkwardly, their smiles not quite natural. Of course, they wanted to speak up for their own company, but their status wasn't high enough. Just being able to dine here was already Chen Chen being accommodating. The person in front of them was almost as wealthy as the chairman. The only difference was that one was a tycoon, and the other was a debtor. Changhong Holdings had a market value in the hundreds of billions, and Zhang Xiaohang, who owned 21% of the shares, had a net worth of over 30 billion, ranking among the top 100 wealthy individuals. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was different. Although his future was promising and he wouldn't lack money, he definitely wouldn't make it onto the wealthy list. The debtor list was more likely. There weren't many people owing over 30 billion. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaohang rubbed his tired forehead and walked back in. It's done, we'll go with your offer, Chen, but with one condition: apart from executives, you can't carry out large-scale layoffs in the short term. We also supported this company in Yongcheng. We need to give them an explanation. Agreed. Chen Chen nodded, and then both parties shook hands, starting toasting. In a deal worth billions, the contract was complicated. It took 3 days just to finalize it, with both sides deliberately ignoring and avoiding certain aspects. 3 days later, the contract was finally sorted out. Zhang Xiaohang rushed over, signed it officially, and all that was left was for Changhong Technology to complete the delisting process. Chen Chen had already paid a deposit of 8 billion in advance. With this, all preliminary work was done. The groundwork was laid, awaiting settlement at the end of the month. That day, a major news story broke, causing a significant stir in the new energy industry. The news reported that Changhong Technology announced the freezing of the stock market and a comprehensive delisting, refunding all shareholders. This news caused a sensation, not only in the new energy industry but also in the stock market. Everyone was paying attention. Some speculated whether Changhong Technology had made a major breakthrough in battery technology, hence the delisting to monopolize the market. This speculation angered many, who vented their frustrations online, cursing in anger. There was speculation within the industry, but they were more composed, quietly waiting for the results. Soon, the truth was revealed. Xinghai Group invested 15 billion to acquire Changhong Technology, renaming it Xinghai Energy Technology Company, officially entering the new energy field. Changhong Holdings received 15 billion in cash and fully invested in its electric vehicle business, claiming to completely abandon the old baggage and wholeheartedly use the industry's best supporting products to create the strongest new energy electric vehicles. After the news came out, although Xinghai Group was not well known, it trended due to the bioenergy injection. Changhong Holdings' stock price soared. This news was explosive, alarming various parties, especially since Chen Chen's creditors were always watching him. So, Chen Chen spent over 200 billion of the 350 billion in just a few days? Who family courtyard? Old master who sat under the grapevine blowing on his porridge, inquiring. As an elder, he had experienced famine and had been pitted, given 2 bowls of porridge to survive, one for him and one for his younger brother. Decades had passed, but he could still recall the scene. Yes, Hu Guanyu was also amazed, saying, his spending ability is as good as his borrowing ability. Buying a house for 10 billion, investing a few billion in small companies, and smashing over 15 billion in a biomedical research institute. Unexpectedly, this time he went all out and spent 150 billion. Adding it all up, he spent over 180 billion. I heard he also invested over 30 billion in Weixian County, directly renovating the entire Minghu Lake, expanding factories, building skyscrapers, and cooperating with the locals to lay roads, each costing a fortune. Very clever. Old master who smiled faintly, saying, over 300 billion, anyone would covet it. Spending it makes it clean. It's a good thing for him. But why is he in such a hurry? Hu Guanyu wondered. Regardless of which project, if taken slowly, a lot could be saved, at least 10 billion. To him, isn't it just a house? Old master who retorted. Hu Guanyu was speechless. He hadn't expected his grandfather to be so insightful. Befriend him at all costs. At that moment, old master who suddenly spoke, his voice deep, I'm old, reaching this point is the end for me. Going further is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Your second uncle and I barely made it out of the gates of hell. If it weren't for our past experiences, we wouldn't be where we are now. But you're different. Your father and uncles have been through hardships, lacking in ability but diligent enough. Climbing up may be tough, but it's possible. I worry about your generation. In our 2 families, you're the only son. Your second uncle has daughters. You not only bear the responsibility of family reproduction but also the responsibility of family prosperity. Originally, we 2 old men didn't ask much of you, just to maintain the family business. But Chen Chen is exceptional. From the moment he told you he could cure cancer, you should have understood that befriending him has its benefits. Help him matchmake, and if he marries a daughter of the Liu family, he can ensure your lifelong security. For this, our Hu family can pay any price. Any price? Hu Guanyu focused. Exactly. Old Master Hu nodded, saying, if he is with a daughter of the Liu family, he won't need my protection. But before he enters the Liu family, I will do my best to protect him. Even if I have to retire early, so be it. Hu Guanyu was shocked, never expecting his grandfather to value Chen Shen so highly. However, after careful consideration, he realized it was indeed necessary. There was no choice, they owed too much. Just the authorization for a cancer drug could multiply the Hu family's assets tenfold over the years. Did Chen Shen really not care about these hundreds of billions? Or did he have deeper intentions? Hu Guanyu found that he simply couldn't understand Chen Shen, never had, he was too outlandish, everything he did was outlandish to the extreme, yet the ultimate reality told Hu Guanyu that Chen Shen was right. On the other side, Lu Qiming listened to the secretary's report on recent events. He thought of Chen Shen's detestable face, feeling both angry and amused. This damn beast, talked to him about life philosophy, and he wants to mess with guns and cannons? Nuts! No matter how you do it, can a businessman like you be more effective than the country's guns and cannons? What do you think of this kid? Lu Qiming asked. Secretary Zhang pondered for a moment and said, I can't see through him. His style seems extravagant and absurd, but often leads to benefits. He seems carefree, yet quite cunning. He seems to spend money like water, but apparently makes money even faster? According to the information I've received, due to a banquet he hosted, Deong Xingjing has already started to increase in value as all 4 estates were sold out. If he is willing to make a move, he could earn at least $1 billion. At this point, he sighed and said, Boss, please don't test me. I really can't understand this, you should take a look. If I understand it, why would I ask you? Lu Qiming took a sip of tea, his face involuntarily turning bitter. He looked down at the water glass. Damn it, all the good tea has been stolen, leaving him with only tea foam to drink. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was also making tea. He grabbed a handful of the special tea leaves as if they were free. Lu Wangshu watched in frustration. Chen Shen, on the other hand, pushed her hand away. He needed to freshen up. He had slept too late last night and woke up too early today. Unfortunately, an unexpected guest arrived. Gu Zong, you should have seen the news. I bought Changheng Technology, so I no longer need Ruiming New Energy. I know. Gu Xinhong smiled bitterly and said, Chen Zong, you don't need to call me Gu Zong anymore. I've already been kicked out by Ruiming. Ha! Chen Shan and Lu Wangshu were both taken aback. They had seen the documents. Wasn't Ruiming New Energy developed under Gu Xinhong's leadership? How could he be kicked out? Is Huang Ruiming out of his mind? These days, I've also figured it out. In simple terms, I was too careless, always doing everything myself, doing too much, not giving Huang Ruiming a chance to get involved in the company. This is a big taboo in the workplace. Gu Xinhong's face was bitter as he said, I am now unemployed. Although finding a job is not difficult, after working in the new energy industry for so long, I want to continue in this field. I have a positive outlook on the future of this industry. After reading the news and knowing that Chen Zong has acquired Changheng, I want to recommend myself for a position. The CEO position? Chen Chen asked. Yes. Gu Xinhong spoke confidently about his expertise, sharing many ideas for the future. Alright. Chen Chen was considering whether to change personnel after Changheng changed hands. If he did, there were no suitable candidates among his current staff, and headhunting wouldn't be easy. But not changing was not an option either, as it could easily lead to factionalism, which would be unsightly. Gu Xinhong's timing was perfect. Sign the contract, then take up the position immediately. From now on, you are the CEO of Star Sea Energy Technology Company. Chen Shen instructed Lu Wangshu to prepare the contract, then sat down with Gu Xinhong, saying, My only requirement for you now, in the short term, is to thoroughly clean up Changheng, without significant layoffs, just get everyone else in line. Dictatorship? Gu Xinhong asked bluntly. Exactly. Chen Chen nodded, smiling, I don't lack technology or money. I will invest in the future and provide new battery technology. Our company has a bright future, but I don't want anyone jumping up and banging the table while talking to me, understand? Understood. Gu Xinhong felt embarrassed. The request was too simple. In all his years in the industry, he hadn't seen many clueless youngsters like this. But since the boss had said it, there must be a deeper meaning. What could it be? Oh, I get it now. Those who dare to slam the table in front of the boss are definitely not employees. It must be someone from the same industry. Gu Xinhong thought of Huang Ruiming, who had slammed the table and asked himself to leave. At that moment, he suddenly realized. His eyes instantly sharpened. The boss wants all peers to kneel and talk to him. It's not about dictatorship in the company, but in the entire industry. The boss is going to ruin everyone's rice bowl. Fine, as long as the skills are up to standard, why not play the villain once? A week passed. On this morning, the first internal meeting of the Shanghai headquarters building was held. The heads of the Legal Department, Audit Department, Finance Department, Human Resources Department, Shanghai Beverage Company, Shanghai Energy Technology Company, and Shanghai Biomedical Research Institute all attended. This meeting had no other meaning, mainly to let people within the company get to know each other. During the meeting, Chen first reformed the internal organizational structure of the company, splitting and reorganizing the merged major companies to achieve a flat management model. The company was divided into T0, T1, T2, and T3 levels based on age, with defined welfare benefits and functional levels. Chen was the founder of T0 level Shanghai Group, chairman, and CEO. Lu Wangshu was the executive president and assistant chairman of T1 level Shanghai Group headquarters. Jiang Lihai was the president of the Biomedical, Genetic, Technology Department of T1 level Shanghai Group, also in charge of the Biomedical Research Institute and Shanghai Weixian Beverage Company. Gu Xinhong was the president of the Energy Technology Department of T1 level Shanghai Group, also in charge of Shanghai Energy Company. Guan Lei was the president of the Security Department of T1 level Shanghai Group, also in charge of Shanghai Security Company. Wang Defa was the minister of the Legal Department of T2 level Shanghai Group, responsible for legal affairs throughout the group. Zhao Yuming was the director of the Audit Department of T2 level Shanghai Group, responsible for auditing throughout the group. Lu Yun was the minister of the Finance Department of T2 level Shanghai Group, responsible for financial affairs throughout the group. Wei Dong was the minister of the Human Resources Department of T2 level Shanghai Group, responsible for human resources throughout the company. In addition to these senior executives, such as department heads within the group, rotating as department heads in various subsidiary companies, Zhao Qi, the former head of the Shanghai Beverage Sales Department appointed by Jiang Lihai, and Wang Feng, the general manager of the workshop, are all T3 level. In short, those like Wang Defa and Lu Yun who oversee the headquarters are T2 level, and the supervisors responsible for specific affairs under them and those who are assigned to serve as heads of the legal and finance departments in various companies are under their management, at T3 level. Of course, this is only the functional level, the level of power held. The salary level of welfare benefits is much more detailed, currently set at 1,000 levels. Unlike other companies, Shanghai's job levels and salary levels are set by Chen for better centralized dictatorship. The initial salary level setting is very simple. For fresh graduates entering the company, the main consideration is their education level, with associate degree at level 5, bachelor's degree at level 10, master's degree at level 15, and so on. For those with work experience entering the company, the main consideration is their previous salary level, with an annual salary increase of +1 compared to the previous one. For example, if the original salary was 200,000 yuan per year, entering Shanghai would be 200,001 yuan. Yes, one level is 10,000 yuan, an additional 10,000 yuan per year. In addition to the initial level, upgrading later is also simple. Without making mistakes, the salary level automatically increases by 10% to 20% per year. For example, if the annual salary is 200,000 yuan, the next year it will be 220,000 to 240,000 yuan. Making mistakes can lead to demotion. This is natural growth, based on daily performance. In addition, there is outstanding performance. If one makes outstanding contributions in their position, the salary level will be increased after review by superiors, with varying amounts. Then there is the salary level brought by the job level. T3 positions automatically increase by 50 levels, T2 positions increase by 100 levels, and T1 positions increase by 300 levels. Take Jiang Lihai, whose base salary level is 80. During the establishment of Shanghai Beverage, he achieved great success, and Chen increased his level by 50. Now he is the president of the T1 Biopharmaceutical Department, with an additional 300 levels, totaling 430 levels. This means his annual salary can reach 3 million, which may not be much compared to other large corporations, but Shanghai has just been established and has a promising future. Chen doesn't care much about his employees' salaries. What he values is their loyalty. If money can make them serve unconditionally, then it's worth it. With his grasp of cutting-edge technology, money is not the issue. What he lacks is people. If he wasn't afraid of scaring them off, Chen might even double their salaries, creating a big news story to attract talent. Guan Lei recently retired from the military and is grateful to become a T1, not insisting on a base salary level. He believes that with good performance in the future, his salary will naturally increase, so his level is only the basic 300. Gu Xinhong used to have a decent salary level, but he is ambitious and believes he can excel in the new energy field. He tentatively set his level at 200 plus 300, totaling an annual salary of 5 million. Wang Defa's colleagues envy him to the point of turning green with jealousy. Unfortunately, their entry into the company was through integration, and Chen Chen had already provided them with a year's settling-in allowance. Only next year will they undergo the official company's salary assessment. The most surprising case was Lu Wangshu. The elite circles knew Lu Wangshu's identity, but they were not fully aware. Wang Yaozu's group knew because of Hu Guanyu. They never expected that the boss's assistant could directly be promoted to the CEO of the company headquarters and achieve great success. Chen Chen directly assessed Lu Wangshu's base level at 30, which was her salary level at Yongqing Bank. Then, as a T1, she received an additional 300 levels, and Chen Chen added 150 levels due to her achievements. 8 million. Lu Wangshu was stunned. She wanted to refuse, but Chen Chen shut her down with one sentence. Think about how much you helped me when you were working at Yongqing Bank. Chen Chen smiled slyly, subtly mentioning the incident involving 80 million. Lu Wangshu's face darkened. She felt it was inappropriate to think about it now. How could two accounts with 8 digits each be mixed up? It was absurd. During the meeting, after adjusting everyone's positions and confirming their levels and salaries, Chen Chen began assigning tasks to everyone. He briefly outlined his plans and let everyone handle their department's affairs independently. For him, steering the ship in the right direction was enough. He couldn't micromanage, as too much interference would lead to more mistakes. Professional matters should be left to the experts. After a week of adjustments, Shanghai Group was finally fully integrated. Chen Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He only needed to provide technical expertise and give commands. He didn't need to worry about the details anymore. After the meeting, Chen Chen left with Lu Wangshu and the bodyguards. As they descended in the elevator, Chen Chen immersed himself in the greetings of the board members. He smiled and greeted passing employees, and soon everyone left in their cars. The once empty group headquarters building was now bustling after a week of renovations and integration. Several companies merged into Shanghai, and everyone saw opportunities for advancement. Especially since the headquarters was not yet fully established, some departments were understaffed, and others had not even been formed. This was an opportunity. Everyone was striving to showcase their abilities. After Chen Chen left, notifications about the adjustments in company positions and salaries were sent to each employee's phone via email. The entire company erupted in intense discussions and cheers. In such a tough economic environment, not only was there no threat of layoffs, but there was also a salary increase. Who wouldn't feel grateful to Chen Chen? Boss, heading home? Wang Gang inquired. No, Long and International, got something to do today. Alright, boss. Wang Gang nodded and continued driving, while Chen Yun sat in the passenger seat reading a medical book, and the car fell silent once again. Why give me so much money? Lu Wangshu suddenly spoke, puzzled. How much? Chen Chen didn't look up, focused on the messages on his phone, typing a quick reply. Just a few million annual salary. Your dad could easily arrange a job for you, and don't think it's because of your dad that we know each other. When we first met, I had no idea who your dad was. Lu Wangshu's expression relaxed upon hearing this, as this was exactly what she feared. Chen Chen continued, I'm not kidding, that 80 million is crucial to me. I had thought about compensating you before. Moreover, in the past month, your help to me has been significant. Don't underestimate what you've done. The truth is, without you, I wouldn't have been able to handle those small matters well. This was the truth. It's easy when you're the boss, just need to set the direction. But doing everything yourself is not feasible. Every task requires its unique expertise. Like Zhang Lihai, who could set up a large factory within 2 weeks after assigning the work. If it were Chen Chen, it might not be completed even in 2 months. Alright. Lu Wangshu's lips curled slightly, saying, you convinced me. Sleepwear? Chen Chen was puzzled, looking at Lu Wangshu's smug face, realizing his mistake. Good luck. I have faith in you. Chen Chen replied to messages while saying, now you're not just an assistant, but also the executive CEO of the headquarters. Unless it's a major issue, I won't interfere much in the internal affairs of the headquarters. You need to take charge of that. Later, let Wei Dong help you recruit people, set up the secretary team. As for the meeting room, I've mentioned it. You're in charge of promotions, demerits, and evaluations. You hold significant power now, and there will be plenty of things to keep you busy in the future. Is this considered holding significant power? Curious Wang Gang, who was eavesdropping, asked. You know nothing. Chen Chen retorted without looking up, jokingly said, for a company, the essence of power lies in wealth distribution. Lu Yun seems to control the finance department, but without my approval, would she dare spend a penny recklessly? Miss Lu, you truly hold the real power of wealth distribution. There are plenty of achievements, but what constitutes a major achievement? What is a minor one? What isn't an achievement? Anything goes. Making mistakes too. Even if you achieve a major feat, if I don't like it, I can say your actions have negatively impacted the company. Not only will there be no rewards, but you'll be penalized. I'm really annoyed by you. I can find a reason to dismiss you easily. Just wait and see. Some people haven't realized it yet, but after some time, a few CEOs and department heads will have to humbly call out Miss Lu when they see her. What are you saying? Lu Wangshu blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed by Chen Shen's words. However, Wang Gang and Chen Yun ahead were unaware that the final approval for the evaluation rested with Chen Chen. They took it seriously. Wang Gang immediately said, Miss Lu, please take care of me in the future. Chen Yun also stopped reading, turned obediently, and said, Hello, Miss Lu. You guys. Lu Wangshu was completely speechless. Soon, they arrived at Longan International Hotel. Chen Chen got out of the car, dressed casually, not too formal. He looked at Lu Wangshu and said, An old classmate is getting married today. I'm going for an early dinner. It's like a final summary of my single life. Will you come? If not, I'll have Wang Gang take you back. Lu Wangshu pondered for a moment, shook her head, and said, I don't like such occasions, so I'll pass. Alright, Wang Gang, Chen Yun, you guys take her. Chen Chen waved and left. Wang Gang and Chen Yun nodded in response. Behind them, Zheng Chang got out of the car with Wang Xiang and caught up with Chen Shen, while Ding Yi and Zhou Feng followed secretly. At the hotel entrance, Chen Shen saw Gangzi. Gangzi's full name is Xiao Gang, an old classmate of Chun Chun from the same dormitory. However, it wasn't him getting married today, but another good friend from the same dormitory. Chen Shen looked back on his past memories and couldn't help but feel gratified. The previous owner of this body was quite spirited. At least he didn't borrow money from his old classmates. Perhaps it was to maintain his poor self-esteem back then. Yangzi. Xiao Gang smiled, his smile more frequent after resigning from his official duties. Perhaps this was the life he wanted. Should I call you General Chen now, or what? Xiao Gang joked. Forget it. Chen Chen punched him lightly and said, Let's just stick to our old names today. You're still Gangzi, and I'm still Yangzi. Let's not bring up anything unnecessary. If there's anything we can help with, we will, but let's not show off. Got it. Xiao Gang smiled, if it's just our dormitory mates, I have to boast a bit to the other two, but since there are more people, let's keep a low profile. Exactly. Chen Chen waved his hand, and Zhang Chang and Wang Xiang blended into the crowd and disappeared. Bodyguards? Xiao Gang asked. Yes. Chen Chen nodded, I've set up a security company. If you need it later, just ask. No need, what danger could I be in? Xiao Gang refused. Just then, his phone rang, and after answering, he said with a smile, Let's go, they're urging us. Let's go, join in the fun. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator to the private room. The room was spacious, with 3 interconnected sections, one for dining, one for singing, and one for playing chess and drinking tea. Chen Shen knew that this kind of all-in-one entertainment and dining room cost at least 8,000 for one night. This didn't include meals, just some tea, snacks, and fruits. Haizi was standing at the door. Today was his wedding day. Chen Shen's dorm life in college was harmonious, and everyone got along well. Yangzi Chen Shen, Gangzi Xiao Gang, Haizi Lu Hao, and Ranji Li Ran. The 4 of them shared a dorm room, similar in age, and none of them yielded to each other. In their freshman year, they argued for months without determining who was the leader, so they started calling each other by Z as a suffix. Congratulations! Chen Shen and Xiao Gang stepped forward, handing over red envelopes of 2,000 each. They didn't mean to show off, so after discussing with Li Ran and the group, they settled on a standard red envelope amount. The 4 big singles finally found their partners. Xiao Gang said with a smile, Who are you looking down on? Haizi glared, Are the 3 big singles and the love expert okay? Have I been single? Say that tomorrow at your wedding, then I'll admit you're impressive. Chen Chen raised his thumb and then turned it downwards. Lu Hao fell silent immediately. This guy came from a wealthy family, a local in Yong City. His father was a company executive, and his mother owned a chain of clothing stores, a typical successful family. He spent money lavishly in college, which attracted many girls who were willing to have a sweet romance with him. What about Ranji? Xiao Gang asked. He's singing in the next room. Lu Hao pulled the 2 inside the adjacent room, where chaos reigned with dancing. Chen Shan and Xiao Gang were stunned on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, damn, 7 women, all ex-girlfriends. Are you not afraid your fiancé will find out? The 2 looked at Lu Hao in shock. Lu Hao turned off the music, gestured around, and said, I won't introduce them. You already know them. These two are my childhood buddies sitting on the sofa. The two men stood up, greeted them with smiles, and shook hands with Chen Chen and Xiao Gang. They seemed warm but indifferent, not exchanging names, just welcoming with smiles. Obviously, they were cultured but not ready to make friends. The adult society is just like this. There's no need to get involved with too many people in one circle, and you shouldn't easily offend anyone either. Yangzi, Gangzi, long time no see. Li Ran was very enthusiastic, putting down the microphone to hug them. The girls in the private room were also very warm. After all, they were all old classmates. Even though they were not in the same major, they were from the same school, and everyone knew each other because of Lu Hao. Soon, the private room became lively. When the singing reached an emotional peak, Lu Hao performed a scene of a car accident for Chen Chen and the others. Lily, Wanwen, Meng Meng, Nini, Ya, Yi, Ling Ling. Lu Hao spoke affectionately, saying, Today is my bachelor night. It's time for me to bid farewell to you all, but I can't bear to leave, thinking back to that year, that month, that day, the night of the full moon. Get lost. Go away. Idiot. The girls rolled their eyes in extreme silence. Don't disgust me, my child is already in kindergarten. If you didn't insist on us coming, who would attend your bachelor night? Stop disgusting me. Look, I'm already showing, and you still can't let go? Put. Chen Chen and the others drinking on the side burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Chen Chen, Xiao Zhang, and Li Ran were kicked out of the private room, and Lu Hao's two buddies couldn't bear to look. The three of them went outside to get some fresh air and smoke, and they arrived at the rooftop of Longan International, looking at the neon lights in the city, the continuous buildings, the lights of countless homes, and the traffic flowing on the overpass. Ranzi, what have you been up to lately? Chen Chen asked. Dating. Li Ran took a deep drag of his cigarette. Ha? Chen Chen and Xiao Zhang looked at him in astonishment. Really? Li Ran exhaled a big puff of smoke, looking so affectionate amidst the smoke. He gazed down below, then looked up at the night sky, as if he saw the person in his heart on the other side of deep space. She's like a star, igniting the fire of hope in my most helpless moments, like the moon, illuminating my life. I won't marry anyone but her. What the hell? Xiao Zhang looked at him in disbelief. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, How old is she? That's not important. Li Ran trembled slightly. Do you need to raise her son? Chen Chen's heart sank, and he asked again. No need. Li Ran shook his head. I might have to help her take care of her grandson in the future. Damn it! Xiao Zhang was shocked. Chen Chen was speechless for a long time. I'll give you 10 million to leave her. No! Li Ran said painfully, this is not about money, it's true love between her and me. You guys know me, I like older women. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Chen blared, how much money does she have? I don't know. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, then whispered, okay, I'll tell you the truth. I was lazy before and got expelled. I didn't have money at the time, so I did some errands for a while. Once I accidentally took her order, she thought I had a good attitude, and she gave me a lot of orders afterwards. Seeing her generous, I had to please her, who knew at her age she's still in love. How do you know? Xiao Zhang gossiped. Well, Li Ran pondered, let me give you an example. Because I greeted her warmly, she thought I liked her and rejected me. I felt it was inexplicable at the time. And then I didn't go. But suddenly one day, she asked me if she had spoken too directly and hurt me? Damn, can I spoil this woman? I just ignored her. And then, seeing that I ignored her, she thought I was angry, so she coaxed me, sent red envelopes, transferred money, placed orders, and even gave tips. Li Ran quickly explained, bro, don't think I have no integrity. She gave me too much. The red envelope transfer alone was over 200,000, plus several tens of thousands in tips. And she even bought me clothes and a car, saying that running errands without a car is too tiring. She directly got me a Land Rover. Damn, I even called her godmother at that time. Really? Chen Chen asked. Really? How did she react? She said it made things more exciting. Damn. Xiao Gang was shocked once again. Chen Chen's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly as he asked, what kind of family is she from? Middle-aged widow. Li Ran stroked his chin. She has a company in her family, not sure how big it is, but it's said to be very large, extremely large. Her son is currently the chairman, hasn't been home for a long time, and I haven't met him either. You're really something. Xiao Gang gave a thumbs up, curious, since she has a son, you definitely won't inherit her wealth. What are you after? I'm after her shares in the company. Li Ran chuckled. She said when her husband died, he split the company shares into two parts, 40% for the son and 30% for her. As long as we get married, whether we divorce or she passes away, her wealth will be shared with me. This is the betrothal gift she gave me. Damn, you really hit the jackpot, kid, Xiaogang said somewhat enviously. Both he and Chen Chen could tell that the woman was probably good-looking. If she were truly ugly, Li Ran might not have had the determination. Thinking about it, a woman from such a wealthy family, being a housewife all her life without ever working, only focusing on makeup and beauty treatments, at over 40 years old, probably didn't look much different from a 30-year-old girl. After finishing their cigarettes, the three men walked down the stairs. When they entered the private room, they found the door wide open, with a crowd gathered outside. What's going on? A gruff voice demanded. Where is he? What are you doing? Xiaogang spoke up, catching the attention of the people outside. Inside and outside the room, a dozen pairs of eyes turned towards them. One young man with a fierce expression looked at Li Ran and then at a photo. He then charged towards them. You damn bastard, you seduced my mom. The man yelled furiously, kicking towards Li Ran. At that moment, Zheng Chang, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly stood up and kicked the man, sending him flying. Cough, cough, cough. Ouch. Ah, damn, my back. The man held his side in pain. Huang Xiao. The people he brought with him also rushed forward. Wang Xiang, Ding Yi, and Zhou Feng no longer hid, rushing out as well. The entire corridor and half of the lobby erupted into a brawl. The nearby waiters were already terrified, the manager was in a panic, and Longan International's boss, Jia Shun, who was dining upstairs, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. What's happening? What's going on? He shouted, then saw Chen Chen. Mr. Shun. His pupils constricted, inwardly exclaiming, damn, last time Mr. Chen was caught here, is he going to get beaten up here again this time? That won't do. He still owes me money. You, and you, what are you standing there for? Help Mr. Shun. With his shout, a group of waiters rushed forward, expanding the scale of the melee. Everyone calm down, don't get too violent. Chen Chen intervened. After all, Li Ran was like his adopted son, and if things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to explain to Li Ran's godmother. Beast! The young man cursed angrily, Li Ran, you damn beast, seducing my mom and ambushing me with people. Just wait, if I don't kill you, my name isn't Huang Ruiming. No, this. Li Ran was dumbfounded. Huang Ruiming? Chen Chen was taken aback, no longer trying to stop the fight, but standing to the side. This couldn't be just a coincidence, could it? If he is really Huang Ruiming from Ruiming New Energy, then this matter is going to cause a big stir. By tomorrow morning, the entire social circle of Yong City will probably know about it. As they say, don't air your dirty laundry in public. If it really is Huang Ruiming, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled within the family? What's the point of making such a big fuss? To humiliate his mother? Is he really that foolish? Chen Chen was puzzled because he remembered Huang Ruiming's scheming move to dismiss Gu Xinhong. If he could do that, then perhaps he could also do something like this? At the same time, outside the Longan International Hotel, police cars arrived. With a command from Dai Wenbin, a group of law enforcement officers rushed into the hotel. Dai Wenbin did not go in. Standing beside him was Zhao Chuanqing, the son of Zhao Jiangshan, the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Chuanqing hesitated and said, isn't this going too far? Haven't you already obtained the shares from Huang Ruiming? Why target his mother? You don't understand. Dai Wenbin smirked and said, we are helping him. His love-struck mother found him a stepfather. If we don't help him now, those shares will end up in someone else's hands. Cold. Sinister. Zhao Chuanqing felt uncomfortable all over, looking at Dai Wenbin's indifferent smile. He didn't know what to say. Is using such means just to get the Huang family's shares a bit too ruthless? Zhao Chuanqing was no longer a naive young man, but faced with such dark deeds, he still found it hard to accept for a moment. But he couldn't intervene either. His father, Zhao Shanhe, intended to befriend Dai Xiangdong's father. Although Zhao Shanhe was the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, Dai Xiangdong was different from the heads of other business groups. He was in the energy industry, dealing with coal, oil, and chemical products. In today's environment, these industries were either already state-owned or held significant power, requiring strong backing to survive. Moreover, this industry was a seller's market, and they didn't bother with joining chambers of commerce. Zhao Shanhe wanted to befriend Dai Xiangdong, so he encouraged Zhao Chuanqing to get along well with Dai Wenbin, preferably becoming good friends, even brothers. With the booming development of new energy, it seemed to be the future trend. This made Dai Xiangdong interested in entering this new industry, and he was willing to befriend Zhao Jiangshan. Unlike traditional energy sources, new energy inherently had significant commercial value. Playing by the old rules of a seller's market was no longer feasible, unless your technology outperformed other companies. Zhao Chuanqing wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to. He felt a huge gap between them. He was a pure businessman's son, while the other party seemed different, especially after years of studying abroad. His way of doing things now seemed out of place in the domestic scene. Barbaric, sinister. His actions didn't seem like those of a successor to a multi-billion-dollar energy conglomerate but more like a bandit chief, rising from the grassroots, resorting to coercion, manipulation, and any means necessary to survive. Not dignified at all. What? Lao Zhao, do you think I'm too ruthless? Dai Wenbin seemed to sense something, turned his head and smiled, saying, "You are too kind. To achieve great things, one must use any means necessary. Besides, is Huang Weiming really in our league? My family, your family, aren't we dealing with assets worth billions? What about him? With a mere 100 billion in wealth, does he have the qualifications to be on par with us?" Bin Gu is right. Zhao Chuanxing forced a smile at the words. Dai Wenbin didn't mind, turned around, looked at his watch, and said, let's go back. We'll see the news tomorrow. Inside the Longan Hotel. At this moment, a banquet hall was lively, with 4 or 5 tables fully occupied. Chen Shen raised his glass and said, "Come on, give me face, let's drink." The whole room fell silent. Xiao Gang smiled, stood up, raised his glass, and downed it in one gulp. Longan's boss, Zhao Shun, also smiled and drank, saying, "When Mr. Shen speaks, who in Dongjiang dares not to give face?" Hey, that's over, there are plenty in Dongjiang who dare not give me face. Chen Shen quickly stopped him. This kind of boasting couldn't be taken lightly. Meanwhile, at the table, Li Ran raised his glass in confusion, while Lu Hao looked even more bewildered at Chen Shen. They had no idea what was going on. Li Ran only knew that after going downstairs, he saw his son with a group of people ready to beat him up, even threatening Lu Hao and his 2 buddies, causing the girls in the private room to pale in fear. Then, Xiao Gang roared, and someone rushed forward, engaging in a brawl with his son and his companions. Soon after, Longan's boss, Zhao Shun, and a group of waiters joined the fray. What seemed like a dangerous melee was quickly resolved with the help of a few strangers. Huang Ruiming and his group didn't stand a chance and were all taken down. It was later revealed that these strangers were Chen Shen's bodyguards, and Zhao, the boss of Longan, only acted because of Chen Shen's influence. What was going on? Was Yang Zi now a boss? Not just any boss, but the chairman of the Xinghai Group? Worth billions? Was this a joke? After working so hard to serve Huang Ruiming's mother, would he not become the boss now? Unlike Li Ran, Lu Hao felt like he was in a dream. What started as a normal night out almost ended in a fight, and then he witnessed a big show, leaving him utterly shocked. But when he found out that Chen Shen was the recently famous chairman of the Xinghai Group, he was even more stunned. How did this kid become so powerful in just 6 months? What was going on? Both of them turned to Xiao Gang for answers, but he just smirked and said, "I'm a boss now too." They were even more bewildered. Something was not right. How did they all become so impressive in such a short time? Lu Hao's 2 buddies were also regretting their lack of enthusiasm. Seeing Chen Shen stand up, as locals and children of businessmen, they knew about the Xinghai Group. They just didn't expect this young man in front of them to be the boss of the Xinghai Group. They had missed an opportunity. If only they had been more friendly, exchanged numbers or WeChat, they could have boasted in the future. As for Huang Ruiming, he was dumbfounded. He sat in his chair, supported by his bodyguards and companions. His back was in pain. In a short time, he had considered various ways to retaliate against these people, but when he learned of Chen Shen's identity, he felt guilty. He had been impulsive and reckless, rejecting Xinghai's acquisition and firing Gu Xinhong. He regretted it at the time, but actions once taken could not be undone. When he found out that Gu Xinhong had joined Xinghai, he regretted it even more, but he didn't dare provoke Chen Shen. He was impulsive and reckless, but not stupid. The rumors of the Dongyuan banquet were still circulating. Chen Shen's creditors were all over Yong City, and he was destined to become a billionaire super tycoon. Was he someone to mess with? So he made up his mind and stopped paying attention to Gu Xinhong these days. But he never expected to run into him. It was too damn coincidental. His friend turned out to be the grandson who seduced his own mother. What should he do now? After being beaten for no reason, could he use this to negotiate? As he calmed down, Huang Ruiming became more rational. He regretted his impulsive decision to come here in a fit of anger. Regardless, now that he was here, how would he explain this to his mother when he got back? Wouldn't this become public knowledge tomorrow? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Sitting in his chair, he even hoped that today's incident could be resolved peacefully, internally, without leaking out. He was willing to take a loss for that. While Huang Ruiming was lost in thought, his bodyguard nudged him. He didn't react. Then he saw someone approaching. It was Chen Shen. Chen Shen looked at him with a gloomy face and said, "What? There are many people in Dongjiang who dare not give me face, but do you, Huang Ruiming, want to slap me in the face on the spot? The banquet hall fell silent again, everyone staring straight at Huang Ruiming. Don't hit me, I'll drink. Huang Ruiming quickly downed a glass of wine, although he choked on the liquid and looked quite embarrassed, his attitude showed through. Very well. Chen Shen patted his shoulder and said, speak up, who sent you here, are you that brainless? Do you want your mother to become the laughingstock of the whole city? It's Dai Wenbin, he gave me a video. Huang Ruiming's face changed slightly, realizing that something was amiss. Damn! His face quickly darkened. Is there more to this? Chen Shen put down his glass, lit a cigarette, and said, does he also like your mother? Is he so interested? Monitoring her all the time? Huang Ruiming's face grew even darker. Be smart. Chen Shen said softly, for Li Ran's sake, I'll advise you to stay away from the Dai family. I heard from Gu Xinhong, they might not have good intentions approaching you. I understand, Huang Ruiming muttered. Chen Shen nodded slightly, not saying more. This matter was not his concern, he was only helping to mediate for Li Ran's sake. Standing up and looking around, Chen Shen said, everyone, please do not spread this matter today. Let's end it here. Let's eat and drink today. It's on me, please give me face. Understood. Mr. Chen, rest assured. Who dares to say I tore his mouth? Everyone expressed their opinions. Chen Shen looked at Zhao Shun, who called the manager to give a few instructions, and soon the waiters pushed in the food cart. Various exquisite dishes were served, drinks were brought in, and the atmosphere eased. Chen Shen waved for Li Ran to come over. The matter between you two must be resolved. Whether to part ways amicably or become a family, it's up to you to discuss. Li Ran sat down, feeling a bit nervous, but seeing Chen Shen by his side made him feel more at ease. Stay away from my mother. Huang Ruiming glared at Li Ran and said, as long as you leave, today's matter ends here, and I won't bother you again. We truly love each other. Li Ran took a deep breath. Nonsense. I'll give you 5 million. My mother likes me. 10 million. She really loves me. 20 million, don't push your luck. Huang Ruiming was furious. Li Ran looked at Chen Shen, feeling confident, and said disdainfully, I just checked on my phone, your family's company is worth billions, and your mother owns 30% of the shares. Damn it! This guy who relies on others' power thinks quite highly of himself. Huang Ruiming, furious, sneered, by what right? What qualifications do you have? That was left to me by my father. I can also be like your father, most importantly, your mother likes me, Li Ran said proudly. Huang Ruiming wanted to stab him on the spot. Damn it! What a beast! How can there be such shameless people? Hatred, 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 hatred. I'll stab you with a white knife going in and a red knife coming out. I'll stab you to death. Damn it! After venting for a long time, Huang Ruiming had to say in a low voice, she's in her 40s, you're in your 20s, there's a 20-year age gap, you two are not suitable. What's not suitable? Li Ran became serious too, saying, you only think about yourself, have you ever thought about your mother? How many years has it been since your father passed away? How long has it been since you went back? Do you know how lonely and isolated she is? Huang Ruiming was speechless. Li Ran continued, honestly, maybe it started for the money, but later I really developed feelings. Your mother is the type I like, we truly love each other. You don't have to worry that I'm after your family's money. He pointed at Chen Shen and said, my buddy, the chairman of Shanghai Group, do you think I lack money? Then he pointed at himself and continued, I can directly sign an agreement with you. If I abandon your mother, I won't ask for a penny from your family. Huang Ruiming fell silent. After a long time, feeling helpless, he sighed and said bitterly, I will never call you dad. Agreed. Li Ran showed a happy expression. Impressive. Chen Shen and Xiao Gang, who were secretly watching from the side, both gave a thumbs up. Finally, they were certain in their hearts. Indeed, this kid Li Ran really developed feelings for someone's biological mother. What a cunning guy. With the atmosphere lightened up by the conversation, the sounds of eating and drinking filled the air, gradually making the scene lively. But just then, boom! The door was kicked open, and a group of law enforcement officers rushed in, their expressions serious. They were about to shout when they saw such a harmonious scene. For a moment, they all stood still in their tracks. The captain in the lead dumbfoundedly stopped, staring blankly at the people eating and drinking, momentarily doubting if he had come to the wrong place. What are you doing? Zhao Shunk was not pleased with them. He stood up angrily and said, what are you doing? Whom do you want to arrest? Why did you kick the door of our hotel? I will personally file a complaint about this. I hope you can bear the consequences. The captain was dumbfounded. The other law enforcement officers were also puzzled, looking at the captain. After hesitating for a moment, The captain quickly apologized and then left with the angry Zhao Shunk. Watching this scene, Huang Ruiming felt a chill down his spine and harbored deep hatred towards Dai Wenbin. Be smarter in the future. Chen Shen didn't even look up, seemingly foreseeing such a situation, and continued to nibble on chicken feet. Thank you. Huang Ruiming rarely spoke to express his gratitude. For what? Stock rights? Chen Chen asked. Exactly. Huang Ruiming smiled bitterly and said, I should have realized it earlier. I initially thought Hanhai Energy wanted to invest in this industry, intending to cooperate with established energy companies to attract investments and expand the company. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. They appeared righteous and brotherly, but in reality, they wanted to swallow us whole. You didn't consider selling the company? Chen Chen was slightly surprised and asked, wasn't it about insider trading? If not for your actions, I wouldn't have planned to acquire your company. I need money. Huang Ruiming sighed and said, this is the company my father left me. How could I possibly sell it? I need money to recruit talents, to attract some top-notch technical experts from home and abroad. Our company's technology has always lagged behind, and the stock price has been falling, creating a vicious cycle. You're quite filial. Chen Shen looked at him strangely. Huang Ruiming's face stiffened, and he whispered, I know what you want to say about Uncle Gu. I wasn't sober that day. After meeting Dai Wenbin last year, I got involved in some dirty stuff, becoming increasingly irritable and aggressive. In fact, I regretted saying those things at that time, but Uncle Gu is also straightforward, and we couldn't reconcile. Dirty stuff? Chen Chen understood. Our company's bioenergy injection can effectively help you get rid of that stuff. Although it won't lead to immediate cessation, it can help you quit that thing like quitting smoking. Whether you can quit or not depends on you. Huang Ruiming was delighted to hear this. However, he suddenly remembered something, and his face darkened. What's wrong now? Chen Chen asked while nibbling on chicken feet. I have already sold 30% of my 40% stake to Hanhai Energy. Huang Ruiming's expression turned grim as he said, my mother holds 30%, I have 10%, and we can no longer control the company. Apart from the 20% in the stock market, there are 10% of shares in the hands of some directors and shareholders. Once Dai Wenbin gets hold of them, their shares will be on par with ours. If they buy up stocks at a high price in the market, they can easily push me out. Then it's none of my business. Chen Chen shrugged and said, I've bought Changheng, not interested in Weiming anymore. Maybe you can try to please other shareholders? With that, Chen Chen got up and wiped his hands. That's it for today, I'm heading back. Watching Chen Chen's back as he left, Huang Ruiming felt a mix of emotions, with envy and jealousy. That's the demeanor of a big shot. Why can't my family's company have technological breakthroughs? As they left Longnan, a group of people followed behind Chen Chen. Gangzi, Ranzi, Haozi, and Haozi's two friends, along with a bunch of ex-girlfriends. The group arrived at a barbecue restaurant, ordered a bunch of barbecue and beer, and reveled to their heart's content. The women drank juice, the men beer. Although two women wanted to drink beer, Chen Chen wasn't stupid enough to allow it. If they got drunk and leaned on him later, what would happen? It would be fine if they were strangers, but these were his roommate's ex-girlfriends. It would be too awkward and weird if something happened. Chen Chen didn't have that kind of fetish. The group drank and chatted, and Lu Hao's two buddies also added Chen Chen on WeChat, apologizing and toasting excitedly, drinking like there was no tomorrow. Chen Chen was generous and didn't care about the previous trivial matters. Besides, although these two seemed indifferent inside, their outward enthusiasm was well played, making them not detestable and quite well-mannered. Yangzi, how come you've become successful? Haozi felt uncomfortable and said, I was about to get married and have you guys call me boss, but now what? No chance anymore, how about you guys call me that now? Get lost. Li Ran laughed and scolded, even without Yangzi, there's me. What did I sell myself for? Just so you guys can call me boss? Now, my health is gone, the boss is gone, am I not at a loss? You're at a loss for nothing. Xiao Gang said enviously, you did nothing and amassed billions, who wouldn't lie down for that? You damn beast. Everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere was lively, while at the nearby table, Ding Yi, Chen Yun, Wang Xiang, and Zhou Feng were also eating skewers and drinking beer. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang envied them, as they had to drive and couldn't drink. Time passed, and at 2 a.m, everyone dispersed, and Chen Chen went back home. The next day at noon, Chen Chen got up to drink water and saw Lu Wangshu looking strange. What's up? Chen Chen casually turned on the TV, and the chef hired for the East Garden started serving with his team. I heard you're involved with Huang Ruiming's mother? Do you like married women? Do you like older women? Do you know, the entire Yong City circles are saying you're a scoundrel. Chen Chen spat out the tea in his mouth. Damn! Chen Chen dropped the cup, glaring, who the hell spread this rumor? With that, he looked at Zheng Chang and the others. They quickly shook their heads. Zheng Chang spoke up, "Boss, I asked around for you. Huang's side said it's not them, and your classmates said no one is spreading rumors. It seems to be something from Dai Wenbin's side. Why me?" Chen Chen couldn't understand. Rumors should be spread about the right person, not him. Why not you? Lu Wangshu covered her mouth and laughed. It said that a tabloid journalist got a tip that Huang Ruiming was catching an affair and saw you coming out of the hotel. Combined with your previous acquisition of Ruiming New Energy, isn't it obvious? Your classmate isn't well known, so suspicions wouldn't fall on him, only on you. I'm so wronged. Chen Chen was speechless. Boss, look at this news. This self-media blogger says you acquired Ruiming just to please a woman. Zheng Chang showed his phone. Is that necessary? Chen Chen was dumbfounded. She's 20 years older than me, and she's a beauty? What am I plotting? There's more. Wang Gang joined in, holding his phone and saying, someone captured Huang Xiao with a swollen nose and bruised face, claiming he came to bother you but got beaten up by his stepfather. Damn it! Unbelievable. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. He felt like he was being cyberbullied. Meanwhile, as the news spread throughout Yong City, the entire city was buzzing with discussions. It was a big deal involving Chen Chen, the newly emerged super-rich guy. People everywhere were talking about it. It was said that Lu Yichang had a whole morning meeting with a grim expression. The onlookers were not just limited to a certain circle, it had spread beyond. Even local news and short video platforms had some information circulating. At the Huang family compound, Huang Ruiming didn't go to the company that day. He stayed home all night without figuring out a way to solve the current dilemma. As the news spread, Huang Ruiming's biological mother came over with a stick. The Huang household was in chaos, with Huang Ruiming begging for mercy, dodging quickly, looking pitiful with his bruised face. Caught in the act. I'll let you, little brat, catch them in the act. This is infuriating. When did I have an affair with Chen Chen? You're just hearing things. I'm a grown woman of 20, why would I go bother someone else? I'll beat you, you unfilial child, you little beast. You dare to hide? Come here. Huang's mother, Lu Suxin, who had been well maintained over the years, looked very young when angry, with tears in her eyes, giving off a somewhat girlish vibe, not at all like someone in her 40s. It's no wonder Huang Ruiming's father, before he died, remembered her so much and left her 30% of the shares. Seeing Lu Suxin in tears, Huang Ruiming dared not hide anymore and knelt on the ground. Mom, I was wrong, Mom, I really was wrong. I'll beat you. Stop. Just then, Li Ran walked in and quickly intervened upon seeing the scene, causing Lu Suxin's face to change drastically. Why are you here? Lu Suxin gestured urgently. But Li Ran approached and said, how can you hit your son? He's grown up, you have to respect his dignity. Damn it! Taking advantage of me. Huang Ruiming clenched his fists. He couldn't express the bitterness in his heart. You guys? Lu Suxin seemed to understand something. Yes, he came to catch me yesterday, we were honest, accepted each other. Xin, don't mind those rumors, I will clarify them, Li Ran said solemnly. No! Lu Suxin was surprised. If you clarify, then in the future. I don't care. Li Ran said firmly, I love you, I'm with you, nothing can change that. Ran. Xin, enough of you two. It's damn disgusting. Huang Ruiming next to them almost vomited. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to call me dad? Lu Suxin glared at Huang Ruiming. Don't be like this. Li Ran stopped her, saying in a deep voice, one day he will accept me, I'm not in a hurry. I damn well want to slaughter you, you beast. Huang Ruiming gritted his teeth. At this point, Lu Suxin calmed down a bit and looked at her disappointing son, saying in a deep voice, there's one more thing you better explain to me clearly, why did you fire your Uncle Gu? This. Huang Ruiming didn't know how to respond. Forget it. Lu Suxin waved her hand suddenly, disappointed, I can't be bothered with you anymore, you're grown up, you have your own ideas, but Lao Gu has done us a great favor, no matter what, you go and beg for his forgiveness, otherwise don't come back. Well, I'll go now. Huang Ruiming hesitated, then suddenly had an idea, nodded, and quickly got up to leave. He realized that he had no idea, but Uncle Gu must have some experience. He had to make amends. He had to go and seek reprimand, not just to seek forgiveness, but to find a way for the company to survive. Face? Dignity? Those are nothing. Survive first. When Huang Ruiming found Gu Xinhong was inspecting the original Changheng Technology new energy battery production plant in the suburbs. Transforming from the CEO of a 100 billion enterprise to the CEO of a nearly 200 billion enterprise, Gu Xinhong felt a mix of emotions, yet he was also proud and confident. Have the orders been completed? Gu Xinhong casually asked, and the factory manager beside him promptly stepped forward. Mr. Gu, we received notice from the headquarters a week ago, and since then, we haven't received any new orders. We've been working on completing the existing orders, and most of them are finished now. There are still a few electric vehicle companies' lithium batteries and lead-acid batteries in production, and this batch will be ready for delivery within a week. Very good. Gu Xinhong nodded and said, the boss instructed that after these orders are completed, give the employees a break and upgrade and replace the facilities in the employee dormitories in all areas within the factory to meet the group's unified standards, whether it's the cafeteria or employee welfare-related facilities. Understood, Mr. Gu. This matter has been arranged, and everyone is very happy and touched. The factory manager beamed with joy. Initially, when they learned that the company had been sold by the headquarters, they felt like the sky was falling. But they never expected the new boss to be so kind. He only held a criticism meeting internally, and the batch of executives who received the most criticism were dismissed, while the rest were unharmed, and there was no massive layoff. This was nothing short of a miracle. After Gu Xinhong took over the company, several decisions announced by the headquarters were policies beneficial to the employees, giving them great expectations for the future. Especially the new salary system, which was re-evaluated directly based on the payroll, resulting in almost everyone receiving a salary increase by one level, earning an extra 10,000 yuan a year. Where else could one find such good fortune? In such a difficult environment, just keeping one's job was already good enough. Many people were truly grateful to the headquarters and the boss. They couldn't stop praising the new boss during their conversations. Mr. Gu, Ruiming's CEO Huang is here to see you, the secretary hurried over. I don't want to see him. Gu Xinhong's face darkened instantly, scowling. You were brought here by Ruiming. Don't you know about the conflict between us? Tell him to leave. I said. The secretary was speechless, looked around, approached Gu Xinhong, and whispered in his ear, but he knelt down on the spot. What? Gu Xinhong was dumbfounded. How was that possible? Could that kid have truly changed his ways? In a dilemma, how could he not have any feelings towards Huang Ruiming? He had watched him grow up, almost like his own nephew. Although this incident had hurt him deeply, but, let's go, I'll see him, Gu Xinhong sighed. Soon, the two arrived at the office, where Huang Ruiming was already waiting. Seeing Gu Xinhong approach, he suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, Uncle. Gu Xinhong was taken aback and quickly stepped back. What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. I'm not going back. I'm doing well now. President Chen trusts me, and I have full authority to apply what I've learned without any constraints. Weren't you always eyeing Ruiming's power? Without me, you would be Ruiming's emperor. So, what's your plan now? Huang Ruiming didn't expect Gu Xinhong to be so resolute. However, he didn't intend to invite Gu Xinhong back. That was unrealistic, as he was about to leave himself. Uncle, I've sold the company's shares, please save me. Huang Ruiming clung to Gu Xinhong's leg. Gu Xinhong was shocked and immediately kicked him away, saying with disappointment, Why would you do this? I and your father have been through many difficulties, but we never thought about selling shares. You, a little brat, have only been in power for a few days? And you're already selling them? Listen to me. Huang Ruiming explained the whole situation and then waited for Gu Xinhong's response. Gu Xinhong's expression kept changing. After a long time, he sighed and said, I really don't know what to say to you. Wanting new technology is not as simple as that. Just throwing money at it doesn't guarantee a breakthrough. If it were that easy, every industry would have been monopolized by capital long ago. Uncle, I was wrong. What should I do now? Huang Ruiming regretted. There's no way. Gu Xinhong's expression turned grim. He said, Hanhai Group is an established energy company. Its assets are immeasurable. Last year's sales were close to 1 trillion. Theoretically, if fully listed, Hanhai Group would be worth at least several trillion. Not to mention the assets, Hanhai's Dai family background is unfathomable. How could they possibly let go of the shares that fall into their hands? Is there really no hope? Huang Ruiming deeply regretted. Gu Xinhong shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered what his boss, Chen Chen, had said. Chen Chen mentioned that the company had new technology capable of rapid development, dominating the current new energy battery industry. Even if 80% of it was boasting, the remaining 20% could still propel Xinghai Energy into an industry giant. This not only meant rapid expansion for Xinghai but also posed a significant threat to many new energy companies. In this crisis, not even the Ruiming at his peak could resist. I have a solution, but it depends on whether you have the determination, Gu Xinhong said solemnly. What solution? Huang Ruiming looked at him urgently. Sell the shares. Gu Xinhong said decisively, the new energy industry is about to undergo a major reshuffle. Holding onto the shares would only lead to losses. It's better to sell them all and secure your gains. But Huang Ruiming had considered this idea, but Hanhai's people were ruthless, which scared him. Selling to them might not only be humiliating but also a huge loss. Gu Xinhong seemed to sense his concerns and said, "Sell them to our boss, Chen Chen." Chen Chen? Huang Ruiming was stunned. He said, he mentioned that with Changheng, he wouldn't need Ruiming anymore. He may not need Ruiming, but he needs money. He needs to make money and borrow money. Gu Xinhong pulled Huang Ruiming up and said, "Come with me." The two of them got into a car and soon arrived at the Shanghai building in the Dragon Inn Commercial Center. Manager Gu. Manager Gu, hello. The receptionists greeted them. Gu Xinhong asked, "Is the chairman here?" "Yes." The receptionist replied, "The chairman just arrived and should be in the top floor office." "Good, please make an appointment for me." With that, they entered a private elevator and quickly reached the top floor. Chen Chen had already received the news and was sitting with his legs crossed, drinking cola, staring at the massive wall of the chairman's office. Gu Xinhong couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon entering. He used to think Huang Ruiming was out of line, but now he realized the new boss was even more eccentric. Was he projecting live broadcasts of women on the wall meant for meetings? "Boss, sit." Chen Chen glanced at him, then at Huang Ruiming, without saying much, and gestured towards the sofa. The two sat down, and Chen Chen smiled. "Is Manager Gu here to help promote Huang's interests?" "Yes." "Give me a compelling reason," Chen Chen calmly asked. Gu Xinhong's heart skipped a beat, knowing that helping his former employer might be a major career taboo. He quickly said, "Mr. Chen, as far as I know, you have been seeking loans, right?" "Oh, how so? Are you going to lend me money?" Chen Chen's eyes lit up, drawn in by Gu Xinhong's words. "I don't have that much money," Gu Xinhong said with a wry smile, then pointed at Huang Ruiming, saying, "He does, he can lend it." "How much?" Chen Chen looked at Huang Ruiming, suddenly feeling that this kid wasn't so annoying after all. 30 billion. Huang Ruiming quickly spoke up. "So much?" Chen Chen sat up, starting to take things seriously. "Even more." Gu Xinhong interjected, saying, he and his mother still hold 40% of the shares, worth 40 billion, totaling 70 billion. "Ha?" Chen Chen looked at Huang Ruiming in amazement. "Is this kid about to become my biggest private creditor, replacing the Shin family?" "Uncle Gu, the shares haven't been sold," Huang Ruiming said with a bitter smile. "Sell them to the boss." Gu Xinhong pointed at Chen Chen, saying, "Then lend the money from the sale to the boss." Wow! Chen Chen was stunned by Gu Xinhong's clever move. Can things really be played out like this? Gu Xinhong turned to Chen Chen and explained, "Boss, with us in the new energy industry, Ruiming has no hope left. It's better to sell it directly. And this kid has no entrepreneurial ability, only investment skills. If you want to know what investment is the most profitable and stable right now, it's definitely your lending, with an annual interest of 24%, faster than doing business. Please, for my sake, give him a chance." "Well, I can certainly do that." Chen Chen looked at Huang Ruiming, who gritted his teeth and said, "I'll listen to Uncle Gu. I'll go back now to fetch my mom and sell it." With that, he got up and left. As he departed, Chen Chen couldn't help but look at Gu Xinhong. Gu Xinhong smiled wryly and said, "After all, I've been on good terms with the Huang family for decades. Please forgive me, boss." "No problem. I should be thanking you. This matter has really earned you a promotion from me." Chen Chen waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. Seeing this, Gu Xinhong relaxed, leaned in, and whispered, "There are people behind Hanhai Group, but you have Louis Chang behind you. Don't be afraid of him, you can hang him up. They will definitely scour the stock market for stocks to prepare for a takeover. I personally suggest that you do the same, raise Ruiming's stock price, and then Hanhai Group will have no choice but to buy shares and stocks from you. You'll make a big profit then." What a great way to make a profit. Chen Chen suddenly understood the operation behind it and smiled satisfactorily, saying, "I leave it all to you. There's still over 10 billion in the company's account, you handle it. We don't need that much, it will scare them off." Gu Xinhong also smiled, then got up to make a call, and half an hour later, a group of professional traders arrived at Shanghai building. Lu Wanshu found them a conference room to use temporarily. Gu Xinhong and the traders got straight to work. At that moment, Huang Ruiming and LV Sushin also arrived, and to Chen Chen's surprise, he saw Li Ran holding hands with LV Sushin. Damn, impressive. Watching this scene, Chen Chen was immediately in awe. Looking at LV Sushin's appearance, indeed, a woman in her 20s with the demeanor of a woman in her 30s, a perfect mature beauty, not to mention that Li Ran didn't look old next to her. Wow, he really hit the jackpot. The group greeted Chen Chen first, then LV Sushin went to find Gu Xinhong, and after a long conversation, LV Sushin nodded in agreement. The contract for the transfer of shares was simple. There wasn't even any money transferred, just a debt note was made for LV Sushin, stating a 24% annual interest to be paid monthly, with a total debt of 70 billion. Huang Ruiming looked on eagerly, wanting to speak up several times but ultimately didn't dare. He did want the debt note, but he also knew that he had fewer shares in his pocket, his mother had more shares, and with everyone present having better relationships with Li Ran and LV Sushin, no one cared about his thoughts. Stop staring so eagerly. LV Sushin rolled her eyes helplessly at her son and said, I don't lack food and clothing, and I don't spend much money. Your stepfather and I have also registered our marriage. From now on, the monthly interest is 140 million. You take 100 million, he takes 40 million. Whether you want to start a business or squander it, it's up to you. Huang Ruiming breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unhappy that Li Ran was taking 40 million, he was still happy that he could take 100 million every month. I won't take it. Li Ran suddenly spoke up, smiling, I don't need that much money. So, Yangzi, you need money, right? I'll lend it all to you, including the monthly interest. Can it be done like this? Huang Ruiming's eyes lit up. He wasn't stupid. If he lent his 12 billion interest per year to Chen Shen as well, he wouldn't be able to spend even the interest on the interest next year. I won't take it either, I'll lend it all to you. Wow! Chen Shen laughed and scolded, are you playing the interest game with me? Fine, then let's all keep it. The crowd burst into laughter at his words, and even Gu Xinhong was tempted. Should he give up his salary too? Lend his salary to the boss? But thinking about his meager salary, he ultimately didn't have the heart to say it. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Hanhai Energy, Dai Wenbin listened with a grim face to the trader's report. He smashed the cup in his hand and said, damn it, who dared to make a move? Dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? I want to see if you have the ability. With that, he got up and left for the chairman's office. Dad! Dai Shangdong, wearing glasses, always liked to dress himself up as refined, but there were some things that couldn't be hidden. Although his hair was turning white with age, he still exuded a sharp demeanor. What's wrong? Someone is aggressively buying Ruiming stocks like us, Dai Wenbin said darkly. Dai Shangdong frowned at his son's words, gazing at him disapprovingly. Is this what you wanted to tell me? What's the point of saying such a random thing? Do you want me to help you handle it? If I do, who is buying? What you should do, whether you succeed or not, it's all up to you. But the stock price has already hit the limit up. Dai Wenbin hesitated. Dad, Ruiming doesn't have any special technology. Will it be a loss to continue buying? Shouldn't we switch to another company? Why are we so fixated on Ruiming? I don't understand, it doesn't align with our interests. This is not something you need to worry about, Dai Xiangdong said sternly. I understand. Dai Wenbin's face changed slightly at his words, and he quickly turned and left. After he left, Dai Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out an old mobile phone from the drawer and dialed the only number in the contact list. Hello? Hello, this is Dai Xiangdong. What's the matter? The prey is in the trap. Very good, I hope you don't disappoint me this time. I won't. After hanging up the phone, Dai Xiangdong stuffed the phone back into the drawer, rubbed his forehead, and finally sighed. Alas! For several days in a row, Ruiming stocks continued to hit the limit up, shocking the entire financial circle. And many days later, the once terrifying Ruiming stocks finally stabilized and news spread. Hanhai Energy Group announced the earlier acquisition of 30% of Ruiming New Energy shares. Yesterday, after successfully sweeping most of the stocks on the market, they also obtained 10% of the shares from several major shareholders within Ruiming, completely gaining control of the company. Subsequently, early in the morning, a board meeting was held within Ruiming New Energy, where Huang Ruiming was removed from the position of chairman and Dai Wenbin was appointed as the new chairman. The news shook the Yong City circle and caused a stir in the entire new energy industry. What's going on? Earlier, Xinghai Group acquired Changheng Technology, and now Hanhai Energy acquired Ruiming New Energy. Does the new energy industry really have great potential, or has there been a breakthrough in technology in Yong City? The news spread widely and chaotically, with various opinions, but no one could make sense of it all. However, early one morning, Chen Shan received an invitation. It was from the Dagong Shengjing Beiyuan Hanhai Club. Chen Shan looked at the invitation with interest. The time stated was noon. According to Gu Xinhong, Hanhai Group was probably looking to acquire shares. How could Chen Shan possibly not go? As noon approached, Chen Shan, along with Lu Wangshu, Gu Xinhong, and a few bodyguards, walked to Beiyuan. Unlike Dongyuan, Beiyuan, although equally luxurious and low-key, had undergone significant renovations, resembling more of a club or private establishment. They were let in by a waiter and seated in a loft. Amidst hearty laughter, Dai Xiangdong arrived at the loft with his son Dai Wenbin and two assistants. Welcome, General Chen. You are indeed a young talent. Seeing you, I feel like our era has passed, Dai Xiangdong said in a hearty manner. Chen Chen smiled and shook hands with him. As they sat down, Dai Xiangdong ordered food, and after a few rounds of drinks, he said, Chen, now half of the shares of Weiming are mine, and half are yours. I hope we can cooperate more deeply. Cooperate? Chen Chen was surprised. Aren't you planning to buy shares? We don't have the technology. What would we do with shares? Dai Xiangdong chuckled. But Chen, you definitely have the technology. So, how about a collaboration? The people present felt a chill in the air, sensing a change in the situation. Especially Gu Xinhong, who had a bad feeling about it. What do you mean? Chen Chen looked at Dai Xiangdong with interest, showing no signs of panic. I'll offer 80 billion to acquire half of Xinghai's shares. Dai Xiangdong gestured with his hands, indicating 8. I'll directly give you the shares of Ruiming. Then Ruiming and Changhong merge, and Hanhai and Xinghai merge. Wouldn't that be a great deal? Your plan does sound appealing. Chen Chen chuckled. But how can you be sure that Xinghai has new energy technology? I've done my research, my friend, Dai Xiangdong said with a slightly serious tone. Risking millions to establish Xinghai Beverage with a loan of 80 million, based on bioenergy injection liquid, borrowing over 30 billion for new energy. Changhong alone has invested 15 billion. If there's no technology, is that possible? But as you said, I'm in debt for 35 billion. Chen Chen shrugged. Aren't you afraid of investing 80 billion and getting nothing in return? It's worth it. Dai Xiangdong smiled. An injection liquid for bioenergy, bought for 80 billion. I don't think anyone would refuse. Indeed, it was a conspiracy. The 80 billion was a calculated price. If Chen Chen accepted, and if there was new technology, they would make money from him. If not, they would use 40 billion to help Chen Chen pay off his debts, then kick him out and acquire the special bacterial strains. It was a clever scheme. But what were they relying on? What consequences would there be if he refused? Why did they want to buy over half of Ruiming's shares? Chen Chen was puzzled as he looked at Dai Xiangdong. Dai Xiangdong didn't hide anything and said calmly, We've been keeping an eye on you since you started. The business world isn't as simple as you think. We know your personal and friend information. When we found out about the relationship between Li Ran and Huang Ruiming's mother, and when you mentioned entering the new energy field at the Dongyuan banquet, we set our plan in motion. We initially wanted to acquire Ruiming's shares first and then cooperate with you. But later, we realized that you are a lone wolf. You'd rather owe debts at high interest rates than share your shares. This further proves that you possess remarkable technology. To be honest, the reason Changhong was able to smoothly acquire it was due to us informing Changhong's shareholders. Dongyuan 1 billion, Changhong 15 billion, Weixian Investment 3 billion, and a biopharmaceutical research institute invested 1.5 billion. 5 billion, headquarters building 14 billion, several companies adding up to several billion, miscellaneous expenses totaling 50 million. How long has it been? You've already spent over 220 billion. How much do you have left out of the 350 billion? 130 billion. But now, after taking Ruiming's shares, that's another 70 billion, leaving you with only 60 billion. Dai Xiangdong took a sip of water, smiled faintly, and said, Young man, how will you deal with it if the bank finds issues with your company and terminates the loan early? And how will you handle it if your creditors come demanding repayment? Everyone's heart sank. It had to be said that Dai Xiangdong had hit Chen Chen's weak spot directly. If the foundation of Xinghai Beverage, as it were, encountered problems, the flourishing Xinghai Group would collapse in an instant. Is this your strategy? Chen Chen looked somewhat disdainful, stood up, and said, I can sell Ruiming's shares. Even if I can't sell them and they end up in my hands, so what? The Huang family didn't ask for money. I haven't spent a dime of the 70 billion, just gave them an IOU, and the bank is owed 200 billion. I can always borrow some more, can't I? Dai Xiangdong's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. Can you borrow more? Since I'm sitting here, everything is arranged properly. Do you remember your dealings with Changhong? Now that I'm in charge of Ruiming, what if I choose to delist now? As a shareholder, you'll have to buy back the stocks with me. It's just spending a little over 10 billion more, so I'll just wait and see, right? Chen Chen picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, Thanks for the hospitality. With that, he got up and left with his entourage. On the way back, everyone's faces were grim. Watching Chen Chen's carefree expression, Lu Wanshu couldn't help but ask, Aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? Chen Chen chuckled helplessly and said, Worried about the bank demanding repayment? It doesn't matter. You all should know, what do I have? I have nothing, just a pile of debts. Everyone was stunned. Chen Chen then spread his arms, nonchalantly saying, It's not me who should be anxious, it's the creditors. If I mess up, I might end up in jail at most, but they'll be the ones crying. Damn! Everyone was shocked by his words. At that moment, Chen Shen looked at Lu Wangshu and said, the pressure on the bank must have originated from higher up. It's time for your father to step in. Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes but obediently took out her phone to gather information. Chen Shen then turned to Gu Xinhong and said, since we've rejected Dai Xiangdong, negative news will soon spread. Go inquire in various circles. Yes, boss. Gu Xinhong was initially regretful for involving Huang Ruiming with the boss's help, feeling it was his fault. But after hearing Dai Xiangdong and Chen Shen's conversation, he realized he had been overly presumptuous. To those big shots, he was just a pawn. After his own downfall, seeking refuge with Chen Shen might also be part of someone else's plan. Gu Xinhong felt powerless and shook his head helplessly. Walking into Dongyuan, Chen Shen remained calm, even somewhat amused. Dai Xiangdong and his associates had no idea what a counterattack was. Chen Shen had said it long ago. He simply couldn't lose. Under technological superiority, any resistance was a joke. In the style of a dominant male protagonist, could he still be bullied? Dai Xiangdong's plan was well thought out, but so what? Even if the bank came to collect, it could be delayed, and dragging it out would take a long time. Chen Shen had thought that with Lu Wangshu's father, many obstacles would disappear, but evidently, someone was audacious and daring. But it didn't matter. Want to play? Then let's play to the fullest. Chen Shen was curious to see what tricks the other side could come up with and was equally eager to see the expression on their face when he unveiled his new technology. It was bound to be exciting. Definitely. Laughing. Speaker's office. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qiming frowned, sat down, and lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Secretary Zhang beside him felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He had been with Lu Qiming for a long time, and whenever Lu Qiming made such a move, it usually meant trouble, and big trouble at that. Leader? Secretary Zhang stepped forward, hesitantly speaking up. Nothing major. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, someone is feeling resentful and has come to me. Secretary Zhang's heart tightened as he thought back to the situation before the leader was parachuted into Dongjiang a year ago. However, upon careful consideration, he felt something was amiss. The former chairman who oversaw Dongjiang retired, and the one who was originally in line to take over Dongjiang had hopes of advancing further, completely taking control of Dongjiang. But it seemed there were other considerations at play, ultimately leading to Lu Qiming being parachuted into Dongjiang. Could it be that the former chairman was not giving up? Something didn't add up. It wasn't the time for a change in leadership yet, and Lu Qiming had only been in office for a year. How much effort would it take to move Lu Qiming? It didn't make sense. He was puzzled, but Lu Qiming was clear-headed. Could they really be trying to move him? Impossible. Moreover, what good would it do to move him? Lu Qiming had been in power for many years and could easily see the predicament the former chairman was in. There had been internal disputes before Lu Qiming was parachuted into Dongjiang. Some had questioned why the former chairman wasn't allowed to rise naturally. After all, he had deep roots in Dongjiang, unparalleled prestige, and his contributions were well documented and recognized by all. After internal discussions, two conclusions were reached. The first was, having been deeply rooted for too long, he couldn't advance in Dongjiang. The second was, the implications were too significant for him to be transferred to another province. It was a dead end. It meant that his journey ended there. The organization didn't deny his achievements in Dongjiang for the country and the people, but it also expressed dissatisfaction. Yes, dissatisfaction. Many things didn't need investigation. For the higher-ups, it was clear who was behind the Hanhai Energy Group, but so what? They could only express their dissatisfaction and cut off his path to promotion. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Minor flaws could only hinder his progress and force him to choose. They couldn't just remove him outright. Those who had reached this level were the smartest in the world. You couldn't find any evidence, and they could argue it was for the development of Dongjiang. What could you do about it? This was why Lu Qiming had told Chen Shen that there wouldn't be a change in status between $1 trillion and $1 billion. Wasn't the Hanhai Energy Group big enough? If it went public, it would definitely be a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and with good management, it could even reach trillions. But so what? Ultimately, it was the former chairman who had supported it. Lu Qiming felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples. Politics involved struggle and compromise. All situations were the result of thorough struggle and compromise. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but behind it all, there was always struggle and compromise. Lu Qiming's parachuting was a struggle with others, and in the end, the other party compromised. He won, and he would also compromise on some things. But the former chairman was different. His compromise led to a different outcome. He paid the price of not being promoted and got the result of everything in Dongjiang continuing as it was. It was an unspoken agreement. A temporary balance. Breaking this balance was easy, and there were intentions to break it from above, but whoever broke it would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Lu Qiming's arrival actually carried this meaning. The world wasn't just black and white, it was all about weighing the pros and cons. Not to mention the former chairman had backers, just the Hanhai energy alone, if it collapsed, what would it mean for the entire Dongjiang? Lu Qiming felt the trouble lay here. The entire Dongjiang was as solid as a rock under the former chairman's management. He was originally from Dongjiang, and even outside, he was jokingly referred to as the Jiangda Gang, similar to a certain anti-corruption drama. But was it really just a joke? The implications were clear. Lu Qiming pondered and finally made up his mind. Although he had only been in office for a year, time was running out, but he had a chance of winning. Originally, according to his plan, a thorough plan was needed to solve the chaos in Dongjiang in one fell swoop. But Chen Chen's appearance was unexpected. Obviously, this unexpected factor was noticed by the other party, and they had already started to take action. If Chen Chen really had some extremely powerful new energy technology obtained by the other party, then the other party might break the balance first and take another step forward. Even if there is no new technology, just the bioenergy injection liquid would be enough for the other party to monopolize the domestic and foreign markets in a short period of time, develop into a behemoth, and make it more troublesome to deal with. He no longer hesitated and muttered, "It's time to show that kid a thing or two, so he doesn't keep thinking he's the big shot around here." Dong Yuan. Chen Chen was drinking tea, live streaming on his phone, watching girls dance. Lu Wangshu was speechless at his carefree appearance. How could he be like this in a crisis? Was it true confidence or just being reckless? Zheng Chang beside him leaned in closely. He couldn't play on his phone during work hours, so he had to seize the opportunity to sneak a peek at the boss's phone occasionally. "It's huge," he couldn't help but exclaim. "Right?" Chen Chen grinned and said, "My judgment is trustworthy." "Boss, I have to say you're too boring." Zheng Chang suddenly came up with a bad idea. "You're so rich. How can you still watch live streams on your phone like us?" "Then what?" Chen Chen asked curiously. "Watch live performances." Zheng Chang smirked. "Recruit some people, form a singing and dancing troupe. They can perform at company events, and in your free time, boss, you can watch them. We can also join in." "Great idea." Chen Chen gave a thumbs up and then pointed to the door. "Get out." "Ha?" Zheng Chang was dumbfounded. Chen Chen sneered, "Is this for my own good? I'm even willing to hire people for you. Do I need to find you a date too?" Zheng Chang looked dejected. "I'm sorry, boss." Chen Chen was finally satisfied. "As long as you know you're wrong. What's the use of keeping a singing and dancing troupe? It's a waste of money. Invest it back to buy an entertainment company. Let them make money for me while dancing, perform for free at company events, increase our visibility, and even help us shoot promotional videos for our products. That's the way to go. You're the best, boss." Zheng Chang immediately started to flatter. Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes, speechless at these two jokers. At that moment, Gu Xinhong hurried over and said, "Boss, latest news, Ruiming has initiated delisting procedures." "Give him money, am I afraid of him?" Chen Chen scoffed, raised his legs and said, "Does he really think he's the emperor? Forbidding other companies from acquiring the stocks in my hands? What era is this, playing this game?" Earlier, there were rumors that Hanhai Group had spread the word that whoever bought Ruiming's shares would end up losing money. This news made many potential buyers pause. There was no way around it. The big head was in Hanhai's hands, and Dongjiang was Hanhai's territory. If they said you would lose money, you definitely wouldn't make any. But this also affected many people's perceptions of Hanhai and Dongjiang, feeling that Hanhai was overbearing and that Dongjiang's protectionism was too severe. "What's next, boss? What should we do next?" Gu Xinhong asked. "Next?" Chen Chen smiled and said, "Next, let's give the creditors a sense of crisis." Gu Xinhong was puzzled. What did it mean to give creditors a sense of crisis? "Spread the word that we won't be receiving any visitors in the near future, as I'm starting to develop new products," Chen Chen said. Gu Xinhong was dumbfounded. They had never mentioned developing products before. If the company faced a problem and they suddenly started developing, wouldn't that be telling everyone that they were going to retreat? He hurriedly said, "We can't do this, boss. It will make the creditors lose confidence in us." "You're wrong," Chen Chen said lightly. "Without new technology, it's like a shrinking turtle, but with new technology, it's like a thunderous breakthrough. Just wait and see. What Hanhai Group? They are nothing but a bunch of nobodies." A certain daughter slave once said, "Compromise is a way to advance by retreating." I agree. What we are doing is also advancing by retreating. We are luring the snake out of its hole first, exposing them in the open, so that we can avoid leaving any future troubles. Lu Wangshu felt puzzled, sensing that Chen Shen had a hidden meaning, but not knowing who he was referring to. Then, should I announce it like this to the public? Gu Xinhong hesitated, then said, but this way, it will cause unrest within the company. Let them feel a sense of crisis too, Chen Shen smiled. Originally, it was a merger of several companies. If someone resigns directly, it will be considered as downsizing. If no one resigns, after this crisis, it will greatly increase their confidence and sense of belonging to the company. It's a win-win situation. This, Gu Xinhong wanted to say, is this considered a good thing too? In other companies, they would have disbanded after a few incidents like this. But thinking of the uniqueness of Xinghai Group, he suddenly felt that this was indeed an opportunity and nodded, saying, I'll handle it. Soon after, all major circles in Yong City knew that Hanhai Group was up against Xinghai Group. Although Xinghai Group emerged out of nowhere and had unlimited potential in the future, in the eyes of many, the well-established Hanhai Group was the unbeatable one, the local overlord of Dongjiang. They didn't believe that Chen Shen could win. In the Xinghai Creditors Group, messages kept popping up. Wang Yaozu, Chen, why are you up against Hanhai? Zhao Shun, Chen, what's happening? The Xinghai Creditors Group was created by Hu Guanyu, and it consisted of all of Chen Shen's creditors. After adding Chen Shen to the group chat, Hu Guanyu gave Chen Shen administrative rights. Chen Shen looked at the messages on his phone and replied very seriously. Chen Shen, everyone, don't worry. Hanhai is just a bunch of nobodies, not worth mentioning. Those with spare money can lend me some more, thank you. Lend you more? Many people in the group chat started sweating. It wasn't that they lacked confidence in Chen Shen, but the pressure brought by Hanhai Group was too great. Shin Wei, if President Chen can get through this crisis, our Shin family can increase our investment. Chen Shen, thank you. #respect, that's very sensible. As creditors, they should be more considerate and not intimidate the debtor. Chen Shen grinned, but soon he couldn't smile anymore, because someone was being very unreasonable. Lu Ming, President Chen, I urgently need money for my business. Can I repay this loan without interest first? Zhao Huiyun, President Chen, I also need money, what do you think? President Chen. Suddenly, a group of unknown creditors emerged, apparently some investors from the East Garden banquet that day. Although they pooled together 5 billion, Chen Shen was completely unfamiliar with them. Unfamiliar and yet they don't show me any respect? What does it mean to come out at this time? To undermine the morale of my creditors? Do you think I will tolerate this? Group member Lu Ming has been muted by the administrator. Group member Zhao Huiyun has been muted by the administrator. Group member XX has been muted by the administrator. Group member Chen Shen was furious. He directly stunned everyone in the group chat. For a long time, no one dared to speak. After a moment, Wang Yaozu tentatively typed. Wang Yaozu, everyone, don't cause trouble at a critical moment. Group member Wang Yaozu has been muted by the administrator. I'm on your side. Wang Yaozu was dumbfounded, wanting to explain but unable to send a message. In the group chat, some kind-hearted people had already started to explain on behalf of Wang Yaozu. Zhao Shun, President Chen, Lao Wang is speaking up for you. Group member Zhao Shun has been muted by the administrator. Lu Changwei, President Chen. Member Lu Changwei has been muted by the administrator. Shen. Member Shen has been muted by the administrator. The group was completely dumbfounded. No one dared to speak for a long time, and the entire chat page was filled with the admin's actions. After a long time, Hu Guanyu, as the group leader, finally spoke up. Hu Guanyu, bro, dear bro, I'm the group leader, don't mute me. Chen? Hu Guanyu, bro, you focus on important matters, leave the group to me, everyone won't cause a ruckus anymore. Chen, alright, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, at the temporary residence of Xinghai Energy Company, Lu Wangshu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Shen's phone screen, not knowing what to say. Do debtors always bully their creditors like this? Aren't these creditors a bit pitiful? Chen Shen, however, smirked and put down his phone, saying, with a 24% profit, it's like a usurious loan. If I can make them rich, then I've done right by them. Who dares to act arrogantly? Lu Wangshu was speechless. But what Chen Shen said was indeed true. If someone could consistently provide a 24% profit, there would probably be a line of people crying and begging to join. Boss, I'm off work. Lu Wangshu spoke up. Alright, be safe on the way home, stay away from the city center, let Jing Chang and the others drive you. Chen Shen waved his hand, indicating for them to go, while he found a place to continue playing with his phone. Lu Wangshu was speechless. Is this what you meant by getting into research and development? Soon, Lu Wangshu returned home and found that her father had already returned early. Heard that brat Chen Chen went to work on R&D? Nowhere to be seen? Lu Qiming looked at the newspaper, took a sip of tea, then spat out several mouthfuls of tea foam. Yes, he just changed his playground, who knows what he's thinking. Lu Wangshu replied somewhat helplessly. I have to admit, this kid is indeed smart. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, he has seen through it. Han Hai targeting Xinghai? No, someone is using him to target me. He wants me to make the first move. Targeting you? Lu Wangshu finally realized, but still puzzled. Targeting you for what? You really have no political acumen at all. Lu Qiming shook his head, saying, I know what I'm here for, and so does that person. Have you ever thought about why the day after you were caught last time, rumors spread that Chen Chen is my future son-in-law? Son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Wangshu immediately got anxious. Lu Qiming's expression stiffened. Was this the key point? He was speechless, and could only continue. It seemed accidental before, but now it seems like that person deliberately helped you get together, and then waited for this day to come, pointing the finger directly at me. Quite a deep calculation. Lu Wangshu calmed down and asked, why would he do that? It's simple. Lu Qiming sighed, feeling helpless with a daughter who lacked any political acumen, and said, as long as he succeeds, firstly, Han Hai can rapidly expand and grow, disrupting the balance, ensuring his promotion next time. Secondly, even if there's no new technology, if he can eventually make Chen Chen submit, he can smoothly pull us in. As long as I collude with him, he won't have any trouble in the coming years. Just for a few years of stability? Lu Wangshu couldn't understand, after doing so much, just for this little gain. What do you know? Lu Qiming was somewhat disdainful, saying, for people in our position, a few years can bring about earth-shattering changes. So what are you going to do? Lu Wangshu was curious. No choice. Lu Qiming said in a deep voice, he has set the stage. Not participating would mean losing. Since he wants to fight, I'll make my stance clear tomorrow morning. Late that night, Chen Chen put down his phone, revealing a smile. Ding! A prompt sounded in his mind. Then a line of information appeared before Chen Chen's eyes. Settlement for this month begins. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Congratulations, host, with a debt of 35.08 billion yuan, you have earned 3,508,000 points. Remaining total points, 3,511,000 points. Ha? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning in his mind, why wasn't Huang Weiming's 7 billion calculated? Upon inspection, due to unsold shares, there is a possibility of fraud. The share exchange IOU mode cannot enter the points settlement. The host can sell the shares and participate in next month's points settlement with a fixed amount of funds. Chen Chen immediately understood the system's meaning. This was to prevent Chen Chen from purchasing shares with high-value IOUs, holding onto the shares without selling them, and gaming the system to earn points. In other words, transactions involving shares or physical goods are only counted in the points settlement if they are sold and actual money is received. Similar to shares, antiques, and even some industries that have significant price fluctuations, in the system's understanding, their value is only recognized after passing the test of the market. Short-selling IOUs are meaningless. Although surprised, Chen Chen didn't mind. The 7 billion was already a pleasant surprise, and even if it wasn't included in this month's settlement, it would be included in the next month. He already had enough points to exchange for the technology he needed. Chen Chen immediately began searching for the technology he required. Civilian-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology, price, 2.8 million points, review, developed by an unknown small company. This core-type constant-temperature solid-state battery, as a knockoff of a certain battery, offers the ultimate cost-effectiveness. Cancer cell inhibitor liquid technology, price, 700,000 points, review, an accidental product of a biological genetics laboratory. It relies on stimulating one's own genes to inhibit abnormal cells, causing them to naturally die off. In the Star River era, it was worthless, but now it seems to hold extraordinary value. Click to exchange. A vast amount of information flooded his mind. After a long time, Chen Chen revealed a look of amazement. There wasn't much to say about the cancer cell inhibitor liquid technology. As the name suggests, it is a potion that relies on stimulating one's own genes to inhibit abnormal cells, causing them to naturally die off. Although many theoretical knowledge and technologies related to human genetic technology were not obtained, as the review stated, this was an accidental product that didn't require that knowledge, only an understanding of the formula and human genetics to manufacture it. The most crucial foundation is the biological energy provided by a special strain, making the preparation of this liquid relatively straightforward with the injection of biological energy. However, the cost is slightly higher. The cost of producing an inhibitory liquid is probably several tens of dollars, far exceeding the cost of biological energy injections. But similarly, compared to similar drugs, it is much cheaper. Nowadays, treating any cancer easily costs tens of millions, and even if cured, there are side effects that can severely impact one's health. Using this inhibitory liquid has no side effects. However, selling it is challenging. This thing is meant for creating a golden body, and Chen Chen never thought about making a lot of money from it. After all, for the vast majority of cancer-stricken families, they are already on the brink, and exploiting them further would weigh heavily on Chen Chen's conscience. But if it's too cheap, it won't work either. While it may not make money domestically, it could abroad. Initially promising this business to the Hu family, Chen Chen could let them handle the foreign market, including pricing. Contemplating, Chen Chen gradually formulated a plan. After temporarily arranging the cancer cell inhibitor liquid, Chen Chen shifted his focus to the civilian-grade constant-temperature solid-state battery technology. The person who designed this battery was truly remarkable. It can be said that at the beginning of the design, this was not really a battery, but some kind of device? Chen Chen couldn't understand. He only knew that after the design and manufacturing of this thing, its usage direction changed, gradually evolving through generations of upgrades and modifications, completely transforming from some kind of device into a commercial battery. This battery can completely release power in a very short time, with a very short charging time. If supplied with sufficient power, it can be fully charged in just a few minutes without damaging the battery. It is a solid-state battery. Unlike traditional batteries that store and release energy through chemical reactions, it stores and releases energy through physical adsorption. Due to the new material of the battery itself, it achieves a very high energy density. The core reaction is even more incredible, as the battery adapts and starts automatically when it has power, stimulating the internal particles of the battery to cool down, maintain a constant temperature, and even absorb external high temperatures for energy storage conversion, acting as an automatic battery maintenance system in low-temperature environments. In simple terms, is this an intelligent battery? Or perhaps an active battery? Chen Chen couldn't describe it, or to put it another way, is it a kind of self-circulating and self-adapting battery that has been programmed and activated? Not exactly intelligent, but similar to it, not exactly programmed, but similar to it. Its design and manufacturing concept can be described as ingenious. Chen Chen was immersed in knowledge for a long time, finally showing a look of admiration. Although the cost of this battery is high, its lifespan is extremely long. According to information, a fully charged car battery can allow a normal car to travel 400 to 700 kilometers, and with regular use, the battery lifespan ranges from 30 to 50 years. Quite exaggerated. Chen Chen's mind was restless. This was truly a battery ahead of its time. Once it is launched, it can undoubtedly outperform all batteries currently on the market. Although it is a bit expensive, in the face of such outstanding performance and lifespan, the price even seems low. Without hesitation, Chen Chen couldn't sleep at all. He went straight to the research center, starting to replicate various data on the new battery. This was a complex project that he couldn't complete alone. He needed to delegate tasks related to the battery to different people and mobilize the entire company's efforts to replicate it in just a few days. While Chen Chen was immersed in his research, the next day, a piece of news erupted that shook the entire Dongjiang in new energy sector. During the meeting that day, Speaker Lu Qiming conducted an inspection and guidance on various works in Dongjiang, and finally delivered a speech on the new energy sector. The speech covered many aspects, but the core was about transformation, policy support, and how the new energy sector would become the core of Dongjiang's transition from traditional energy sources. Dongjiang would fully develop the new energy industry, attract investment, and draw on other companies from the new energy sector to establish themselves in Dongjiang. The news shook many people. Those involved knew that the battle between old and new had begun, with the top leaders setting the stage, and it was time to take sides. The first day of August shook Dongjiang. It was Lu Qiming's day, and no one dared to raise any questions during the meeting. Any issues had to be reported later. Dongjiang was shaken, and Yongcheng was at the heart of the storm. Various departments joined the discussion of the meeting. Those capable had already started working to showcase their abilities, while those deeply involved with certain matters looked desperate. The battle between old and new was not just a struggle between new and traditional energy sources, it was also about the political figures choosing between the new leader and the old manager, taking sides, and fighting among themselves. It's hard to say who will win or lose between the two big figures, but those with problems during this process would inevitably be caught in batches. This is what they call implicating the innocent, or rather, they were pawns, sacrifices, all for the arrival of this day. On the afternoon of August 1st, Chen Chen gathered the elite technical personnel of Xinghai Energy, signed a very strict confidentiality agreement, and promised generous rewards. Chen Shen then began to distribute tasks, handing over top-secret materials to different groups for responsibility. New materials, new construction methods, the astonishing core self-adaptation. Various ingenious ideas shocked all the technical personnel. Although each group only received a part, that part alone was enough for them to look up to. The boss didn't deceive them. The company indeed had new technology, one that could crush the industry, a technology ahead of its time. They went crazy, passionate, pouring into various laboratories, working tirelessly. Meanwhile, Chen Shen relaxed, occasionally visiting and guiding various laboratories, or going to the Biomedical Research Center to start formulating cancer inhibition solution. Everything progressed slowly yet rapidly. Meanwhile, on August 2nd, a fierce argument erupted during an internal meeting at Yunhai Group. It was said that the new leader of Yunhai Group, Fan Wenping, got into a heated dispute with Qi Jia, the head of the Qi family, and the previous leader, Qi Ruihua. Ultimately, with the intervention of capital, Fan Wenping's position was suspended, and Qi Ruihua temporarily took over as the president. Many were shocked and curious about the Qi family's turnaround. What benefits did the Qi family offer to gain recognition from the capital? While everyone was puzzled, a piece of news that shocked various circles and the internet spread like wildfire. The Qi family sued Chen Shen, chairman of Xinghai Group, claiming that the origin of the biological energy injection solution came from Yunhai Group. Before starting his own business, Chen Shen was an employee of Yunhai Group, and they had signed an agreement stating that all research results during his employment belonged to Yunhai Group. Media even interviewed Xi Yiming, the head of the Yunhai Group's research and development department responsible for this matter, and Chen Shen's ex-girlfriend, Jean Yalan, at the courthouse. I just want to say, Chen Shen's actions are theft. Knowing well that the ownership of the biological energy injection solution belongs to Yunhai Group, he left his job without permission to start his own business, stealing technological achievements. This behavior is unforgivable, and our Yunhai Group will definitely pursue this matter to the end, Xi Yiming said in a grand manner, prompting the reporters he arranged to nod repeatedly. The reporters then interviewed Jean Yalan. Jean Yalan was stylishly dressed and appeared gentle. She said sadly, "I have been in love with Chen Shen for a long time. I just didn't expect him to do such a thing. I should have guessed earlier." That day he said the company rewarded him with a sum of money. I was curious and asked him why, but he didn't say. However, he resigned that same day. "So, you two didn't break up?" the reporter asked. "Of course not," Jean Yalan said with a worried expression. She continued, "Although he left without a word, we never broke up. I just hope he will come forward soon, confess like a man. I don't care what his future holds, I still want to be with him." Well, it had to be you. Even Xi Yiming turned to look at her repeatedly, secretly wondering, is this woman so good at acting? Has she ever acted with me? Have I been deceived by her too? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After all, if even someone like Chen Shen could be deceived, it wasn't impossible for him to be deceived as well. Jean Yalan, unaware of her own strength, suddenly burst into tears as she spoke, moving the reporter to tears, who repeatedly urged Chen Shen to surrender in the video. Subsequently, this video was posted online, causing a huge sensation. Is this kind of thing happening too? I didn't expect such a story behind the biological energy injection solution. Isn't theft too shameful? I think since it was developed by Chen Shen, it shouldn't be considered theft, right? Why shouldn't it be considered theft? There are merits to be acknowledged, rewards and profit sharing to be had, but it is not appropriate to directly leave and seize research results. Yes, if everyone were like him, wouldn't all research personnel from various companies be able to take credit and run? Then who would still invest in research and development? That makes sense too. After all, if such behavior is allowed, wouldn't many scientists be able to take their research results and flee abroad? The bioinjection liquid is sold at a high price. It's truly a case of a nobody getting rich, lacking vision. If it were managed by Yunhai, it would probably be priced like a regular beverage. Then we could drink it every day. Support Yunhai Group. Speaking of which, Chen Shen's ex-girlfriend is really beautiful. To give up even a girlfriend for selfish desires, what kind of scum is he? There was a massive wave of criticism against Chen Shen on the internet, as if the wall had collapsed and everyone was pushing. But could this have happened without someone guiding public opinion? Absolutely not. Snatching results, tarnishing reputation, then letting the bank chase after debts, playing a dangerous game, so that's how it is, quite a show. Chen Shen, who worked at the Institute of Biomedical Research, took a moment to glance at the news, sneered, and carelessly tossed his phone aside. Seeing Chen Shen's lack of response online, the trolls and self-righteous individuals intensified their attacks. And it seemed that Hanhai also felt the timing was right. The next day, on the morning of August 3rd, a routine economic symposium was held. This kind of meeting was not attended by the speaker of the Grand Leader, Lu Qiming, but was naturally presided over by the Grand Manager. During the meeting, the Grand Manager emphasized the rectification of the economic market, the crackdown on economic chaos, and gave examples of the lawsuit between Yunhai Group and Xinghai Group. Finally, the Grand Manager said at the meeting, "The reason for the current uncontrollable situation is something we need to reflect on, especially in terms of banking and finance. Have detailed investigations and understanding been conducted in terms of loans? Is there any personal relationship involved? Why was a new company granted a loan of 2 billion? Should those responsible for the review bear the responsibility?" At noon that day, someone from the bank arrived. It was an acquaintance Chen Shen had met before. Zhao Chunlei, a workplace elite, impeccably dressed in a suit, always exuding elegance and dignity. He entered the Institute of Biomedical Research, shook hands with Chen Shen, and said helplessly, "Mr. Chen, there are some things that probably don't need me to say. Do we really have to recover it?" Chen Shen sat down in the lounge area, lit a cigarette, and handed one to Zhao Chunlei. "There's no way around it." Zhao Chunlei shrugged and said, "It's a regulation. When you start this lawsuit, we can recover it at any time or choose not to, but obviously, now we must recover it." "How long can we delay it?" Chen Chen asked. "At most." Zhao Chunlei hesitated slightly and said, 2 weeks? After all, there are many procedures to go through for forced recovery. "That's enough. Just say I refuse to repay, let them recover it by force." Chen Chen smiled faintly, his confident demeanor leaving Zhao Chunlei somewhat dazed. On August 4th, a piece of news that shook the political scene of Dongjiang in various circles came out, and everyone knew that Speaker Liu had taken action. In a certain prefecture-level city in Dongjiang, someone reported anonymously that a subsidiary of Hanhai Energy Group, a coal chemical subsidiary, was suspected of sheltering and condoning a black market organization, engaging in forced transactions, intentional harm, illegal detention, robbery, destruction of others' production and operation, as well as provocation, obstruction of justice, aiding in the destruction of evidence, harboring, illegal occupation of agricultural land, illegal mining, and various other incidents. From 30 years ago to the present, there were piles of cases. There were several baskets of evidence. On August 5, Monday, during an anti-corruption meeting, the incident involving a subsidiary of Hanhai Energy Group was brought up by Lu Qiming, and he criticized everyone present on the spot, speaking very directly. "The Hanhai incident is by no means an isolated event, nor is it an event of a single prefecture-level city. As a pillar enterprise of our province, we must carefully nurture its growth and also use thunderous means to eradicate its cancer, allowing the company to benefit the people rather than dominate them. The chain reaction triggered by the Hanhai incident is very serious because the report implicates too many comrades in high positions. It is not feasible for us in Dongjiang to handle this, it is not in compliance, and it cannot silence the overwhelming public opinion. I have approved the reporting of this matter, and a special inspection team and comrades from the Anti-Corruption Bureau will take over. Until the investigation is completed, I hope everyone can maintain a stable work environment and attitude, stabilize public sentiment and online public opinion, and stabilize the Dongjiang economy and the industries related to the incident. Comrades must always remember that words can be fearsome. Those whose names I call next, please stay, the rest can disperse." It is said that someone fainted on the spot at the meeting. After subsequent news spread, it caused a stir throughout the province, with some rejoicing and others mourning. On one side of Beiyuan, in a pavilion by the side of Dayong River, Dai Shangdong scattered some bait and sighed softly, "The storm is coming. Do you have confidence?" Beside him sat an elderly man dressed in tang costume, holding a fishing rod in his left hand and a teacup in his right. "I'm about 70 to 80% confident." Dai Shangdong pondered upon hearing this, saying, "The boss said that the superior of Lu Yichang is not holding up well physically. As long as we delay, not for long, in 2 months, the inspection team will have to leave. How can it be so easy to delay? Their goal is clear, to investigate you guys. Are pawns useful? How useful?" The elderly man in tang costume shook his head and sighed. "Why did you choose this in the first place? Do you regret it?" "Regret?" Dai Shangdong chuckled lightly, saying, "What's there to regret? When I was the boss's secretary back in our hometown, we were poor at that time. To be honest, it was partly my fault for not holding back, reaching out recklessly, and when the boss found out, he raised me up high, gently put me down, and showed me the way again." "Showed you the way?" The man in tang costume shook his head, saying, "In the end, is Hanhai yours or his? Don't you understand that? What does it matter whose it is?" Dai Shangdong scattered more bait, saying, "The power in my hands naturally belongs to me. Perhaps ultimately it belongs to him, but when he doesn't need it, it can only be mine. That's true. The man in tang costume pondered for a moment, nodding. To have such a glorious life for so many years, moving the ancestral grave 3 times, it can be considered as honoring the ancestors. It hasn't been in vain. Yes. Dai Shengdong nodded, saying, now I have no choice. I have also arranged a way out. Who would have known that Zhao Jiangshan, the chairman Zhao, was once my own younger brother in our hometown? More than 30 years ago, the household registration was changed, and no one can tell. They only know that Dai Shangshan is dead. What can I do for you? Zhao Jiangshan sighed. Over the years, the two of them hardly kept in touch, and no one knew they were brothers. It was a coincidence. At that time, the big boss worked in the law enforcement system, and Dai Shangdong was his secretary. After Dai Shangdong got into trouble, the big boss secretly supported him. Dai Shangdong was always suspicious and doubtful, wondering if the boss had some shady business for him to do. But he had no choice. To prevent any future implications for his family, he found a way to change the household registration. Since then, his younger brother Dai Shangshan became Zhao Jiangshan. With the guidance and support of the boss, he prospered, secretly helping Zhao Jiangshan in various ways. Over the years, they both reached the pinnacle of business in Dongjiang. One is the chairman of Hanhai Energy Group, and the other is the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of Jiangshan Real Estate Group. This Daong Xingjing area was developed by the Jiangshan Group. The reason was that Dai Wenbin wanted a courtyard facing the Daong River, and as his uncle, Zhao Jiangshan, he readily fulfilled his nephew's wish. In order not to attract attention, he even built 3 extra mansions for sale. You don't need to do anything. Dai Xiangdong stared at the bait in his hand, sniffed the particularly unfamiliar fishy smell, and closed his eyes slightly. Consider me non-existent, this might be the last time we meet. The reason being you came to me to demand the debt owed by Bei Yuan after Hanhai's incident. What debt? This is the coming-of-age gift I gave to Wenbin. Zhao Jiangshan was getting anxious. Enough. Dai Shangdong cast the bait, raised his hand slightly to stop Zhao Jiangshan, and said lightly, as long as the intention is there, why bother about these things at this point? This estate is worth 10 billion. I will have the finance department transfer it to you. Consider this 10 billion as Wenbin's filial gift to you. If nothing happens, this amount is insignificant, but if something does happen, this money will be a bonus for you. Zhao Jiangshan fell silent. He knew that for Dai Shangdong to say this meant a very critical moment had arrived. In the past, there were people who investigated Hanhai, but Dai Shangdong always dismissed it. However, this time was different. He even planned an escape route. Wenbin has already left the country. If something happens to me, he might never have the chance to come back in his lifetime. The future of the Dai family rests on you. Brother! After many years, Zhao Jiangshan finally called out. Dai Shangdong was moved but turned his face away, got up, and left. Zhao Jiangshan reached out to stop him but couldn't speak for a long time. Dai Shangdong paused, not turning back, and said in a deep voice, Jiangshan Group is rightfully ours, you must safeguard this legacy. There are no secrets in this world. If it's discovered, find Chen Chen. Find him? Zhao Jiangshan was puzzled. He is crucial. The apparent difference between him and Chairman Liu is not substantial. If the chairman loses, kneel to him, lend him all the money, and live off the interest in the future. Zhao Jiangshan left Beiyuan in a daze. The company received 10 billion, but he didn't show a hint of a smile. Standing in front of Dong Yuan's gate, he looked at Chen Chen's residence and couldn't help but bitterly smile. If he truly lost, he would have to sell the company and actively lend the money to Chen Chen, even kneeling to beg him to accept it. The class distinctions were so clear, everything was so absurd. This was the harsh reality. On the morning of August 8, the East River Business Exchange was held. On this day, entrepreneurs and executives from various industries in the East River arrived at the Jiangshan International Hotel. At the exchange, representatives of leading enterprises in various industries gave speeches, earning enthusiastic applause, with Zhao Jiangshan delivering the final speech. Having sat in the position of chairman of the East River Chamber of Commerce for too long, he held unparalleled prestige. Zhao Jiangshan said, times are changing, technology is advancing rapidly, and people's living standards are improving. As businessmen, we cannot just count money on our laurels. We must take the lead, guide, improve, and create a better living environment, standard, and comfort for people, addressing urgent needs and creating necessities. Merchants have always been an integral part of human society, even a significant part. Everyone is aware of the economic situation in recent years, right? It's not good, but it's not our fault. It's due to the international situation, the sanctions and pressures from Western groups led by the United States. Should we, as businessmen, just sit back and wait for death? No. We must respond to the country's call, respond to Speaker Lu's layout of various industries in the province, comprehensively improve and reflect on ourselves, strive to develop and enhance ourselves in a tough economic environment, improve ourselves to increase competitiveness. Some enterprises must also respond to Speaker Lu's suggestion, undergo a comprehensive transformation, shifting from low-end manufacturing to high-end manufacturing, gradually transitioning from old energy sources to new ones. Zhao Jiangshan's speech was lengthy but consistent in supporting Speaker Lu throughout. His attitude left the audience somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Chairman Zhao previously trying to establish connections with Hanhai Group? Could it be that Hanhai Group is really in trouble? Perplexed but deeply shaken, many people's expressions began to change involuntarily. Applause erupted, very enthusiastic. After the exchange meeting, there was an interview session, and reporters approached Zhao Jiangshan for various interviews. Finally, a reporter asked, "Chairman Zhao, what is your opinion on the lawsuit between Xinghai Group and Yunhai Group?" "To be honest, I have no opinion," Zhao Jiangshan smiled and said, "because I personally do not know the details, so I cannot offer an opinion. However, I do have an opinion on Chen Chen." Reporters in the audience became excited, all looking at Zhao Jiangshan. Zhao Jiangshan's expression turned cold as he disdainfully said, "Chen Chen is cunning and deceitful. As far as I know, he doesn't own a single penny, everything he has is borrowed under various pretexts. I don't know the ownership of the products, but he is arrogant. As the chairman of Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, I have been waiting for him to visit, as our chamber has always taken mentoring the younger generation as its responsibility. But he seems to look down on us. He is aloof, never sharing any shares, only borrowing money, unsecured loans, shifting all risks to creditors. I am not optimistic about him. As a people's entrepreneur, if one does not share wealth or is unwilling to do so, they cannot achieve great things." As his words fell, the audience was in an uproar. Some were even more confused. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhao Jiangshan on stage. What game was this old man playing? At this critical moment of taking sides, he supported Speaker Lu on one hand and fiercely criticized Lu's son-in-law on the other. What kind of bizarre operation was this? People dispersed. Zhao Jiangshan rubbed his face and sighed in the restroom. Alas, how could he not know what he was doing? He was just trying to do better. If Dai Xiangdong's boss won, that would be fine, as he had nothing to do with it. But if Speaker Lu won, gaining control over his relationship with Dai Xiangdong, then he would have to actively seek out Chen Chen. Just kneel down? Would that be enough? For no reason, just because someone lent him money, he had to kneel down and beg? Was that fair? What if the other party refused? He would have to serve him well. What was the best way to serve him well? What did kneeling down to a stranger mean? What was satisfying about it? Surely, he had to offend him first, then kneel down, to make the other feel conquered, satisfied, superior, even to instill a sense of "I must help you up so you can kneel before me every day and see how awesome I am" mentality. That would be more stable. Feeling regretful, Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but see Zhao Chuanxing's face in his mind. "Son, all this is for you. What does this old dog mean? When did I offend him? Damn it, did he really say that about me? Do I have to visit him? What's the deal? Does he have some extraordinary abilities to show me? Disrespecting the elderly, relying on age." Believe it or not, Zhao Jiangshan really did it. The insults from others couldn't catch Chen Chen's attention because he knew very well that it was all part of their schemes. But then, out of the blue, someone appeared, a supporter of Lu Wanshu's father, pointing fingers and berating him. Who could stand that? Chen Chen lost his cool on the spot. Taking out his phone, Chen Chen opened the creditor chat group. He knew there were traitors and spies in there. Anything he said in that group would surely leak out. Chen Chen used this chat group as an online press conference. Chen Chen, damn this old dog, relying on age, just wait and see. People in the group. Even though they were used to Chen Chen's provocative actions, they were still shocked. They naturally knew who Chen Chen was referring to, although not naming names. With the news breaking out now, anyone paying attention to the communication would know. And sure enough, within minutes, the news spread. The rebellious creditors in the group had resented Chen Chen for a long time. If it weren't for the fear of not getting their money back, they would have openly cursed Chen Chen long ago. In the group, they were submissive, not daring to speak up for fear of being silenced, but on the internet, they struck hard. Immediately, a bunch of anonymous accounts posted screenshots online. Netizens were in an uproar, every circle was buzzing, even Zhao Jiangshan, who was prepared, was infuriated. This person, why is he so infuriating? Just thinking about it makes me want to kneel before him. I can't take this anymore. Zhao Chuanxing, you little beast, how much have I sacrificed for you? Several days passed, and on this day, Qin Shen received two pieces of good news. The first was that samples of the new technology-manufactured constant temperature core battery had been produced. The second was that the inspection team had secretly visited various places and seemed to have obtained crucial evidence. It was said that this evidence was enough to link the incidents erupting in several subsidiaries of the Hanhai Group to the headquarters of the Hanhai Group. In no time, there was a stir, and the whole Yong city was once again shaken, with countless people eagerly anticipating. No one had expected that Lu Yichang's methods were so ruthless and his actions so swift. Evidence found at the last minute? Impossible. Everything was a game, a struggle, a compromise, a hidden undercurrent beneath the calm surface. Was this the final battle? Chen Shen didn't bother with the matters of the Hanhai Group. This was Lu Wangshu's father making the first move, and Chen Shen had also witnessed Lu Qiming's methods. In just under half a month, he had almost completely dismantled the Hanhai Group. This was not just about the apparent collapse of a pillar company in the province. The fiercest battles were fought in the shadows, unseen by the public. Throughout Dongjiang, there were occasional reports of someone being taken away for investigation, like a game of passing the buck. The Grand Marshal had been managing Dongjiang for many years, dedicating almost a lifetime of energy to it. The ironclad Jiangda gang he had built was not to be trifled with strict internal security, as solid as a rock. Yet, in such a stronghold, Lu Qiming was able to break through all over the province, turning the tide effortlessly, shattering the once greatly advantaged Jiangda gang. His political acumen and swift actions astonished everyone. With Lu Qiming leading the charge, Chen Shen didn't need to do anything. He could win lying down, because the next steps of the plan had already been set. According to Lu Wangshu's disclosure, once the evidence from the inspection team arrived, a comprehensive investigation would be conducted at the headquarters of the Hanhai Group. It would probably only take 3 to 5 days to sort everything out, leaving the Grand Marshal in a difficult position. He only had two choices: to distance himself from the Hanhai Group or to gain support from above and suppress the matter. The first option is what Lu Qiming wants to see. As long as the Grand Marshal cuts ties with Hanhai Group, his prestige will be completely wiped out. Sitting in this position for the next 3 years will just be a retirement, or he might even be transferred to an unimportant department to wait for retirement in a very short time. The second option is what Lu Qiming doesn't want to see. Jiangda's help has come this far. The Grand Marshal can stand firm in Dongjiang like Mount Tai. There are naturally people above him, but struggles need to be weighed. They need to be kept within a certain range. Once the struggle escalates, it's not good for anyone. In order to maintain stability, the higher-ups will inevitably consider whether it is necessary to take drastic actions in such a chaotic international political situation. If so, the Grand Marshal can indeed temporarily maintain the situation, but it will only shift the struggle from the shadows to even darker places, and then it will be truly ruthless. Because he has reached a dead end, waiting will undoubtedly lead to death. He has no choice, he can only take risks. Even if he is settled afterwards, it is worth it. Lu Qiming cannot accept this outcome, because once it reaches that point, it means not only him but also his beloved daughter will be in danger. But this is not something he can decide. Once the Grand Marshal gains support from above, he can only compromise. That's why Lu Qiming's actions are so swift. He wants to be quick, to completely resolve the other party before anyone is prepared or determined. According to Lu Wangshu, after the complete sealing of Hanhai Energy, the entire Hanhai Energy will be nationalized, and many unnecessary industries will be auctioned off. The prices in this auction will not be high. The purpose is to attract investment, bring in funds from other provinces, thoroughly clean up the aftermath left by Hanhai Group, and stimulate Dongjiang's economic potential, allowing Dongjiang to catch up with or even surpass other provinces in new energy, old energy, basic materials, and other fields. But this will still take time. It will take 3 to 5 days to resolve Hanhai, a week to deal with Hanhai, but it will take time for external funds to enter, for Dongjiang's energy in various industries related to Hanhai to be reshuffled, at least 2 to 3 months. Perhaps for their level of confrontation, it is already fast enough. But Chen Shen couldn't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you expect me to do business or not if you make this old man sit in this position for a few more months? Do you expect me to borrow money or not? Do you expect me to care about my points or not? Without saying another word, Chen Shen went to the research center of Shanghai Energy Technology Company. The first finished product was born, followed by the first batch of test samples. He wanted to conduct tests, then present the data to Lu Qiming, and tell him, no matter how stable things are, if they can't stabilize even a bit, once I bring out this technology, the global new energy sector will shake, everyone will be damned. That's how domineering it is. But Chen Shen didn't know that while he was immersed in testing the product, outside, there was a storm brewing. The evidence of guilt is about to be delivered. The entire Jiangde gang is in turmoil. As long as they haven't been caught, they all contacted the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal rubbed his temples, his face full of fatigue. The defeat is certain, the people's hearts are scattered. The secretary stood aside, looking worried. What are you afraid of? I haven't given up yet. The Grand Marshal snorted coldly, then asked the secretary to leave, and he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. Old leader. No need to say more, you can't hold on for 2 months, is this how you run a business? The Grand Marshal fell silent. Was he too weak? No, it was the other party who was too fierce, so fierce that it was unbelievable. No wonder the higher-ups chose to airdrop someone with the surname Liu. Old leader. I said, no need to say more, handle Hanhai properly, leave no traces, the Religious Affairs Bureau's old Chen is retiring, you go take his place. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. The Grand Marshal fell silent once again. After a long time, his face turned somewhat ferocious. He slammed his palm down on the phone. He was a high-ranking official, yet he was being sent to a unit of lower rank. Wasn't this a form of exile? But what was he supposed to do there? Spend his days chanting and fasting with a bunch of monks? How many people were paying attention to this show in Donjiang? If he went, what would he become? It was obvious they were sending him off to retire. Leader! His secretary rushed in. The chief raised his hand, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long time. Summon Dai Shangdong to see me. Should I call him over directly? The secretary asked in surprise. Just do it. Understood. Soon, Dai Shangdong hurried into the Salon building, following the secretary to the office door. Along the way, many people were shocked to see him. It seemed like they were all saying, how dare you come here? How could you dare? Yes, how could he dare? Dai Xiangdong felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. Come in. The heavy voice resounded, still as imposing as ever. Dai Xiangdong couldn't help but bend his back, open the door, and close it behind him. Have a seat. How could he dare sit? He could only sit on the edge of the chair, trembling. We've known each other for over 30 years, right? Yes. Dai Shangdong hurriedly replied, saying, over 30 years ago, you were recruiting a secretary, and I happened to be working in the unit, catching your eye at first sight. Time flies indeed. The chief stood up, hands behind his back, looking out the window, sighing, how many 30 years does one have in life? Back then, I had just taken office at the Law Enforcement Bureau, and you were just an ordinary law enforcement officer. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, I sit in this position, and you have risen to the position of chairman of Hanhai Group. Life is truly miraculous, one can never imagine what the future holds. Leader, it's all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, how could I have reached this point? You know, I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have such abilities. Dai Xiangdong humbled himself, his words full of flattery. But the chief said indifferently, you do have abilities. If you didn't, how could your younger brother become the chairman of the Donjiang Chamber of Commerce? Thud. Dai Xiangdong's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Leader, you, this, he. His mind went blank, and he couldn't find the words to say. Don't worry. The chief waved his hand and said in a low voice, I'm not that despicable yet. Your ability to deceive is your skill, but you should understand my meaning. What virtues and abilities does your Dai family have to own Hanhai Group and Jiangshan Group? Is your family's ancestral grave smoking? No, it's me. I gave you all this. Now, what can you offer me in return? Dai Xiangdong felt weak all over. After a while, he closed his eyes and said tremblingly, everything I have is given by you, leader, so I will give you everything I have. Very well. No one knew what the two of them discussed, nor did anyone know the mood in which Dai Xiangdong left the office. All they knew was that the next day, before the inspection team arrived with evidence, Dai Xiangdong voluntarily turned himself in. The news exploded on the internet that day, a pillar of the provincial economy, the chairman of a major company, had turned himself in. This shocked many people. But there was also a small group of people who breathed a sigh of relief, dispelling the gloom of the past and revealing smiles. However, their smiles didn't last long. An hour after Dai Xiangdong turned himself in, a massive explosion occurred at the factory of Ruiming New Energy Company on the outskirts of Yong City. Some said it was a raw material explosion, while others claimed it was the explosion of new energy batteries stored in the warehouse. In any case, the thunderous noise echoed around, and the raging fire couldn't be extinguished. After the incident broke out, the whole Donjiang shook. In Lu Qiming's office, he smashed the water glass in his hand, furious. What does this mean? What is he trying to do? Does he realize what his actions signify? Has he gone mad? He's an old man too. Is there really no bottom line for power? Secretary Zhang beside him trembled with fear. Lu Qiming naturally understood what he meant. This explosion and fire were enough to trigger a nationwide explosion of public opinion. Dongjiang would become the focus. From top to bottom, everyone's eyes would be on this place. It was more than just casualties and property damage. The explosion happened at a new energy plant, which meant a significant blow to the new energy industry. After all, if your damn battery explodes before it even leaves the factory, who the hell would dare to buy new energy? And for Lu Qiming, who had recently publicly supported and called for Dongjiang to transition to developing new energy, it was a double blow in terms of policy and prestige. Especially for Lu Qiming. There was too much involved in this. Keep in mind that Dai Shandong had already been taken in, and half of Ruiming New Energy shares were in the hands of Chen Chen. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Chen was Lu Qiming's son-in-law. This series of blows was enough to ruin half of Lu Qiming's future political prospects. Ruthless. Too ruthless. As expected, in just 10 minutes, one phone call after another came in, and Lu Qiming's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he had to say, "Yes, I will handle it properly." Then, Lu Qiming took a deep breath and gave the order. Arrest all suspects, including shareholder Chen Chen, former shareholder Huang Ruiming, and others. They cannot leave the sight of law enforcement officers until the investigation is complete. Yes. Secretary Chen hurriedly left. Lu Qiming clenched his fists in anger, remaining silent for a long time. All his efforts had come to naught. He truly hadn't expected the other party to be so ruthless, to go to such lengths. What was the difference between this and mutual destruction? There was no way the higher-ups would let him off the hook. He had been on the verge of retirement, but now. Meanwhile, the inspection team heading to Yong City received a call, changed direction at the last minute, and headed straight to the airport with evidence. In the office of the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal received that call once again. The other end launched into a tirade. "Have you gone mad? What are you trying to do? You've put all of us in a very passive situation. Do you want to die? If you want to die, why not hang yourself? Take poison? Cut your wrists? Jump off a building? Why are you doing this? I have to save myself." The Grand Marshal calmly replied, "No one can stay out of this now. Help me out of this predicament, or I'll help you retire early." The other party fell silent, unable to speak for a long time, and finally hung up the phone on their own. Things seemed to be unfolding in a direction that no one had anticipated. At noon that day, Chen Chen was arrested, and several executives including Lu Wangshu naturally didn't escape. Huang Ruiming was arrested, LV Sushin was arrested, and Li Ran, the new husband, was also arrested. They weren't simply taken to a detention room, they were brought to a secluded place and then subjected to questioning. Public anger boiled, public opinion exploded, with the authorities watching from above and the public paying attention from below. No one would hide anything at this time. Soon, the preliminary investigation results were made public. First, the development process of Ruiming New Energy was announced, detailing the relationship between executives and the former chairman, the reasons and consequences of the share changes, as well as the connections between everyone. After the news was released, it sparked discussions across the entire internet. Is it Star Sea Group again? When will this end? The lawsuit with Cloud Sea Group hasn't even finished yet, right? So grand, Li Ran, Chen Chen's classmate, the husband of a billionaire, damn, what a winner in life, the #1 gold digger. What's the relationship between Chen Chen and them? Is it that strong? Nothing happens even after consecutive incidents? Feels like Star Sea has a big problem, incidents keep happening one after another. Half of Ruiming's shares belong to Hanhai Group, and Hanhai Group is already in trouble. Chairman Dai Shandong has turned himself in. Will Chen Chen, as a partner, also have problems? Just an injection of a substance, how could it make a person rise to such a level all of a sudden? What is really hidden behind this? What kind of relationship does Chen Chen really have? Are there any personal connections involved? Relying solely on the rewards from the Cloud Sea Group should not be enough to establish a company. The rapid development of the Star Sea Group into a behemoth in such a short time is too unbelievable. Where did his initial capital come from? Chen Chen must be thoroughly investigated. The public opinion storm was once again being guided by unknown individuals towards Chen Chen. Obviously, to those behind the scenes of the event, Chen Chen was the key. Perhaps soon, Chen Chen's first bucket of gold, Chen Chen's identity as the son-in-law of the speaker, will all be exposed. By that time, under public opinion pressure, Lu Qiming could only reluctantly admit defeat, and Chen Chen would be forced to bring out his technology in exchange for his freedom. This is what the people behind the scenes have calculated. The reason they haven't directly exposed everything is that they are waiting for Lu Qiming to voluntarily withdraw and admit defeat. Struggle is about compromise, it cannot be pushed to the extreme. Even if the truth is exposed, it won't have much impact on Lu Qiming, but it will establish a powerful enemy constantly watching him for the people behind the scenes. Therefore, the people behind the scenes will not choose to expose everything directly. What they want is to win everything. Winning means a grand slam, having everything, getting it all. Losing means having nothing, losing everything. Unfortunately, the people behind the public opinion underestimated the technology that Chen possesses. Is this how you want to play? Alright, today I will show you what a dimensional reduction strike is all about. What? That kid wants to see me? What time is it? Why is he causing trouble now? Just as Lu Qiming walked out of the press conference, he heard what Secretary Zhang said and was instantly furious. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? Isn't he the creditor? Do I owe him something? Damn it, whoever wants this son-in-law can have him, I don't want to get involved at all. This is really a disaster. Lu Qiming sat in the car, holding his head, feeling a headache. But thinking that his daughter is still with Chen, after a slight hesitation, he said, "Go and see what he wants to say." Yes. The driver responded, and the car quickly arrived at the place of detention. Entering the courtyard under the salute of law enforcement officers, Lu Qiming immediately saw Chen lying on a lounge chair, swaying and still eating grapes handed to him by his own daughter. Furious. He was truly furious. Lu Qiming could swear that he had never enjoyed his daughter's filial piety so much before. Who is Chen to deserve such treatment? Get up! He stepped forward and pulled him up, angrily saying, "What time is it? Still enjoying yourself? You called me here, what do you want?" He swore that he had played politics all his life, always calm and composed even in the face of a collapsing mountain, but he truly couldn't hold back in front of this little brat. Lu Wangshu was a typical obedient daughter, and when she saw her dad, she quickly stood up. Chen slowly got up and smiled. "I'll show you something good." "What good thing?" Lu Qiming frowned. "Do you have some crucial evidence?" "No." Chen took out a few pages from his pocket and handed them to Lu Qiming, saying with a smile, "Who needs evidence? If I bring this out, I'll admit that I started the fire, I blew up the factory, so what?" Lu Qiming's mouth twitched. He realized that this kid was truly arrogant. He had intended to teach him a lesson during this opportunity, but he didn't expect the situation to turn out like this, which made him quite embarrassed. After this kid was caught, he had planned to give him a good lesson, but now, the kid was still so arrogant. This little brat, why is he so carefree? What does my daughter see in him? Could he be the rumored troublemaker? Will he suddenly come up with some old tricks against me one day? With a complex feeling in his heart, Lu Qiming looked at the paper in his hand. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. He frowned, shocked, then incredulous. Is this real? His voice even trembled. He knew all too well what this thing meant. Rapid power release, extremely short charging time. A truly solid-state battery, storing energy through a completely different physical adsorption method. An unprecedented core adaptation that could keep the battery at a constant temperature, absorb heat energy in high-temperature environments for energy storage conversion, and automatically maintain the battery in low-temperature environments. The key point was that the energy storage capacity was 10 times that of existing batteries, and the battery life could reach 30 to 50 years with year-round use. A creation ahead of its time. A technology ahead of its time. How is this possible? Although unbelievable, Lu Qiming did not think Chen would deceive him, especially at this critical moment. That meant it was definitely real, a groundbreaking technology that would shock the world once revealed, revolutionize the new energy field, and prompt many things to upgrade immediately. It's real. Chen smiled confidently and said, "Now, what if I told you I started the fire at Ruiming? Then I can only say, well done." Lu Qiming's voice was a bit excited as he said, "What use is the old technology when replaced by the new? If Ruiming explodes, let it explode. If it catches fire, let it burn. The investigation results are out. No one was harmed anyway. Let's consider it as a brilliant firework heralding the arrival of a new era in the field of new energy." "But that fire wasn't started by me," Chen said calmly. Lu Qiming's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "Of course, I know. Rest assured, someone will pay a heavy price for this. The cost will be significant." "When will the technology be made public?" Chen asked again. "Not yet, let's wait a bit longer." Lu Qiming shook his head and said, "The technology is too advanced. Firstly, it can be used in the military industry. The rapid release of energy, fast energy storage, and adaptive constant temperature are crucial for the electromagnetic and laser weapons we are developing. It's not just these cutting-edge technologies, even some old products can be quickly replaced, achieving a surge in performance and endurance. It can directly replace traditional fuels, enabling our transport and combat vehicles to switch entirely to new energy vehicles. Secondly, it can be used in the aerospace industry. The low-temperature automatic maintenance of batteries significantly increases their lifespan, making it possible to replace many aerospace-related things with this energy source. After all, space is the ultimate low-temperature environment. So, I won't make money from this technology? Chen Chen asked dumbfoundedly. Not exactly. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment and asked, what is the normal lifespan? Without core assistance and low-temperature maintenance, the lifespan should be between 10 to 20 years. With low-temperature maintenance, such as in polar environments, the lifespan can reach 30 years, and in space environments, it can easily reach the limit of 50 years. But in daily use, it won't last that long. Without maintenance in summer, only slight maintenance in winter, overall, the lifespan is around 15 to 25 years, Chen Chen replied thoughtfully. Lu Qiming chuckled at his words and said, first, make the battery smaller. Second, don't boast at the press conference, try to downplay it. Third, don't disclose the core function to the public for now. Fourth, prioritize supplying the country's needs. Then, my boy, you can hold a press conference to sell it. This was indeed rare. Chen Chen smiled helplessly, having crossed some eras, not only unable to boast but also needing to understate it. The true situation could only be experienced by the users themselves. After all, other companies needed a way out. Monopolizing and killing all businesses directly was not realistic. I can only say that you have the upper hand, but you have to give other companies a little room to survive. Alright, I understand. Making the battery smaller to reduce range and give charging stations a lifeline. Talking about fast charging and energy release, the battery life is like there's no core to speak of. Chen Chen nodded, then asked, what about next? Do you still need my help with the Donjiang matters? No need. Lu Qiming took a deep breath, unable to tell if he was feeling joy or discomfort. It was quite complicated. I wanted to broaden this kid's horizons, but he ended up broadening mine instead. It's really, oh well, everything will be solved easily, and the next step is the hunting moment. You just have to endure for 2 more days. Leave the rest to me. After 2 days, I'll treat you to a meal in the capital. The capital? That's right, I underestimated you. Don't worry, after this venture, you will be completely different, and you can freely navigate the domestic market in the future. It's a deal. Lu Qiming left with the test report. There was no need to doubt the authenticity of the test report. At this point, Chen Chen would never deceive. Lu Qiming had arrived in a hurry, but when he left, he was calm and composed, even slowing down his pace significantly. He even told the driver not to rush and to drive safely when getting into the car. Chen Chen was not interested in external matters, and there wasn't much left for him to do. It was all up to Lu Qiming. Taking advantage of the presence of the executives, Chen Chen gathered them all in a room and held an internal company meeting. Gu Xinhong and the others were quite surprised, and Jiang Lihai seemed somewhat speechless. Big brother, boss, what time is it? We've all been caught. Do you still have the mood for a meeting? However, when Chen Chen took out another test report and laid it in front of everyone, they couldn't help but hold their breath, their hands trembling as they stared fixedly at the report. Initially, they were passing it around to each other, but in the end, they were all eager, huddling together and staring at the data on the report, expressing their amazement. This can't be true? This is absolutely impossible. It's too unbelievable. Is this real? High-speed energy release, fast charging, a lifespan of 15 to 25 years, 10 times the energy storage capacity of current technology, and even an unheard-of adaptive core. Oh my god, is it fake? Boss? All eyes turned to Chen Chen, filled with excitement and eagerness, eagerly awaiting his definitive answer. It's true. Chen Chen nodded, smiling. The finished products are already in the lab. The first batch of test samples have all been tested. With just one command from me, we can directly reconfigure the production line, stock up on raw materials, and start mass production. This is insane. That was everyone's first thought. It wasn't that the boss was crazy, they felt like they were going crazy. The boss had always talked about having the technology, and this was it? This was the new technology? This was some damn advanced technology. This is amazing. Gu Xinhong was the most excited because he was in charge of Star Sea Energy's technology. He couldn't help but think back to the hint the boss had given him that day. He understood. This advanced technology just confirmed that his speculation was correct. The boss wanted him to wipe out all their competitors and make them kneel down to talk. What's amazing? Jiang Lihai and the others were curious, not understanding what Gu Xinhong was talking about. Gu Xinhong felt there was no need to hide it anymore. He laughed heartily, straightened his chest, and confidently said, "Gentlemen, Star Sea is still in its early stages. Who else but me for the first major breakthrough? Boss, rest assured, leave everything to me. Tomorrow, no, once we're out there, within a day, I'll have all the bosses in the country's new energy industry kneeling before you. They will all perish, not a single one will survive." Hiss. Damn. The crowd looked at Gu Xinhong in shock. Lu Wanshu's expression was also strange. She had just overheard the conversation between her father and Chen Chen. Wasn't it agreed to leave a way out for other companies? Why did they have to wipe them all out? Chen Chen was also stunned at the words, suddenly feeling confused. Is this manager he found really reliable? Making everyone kneel down for me? Damn, does he want my life? Is this old man actually a traitor? Why are you all silent? Don't you like to talk? Why aren't you smiling? Don't you like to smile naturally? Gu Xinhong was very pleased. His first thought was that these people were jealous of him. But the boss didn't say anything, everyone just stared at him blankly. He immediately calmed down. His mind, heated by technology, cooled down. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ha ha ha. He forced a laugh, his voice getting smaller and smaller, finally bowing and apologizing, saying, sorry boss, I was impulsive, this technology is too powerful, it directly overwhelmed my mind. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, only then, acknowledging, it's not your fault, after all, you've been working on batteries for decades with no results. It's like Fan Jin passing the imperial examination, suddenly going mad. I understand, it's good that you can calm down. Understand my ass. What do you understand? Making everyone kneel down to talk to you, wasn't that your request? Gu Xinhong felt speechless in his heart, feeling that life was so lonely, his hot blood was actually betrayed by his own boss. I want to fight to the death, why is your majesty rebelling? He secretly pondered, suddenly enlightened. Yes, the boss wants him to do it quietly, without publicity, internally saintly and externally kingly, not only needing results, but also not affecting the image. Wanting both, even if you're a prostitute, you still need to set up a memorial archway, damn it, no wonder he can be a boss at such a young age, while he's still just a manager. Thinking like this, Gu Xinhong suddenly straightened up a lot, but there was also a lot of vigilance in his eyes. This boss is full of bad intentions, he must be cautious, don't let him deceive you. However, Chen Chen did not notice how much nonsense Gu Xinhong had imagined again. He waved his hand for everyone to sit down, tapped the table, and said in a deep voice, the technology is out, the product is out, but there are still many problems that need to be solved. Boss, please go on. Everyone sat upright, listening attentively. The battery performance is too good to be true. A completely perfect product cannot be put on the market, it can only be manufactured and sold to relevant units. There will be dedicated personnel in charge of this, you don't need to worry about it, but, for the products put on the market, we need your ideas. I make the demands, you solve them. First, ensure the survival of related industries like charging stations, so that they don't go bankrupt directly because of our batteries. Second, ensure the vitality of the new energy sector, so that our products don't make all other competitors unemployed. This is also a requirement from above. Technological progress needs to be gradual, our technology is ahead of its time. If we release it all at once and destroy the entire industry, that's obviously not acceptable. Alright, I've finished my demands, now tell me, how do we solve this? Chen Chen sipped his tea with his legs crossed, looking at everyone. Everyone fell into silence. Lu Wanshu blinked her big eyes and said, like the biological energy injection, using ultra-small cups? Feasible, but also not feasible. Gu Xinhong, with a lot of experience in these matters, frowned and said, reducing the energy density to limit rapid charging and energy release functions in order to restrict range is certain, but this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. After all, there will definitely be people who will match the car with 2 batteries, 3 batteries, and besides, these batteries are not only for cars. Electronic products like phones will also need them, and it will be exposed directly then. So how do we solve it? Chen Chen frowned. Reduce the energy density, limit rapid charging and energy release functions. After these 2 restrictions are resolved, we can set a high price to give our competitors a limited way out. Gu Xinhong pondered and said, I have looked into it. The battery uses new materials. We can base our claim on the high cost of these new materials, thereby producing different sizes like medium, large, extra large, and super large cups, each with different price points. By positioning our prices above the current most expensive products, this is the only way to impose restrictions. Smiling, Gu Xinhong continued, another benefit of this approach is that we can make huge profits. But there is still one issue. Lu Wanshu raised his hand and said, the battery life is too long. Shouldn't we also impose restrictions? Cut corners? Batteries are not like other things. Would cutting corners increase the risk? Another point is, if the battery life is short, it seems difficult to sell at a high price. That's true. Chen Chen stroked his chin and asked, do you have any good ideas then? Lu Wanshu immediately straightened up and said, I think we can compromise. For electronic products like medium and large cups, we can cut corners on the batteries and electric bike batteries, remove core functions, reduce energy density and lifespan. After all, even if these small things catch fire and cause damage, the risk is not significant. As for industrial batteries like extra-large and super-large cups and new energy vehicle batteries, we can only lease them without selling. The longer the lifespan, the more profit we make. What do you think? Everyone stared at Lu Wangshu in shock. Shocked, bro. It's you again. So ruthless. Qinshan led the applause, praising, indeed, Lu Wangshu, you are truly a genius. Everyone followed suit with applause, their faces showing strange expressions, but they had to admit that this idea was indeed good, unexpectedly reliable despite being unscrupulous. They thought for a long time but couldn't find any obvious flaws. Gu Xinhong exclaimed, I've heard Jiang Lihai, our CEO, mention Miss Lu Xiajie as the rising star of our company. I didn't believe it at first, but seeing it today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Jiang Lihai added with a smile, isn't that right? Do you know those tiny bottles of bioenergy injection fluid? Why are they so small? It's all Miss Lu's idea. She is a real genius, a business genius. Her ideas are always so innovative. We were wondering how to sell a bottle of water for 200 yuan, but with just one sentence from Miss Lu, we sold a bottle for 600 yuan. Damn, what a cunning businesswoman. Everyone thought in amazement but dared not say it out loud, showering her with praise instead. Lu Wangshu blushed slightly but felt secretly pleased as she looked at Chun Chen's thumbs up and the praises from everyone. At a critical moment, you still have to rely on me, right? Chen Chen then arranged the work, the meeting officially ended, and after greeting the law enforcement officers outside, everyone continued to be detained. Meanwhile, there were hidden currents surging outside. In his office, Lu Qiming made 2 internal calls. One went to the capital, causing a partial stir. Lu Qiming received a satisfactory answer and smiled contentedly. The other call went to the Hu residence, where Mr. Hu answered. After a conversation between the two, the call ended, and Mr. Hu also showed a relaxed and happy smile. Grandpa, what's going on? Hu Guanyu, being filial, often accompanied his grandfather for kanji and gathered information at the same time. Good news, my boy. Finally, this old man can relax a bit. Mr. Hu didn't say much, but hinted at something. If all goes well, your big brother will be coming out tomorrow. You have to go pick him up. From now on, our Hu family will rely on him for meals. Hu Guanyu was pleasantly surprised. Is Chairman Lu going to win? Mr. Hu chuckled and didn't say much. Hu Guanyu took a sharp breath, feeling both joy and shock. Chairman Lu was that formidable? To know that a major explosion would directly reverse the situation, the inspection team turned back to the capital, taking the evidence with them. Speaker Lu found himself in a precarious position, and the Jiang gang almost completely triumphed. Among the creditors now, a bunch of people are chasing debts, using fake accounts to silence Chen Chen. Otherwise, things would have turned ugly long ago. According to Hu Guanyu, even the Shen family and Wang Yaozu's circle are not holding out much hope for Chen Chen's victory. But now, Speaker Lu has actually turned the tables? How did he manage that? He couldn't help but look at the old man. The old man naturally knew what he wanted to ask, just smiled and said, tomorrow, this old man of mine will put on a big show. You just need to go pick someone up, be respectful. Shen Chen is no ordinary person, his ability to turn the tables this time is all thanks to him. Damn, is Chun Gu really that amazing? Hu Guanyu was stunned. In this kind of high-level brawl, this kind of game, can Chen Gu really step in and decide the outcome? Isn't that too far-fetched? Early the next morning, the Investment Promotion and Exchange Conference led by Lu Qiming was held at the Hanhai International Hotel. Hanhai International Hotel is a top-notch hotel, renowned far and wide for its decoration and the spaciousness of its banquet hall, far surpassing Longan International. Now that the Hanhai Group has been nationalized, the entire management of the Hanhai Group has been replaced. As people from all walks of life entered the venue, when the time came, Lu Qiming and the Grand Steward appeared, entering the venue and taking their seats at the core position amidst enthusiastic applause. First, Lu Qiming gave a speech, the usual rhetoric, mainly for investment promotion and introducing the business environment and factory advantages of Dongjiang, as well as support policies. Then the Grand Steward gave a speech, not saying much, as things at their level cannot be put on the table. But what followed was different. The third speaker was Cui Yiping, the Deputy Grand Steward of Dongjiang Province. He is mainly responsible for justice, stability, and safe production, directly leading the law enforcement department. Cui Yiping is an old hand in Dongjiang, having worked with the Grand Steward for many years, secretly a member of the Jiang gang and a core member at that. It can be said that to reach this point today, the Grand Steward has put in a lot of effort. Standing on the platform, Cui Yiping first spoke about the business environment and economic development security foundation of Dongjiang, and when he was about to finish his speech, he said something surprising. The business environment in Dongjiang is unquestionable. There is no need to worry too much about safety. The most important thing is that in operating a business in Dongjiang, there is no need to worry about lack of profit. As far as I know, Chen Shen, the CEO of Xinghai Group, has been investing in Dongjiang through high-interest loans, which must mean he is making a lot of money, right? It's just that Chen's CEO alone has provided many job opportunities and related industrial chains for Dongjiang, all of which are directions for investment and development. I have heard that many companies and individuals have lent money to Chen Shan, including but not limited to the Xin Group, Yunhai Group, Wang's Real Estate, Longan Hotel, Yanghua Construction, and private lender Hu Guangyu. I believe everyone has heard of it. This is proof of the business environment in Dongjiang, isn't it? It seemed like a joke, but no one in the audience could laugh. Calling out names. Everything before was just a setup, all to highlight Hu Guangyu in the end. Who is Hu Guangyu? He is the grandson of the Deputy Grand Steward in charge of the economy. What does this mean? This is a warning to Lu Qiming. Seeing that Lu Qiming did not make a statement yesterday, the other party was already a bit impatient. Today's meeting deliberately pointed out the business dealings between Chen Shan and the Hu family. The threat in this was too obvious. It was almost like saying, if you, Lu Qiming, don't admit defeat soon, we will immediately reveal more things. The scene fell silent. Lu Qiming looked at the Grand Steward. The Grand Steward remained silent, just looking at Lu Qiming quietly, as if he had said everything without speaking. Since we're talking about my grandson, let me say a few words. Suddenly, Old Hu stood up, his voice steady, but sounding like thunder in the ears of the Grand Master in Shui Yiping. Oh no, things were taking a turn. How dare he? The hall fell silent, everyone staring ahead, holding their breath, the scene seeming ordinary to those unfamiliar, but to those accustomed to such situations, the tension was palpable. Old Hu walked step by step to the platform, standing before the microphone amidst Shui Yiping's complex expression. Everyone, first of all, welcome to Dongjiang. Old Hu's tone was plain, yet tinged with nostalgia as he seemed to reminisce about the past, saying, Dongjiang is a good place. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. I fled to Dongjiang. I remember back then it wasn't developed yet. My hometown, Handong, was struck by natural disasters, first drought, then floods. The country couldn't help in time, we lost our home, my father drowned, my mother starved on the road. She lied to us, my brother and me, saying she had eaten, and in our hunger, we devoured the steamed buns without a second thought. Many were fleeing that year, and along the way, my brother and I received help from many people. We rode donkey carts, carried luggage for others, and received some food. What left the deepest impression was arriving in Dongjiang, where the people were kind. We were hungry for 3 days and met a benefactor who gave each of us a bowl of watery porridge. The benefactor was just an ordinary person, the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, who passed away a decade ago. We went to pay our respects at his grave. We kowtowed to our benefactor. The porridge was indeed watery. Old Hu couldn't help but chuckle. I counted, there were exactly 107 grains of rice in the bowl. The audience listened in silence, no one daring to interrupt. Old Hu sighed, but the benefactor, after giving porridge for half a month, ran out of rice and was dismissed from his position. Just with those 2 bowls of porridge, my brother and I survived. Almost 50 years have passed. I received much help in Dongjiang. It truly is a place of great people and spirits, where the people are honest, kind-hearted. That year, my brother and I stayed at the village head's house in Laoliang village. The village head was a kind man who knew we were refugees. He provided us with food and shelter, and we helped him with work around the village, becoming familiar faces. After the old village head passed away, there was a dispute over his successor, but the respected elders in the village pushed me into the position to maintain harmony. That's when I started my political career. From village head to my current position as deputy chief, overseeing the economy of a province, I've encountered many benefactors along the way. I am grateful to the people of Dongjiang for giving my brother and me a chance to survive. As I climbed the ladder of success, I vowed never to harm the people of Dongjiang. My brother also started a business, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. It's impossible to say I haven't helped him. Everyone knows the details, but I can proudly say that I, Hu Jinmin, have never done anything unscrupulous in my life. Old Hu's voice boomed, silencing the crowd even more. His righteousness, determination, and integrity made the members of Jiangda Gang start sweating from the spiritual impact. It was grand and noble, with a clear conscience, resonating for miles, piercing hearts. Old Hu continued, my brother has also made a name for himself, but due to our cautious nature, after all these years, our assets amount to only 3 to 4 billion. Some people looked up in shock, outsiders who didn't understand, unaware, but deeply surprised. Such a high position, helping his brother, and yet only 3 to 4 billion? Was that really helping? Many locals were well aware of the situation. They understood the intricacies of the matter. The presence of the old man was like a stabilizing force, ensuring his brother wouldn't face unknown risks. Wealth could steadily increase, but it was evident that he didn't directly help his brother. 40 to 50 years. Businesses and enterprises that could last for decades had someone behind them, ensuring stable growth. In today's rapidly expanding asset market, who wouldn't be dealing with hundreds of billions or even trillions? These were the businesses that ventured into the market early and had already established themselves. Even with annual inflation, how much had their assets multiplied by? Not to mention the continuous support they received. The Hu family's money was clean. That was everyone's initial thought. After all, with the Hanhai Group leading the way, the relatively young Hanhai Group, which had only been around for over 20 years, was already valued at trillions, making a stark comparison. Following this, Mr. Hu brought up the economy of Dongjiang. When the organization approached me for a discussion, they said that the economy of Dongjiang was vibrant, worth investing in and managing carefully. When I was promoted to oversee the Dongjiang economy, I had many ideas and ambitions to implement, to repay the Dongjiang that saved our Hu family. But it's been 5 years. What have I done? I've been sitting idly, having porridge every day, feeling frustrated. I am powerless. At this point, under the emotional gaze of the chief, Mr. Hu slammed the podium and roared, "Is the economy of Dongjiang really vibrant? No!" Beneath the surface of the seemingly active grassroots economy lies the impenetrable, unyielding Hanhai Group Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, a vested interest group centered around the Jiangda Gang, a facade of calm waters but a bureaucracy in the shadows. It is an economic conglomerate created by the chief, who once built a towering structure that was on the verge of collapse, leading Dongjiang to rise, becoming its pillar, developing ahead of provinces nationwide, creating the proud Hanhai Group of Dongjiang. It was our pride and glory. Now, unwilling to let go of past achievements, the Hanhai Group is monopolizing while reminiscing about past glory and achievements. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone in the auditorium couldn't help but stand up, shocked as they looked at Mr. Hu on the podium. What was this? What was he trying to do? Could such words be spoken at this time? The chief's hands trembled, his eyes twitched, as he tried hard to restrain himself, to contemplate, to stay calm. Times have changed. Mr. Hu slammed the podium again, saying in a deep voice, Dongjiang no longer needs a giant pillar enterprise. It needs a thriving environment where all can prosper. It needs grassroots prosperity. It needs genuine competition. Attracting investment? Attracting what kind of investment? We need new types of businesses and active capital. Now that Hanhai is no more, Dongjiang is bound to experience vigorous development. Here, as an old man in charge of the economy, I sincerely hope that you all stay and contribute to the development of Dongjiang. You need not worry about the future. At this point, Mr. Hu looked towards the chief, who was almost at his breaking point. He smiled, a genuinely happy smile. 5 years of idleness, having porridge every day, I am very unhappy. Today, I, Hu Jinmin, asked the chief to retire. The scene fell silent once more. Then erupted into a commotion, with intense discussions echoing throughout the entire auditorium. Today's meeting was truly shocking to many. Everyone present felt a chill down their spine, their faces turning red, their minds unsettled, trembling with excitement. Such a scene was destined not to spread beyond these walls, but they were witnesses. They would witness Mr. Hu's sacrifice, his selfless act of burning bridges, and the legacy of him and the chief going down together. This scene today would surely be etched in their hearts and on their lips. Unforgettable for a lifetime. The conference on investment promotion and exchange between the old and new economies has ended. It felt abrupt, leaving a sense of anticlimax. However, all participants felt it was a worthwhile endeavor, as such a significant event was almost unheard of, especially at the provincial level. The tough clash between the big shots, whether it was Cui Yiping's speech or the old man whose soul-stirring roar, seemed to echo continuously in the ears of the attendees. Why did Hu, the old man, do this? What was his intention? Going against the hierarchy, directly causing the top leader to step down in a public setting through self-exposure, this was terrifying. Is he really a political elite? He seems more like a political terrorist, detonating at will. Who can bear this? His fate is sealed by his actions. Regardless of whether the top leader is involved in any wrongdoing, Hu, the old man, is destined to step down, with no possibility of just changing positions and retiring being the best-case scenario. That's why they say he sacrificed himself for the greater good. The participants were both shocked by the current situation and admired Hu's courage to sacrifice himself. It's ruthless. Hanhai Group's incident made the top leader a thorn in the eyes of the upper echelons, and Jiang Dabon was now exposed as an obstacle to the entire Dongjiang development. Everyone thought the top leader was ruthless enough, setting fire to the Ruiming New Energy warehouse, which barely saved him yesterday. But no one expected that today, Lu Qiming, the speaker, would be even more ruthless, playing the ultimate explosive card with who, the old man. Who can bear this? Even if the top leader is an upright and well-respected official, this incident could ruin his future career. Not to mention that the top leader is now deeply embroiled and struggling to survive. Who, the old man, played his hand like wielding a sledgehammer on the top leader's head once again. Is there any way out of this? The top leader didn't say anything. He didn't even step up to explain again because it was pointless. With whose actions, he couldn't justify himself anymore. It's over. The top leader felt a moment of despair. His emotions surged, with too much to say and caught off guard. Why? I just made a passing remark about your Hu family, targeting Lu Qiming, and you, who, directly self-destructed? Are you so resolute at your age? Are you a landmine? Have you been wanting to explode for a long time, just waiting for someone to step on you? The top leader was also puzzled by Lu Qiming. What was he trying to achieve? Taking risky moves? Was he completely unconcerned about his daughter and Chen Chen being exposed? Completely indifferent to public pressure? Is he really that upright and clean? Willing to destroy his political career just to get himself? The top leader left the hall in a daze. Apart from his cautious secretary and driver, no one followed him. A pariah? Not quite. But he was already in a desperate situation, with the tide turned against him, the sun setting in the west. Lu Qiming, the speaker, had already secured victory. At this point, no one would dare approach him. He used to be surrounded, moving forward confidently, guiding the nation with ease. Compared to his past self, he now seemed laughable. Sitting in the car, he closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just as the driver and secretary were about to ask, he sighed and said, "Contact Lu Qiming. I want to meet him." The secretary quickly contacted Lu Qiming's secretary, and after a brief exchange, they agreed to meet at the Beiyuan in Daongxingjing, the pavilion where Dai Shangdong and Zhao Jiangshan had gone fishing a couple of days ago. The car started moving. The top leader quietly watched the scenery outside the car window. Tall buildings, bustling streets, rats scurrying into the sewers, grand sports arenas, well-paved roads across the city, green plants lining the streets, pedestrians, delivery riders on electric bikes, arguing women, smoking elders. He watched silently. How long had it been since he looked down to see the livelihoods of the people? He couldn't help but ask himself. But there was no answer. Seeing the smoking elders, the chess-playing elders, he thought, if he retired, perhaps he would have a similar life, only the people playing chess around him would likely be officials of a similar level. Because he wouldn't be on the street, only in a nursing home, never worrying about food, shelter, or medical care for the elderly. That was the country's reward to him. Seeing the women arguing over a few cents in vegetable prices on the street, he thought of his wife, an elderly woman who still carried herself gracefully, always gentle and cultured, never one to argue with anyone. That was his happiness. Seeing the green plants on the road, he thought of the dilapidated roads he used to work on in his early years. Sitting in a car for half an hour would make his backside split into four. He often commuted for hours just for work. That was his original intention. Watching the delivery riders on bikes, he couldn't help but wonder if they could take care of their families, earn enough money for their household needs. Is life tiring? That should be his responsibility. But he couldn't ask. He never thought of asking before, and now he wouldn't have the chance. The towering buildings symbolized his past, the rats in the sewers symbolized his present, and the bustling streets symbolized the future of Dongjiang. The car stopped. He got out and walked. The chief arrived at the pavilion and sat down. There was tea on the stone table, only the tea leaves were lacking, only the foam remained. Perhaps Mr. Lu really looked down on him. Compared to him, he was so busy with work that he drank up even the specially supplied tea leaves. The chief suddenly felt ashamed. "You're right, I'm not that important to Dongjiang." "No, you were important once." Lu Qiming never denied others' achievements and contributions. He sincerely said, "In the past 20 years, you have made so many contributions that everyone has seen. Your achievements cannot be denied by anyone." "But what about now?" the chief self-mockingly asked. "Now?" Lu Qiming shook his head, saying, "You should understand, no matter how important you were in the past, Dongjiang today is important without you." "Yes, it's important without me." The chief sighed, looking at Lu Qiming. "Are you so confident that you can push me to a dead end and I won't expose everything? You probably won't." Lu Qiming shook his head. In his heart, even without the technology provided by Qin Shen, he was not willing to admit defeat. Reaching this point was inevitable. "I'm 70% sure you won't, but the appearance of this thing makes all our struggles meaningless." Lu Qiming placed the battery test report on the table. The chief picked it up and looked at it for a moment, then self-mockingly, bitterly smiled. So that's how it is, you won, you found a good son-in-law, you should thank me. Lu Qiming naturally understood why the other party would say that. Chen Shen and Lu Wangshu had never been together. It was all rumors. Even he only realized it later. And the one spreading rumors was right in front of him. Lu Qiming said seriously, indeed, you should be thanked, but not for setting them up, but for your efforts and struggles for Dongjiang over the years. The chief was stunned. Lu Qiming stood up and said, deeds are deeds, right and wrong are separate, the organization does not balance deeds, but the organization wants me to say to you, thank you, Comrade Chen Jiang, you have completed your historical mission, you can rest now. Chief Chen Zhang's eyes reddened instantly. The organization still recognized him. A corner of Yongchang, a temporary place of detention. As the law enforcement officers received orders, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door with smiles. Chen Chen and others walked out. Vehicles were parked outside. Several bodyguards drove the cars over, accompanied by Hu Guanyu, Wang Yaozu, and others. Boss! Brother Chen! Chen, my man! Everyone rushed over, surrounding Chen Chen and the others. The law enforcement officers left, and they began to speak freely. Something big happened. It's unbelievable. Old man who is really amazing. They quickly recounted the events of the hall meeting, leaving Chen Chen and the others both delighted and shocked. The grand supervisor stepped down? Dongjiang is about to enter the era of Speaker Lu. Boss, we're going up in the world. Seriously, old man who is truly amazing. People discussed animatedly, with Chen Chen giving a thumbs up to Hu Guanyu, saying, your Hu family is full of heroes, amazing. Hu Guanyu was proud, having just received the news, feeling a mix of shock, joy, and pride, but also secretly puzzled. Was it because the old man drank porridge? Is it true? Wasn't it because the young nanny was good at making porridge? The old man is actually so fierce? Didn't see that coming. Usually a quiet old man, not saying much, unexpectedly stood on the podium and confronted the grand supervisor, making the other party self-destruct? Underestimated this old man. People chatted freely, got into the car, and headed straight to Dongyuan. Because Hu Guanyu received the news early, the chef team at Dongyuan had already prepared a sumptuous feast. When Chen Chen and the others arrived, exquisite dishes were already on the table. Chen Chen and the others first freshened up, then began to enjoy the feast. What will be the grand supervisor's fate? Someone curiously asked during the meal. Chen Chen looked at Hu Guanyu, the only privileged child present who understood, knowing that Lu Wangshu was clueless about politics. Hu Guanyu put down his chopsticks and whispered, honestly, I inquired. If the grand supervisor hadn't interfered with the inspection team's work, hadn't escalated the situation, Hanhai Group wouldn't have any connection with him, and the blame wouldn't fall on him. At most, he would be reassigned, the most severe being a change of place for retirement. But now it's different. Weiming new energy exploded. He escalated the situation. Now, forget retirement, it's impossible, he's bound to go in. It's good that he's going in. Huang Ruiming said angrily, don't talk about my Ruiming exploding. Even if it didn't, how could Hanhai Group not be related to him? If it's not related to him, would Dai Wenbin's grandson dare to cheat me like this? That's not your Ruiming anymore. Hu Guanyu rolled his eyes, then continued, don't tell anyone. Based on the information I received, the inspection team and various investigation teams have really turned everything upside down. Our grand supervisor acted alone, was greedy for power, but he truly had no interest in money. Since the establishment of Hanhai Group, he has used Hanhai many times as a tool for the development and acceleration of various aspects in the counties and cities, and now in the entire Dongjiang, Yongchang. It can be said that without the Grand Supervisor using Hanhai as a tool multiple times, Hanhai could not have developed to its current level. But without Hanhai, Dongjiang would never have risen so quickly. The Grand Supervisor created Hanhai, then used Hanhai as a nail, continuously inserted it into various parts of Dongjiang, and finally, with a point to break the surface, revitalized the entire Dongjiang. Of course, this was over a decade ago. The current Dongjiang is completely different, with Hanhai monopolizing, collusion everywhere, and the economy like stagnant water. This may be the aftermath of excessive capital utilization. Hu Guanyu sighed repeatedly and said, the tail is not falling off. Those who follow behind are all people who once supported him. They are all well-fed, but just like Hanhai, they are all absolutely obedient. The Grand Commander may have known all this long ago, but he just didn't want to see it or deal with it. You can't have it both ways. Without the determination to make sacrifices, the ultimate result is a collective downfall. This time, Hanhai has fallen, the Grand Commander has stepped down, and Zhangdagang will also be uprooted. The entire Dongjiang will be completely renewed, and we will usher in the best times in Dongjiang. Everyone present also sighed at his words. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived. Chen Chen and the others walked towards the main gate in surprise. When they reached the gate, the person in front suddenly knelt down. Everyone was startled. Chen Chen even took 2 steps back. Some uncertainly looked at the old man, Zhao Jiangshan. Old man, are you trying to extort me? Zhao Jiangshan didn't explain, didn't say much, and directly said, General Chen, I have sold all my shares in Jiangshan Group, which account for 63% of the shares, roughly around 55 billion. I heard that General Chen needs money for development, so I want to lend money to General Chen, only hoping that General Chen will accept it. Lend money to Chen Chen? And he has to kneel? Everyone was shocked, all looking at Chen Chen. Boss, do you have so much face now? Gu Xinhong exclaimed, even lending you money requires kneeling? He had even thought about lending his salary to the boss for interest, but now it seemed like a pure dream. Impressive. Huang Ruiming and Li Ran exchanged glances. As Chen Chen's creditors, they suddenly felt that Chen Chen was giving them face by not making them kneel. No. Wait. Kneeling or not? Isn't this too much? Is he crazy? Who lends money to someone and still has to kneel and beg them? The people around felt like they were going crazy. Lu Wanshu also looked at Chen Chen strangely. Even she thought Chen Chen was going too far. Although he usually bullied his creditors, he shouldn't do it like this, right? Isn't this humiliating? With these thoughts, she looked at Zhao Jiangshan kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. At his age, what's the point of being so greedy? Just for interest? Although the interest rate was a bit high, isn't this too much? Chen Chen, however, looked at Zhao Jiangshan with a flicker in his eyes. He sensed that something was off. He believed that someone would lend him money to get through the crisis, but kneeling and begging? Trying to fool him? Just as he was about to inquire, 2 people approached from the side. It was Lu Qiming and the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander looked at the kneeling Zhao Shanha with a sense of desolation, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and whispered a few words to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming was first surprised, then smiled. He said, accept it. Chen Chen and the others turned their heads at the words, instantly shocked. How come Lui Chang and the Grand Commander were here? They wanted to go up and say hello, but Lu Qiming waved his hand, just letting Chen Chen go over and saying a few words in his ear. Chen Chen suddenly realized, smiled, and said, Lao Hu, help Mr. Zhao up. I'll accept the money. Zhao Jiangshan breathed a sigh of relief at his words, sweat beading on his forehead, feeling like the world had suddenly become more spacious. Who knows how nervous he was just now when he saw Lu Qiming and the Grand Commander. Chen Chen, can you chat with me for a while? The Grand Commander suddenly spoke. Chen Chen looked at Lu Qiming, who nodded slightly. He smiled and said, if the Grand Commander orders, how can I not listen? I'm no longer the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander smiled bitterly and said, I'm just a person who made a mistake. Whether you want to chat with me or not is up to you. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Chen Chen then gestured for the people in the East Garden to go eat first, while he continued walking forward with the 2 men. At this moment, Lu Wangshu, feeling uneasy, caught up and embraced his father's arm, despite his father's disapproving gaze, leaving his father no choice but to shake his head and smile. While other companies are struggling to progress like walking, Hanhai Group, with my support, is moving a bit faster, but you are different. The chief executive officer looked at Chen Chen and shook his head, saying, you are running fast as if there is some danger chasing you from behind. Although I don't understand why you are in such a hurry, why you prefer high-interest loans for rapid development, as an old man from Dongjiang, I still want to share a few words with you. Please go ahead, Chen Chen nodded in response. First, lay a solid foundation, and second, prioritize people. The chief executive officer's eyes seemed distant as he continued, running a business may not be the same as being an official, but amidst the ever-changing world, the unchanging core beneath the constantly shifting external environment is human nature. Reading history books, the struggles between people boil down to a few tactics, and the historical records left by our ancestors serve as a guide. What is a foundation? I believe I need not elaborate. The stronger the foundation, the fewer the vulnerabilities. In the current international situation, the West continues to impose restrictions on us. Despite economic difficulties, why haven't we collapsed like other countries? It's because we have a solid foundation. In business, raw materials, various subsidiary factories, these are all foundations. You can delegate these tasks to others, share wealth, but you must retain control, even ownership. Hanhai Energy has many valuable industries that are useful to you, whether it's mineral resources or oilfield chemical resources, you will need them sooner or later, so I personally suggest you acquire them now. With Speaker Lu's help, it will be easy for you to acquire them. Opportunities like this won't come by often. There are many industries involved that cannot be traded. Once this opportunity is missed, it may not come again. Thank you for your guidance. Chen Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude sincerely. The chief executive officer smiled and said, initially, it was I who planned for Hanhai Group to calculate and swallow you, but I never expected to be the one guiding you on how to swallow Hanhai. Is there a difference? Chen Chen smiled upon hearing this and said, whether I swallow them or they swallow me, we will both remain in Dongjiang, like meat simmering in a pot. However, if I swallow Hanhai, perhaps the outcome will be better? The chief executive officer fell silent upon hearing this. Finally, he said with a bitter tone, perhaps that's true. Didn't old master who say that Dongjiang shouldn't have a dominant enterprise? Why are you advising me to take over Hanhai? Chen Chen suddenly asked. The chief executive officer shook his head and said, that old man doesn't know anything. Without Hanhai, how could Dongjiang have developed so rapidly? He only sees Hanhai's stagnant development. You, on the other hand, Starsea is a new company, you possess new technology, your technology can propel Dongjiang to new heights for another 20 years. Whether you will be like Dai Shangdong in 20 years or break free from this pattern, it all depends on you. And what about prioritizing people? Chen Chen inquired. The chief executive officer's expression turned serious as he replied, I believe you have noticed that with the rapid advancement of intelligent AI, many companies are starting to replace human labor with AI, which indeed saves costs but is not the right path. Technology does need to advance, and people do need better lives, but that should come after the people are prosperous. People's prosperity should not be limited to a certain class but should rise from the bottom up. The country is its people, and this applies not only to the nation but also to your companies. If you are only in it for the money, you can disregard what I've said. But if you have noble goals, then remember this. I have a feeling that the future world will not be peaceful. Your company frequently introduces high technology, and it is highly likely to venture into AI intelligence in the future. I mention this in the hope that you will proceed with caution. In fact, this problem is easily solved. Chen Chen joked, just find a way to make everyone in the country rich at once, like what the United States did, distribute money to everyone, then everyone lends me the money, and I'll pay them interest every month. The interest will be enough for them to live on without having to work. What do you think of this method? The Grand Commander was dumbfounded, stunned, gave Chen Chen a deep look, shook his head, and walked away speechless. This little brat. No wonder the Lu family didn't want him as a son-in-law. I was talking to him nicely, and he jokes with me? Watching the desolate figure of the Grand Commander, Lu Qiming was also speechless, pointing at Chen Chen, saying, this old man today experienced great ups and downs in life. I sincerely wanted to guide you with a heart of cherishing talent, hoping you would treat the people of Dongjiang well, but you did this? Where is he imprisoned? Chen Chen asked. He was supposed to go to the capital. Lu Qiming shook his head, but unfortunately, he offended his superiors. They specifically forbade him from going back, so he can only stay in Dongjiang. That's fine. One day, I will go to him with the borrowed money from the whole country and show him that I'm not joking with him, Chen Chen said lightly. Lu Qiming was even more speechless at this, saying, daydreaming. Unless the god of wealth descends, don't even think about having everyone lend money to him, even if God himself comes. Alright, go back and have dinner, we'll leave first. With that, Lu Qiming instructed Lu Wangshu a few words and walked away. At the intersection, several black cars were waiting. The Grand Commander, once gone, might never return. Watching the convoy leave, Chen Chen took out his phone and walked back with Lu Wangshu. On the way, Lu Wangshu curiously looked at Chen Chen's hand and was instantly stunned. What the heck? Are you bullying creditors again? In the creditor chat group, the chat records were already boiling. Chen Chen, pay up. Hu Guangyu, Chen Gu, what are you doing? Come back for dinner. Wang Yaozu, Chen buddy, pay what money? Xinwei, congratulations to General Chen for overcoming the difficulties. The Shin family intends to continue investing and will invite General Chen to a banquet in a few days. Xinwei, but I also want to ask, what does General Chen mean by paying up? In the group chat, many people were also curiously staring at the screen, all typing question marks. At this moment, Shin Chen's next sentence appeared. Chen Chen, who doesn't know I'm going to prosper? Where are all those who caused a stir these days? Come out, line up, let me see. Chen Chen, do I lack your little money? Hurry up, come out, step forward and I'll refund you on the spot. The group chat fell silent, and those who had caused a stir in the past few days dared not make a sound. Although they felt wronged, that 24% annual interest rate was really tempting. Once this opportunity was missed, there would be no second chance. If they refunded now, they would lose the interest. Moreover, everyone could see that Chen Chen was going to prosper, and in the future, the big shots in Dongjiang would surely rise. If they jumped out now, wouldn't they offend people? But they kept silent, and Chen Chen didn't go easy on them. Chen Chen, silent, huh? Good, I'm going to acquire Hanhai. Within 3 days, each of you will bring me double the previous loan amount. Don't say I'm bullying you, the interest remains the same, but if you can't come up with it, come find me to refund voluntarily. If you don't have the ability, why pretend to be a big shot and be my creditor, Chen Chen? The onlookers were instantly stunned, shocked, and dumbfounded. Damn, is this even possible? Those with money naturally rejoiced, but those who were previously eager to refund and afraid to take risks were not that wealthy. When they saw Chen Chen's words, they panicked. What to do? Should they take out a loan to lend to him? Isn't that a bit too much? But if they don't lend, refuse to lend? Is that possible? You have no choice but to lend. Putting his phone screen off into his pocket, Chen Chen smiled. Even his steps back home felt much lighter. Beside him, Lu Wangshu looked puzzled at Chen Chen and couldn't help but ask, "Is it really okay to treat your creditors like this? What's wrong with it?" Chen Chen exclaimed, "You said it yourself, they are creditors. If they were like godly clients who haven't lent me any money, then of course I'd be polite, but they are devilish creditors. Just thinking about the debts I owe them keeps me up at night. How can I show them a good face? You should praise me for being sincere and not hypocritical." Lu Wangshu was dumbfounded. Chen Chen stopped teasing her and said with a smile, "I'm just putting pressure on them. Why should I work hard to pay them back? Shouldn't they work hard to earn more money and lend it to me? Why do I have to think that way? Why do you think like that?" Lu Wangshu felt her values being severely challenged, feeling insulted in terms of intelligence. "Because of the high interest I give," Chen Chen said matter-of-factly. "With such high interest, if someone deposits 100 million, they'll have 240 million in a year. They wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Shouldn't they work harder to save more? Should they leave it to their descendants to work hard? I'm just expressing my discontent. Can you explain it like that? I don't buy your twisted logic." Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and ignored him. The two returned to the East Garden where everyone was still waiting. Zhao Jiangshan stood timidly on the side, smiling apologetically, looking like a lackey at 58. Zhao Jiangshan's plan had succeeded. Seeing the old man in such a state, Chen Chen felt truly satisfied. He spoke a bit more politely, without sarcasm, and said calmly, "Transfer the money as soon as possible. I'll continue to calculate the interest for you. The inspection team has already investigated thoroughly. Although you have had some financial dealings with your brother and received some favors in private, there is nothing against the principals. You can say your brother has protected you well, never intending to involve you in their circle. So you're safe now. Lend me the money, and you can get out of this." Zhao Jiangshan breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes instantly moist. Only he knew the immense pressure he had been under. This moment finally brought some relief. Okay, thank you. He sat dumbfounded in his chair, taking a long time to come back to his senses. He understood Chen Chen's underlying message. Without paying, he couldn't get out of this, relying entirely on Chen Chen. But Chen Chen paid him no more attention. The music continued, the dancing continued, everyone was reveling, eating, drinking, and making noise. Unlike Chen Chen, others didn't know the outcome. Although they felt nothing would go wrong these days, they had still borne a lot of pressure. Amidst the revelry, Hu Guanyu and Wang Yaozu approached. "Chen, do we need to put up double the money from our family too?" Hu Guanyu couldn't help but ask quietly, "If you really need it, I can try to get some loans." "How much can you borrow?" Chen Chen asked. "Even if the old man steps down, he still has some connections." Hu Guanyu chuckled, whispering, "I mortgaged the family's pharmaceutical agency, doubling it is still doable." "What about the interest?" Chen Chen inquired. "Probably around 4% annually?" Hu Guanyu wasn't too sure, saying, "It's close enough. The agency isn't a high-quality industry, so the interest rates might not be favorable. Trust me and go for the loan." Chen Chen smiled. "Our company's new technology is about to be launched. Making money is guaranteed. So don't hesitate, just give me the money, and every year, you'll get the interest. After paying off the bank's interest, you'll still have 20% going into your pockets. Isn't that good?" "Okay, I got it." Hu Guanyu smiled. Adding another 15 billion would make it 30 billion, with an annual interest of 7.2 billion. How many years would it take to earn that in his lousy luxury car market? It's great that the old man is stepping down. Shengu has a sense of obligation towards me. He will definitely take care of me in the future. Ha ha. Beside him, Wang Yaozu looked somewhat worried and said, "Brother, what should we do? We already owe a lot of loans. We really can't continue to borrow anymore. We can't come up with 5 billion. Trust me, I'll sell the company." Chen Chen didn't hesitate, but Wang Yaozu and the others were dumbfounded. "What? Selling the company is too extreme, right? Although we know you can definitely make money, who can guarantee making money for a lifetime? What if you lose one day? Brother! Chen Chen looked at the hesitant Wang Yaozu and said in a deep voice, at this time, little brother needs your support. No! Wang Yaozu was anxious. You are not my little brother. In front of you, I am the little brother. No! You are the uncle, I am the grandson. Please. Wang Yaozu looked distressed, not knowing how to speak. Gambling, if you are sure to win, that's not gambling. But since it's gambling, who dares to guarantee a win? Don't put all your eggs in one basket, earn less but steadily, with low risk. This is their usual style in their circle. Forget it. Chen Chen shook his head, feeling that they couldn't make money from this wave, and said regretfully, you will regret it. Wang Yaozu panicked immediately. What? Are you going to retaliate against us? You can't do that. Aren't we allies? Although we reported you to the police last time, we also supported you last time. Everyone was in a panic. Xinghai is not Yunhai Group. Yunhai Qijia is already like a locust after autumn, just waiting for Chen Chen to make a move and easily crush them. Xinghai's future is at least at the level of Hanhai. When the time comes, it will be easy to deal with them, right? Liang Chaochuan couldn't hold back and said, I'll invest another 5 billion. Where are you going to get the money from? Wang Yaozu asked incredulously. Liang Chaochuan's eyes dodged, and he said in a low voice, I plan to borrow some more money, then grit my teeth and borrow some more from my wife's family, if it's not enough. I plan to delay paying the wages of the migrant workers, and then pay them back with interest when I get it. That's too much. Wang Yaozu pointed at him and scolded, Are you really doing this? Are you not afraid of death? Others also began to criticize Liang Chaochuan for being unethical. However, Liang Chaochuan secretly looked at Chen Chen. Wow! This guy without integrity is putting pressure on me. Chen Chen was shocked. The people around him also reacted at this time, looking at Liang Chaochuan in amazement. Damn, using retreat as an advance, moral coercion, using the migrant workers to pressure General Chen, Liang Chaochuan, you, this guy with well-developed limbs, have some guts. Do you have this kind of brain? But, are you out of your mind? This was originally a good thing. Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that General Chen will ask for a refund and kick you out? That's what everyone thought. But Liang Chaochuan was anxious and quickly explained, what I mean is, I will persuade my workers to let me hold on to their wages, and I will give them 24% interest each year. They will definitely agree. As soon as this was said, everyone fell into contemplation. Wang Yaozu thought of the salespeople selling houses under him, Zhao Shun thought of the hotel service staff under him, Sun Hai from Hunyuan Securities thought of the financial funds he controlled, Vice President Lu thought of embezzling public funds. Isn't this illegal fundraising? Suddenly, Lu Wangshu weakly spoke up, interrupting their fantasies. Suddenly, they all looked defeated. They had all made up their minds, but Lu Wangshu's words made them see reality. Chen Chen looked at Lu Wangshu speechlessly. If your dad doesn't pursue it, how is it illegal fundraising? But unfortunately, this couldn't be said outright. Otherwise, it would be easy for opponents to catch them. Chen Chen could only say helplessly, contribute as much as you can, don't play any tricks, but be smart in the group, understand? Understood. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yaozu happily said, I'll contribute 3 billion to you. In the group, I'll say the company is mortgaging to lend you 10 billion, and I'll do it now. I'll also put in 3 billion. I'll do 2 billion. I'll do 1 billion. I'll do 2 billion. I'll do 1 billion. Everyone chimed in, lightening the atmosphere. The Yongchang main branch offers 18 billion. Vice President Lu also spoke with a smile. Make sure the numbers you mention are real, not just inflated figures in the group, Liang Chaochuan reminded. But they are real. Vice President Lu laughed. This is the message our bank shareholders just sent me. It's absolutely real. Even though Yongcheng Bank is a private bank with some money, I can't be counted as inflating in the group. After all, I represent Yongcheng Bank. Oh, they all forgot this guy's identity. Everyone was speechless, and Liang Chaochuan felt like a clown at this moment. Chen Chen chuckled, waving to Zhang Chang. Get Vice President Lu a good chair. All right. Zhang Chang swiftly brought a reclining chair and placed it behind Vice President Lu. Vice President Lu sat down immediately, feeling quite comfortable. Having money is really nice. That's the feeling of superiority. Chen Chen calculated that Wang Yaozu's group had contributed another 30 billion, along with Hu Guanyi's 15 billion and Zhao Jiangshan's 550 billion, totaling 595 billion. There was still around 115 billion in hand. Adding it up, it was 710 billion. It seemed huge, but it was still far from enough to acquire Hanhai. Hanhai's total assets were around over 800 billion. After being acquired by the state and liquidated, excluding funds on the books in various industries Chen Chen didn't need, the core industries of Hanhai that Chen Chen needed to buy were various mineral and petrochemical industries. Chen Chen estimated he would need at least 3 to 400 billion, maybe even more. Thinking this, Chen Chen suddenly felt quite poor. He couldn't even afford a second-hand company. Damn, these creditors are so unreliable, aren't they? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Chen Chen picked up his phone and opened the group chat. At this moment, no one was talking in the group chat. Only Wang Yaozu said, mortgage 10 billion, earn interest and make a fortune. Chen Chen thought for a moment, typed a line, and sent it out. Chen Chen, some people better behave, don't make me kick anyone out. Still, no one spoke in the group. Chen Chen was puzzled, and at that moment, the sound of notifications kept ringing. Everyone turned to look, and it was Vice President Liu. Vice President Liu sat on the reclining chair, holding his phone, reading messages, his expression changing constantly. What's wrong? Wang Yaozu asked. I don't know why, a large group of people suddenly approached me for loans. It's strange, Vice President Liu said in surprise. Is the end of the world coming? These high-quality clients are usually hard to find, and now they're lining up? Everyone was stunned at his words. Vice President Liu pointed at his phone and said to Wang Yaozu, take a look, Nanjing Real Estate, Zhechen Electronics, Outstanding Labor Service, Guangzhong Investment, Suwei Medicine, Hei Daily Chemicals, Zhongqing Chemicals. They look familiar, right? Aren't they familiar? Wang Yaozu smiled. Aren't they all people from our group? With this statement, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at Chen Chen in unison. Damn! It can't be what we're thinking, right? Ahem! Chen Chen cleared his throat, not feeling guilty at all, and said confidently, I'm doing it for their own good. Where else can they find such high interest rates? Their loan interest rates are not high, and lending to me can earn them an intermediary fee, a guaranteed profit. Damn, a guaranteed profit. Black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. Chen Chen wasn't losing out, otherwise, he wouldn't borrow so much money. The bank wouldn't lose either, as everything was collateralized. Worst case scenario, they would take over the collateralized industries and make a guaranteed profit. But were the others really not losing out? Not losing out my foot. If you, Chen Chen, go bankrupt, then damn it, everyone will die, no one will survive. Iron Beast. The crowd looked at Chen Chen with strange eyes. This really puts pressure on the creditors, adding a bunch of debts. Although Chen Chen can make high profits here, the money earned is really worrying, afraid that one day Chen Chen will mess things up. But on the other hand, Chen Chen is too cunning, sly as a ghost. Can he still play like this? Who wouldn't have to flatter him in the future? No, must rise to the occasion. This is the god of wealth. Playing well can bring everyone great wealth. He is also the king of hell. Playing poorly will take everyone to the gallows. Impressive. Wang Yaozu shook his head in sigh, speechless. The crowd also sighed. Chen Chen looked up, whistling, with an indifferent attitude. Soon, everyone left after eating and drinking their fill. Chen Chen also followed Gu Xinhong and others to the headquarters. All T1 level executives and the chairman of the company are in jail. This matter is too explosive. Who knows what the company looks like internally now? Upon arrival at the company, surprisingly there was no chaos. Those who should work, worked, which surprised everyone. Aren't they in a hurry? Gu Xinhong couldn't help but ask a few T2 level executives who hurried over. It was the HR department Wei Dong, the finance department Lu Yun, the audit department Zhao Yuming, and the legal department Wang Defa. Upon hearing this, the group looked at each other, smiling awkwardly. Finally, under Gu Xinhong's questioning, Wang Defa whispered, we are different from you, we are all hired by the boss on an annual basis. Why rush when we've got the money? If the company goes under, we can go back to our old business, not only without losses but making a big profit. As for why the new employees are not in a hurry, maybe because they see the old employees are not in a rush, so they are not in a hurry either. Wow! Gu Xinhong and the others were dumbfounded. They all looked at Chen Chen. Boss, did you plan for this day to come? That's why you recruited people like this? Gu Xinhong couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? Absurd. Chen Chen's face darkened. He stood up to call a meeting with everyone. Originally meant to reassure the employees, now it turned out the employees were very bold, almost to the point of packing their bags and leaving, not in a hurry at all. It's really, with enough benefits and full salaries, it doesn't matter if there's a boss or not. This is not good. Gu Xinhong, upon hearing that it had nothing to do with Chen Chen, immediately expressed his disapproval, unable to accept such a situation. The company must have rules, must have systems, must have our corporate culture. This attitude won't do. The executives are arrested, and you're laughing? The boss is arrested, and you're ready to divide things up? No organization, no discipline, is there no compassion left? Gu Xinhong broke out. The several T2 level executives also became a bit nervous upon hearing this. Although it sounded funny, upon closer inspection, it was quite terrifying. The company's employees have no sense of belonging to the company, completely indifferent to the boss being arrested. This is very serious. It means there is no cohesion within the company, unable to stick together, can disband at any moment. They all looked at Chen Shen, waiting for the boss's judgment. Chen Shen rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, feeling that this was indeed not right. There was no company atmosphere at all, as if everyone was just idling around. This way. Chen Shen came up with a bad idea, saying, let's do something simple and direct. First, hold several competitions within the company, let the employees compete, and the winners will be promoted directly, fully mobilizing their initiative and enthusiasm. Second, the headquarters and each subsidiary will create a large group. From now on, when I speak in the group, the subordinates must reply, I will brainwash them. The first method is very good. There are indeed many vacant positions in the company now. Lu Wanshu looked at the work log, then said, the second method seems a bit unfeasible, doesn't it? Without a doubt, this boring method can indeed subtly brainwash and tame the personal will of employees, but now everyone in the workplace seems to be fed up with the coercive behavior of bosses asking for replies. Could it backfire? No way. Chen Shen was very confident and said, I offer money, 30 yuan or a vial of biological energy injection for each reply. I don't believe anyone can refuse a glass of iced fruit tea on a hot summer day. The others thought he had some great idea. Upon hearing this, they were speechless. You're really straightforward. This method is truly domineering, not even the employees can resist it, let alone them. 30 yuan is nothing, but the price of biological energy injections on the market has always been exorbitant, almost stabilizing at 50 yuan. Making 50 yuan profit for each reply, where else can you find such a business opportunity? Boss. At this moment, Jiang Lihai raised his hand and suggested, now that the factory expansion is completed, we can start mass-producing the injections. Your classmate's ice pack factory is also ready. Shouldn't we start selling in large quantities? It's not good for us if the market price remains at 50 yuan. What do you mean? Chen Chen asked. To put it simply, Jiang Lihai thought for a moment and said, if there is a constant shortage, it will lead to hoarding. Although selling at a high price can enhance the reputation and value of our product, it will also attract criticism. Most importantly, the profit will go to those hoarding the goods. Our factory price remains unchanged, which is meaningless. We don't want to become scalpers, right? Therefore, mass-producing and launching our products can earn us a large amount of working capital, restore our reputation, combat scalpers, dominate the mainstream market, and later offer subsidies to capture the lower-end market. Then let's do it. You're in charge. Do whatever needs to be done. You don't need to consult me about everything, not even if we're going bankrupt. Chen Shen nodded, not caring much. In his mind, although the biological energy injections were a money-making machine, their significance was not as great anymore. It was a long-term plan, so he entrusted it to Jiang Lihai. He looked at Gu Xinhong and said, sort out the battery issue quickly. I'll go to the capital in a couple of days. By the time I return, the internal competition will be over, and we'll need to prepare for a press conference. This is related to my borrowing plan, so you must handle it well. Don't worry, boss. Gu Xinhong was very confident. As for you guys, Chen Shen looked at Wang Defa and the others, saying, we are about to acquire Hanhai Group. We have reached a preliminary agreement with them. Wei Dong, you are responsible for investigating if there are suitable personnel within Hanhai Group. If not, start recruiting for various positions. Zhao Yuming, you will liaise with the authorities and participate in the audit of Hanhai Group. Make sure to investigate if there are any issues with the assets we need or any loans. If there are, urge the authorities to resolve them quickly. Wang Defa, you will also go and participate in the acquisition. Many contract agreements will require your attention. Yes, boss. Upon hearing that the boss was going to acquire Hanhai Group, the group was shocked. But when they realized the boss was serious, they were ecstatic. What did acquiring Hanhai Group mean? Assets worth billions. If they really acquired it, wouldn't they be T2 level managers of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise? Peak of their careers, damn. They were both surprised and incredulous. Acquiring Hanhai. Where did the boss get the money from? After nodding in agreement, they eagerly looked at Chen Chen, waiting for an explanation. Chen Chen, however, was not in the mood to elaborate and simply said, it's all borrowed. Just pay some interest, and that's it. Don't worry about anything else, just focus on your work. Boss, what about me? Lu Yun, this strong woman, became anxious when she realized she had no specific task. She also wanted to progress. Don't worry, you have a task too. Chen Chen smiled and said, didn't we mortgage 200 billion of Star Sea Beverages shares? Go ask them for the money. Ha? Ask for money? Lu Yun was confused, stammering, didn't they sue us too? They want to forcefully recover the loan, shouldn't we be the ones paying back? Why ask for money? Boss, are you mistaken? You're the one mistaken. Chen Chen sat firmly like Mount Tai, confidently and domineeringly said, unless something unexpected happens, they have withdrawn the lawsuit. The 200 billion won't be recovered. Go tell them we'll soon have 600 billion in hand, ask them to come up with 600 billion too. If they can't, they can scram, we'll find another lender. Not only not returning the money but also asking the bank for another 600 billion? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. She didn't know how to respond for a moment. Is this really reliable? Boss, are you joking? And you want me to do this kind of thing? You might as well ask me to kill Tang Sang, it would be simpler. Chen Chen also noticed Lu Yun's lack of confidence, feeling that this was unacceptable. His subordinates actually lacked faith in him, which was very disrespectful. It was necessary to give his subordinates a shock from the heart. You look like you've never seen the world. How can you be our Star Sea's financial director like this? Let's do this, let my bodyguard Zheng Chang go with you, he has experience. He casually arranged. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Chen concluded, in short, do your own work well, handle the tasks I've assigned, if you need more staff, ask Mr. Lu which departments are short-staffed. Discuss and divide into categories. Our company's next press conference is crucial, the publicity department has been lacking staff, so you better choose someone who can speak well to represent us, got it? Got it. Very well, meeting adjourned. The meeting ended, everyone busy with their own tasks. Chen Chen sat in his office thinking about where he could get more money from. It was entirely feasible for Star Sea Beverage to ask for another 600 billion, production was about to skyrocket. If Hanhai could offer 800 billion before, they could do the same now that Dongjian Lu Qiming was in charge, the bank would surely give face. They could gather another 5 to 6 billion from the creditors, but even so, the total would be less than 14 billion. They were still far from acquiring Hanhai. They could try to get a loan for the new energy sector, but it was better not to do so before the products were officially launched, as empty promises wouldn't get them much, and real data couldn't be shown to others. Chen Chen was somewhat worried. Suddenly, he thought of Star Sea Beverage. Ah! His eyes lit up. Could they buy Hanhai separately? Buy a part first, use it as collateral for a loan, then buy another part, and get another loan, a direct loop? Not only would they acquire Hanhai, but they would also accumulate more debt. Perfect! This way, they could not only acquire Hanhai and accumulate debt but also save a large sum of money to invest in the new energy industry. Chen Chen hadn't forgotten that his extra-large and super-large battery cells were not for sale but for rent. They needed money to produce the finished products in order to rent them out and slowly recoup the investment. As Chen Chen sat in his office contemplating the company's future development, in the underground parking lot, the financial director Lu Yun and an assistant got into Zheng Chang's car. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth 5 million. Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel at how generous the boss was. Despite owing so much debt, he didn't hesitate to spend money, such a big heart, who could compare? If bodyguards were given cars worth 5 million, then when the company provided cars for executives, wouldn't she also be able to drive a luxury car? Although she had a fortune of over 100 million, she couldn't bring herself to spend a few million on a car. The assistant sitting beside her was even more curious, looking around. The luxury car seemed even more distant for this young girl who had just graduated and worked for only a few years. Zheng Chang looked at the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sister, shall I take you for a ride later?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Lu Yun rolled her eyes at the remark, nudged her assistant with her arm, signaling him to ignore the man. The assistant, being very obedient, just nodded slightly and remained silent. Zheng Chang suddenly felt the atmosphere in the car was very oppressive, and he was no longer feeling happy. He drove in silence to the East River branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, made a call as instructed by his boss, and the person on the other end was Zhao Chunlei. "Hello? Okay, got it, we'll be there soon." After the call, Zheng Chang got out of the car with two women and headed towards the bank. Soon, someone came out to greet them. The three followed the receptionist upstairs and arrived at the investment department. "Mr. Zhang, Minister Lu, please." Zhao Chunlei smiled, dressed as impeccably as ever, exuding an air of elegance and dignity. Although Chen Chen did not personally come, he was still very enthusiastic. There was no other way. Chen Chen was already beyond his reach. In a short period of time, he had reached a level that Zheng Chang could only look up to, which made him feel incredulous and shocked every day. He couldn't help but think of Chen Shen's calm and confident attitude during their 2 meetings. Truly a talented individual. Feeling emotional, he didn't waste any time and had tea served. "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Zhao Chunlei inquired. Although he already knew, he still needed confirmation. Lu Yun was about to speak tactfully. However, Zheng Chang sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and said, "No hidden meanings, just here to convey the boss's message." "Mr. Shen." Zhao Chunlei's expression turned serious at the mention of Chen Shen, saying, "Mr. Shen, please go on." 600 billion. Zheng Chang gestured, saying, "The boss said the valuation you gave to Shanghai Beverage is too low. Add another 600 billion. If not, we will repay the loan early, end this loan, and switch to another bank or capital for financing." "That's what Mr. Shen said." Zhao Chunlei chuckled, "This loan is going well, how can we just change it casually? It would be too troublesome for Mr. Chen. How could we not understand the true situation of Shanghai? If it's like before, 200 billion was the limit, considering the market hasn't opened up and there's a risk of technology being cracked. But now it's different. Mr. Chen has soared, with funds exceeding 1 trillion, guided by elders above and many capable talents in Shanghai below. Opening up the market is easy, and even if the technology is cracked, the value of Shanghai Beverage, which already occupies the market, won't decrease much. Increasing the loan amount is necessary, even if Mr. Chen didn't say it, I was prepared to visit anyway." At this point, Zhao Chunlei looked a bit embarrassed, saying, "But will 600 billion be too much? Adding the previous 200 billion makes it 800 billion. I don't know, but I want 600 billion. Zheng Chang quickly shook his head, looking stubborn, leaving Zhao Chunlei helpless. Zhao Chunlei turned to Lu Yun. Lu Yun shook her head quickly and said, "Director Zhao, I can't make decisions on this matter. I'm just here to collect the money. Why don't you call the boss directly and ask?" Zhao Chunlei was speechless. What kind of suggestion was that? Would he not call if he could? Who didn't know that Mr. Shen was an absolute winner now? Calling at this time would be embarrassing and disappointing, right? What's going on? When everything is going smoothly and you, a mere bank director, want to cause trouble for me? Don't want to do it anymore? After a moment of silence, Zhao Chunlei nodded and said, "Okay, let's do this. I'll try to handle it, but this time, the majority will be taken by our bank. Please inform others that we need to supplement the loan with 800 billion, but I managed to cut it down to 600 billion. Ah, Lu Yun was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Zheng Chang grinned and said, 100 billion. Zhao Chunlei's eyes lit up at once, and he took out 2 boxes of tea from the drawer and handed them to Zheng Chang, saying, "Mr. Shang, thank you very much." Lu Yun stood there in a daze, watching the scene unfold. Then she followed Zheng Chang out of the bank in a daze. Sitting in the car, she still hadn't come to her senses. That was a bank. And this kind of play? Oh my god. She couldn't help but look at Zheng Chang, her eyes shining. This person, he wasn't as rough and reckless as he appeared on the surface. He took the initiative from the moment he entered, including lounging with his legs crossed. She had thought his image might attract trouble for the boss. Never did she expect that in the end, the other party would thank him? Whistling, Zheng Chang drove the car, looking at the admiring gaze of his assistant in the rearview mirror, feeling quite pleased with himself. The boss said, "You can't be polite to creditors. The more polite you are, the more they take themselves seriously. If you are polite for too long, they will dare to ride on your neck and poop," he said. In the evening, 2 cars arrived at the old Lu family courtyard. Chen Shen and Lu Wangshu were both surprised to see Lu Qiming sweeping the yard. "Dad, why are you sweeping the floor?" Lu Wangshu asked curiously. "I know why." Chen Shen laughed. As the saying goes, if you don't clean your own house, how can you clean the world? Uncle here has the world in his heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qiming placed the broom against the wall, speechless. Don't know whose chicken ran in, pooped all over the place, and you're not in a hurry to clean it up? Ah, Chen Shen felt a bit embarrassed as his flattery didn't work. Uncle is sitting in this position, why not move to a better place? What's wrong? Lu Qiming glanced at Chen Shen. Do I have to go sit in the Forbidden City if I take 2 more steps? With that, he pushed open the door and let the 2 in. The room was lit, and the news was still playing on the TV. This is the standard provincial government residential building. The old comrades of Dongjian used to live here. Am I supposed to make an exception? Chen Shen was speechless, feeling that Lu Qiming was acting strange today. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Dad, what's wrong with you today? Is your high blood pressure acting up because you didn't take your medicine? Lu Wangshu couldn't stand it anymore. This remark angered Lu Qiming, but looking at his obedient daughter, he couldn't bring himself to scold her and could only look at Chen Shen with resentment. What the hell does it have to do with me? Why is this old man looking at me? Chen felt inexplicably puzzled and stopped serving, sitting down and picking up a fruit plate to eat without courtesy, crossing his legs like a boss. Lu Qiming became even angrier at this. This is my house, not yours. What kind of behavior is this? He wanted to curse but felt his vocabulary was lacking. He wanted to criticize and educate, but felt it was like talking to a wall with this kid. After all, this guy was going to make trouble and cause chaos. In the end, he could only sigh. What a mess. We have an early flight tomorrow. My teacher isn't feeling well, so we have to leave early, Lu Qiming said. Teacher? Chen was taken aback, then realized that this teacher was probably the person behind Lu Qiming. What's wrong with Grandpa Ning? Lu Wangshu asked anxiously. Lu Dad shook his head, not saying much, just telling her to focus on her studies. Oh. Lu Wangshu sat down. Grandpa Ning? Chen looked at Lu Wangshu and whispered, trying to find out more information. Lu Wangshu glanced at her father, pursed her lips slightly to signal him. Chen followed her gaze and saw the TV playing the news, showing a figure who didn't appear often but was definitely a top leader meeting with the head of a small African country. Damn! Chen was stunned, looking at Lu Wangshu in disbelief. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly. Chen looked at Lu Qiming again. Lu Qiming was drinking tea, lost in thought. Is it really true? Is his background so strong? Chen was a bit stunned. He always thought that being a member of the State Council was already impressive enough, but he never expected Lu Qiming to be one of the very few executive council members. My goodness! This Lu is quite something. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Qiming suddenly spoke up, asking, I haven't asked you yet, why did you suddenly come over here? Well, upon hearing this, Chen was not polite either and directly mentioned his intention to purchase Hanhai Group in batches. Lu Qiming looked disdainfully at Chen upon hearing this. And you came all the way here just for this? Do you think you can afford to buy Hanhai with full payment? Are you overestimating yourself? Chen was taken aback. Lu Qiming said in exasperation, it's already been decided. If it were to be sold as a whole, how many people in the country could come up with that much money? Would the Grand Marshal even bother advising you to buy Hanhai? How much money do you have? Chen chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this, realizing he had been thinking too much. He said softly, I indeed can't come up with that much money right now. At most I can gather around 140 billion. So little? Lu Qiming's hand trembled, spilling some tea and almost dropping the cup. He stared in disbelief and said, How much did you say? Say it again. Not less than 140 billion, at the very least, it's 140 billion. Chen pondered for a moment and felt that was about the right amount. With the remaining 5 billion on hand, 5 billion from Hu Guanyu, 3 billion from Wang Yaozu and his group, 55 billion from the Chaotic Creditors Group, and another 20 billion from Yunhai Group, not to mention the 600 billion loan from Shanghai Beverage and the few billion earned recently. Adding it all up, it was around 142 billion. How much debt do you owe? Who has the audacity to lend you so much money without collateral? Lu Qiming was shocked, stood up, and said, Just over a month ago, you were a pauper, and now you have over 1 trillion? Even if you were robbing, it wouldn't be this fast, right? Don't mention it. Chen really did some mental calculations. Once all the money was in, how much debt did he owe? Approximately 80 billion to the bank, 550 billion to Zhao Jiangshan, 7 billion to Huang Weiming's family, 6 billion to Shen's family, 4 billion to Yunhai Group, 3 billion to Hu Guanyu, 3 billion to Lu, the deputy director of Yongcheng Bank, 1 billion to Wang Yaozu, 800 million to Zhao Shan, 700 million to Heng Yuan Securities, 700 million to Yung Woliang Chaochuan, 400 million to Huihai Home, 300 million to Guanghua Construction, and 11 billion to the Unknown Creditors Group. Oh, right, there's still 80 million owed to Zhao Jiangwo, the president of Zhao. How much is that? 128 billion. Chen was stunned, realizing he had unknowingly accumulated so much debt. How much did he earn then? Buying houses, cars, buildings, and companies, he had invested around 5 billion. Adding what was left now, what had already arrived, and what was about to come in, it was 177 billion. Did he earn nearly 5 billion? Where did that come from? Chen thought carefully. Damn it! He had miscalculated the 7 billion from Weiming New Energy as empty debt, it was in shares, so he had to subtract 7 billion. And now that Weiming had been bombed, he might not even be able to sell the 20 billion, a bloody loss. This was unbelievable. When all was said and done, was he neither losing nor gaining? What had he been busy with for almost 2 months? Thinking about having to pay the interest for the first month soon, Chen Shen suddenly felt anxious. Boss, you have to make a decision about Wei Ming's situation. He's been bombed. How should the losses be calculated? You can't blame me for everything, right? Chen Chen asked urgently. You, still thinking about that? What makes you think you can acquire Hanhai? My greeting? Is that possible? Hanhai has emerged in Dongjiang. How could a Xinghai emerge immediately? It was the chief commander who finally greeted you, and it was our combined efforts that secured it for you, considered as compensation for your losses. When we take over Hanhai, Wei Ming's shares will also be a bonus for you, and it will all be yours then. Lu Qiming stared, saying, also, you haven't mentioned it yet. How much money do you actually owe? Probably over 170 billion. Chen Chen was also unsure of the exact number. Hiss. Lu Qiming gasped at the words. He really hadn't paid attention. How long has it been? Less than 2 months. How did he end up owing over 170 billion already? If he smashes another 300 billion to acquire the core oil and gas mineral chemical resources of Hanhai, wouldn't that mean a debt of 500 billion? Lu Qiming felt a headache coming on. This was not a small amount. If things went wrong, the whole Dongjiang would be in turmoil. No, the entire national economic market would be shaken to its core. Can you be relied on or not? Are you sure? Chen Chen's ability to borrow money everywhere startled Lu Qiming, even making Lu Qiming somewhat unsure of himself. Very stable. Chen Chen confidently replied, resorting to borrowing to pay off debts if necessary. After some thought, he realized that Wei Ming's side wouldn't lose out either. Even though Wei Ming had been blown up, if he took all the shares for himself, selling them would fetch around 60 to 70 billion, which was not a loss. He could then use it as the second production plant for Xinghai Energy, saving the trouble of leaking technology to contract factories once the new batteries were out. You better not have lied to me. Lu Qiming didn't say much more. If Chen Chen said it was stable, then it was stable. When it came to core interests, he believed Chen Chen wouldn't lie about such matters. A table of food was brought in. The three of them ate together. Chen Chen managed to get a sip of Lu Qiming's special Maotai, instantly beaming with joy. As they were leaving, he raised an eyebrow at Lu Wangshu discreetly. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly, making a gesture of approval. This kid, finally leaving. Lu Qiming shook the bottle of wine, not a drop left. He had only drunk half a cup, cursing, like a damn bandit, drinking my 8 tails. Oh! Lu Wangshu stepped forward, snatching the bottle and placing it on the table, saying angrily, I've said not to drink without a good reason. You need to take care of yourself. I'll move the alcohol to my room now. It's good to have a daughter who cares for me. Lu Qiming was touched by his daughter's words, forgetting about the alcohol and watching her move it, feeling even more moved. Come on, let me do it. You, a girl, can't lift it. I'll do it. The next morning, Chen Chen groggily got up, feeling refreshed only after taking a bioenergy injection. He arranged work through video calls first, then changed clothes and got into the car. Wang Gang drove him to the airport. Zheng Chang was also with them. Since they were going to the capital, they didn't bring all the bodyguards to avoid drawing attention, so Chen Chen only brought Wang Gang and Zheng Chang. The car parked in the airport parking lot, and the three followed the signs to the airport lobby. Lu Qiming was already waiting. Chen Chen and the others approached. Just you? Why bring so many people? Lu Qiming asked strangely. I'm mainly going to see my teacher privately this time. Bringing you along is just a side trip. Alright, let's go. Go where? Your private jet. Where did I get a private jet? Lu Qiming was speechless, taking out the plane tickets and handing them to Chen Chen, saying, only diplomatic visits and emergencies have private jets. We're taking a commercial flight. Chen Chen was stunned, truly unaware of this, and could only take the 3 economy class tickets handed to him by Lu Qiming, feeling even more speechless. Still economy class. He. Lu Qiming smiled at the words and said, I said it's a private matter. Taking you along is just a side note. I paid for this ticket myself. Business class is so expensive, right? It's only a little over an hour to the capital. Why spend that money? Alright. Since Lu Qiming was the one who paid for the ticket, Chen Chen couldn't refuse his kindness. After taking the ticket, they went through security check. While going through security, Chen Chen said, I'll buy a private jet later. If you need it, you can use mine. This statement suddenly silenced the surroundings, as the security personnel and staff all looked at Chen Chen strangely and speechlessly. Obviously, they thought Chen Chen was bragging. Lu Qiming didn't mind and chuckled, sure, but it's not suitable for you. By then, they had finished the security check. Carrying their simple luggage, they continued on their way. Why is it not suitable? Chen Chen asked. It's not safe. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, taking a commercial flight may seem troublesome, but it's actually safe. No one dares to make any moves, as the consequences are severe and unforgivable. Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He understood the meaning behind Lu Qiming's words. For others, an air raid was impossible, it was too far-fetched. But for him, it was different. A loner with no heirs, holding onto black technology that could unlock trillions of dollars in wealth. If it were him, he would be tempted too. Yet, in the event of a plane crash, the probability of death was 9,999%. Damn it! Chen Shen cursed inwardly. His plan to buy a private jet seemed to have gone bankrupt. Even the subsequent car would have to be bulletproof, and forget about things like yachts. What's wrong? Can't handle it? Lu Qiming chuckled and said, What's this now? If you continue to develop new things, your future will become increasingly dangerous. Those who reach the pinnacle will stand in the spotlight, with countless people watching your every move, spreading and recording them. Any flaws or mistakes will be magnified 1,000-fold, and there will be countless people wishing for your demise. If you can't handle it, it's better to step back now, you still have time. This was sincere advice. There were many hidden billionaires in the country, and many super-rich families, each province having several private enterprises worth trillions. However, the news never reported on them, or did so rarely. The so-called rich list was a joke from start to finish. Were the Chinese people reserved? No. This was the way of survival. Who could be sure that the wealthy families and corporations abroad, who were in the limelight, were the real decision-makers? The big fish always hid in the shadows. Hunters never exposed themselves. Hyenas only followed silently in the dense forest. By the time you knew about them, you were already the food on the table. This world had always been like this, either you sat under the table and ate, or you lay on the table and got eaten. The so-called rich list was actually a menu, and the so-called famous billionaires were actually bait. Lu Qiming's words were profound, but Chen Shen knew that path was not suitable for him. He was different from others. If he didn't stand in the limelight, how could he raise his debts? Relying solely on secret contacts with other wealthy individuals? That was too slow. The best hunters often appeared in the form of prey. Chen Shen wanted to disguise himself as the most delicious food, waiting for the diners to arrive. And then, borrow their money. With a smirk, Chen Shen didn't reply, but his silence spoke volumes about his determination. Lu Qiming didn't say more, just shook his head. After checking in, they arrived in the capital in a little over an hour. A private car was waiting for them as they exited the airport. They got in, and the car drove them to Me.Instead State Guesthouse. Chairman Lu, General Manager Chin. The receptionist sitting in the passenger seat smiled and said, "The leaders will be meeting foreign guests here in the next few days. The schedule is very tight and busy, so you will be staying here nearby." "Thank you, comrade." Lu Qiming responded with a smile, opened the car door, and said to Chen Shen, "Let's go, settle in first." The three of them followed Lu Qiming, who seemed quite familiar with the place, even receiving greetings from people along the way. After entering the arranged room and putting down their things, Lu Qiming came over and said in a low voice, "Since I'm here, I need to report for work first. I have a few friends to meet in the afternoon, so I can't accompany you. I heard that many people from the Academy of Sciences are preparing to visit you. Treat them well, and I will come with the teacher in the evening. Prepare yourself in advance." "Understood." Visits? Just to verify the authenticity? Chen Shen knew it well and wasn't afraid. While he might not be able to explain to others, any technology he exchanged became knowledge in his mind. If he didn't speak professionally, then there would be no professionals. People from the Academy of Sciences? Alright, this time he would show these elders something. Let them see what Tianziding technology is all about. With a smirk, he saw Lu Qiming off downstairs, and Chen Shen, not one to stand on ceremony, took Xing Cheng and Wang Gang straight to the dining place. Having skipped breakfast, he wanted to taste the legendary state banquet dishes. "Comrade, what would you like to eat?" The internal cafeteria wasn't open to the public, not luxurious but well lit. Since it wasn't mealtime, there weren't many diners, and a few busy chefs were chatting on the side. Seeing Chen Shen, Zheng Chang, and Wang Gang, one of them greeted and inquired. Chen Shen looked at the menu, this, and this, all of them. "Comrade, don't waste food." Seeing Chen Shen's youth, the chef quickly advised in a low voice, "Isn't this a formal reception? Aren't you afraid of criticism? It's fine. If we can't finish it, I brought 2 pigs. Chen Shen looked at Zheng Chang and Wang Gang. The two had heard about the state banquet dishes and were eager. Most of the dishes were ordered by them on the way, and now they nodded eagerly. A middle-aged man in military uniform dining nearby immediately looked up at the mention of pigs and his expression changed upon seeing the 2 pigs. "Zheng Chang? Wang Gang? Weren't you 2 suspended and sent home? What are you doing here?" What a coincidence. Meeting acquaintances here too? Chen Shen looked at Wang Gang and Zhang Chang. The two turned around, energized, and Zhang Chang joyfully said, "Wow, Commander, what are you doing here? And you, how come you're here?" The middle-aged man in military uniform stood up in disbelief, looking at the two. Wang Gang introduced Chen Shen, "Boss, this is Commander Wang Jiqian from our Special Operations Brigade. Commander, this is our current boss, Chen Shen. We are here in Beijing on business with the boss. Nice to meet you, Chen. I've heard of your reputation. Thank you for taking care of these two. I was worried they wouldn't behave after being suspended, but with you around, it's great." Wang Jiqiang spoke boldly, then turned to the two, pretending, "Don't cause trouble. I, as the Deputy Minister of the Special Security Department under the Military Union Staff, am of the rank of Major General. I'm here to ensure the safety of foreign guests." "Why you?" Wang Gang was not pleased. "So we suffer hardships going abroad, and after the military exercise, you get promoted? What the heck?" Wang Jiqiang's face darkened. "If it weren't for your recklessness, would you have been suspended? It was a multinational joint military exercise. You went up and knocked down people with axes. Do you know the pressure we faced? If it weren't for the higher-ups handling the pressure, you would have faced a military court. This guy is so fierce?" Chen Shen looked at Wang Gang in surprise. Usually submissive in front of Zhang Chang and the others, appearing like a pushover, he didn't expect him to be so bold outside. "Here comes the food." At this moment, the service staff pushed the dining car over. Several master chefs were idle, each preparing a dish quickly. "General Wang, care to join us?" Chen Shen invited. Wang Jiqian's eyes widened at the sight of the table full of dishes and he exclaimed, "So much food? You guys really don't hold back." "Hold back for what?" Zhang Chang first pulled a chair for Chen Shen to sit down, then sat down himself, smiling, "We're just eating with the boss now, no need to be formal." Envious, Wang Jiqian didn't hold back either and sat down to eat together. Soon after, in about 20 minutes, a young man with glasses hurried over. "Mr. Chen, there are several academicians from the Academy of Sciences visiting. They have already arrived at the meeting room upstairs." "All right." Chen Shen got up at the news, wiped his mouth, and looked at Wang Jiqiang. "General Wang, take your time eating, let them catch up with you, I'll go over first. Then I won't be polite. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen." Wang Jiqiang smiled somewhat embarrassedly and got up to see Chen Shen off. Chen Shen quickly declined and then left with the young man. However, he thought to himself, "This old guy, why is he acting so awkward? What's he here for? Just to fish for information from Zhang Chang and Wang Gang? There's no such coincidence in the world, hearing his name and coincidentally showing up for dinner at this time. One could only say he's an honest person, even his acting is exaggerated." Following the young man into a meeting room, a group of elderly people with graying hair were discussing various research matters with some young or middle-aged individuals. Listening closely, it was all about research topics. Chen Shen didn't know much about it, so he remained silent and walked into the room. Unexpectedly, there was a familiar face. Professor Su Deyuan. Yes, this Professor Su was a researcher at the Institute of Biology and also an academician of the Academy of Sciences. "Mr. Chen, long time no see." Professor Su was delighted to see him, shook hands, and expressed both joy and a hint of guilt, saying, "I heard you came to Beijing. I feel both happy and ashamed in my heart. Last time when we signed the cooperation agreement officially, you weren't there. Many people wanted to meet you. I'd been looking forward to when you could come and give a lecture to the group of young researchers at the Institute of Biology. But since we got the authorization, it's been over a month, and we haven't researched anything. I feel really guilty about it, and I didn't dare to contact you." "It's nothing." Chen Chun chuckled at his words and reassured, "Research takes time. Actually, I personally suggest that you focus on medical research, collaborate with Professor Qin Jian from Yong University, and develop more pharmaceutical alternatives to benefit the people." This, Su Deyuan hesitated. If it were half a month ago, he would have definitely disagreed. After all, the special bacterial strain had just emerged and had great research value. But after over a month of research today, he was starting to feel that what Chen Shen said was right. And indeed it was. Initially, Chen Shen had only used the special bacterial strain as a mature product to secure a collaboration with a national-level laboratory, without mentioning that there was no point in continuing the research. Continuing the research would lead to genetic evolution liquid, which required a lot of complex genetic programming work that couldn't be achieved at the current stage. On the other hand, there was great potential in medical applications. Before the genetic evolution liquid appeared, biology could greatly assist in treating many diseases, pushing modern medicine forward significantly. "All right, I'll contact Professor Chen when I get back." Su Deyuan gritted his teeth, then looked at Chun Chen with great solemnity, saying, "Until we have results, our research institute will bear all the costs ourselves. Mr. Chen, rest assured, we are not the kind of institute that deceives or wastes your money. No need to be so serious." Chen Chen waved his hand repeatedly. "What's a few bucks to him? Hello, Mr. Chen." At this moment, others also stepped forward to shake hands. Chen Chen hurriedly approached. These were all top figures in the scientific community, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. The group chatted for a while and quickly became familiar with each other. Chen Chen's phone also gained several new contacts. Then, they began discussing topics such as biological energy injection and temperature-controlled batteries. Initially, they didn't feel much, but as the discussion delved deeper, they even ran out of words. Can it be done like this? Oh, getting old. Wow, this perspective. Don't say more, really don't say more. Genius. The younger generation surpasses the older generation. I'm not worthy. Chen, you are a true scientific genius, no, a prodigy, a genius. Your talent is wasted in business, you should join the Academy of Sciences. We really need a genius like you. Yes, if you are willing to come, my position is yours. Are you qualified to be the deputy? Chen, let's discuss this in detail. The meeting room was bustling. The security guards outside, responsible for the safety of the big shots, were dumbfounded as they looked into the meeting room. The students brought by those big shots inside the meeting room were even more amazed, as if they had seen immortals descend to earth. It can be said that for those who don't understand, they can only say that Chen is amazing, dealing with cutting-edge technology. But for those who understand, it's like a god descending to earth, beyond comprehension. If you don't engage in scientific research, you see him like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. But if you do engage in scientific research, you see him like a tiny ant seeing the vast sky. It's terrifying. Admiration from afar. Chen Chen just chuckled. When asked about other matters, he remained silent throughout, smiling without saying a word. But if you ask about these two technical aspects, then don't blame me for showing off. In a small meeting room, several dignified figures sat in silence, watching the surveillance footage and smoking. Speak up. The chief big shot broke the silence. What else is there to say? The facts have proven that this kid is indeed a genius, not a trap set by the West for us. The thin old man's voice was a bit hoarse. Unbelievable. Someone exclaimed, having the research ability to cross boundaries, making groundbreaking technological breakthroughs in different fields, and such a person is born in our East, and at such a young age. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the deep mountains, heroes born in troubled times. Someone laughed and said, just in time for a once-in-a-century major change, to have such a figure, it's a good thing. Indeed a good thing. Another person nodded, but then shook their head, smiling bitterly, but this kid is a bit slippery. The others fell silent at these words. Perhaps he has his own ideas? The thin old man said lightly, if lending is the end of capital, then borrowing is the end of hegemony. That's one way to put it, but our paths are different, someone retorted. So what? The thin old man smiled. Everyone, you've forgotten one thing, he only represents himself. The others fell into contemplation at his words. If he becomes too big to fail in the future, how do we deal with it? Someone raised a question, saying, this kid is not simple, he's very slippery. Holding 100% of the shares, all the money is borrowed. What does this mean? It means he has left himself enough room to maneuver. Once he decides to leave, there's no way to stop him. There are plenty of people in the West willing to help him repay the loans. Let's also consider the positive side. Someone proposed a different view, saying, debt gives others leverage. As long as he owes enough, and his industry is large enough, he won't be able to easily escape. In the end, he'll be stuck in a difficult situation. If he only takes away the core technology, it's already a disaster. The person countered. The others fell silent once again at these words. It's really. Every step has been carefully calculated. Play with others if you can, run if you can't. Perfectly balanced between playing and running. Is this kid really so cunning? Alright. The big shot sitting at the head opened his mouth to set the tone, saying, innocent until proven guilty for the criminals, we cannot doubt our own people, cannot engage in groundless conspiracy theories. Judging from the interest he offered, he is not interested in money, but he is persistent and unwavering in lending. Obviously, this young man has his own ideas, he probably wants to establish dominance, but his methods conflict with the West. It is almost impossible for him to have any connection with the West. The West cannot gain any benefits from him, only a pile of debts. After all, if he truly belongs to them, why would they use their technology on our side? And he has brought us new technology, so we must support him. What I mean is to let him develop and observe. Reasonable loans can be given to him, but unreasonable loans must not increase risks for the sake of interest. The crowd looked at each other and then nodded one after another. This is the best way to handle it. This slippery character, when pushed to the limit, there is no other way, and we can't just ignore it, so this is the only option. What about the technology? Someone hesitated, but actually, there was no need to hesitate if it were someone else, but Chen Chen's methods were too slippery. This is the reality. In any country, in any civilization, the nation is greater than the individual, and the priority is definitely the nation. It should be like this: if the technology is useful for the country, it should be used at the national level as a priority. This is to safeguard the interests and dignity of everyone. At this level, patents, trade secrets, personal interests, rules, all have to take a back seat. Unless it is similar to the West. But that's not good, that's a deeper level of bad. They say personal property is sacred and inviolable, but in reality, cattle and horses are one of the assets of the capitalist. Only the capitalist himself is sacred and inviolable. Even the country is subject to the dictates of capital, so who do you think the rules set by capital actually protect? I'll go talk to him. The thin old man spoke, and the meeting ended there. That night, after the people from the Academy of Sciences left with lingering thoughts, Lu Qiming returned, supporting a thin old man. Old Ning. Chen Chen stepped forward, welcoming the two into the room. Similar to a presidential suite, it had a living room where everyone sat down. He is indeed talented and promising. Old Ning coughed and sat down, looking at Chen Chen with some admiration. You are too kind, sir. Chen Chen was also quite excited. When has he ever experienced such a level of interaction in this life or the previous one? I heard that everyone who came in the afternoon was impressed by you? So, how about it? Do you have any thoughts about working at the Academy of Sciences? Old Ning inquired. No. Chen Chen didn't hesitate at all, bluntly refusing. Why would he go to such a place? Not to mention that the damn system would be completely useless there, and if he really went, he would eventually be exposed. You are someone with your own opinions and ideas. Old Ning nodded slightly, smiling. I heard from Xiaolu that you have more assets than debts. What are you thinking? I have a dream. Chen Chen immediately began to perform upon hearing this, saying deeply, I had a dream when I was studying. I wanted to change lives, change my country, change the world with technology, so I studied at a technical university, self-studied many disciplines, all to achieve my dream. So, what is your dream exactly? Old Ning and Lu Qiming exchanged a glance, both a bit puzzled. To change the world. Chen Chen continued deeply, what I mean is, to change the world I can change in my own way. I come from an orphan background, have experienced the hardships of life, and I firmly believe that technology is meant to serve humanity. Everything should be people-oriented. I do not want technology to take the wrong path. For example, with today's AI technology, if it were up to me, it wouldn't be so crude. AI can replace many things, but it shouldn't take away people's livelihoods. Although it's said that one should eat what's needed and learning to exploit others can lead to great wealth, I still hope for a better world. Well, Mr. Ning hesitated, then sighed, and said, I understand what you're trying to say. In fact, AI development wasn't initially at the forefront. We have always prioritized humans, but you must understand, the current situation is complex. If we lag behind, they will advance further. Not to mention, the development of AI is essential for breaking the dominance in the new energy industry. From the agricultural civilization to the present, every major change has brought pain that is unavoidable. At this point, Lu Qiming interjected, Chen Chen, AI represents the future, symbolizes more advanced productivity. This is a fact, an industrial revolution that we cannot stop. It's an inevitable part of historical and era development. The future outcome will surely be positive, but currently, every country is racing against time, feeling their way across the river. Therefore, temporary pain is unavoidable. We can only accept it, guide and regulate, but never stop. Chen Chen naturally understood their point. He also noticed that opinions on AI varied among the upper echelons, with Lu Qiming's faction having a different view from the top management. Lu Qiming's faction was radical, while the other sought stability. As for Chen Chen himself, he was neither radical nor conservative. He had a plan. Smiling at their words, Chen Chen said, I can solve this problem. What? Lu Qiming and Mr. Ning were puzzled. Tentatively, Chen Chen suggested, it's actually quite simple to solve. Let them lend me money, with compound interest. Then we won't lack funds, and I can lead them to rapid development, directly becoming an extraterrestrial civilization. We'll usher in the interstellar era, supporting all of humanity. In the grand scheme of the galaxy and even the Milky Way's resources, it's a trivial matter. Lu Qiming and Mr. Ning were speechless. Be serious. Lu Qiming said helplessly, although this is a private conversation, do you have to be like this? Are you going crazy trying to borrow money from us? Are you trying to deceive us? Chen Shen, feeling helpless, realized there was no possibility. He knew that such an absurd idea would not be believed by others. However, it was indeed a solution, a very good one. Not to mention globally, if the entire country lent him money, he could lead the nation to become an extraterrestrial civilization. Mr. Ning chuckled and said, "Your idea is interesting. Let's continue discussing it according to your plan. Even if your research and development capabilities are limitless, do you really think supporting all of humanity is a good thing?" Shen Shen fell silent. This was not something he could deeply contemplate. What is human nature? Human nature knows no bounds. Goodness, evil, extreme goodness, extreme evil, all are possible. Why should we follow limited freedom? Why should we adhere to benevolence, righteousness, and morality to restrain ourselves? It's because desires are limitless. Human desires will never be satisfied. Unlimited freedom and unlimited support will only destroy human civilization. People always tend to think positively. If machines and intelligence replace humans, if the government hands out money, if people don't have to work, if healthcare, education, and elderly care are all free, many believe that individuals can live the life they desire. But in reality, perhaps it starts off well, but after a while, those with ambition will strive relentlessly to climb to the top, asking themselves, why can't I be the one standing at the peak? Those without ambition will become beasts controlled by desires, chasing after the most primal thrills. As desires expand, the primitive thrills no longer suffice, leading them to commit any insane act. As technology continues to advance, humans may live longer, even achieve immortality, relieving the pressure of healthcare and elderly care. Eventually, they might feel they are just being sustained, questioning the meaning of education. Ultimately, they will sink into complete decadence and self-destruction. It's an inevitable outcome. It seems you are aware, sighed Ning Lao, saying, fundamentally, the emergence of AI is driven by market demand and is unstoppable. The challenge we face is both difficult and simple. The labor market is limited, and as AI replaces some jobs, a portion of the workforce will be displaced. They will become unemployed. Essentially, the world continues to progress, perhaps even faster, but the old workforce is being phased out, stagnating. This is why many resist AI. It's about core interests, livelihoods. If they could secure new jobs with equal or better conditions, they wouldn't oppose it. While the service industry is a good option, it doesn't require as many workers. If people are confined to the service industry, they might as well be living without dignity. Unless absolutely necessary, the service industry won't be the primary choice. What we urgently need now is an outlet, a way for the displaced workforce to transition into irreplaceable new roles. And it's not just us, countries worldwide are in the same boat, seeking this outlet, this new source of abundant and irreplaceable employment. A virtual world. Chen Shen's eyes lit up, blurting out, Ning Lao was slightly taken aback, pondered for a moment, and said, that's indeed a path, but currently, humans cannot break through this technology. Brain-computer interface technology is actually one of the precursors to the virtual world, yet we haven't fully mastered it. If we could truly create a virtual world. Lu Qining's eyes sparkled. If it were possible, it would solve many issues. AI technology has made significant progress, but its widespread adoption is hindered by the inability to resettle the existing workforce. However, once a virtual world is born, AI technology will experience explosive growth, and many menial jobs can be automated. Most importantly, we could redistribute wealth through the virtual world, providing substantial income to the impoverished through virtual labor, utilizing a cycle of reshuffling in the virtual world. Oh, they call it seasons in games, right? We could continuously find ways to offer emotional value to the affluent, harvesting their wealth for the less fortunate. But as Lu Qining spoke, his eyes dimmed. If successful, we could even easily harvest wealth from other countries, but alas, this technology is too distant. Too distant? Chen Shen glanced at the system store. The technology required for a virtual world is not just one thing, it involves so many. First, we need chip lithography technology to manufacture biochips. Then, human brain modeling technology to program biochips, enabling the absorption of biochips by the human body to activate a second consciousness, awakening the subconscious and becoming a biological brain. Next, the biological brain converts human consciousness into data, which is transmitted using brain-computer data transfer technology, uploading vast amounts of data through the Internet of Everything to a light brain-level server hosting the virtual world, where it converges and is fed back. After feedback, it goes through the Internet of Everything, brain-computer data transfer, biological brain, and finally transforms back into human consciousness. Wow! Light brain level computer server technology, virtual world construction technology, Internet of Everything technology, brain computer data transfer technology, human brain modeling technology, biochip lithography technology. Not to mention the 6 basic material technologies. It's still not cheap. To truly create a virtual world, you need at least a few billion points, which means owing trillions. Hiss. Chen Shen said, it does seem quite distant. Let me borrow a few trillion and try to create one later. That would be a second world, and you think you can create it with just a few trillion? Lu Qiming rolled his eyes and said, kid, be serious. Today the teacher wants to talk to you about something important. Please go ahead. Chen Shen looked at Ning Lao. Ning Lao chuckled and said, Qiming, don't be so serious. It's not a formal occasion. Why make chatting privately so tense? With that, Ning Lao looked at Chen Shen and asked, are you interested in developing abroad? No. Chen Shen didn't hesitate. This simple conversation would impact the future of the Starsea Group, and he indeed had no intention of developing abroad. He straightforwardly said, I have a flaw. Although I don't discriminate based on race, I don't like anyone speaking a foreign language. Alright. That reason is quite domineering. You're even harsher than racial discrimination, quite extreme patriotism. Ning Lao and Lu Qiming exchanged a glance, both feeling relieved. What I mean is, you will still control Starsea. You can develop it as you wish, but in terms of technology, we hope you can open up special patents. The country will pay a special patent fee to use the technology in specific fields. Ning Lao pondered before speaking, explaining, but you can rest assured, we understand your general idea. The technology won't be used for civilian or commercial purposes, only for military and special fields. That's completely fine. Chen Shen nodded in agreement. This outcome was much better than he had expected. Although patents wouldn't earn much money, technology sharing was inevitable. He needed to exchange debts for cutting-edge technology. If he ran out of money, what would he do? He could only increase productivity, develop more areas, make the whole country, even humanity, prosperous to borrow more. Some technologies in his hands would eventually become obsolete, even needing to be actively thrown out to increase market size and global wealth. He needed to create a positive cycle, which required foresight. With the support of the country, he could indirectly strengthen its power and foundation, allowing for smoother development, a desirable outcome. Deep cooperation could be established, building mutual trust. At least the loan limit would increase in the future. To put it bluntly, even if he sat in that position, he wouldn't feel at ease with the company below him borrowing money everywhere and being laden with debt. There were precedents for this, especially when this company held core technology. What was most terrifying was that this company wasn't forced, it willingly sought loans, and the snowball was getting bigger. If it really collapsed in the future, it wouldn't be an avalanche but a complete collapse. Too frightening. Opening up special patents was different. As long as the value of the technology was recognized from above and verified as genuine, they wouldn't deliberately hinder his borrowing because cutting-edge technology represented wealth. Ahem. Suddenly, Ning Lao, about to speak with a smile, started coughing violently. Teacher! Doctor, come quickly, doctor! Lu Qiming was very nervous, and the doctor outside heard the sound and rushed in quickly. What's going on? Chen Shen looked bewildered as Ning Lao was taken away by the medical team, and his heart sank halfway. Don't be afraid, it's an old ailment. Lu Qiming sighed with a furrowed brow, comforting Chen Shen with a sentence before sitting down. He wasn't a doctor, so he couldn't help with what followed. The situation wasn't severe, it just required the medical team to help alleviate it. What on earth is going on? Chen Shen asked quietly. Lu Qiming hesitated for a moment, sighed and said, last year, when the teacher went to Africa for a visit, he suddenly caught a cold and fever, coughing incessantly. Although he was eventually cured after returning to the country, not long after, lung cancer was detected. How is that possible? Chen Shen couldn't believe it and said, people like you should have regular checkups, right? So, Lu Qiming's eyes became serious, and he said angrily, after consultations with experts, it was basically confirmed that it was the influence of some external factor, causing sudden cell gene mutation leading to cancer. The think tank believes there is a high probability that the West has already developed biological gene weapons. Shocking news. Chen Shen was at a loss for words for a moment. Biological gene weapons? They dare to develop that deeply? Are they planning to take the whole of humanity down with them? There was a sense of urgency that surged inexplicably within him. If the other party really has such a weapon, there is a high probability that it will be used on him after he rises to power. Chen Shen couldn't remain calm. I can treat cancer. What? Lu Qiming didn't react at first. I said, I can treat cancer. Chen Shen said solemnly. The Biological Medical Research Institute had been in a closed state, and he had already used the exchanged cancer cell suppression liquid technology to produce a batch of cancer cell suppression liquid. He just hadn't told anyone. The impact of this was too significant. Once it was made public, it would affect the trillion-dollar global tumor market, impacting the global medical industry, with potentially hundreds of people losing their jobs in every hospital, not to mention related anti-cancer drug and equipment companies. The appearance of this thing needed a very good timing. It needed a counterattack that could stabilize the market, allowing industry workers to transition smoothly or find new opportunities. Otherwise, not to mention shaping a golden body, it was likely that the people in the related industries would collectively demonize and vilify him in the public opinion arena. Are you kidding? Lu Qiming looked at Chun Chen in disbelief. First, it was the biological energy bacterial group, then the constant temperature battery technology, and now there's suddenly a cancer treatment? Are you joking? The span is too wide, right? One beverage, one battery, one medical treatment, 3 different industries. But then, Lu Qiming thought of the biological energy injection liquid. He suddenly stood up and said urgently, "Is it related to the biological energy bacterial group?" "It is." Chen Chen nodded. In fact, he had seen many biological gene-related technologies in the exchange mall, many of which were based on the foundation of the biological energy special bacterial group, meaning that the biological energy bacterial group was actually the basis for many biological gene technologies. If various technologies were likened to tall buildings, then the biological energy bacterial group was like the steel and concrete, one of the basic structural foundations for building skyscrapers. I have conducted in-depth research on the biological energy bacterial group and believe that this biological energy is definitely a new foundation for biological genetics. I intend to uncover the secrets of human evolution and have even conducted genetic research privately, but instead of researching other technologies, I accidentally developed the cancer cell suppression liquid. Chen Chen explained, the principle of this thing relies on stimulating one's own genes to inhibit abnormal cells, causing the abnormal cells to naturally die off. In this process, it requires stimulating one's own genes, which also requires a far greater supply of biological energy than usual. Therefore, when using this thing, one needs to use the biological energy injection liquid around the clock, continuously replenishing one's own biological energy, which will probably need to be sustained for about a week. Is this reliable? Lu Qiming was both surprised and worried. If it were an ordinary person, there would definitely be a chance to try it, but for Ning Lao, he was too busy now, unable to take any risks. He had too many things to do, and if there were any accidents, many plans and layouts would have to be revised. It's reliable. Chen Chen nodded and said, just like the human immune system kills viral infections in the body by causing a fever, the significance of this is to trigger the overall gene activity, keeping the body in a peak state, enabling the normal recognition of normal cells and mutated cancer cells by the genetic data, prioritizing normal cells over cancer cells, thereby stimulating the body's self-circulation and self-repair function, causing cancer cells to be unable to obtain biological energy, slowly wither and die into cell fragments, eventually being expelled from the body through the action of metabolic enzymes, achieving the cure of cancer without the need for surgery. Lu Qiming completely believed it. For such a significant matter, he believed Chen Chen would not lie. Wait for me, I'll go tell the teacher. That night, a special plane arrived in Yang City. Zhang Lihai, under Chen Chen's instructions, took a thermostat box from the core laboratory's temperature-controlled safe at the Institute of Biomedicine and handed it to the Special Forces team. The team boarded the plane and departed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Yuyuantan State Guesthouse in Beijing. The experts took out a vial of cancer cell inhibitor for analysis but found nothing. The new technology could not be verified at all. Eventually, with Ning Lao's instructions and the approval of the State Council, the drug was directly injected and a biological energy injection was administered intravenously. Ning Lao's mental state visibly improved. Everyone was excited. However, Chen Chen shook his head and said, "This is the effect of the biological energy injection. The effect of the cancer cell inhibitor starts slowly, so it won't be noticeable in the short term. We might see some changes tomorrow. All good things." Ning Lao lay on the hospital bed, smiling kindly, and said, leaving aside everything else, "The biological energy injection you've created is truly good. The reason I've been able to work recently is because I drink a few vials every day." With these words, the people around fell silent. Despite their physical condition, they endured the pain to stay alert and work. Without the cancer cell inhibitor, using the biological energy injection would keep them clear-headed but also energize the cancer cells, leading to faster growth and becoming uncontrollable in the end. They were trading their limited life for work time. "Don't worry, this time, It's a guaranteed cure. Chen Shen spoke confidently, and his confidence influenced those around him, easing their minds. I believe in you. Ning Lao waved his hand with a smile and said, but you've all been delayed for so long. Go rest, I'll be lying here this week. Come visit when you have time. The crowd dispersed at his words. Back in the suite, Lu Qiming was excited. How did your brain grow, kid? And you're so lucky, accidentally discovering something that can change the entire medical industry. Lu Qiming held the empty vial of the inhibitor, feeling the urge to taste it. Genius. Chen Shen lay on the sofa, pointing at himself for evaluation, not holding back at all. This time, Lu Qiming didn't argue, just nodded and said, you truly are a genius. If the West really develops biological gene weapons, the appearance of this thing will directly destroy years of their research. I look forward to their expressions when this thing hits the market. Can it be sold on the market? Chen Chen asked. It must be sold. Lu Qiming sat down, his resolute expression leaving no room for doubt. He said, we are different from the West. No matter how much market this thing destroys, it must be launched. Speaking of this, Lu Qiming turned his head and said with great emphasis, your level is different now. Don't think about things with an ordinary person's mindset anymore. You need to stand at a higher level. No matter how chaotic public opinion is, stay firm in yourself. There may be opportunists within, but that's human nature, unavoidable in any era. Our original intention has never changed, and those who change their hearts cannot rise. We are rooted in the people and will inevitably stand at the peak again. The ideal of a harmonious world is an unattainable dream, but we are dream chasers. There is no perfection in the world, but we will pursue perfection. Utopia does not exist, but we will continuously strive to build our own utopia. The predecessors set an unattainable goal for future generations. Should we give up? No, this is the essence of our progress. The fact that it can never be achieved means we can never stop. Even if the world is left with only us, we will not lie down and enjoy. Endless internal reforms and unattainable goals will keep us growing. We are the true civilization. The next day, Xin Shen went to visit Ning Lao with Lu Qiming. Everyone at the Me.Instead Guesthouse Medical Center was excited because the test results showed that the cancer cells were indeed weakening, showing signs of withering. This news relieved everyone a lot, and it caused a stir among the higher-ups. Lu Qiming was in a great mood and took Xin Shen to climb the Great Wall. Then he took a high-speed train back to Dongjiang the same day. In his words, being able to spare 2 days amidst busy affairs was already a long time. Chen Chen was speechless. However, Zhang Chang and Wang Gang did come back. With these two around, there was no worry about having nowhere to have fun. Chen Chen spent 5 days exploring Beijing, and on the 7th day at noon, he met Ning Lao. Ning Lao's spirit had fully recovered, although it would take some time to slowly replenish the vitality consumed during cancer treatment. With the bioenergy injection, this time would be greatly shortened. In the morning, Ning Lao had just signed some international cooperation agreements. In high spirits, he specially invited Chen Chen to have a drink together. We thought we valued you enough, but we didn't expect that you also have the technology to treat cancer. Now it's all in a mess up there, just to figure out how to smoothly launch the product while minimizing the impact. Ning Lao said with a smile. Chen Chen and the old man really couldn't eat together. Looking at the few vegetarian dishes on the table, they really had no appetite. Drinking like this was hard to bear. Just as he was thinking, a small food cart was pushed over, with 3 meat dishes on it. Instantly delighted, Shin Shin said, actually, this has been around for a while, and I've been thinking about how to do it better. Do you have any ideas? Ning Lao asked. I have some. Shen Shen pondered and said, personally, I think that for relevant companies and the medical industry, relevant departments should step in to regulate, invest a certain amount of funds to establish a special fund for subsidies for those who are unemployed due to high-tech advancements. This fund will provide long-term subsidies to all those whose lives have been affected by unemployment due to high technology until they are re-employed after regulation. Of course, it cannot be open to all industries at the current stage. My suggestion is to temporarily open it only to the medical industry. Where will the money come from? Ning Lao asked. Every penny has its purpose, and even before it is collected, it has been planned out. Suddenly cutting off a portion of the funds, although feasible, is not a long-term solution. Part from medical insurance, part from tax-related sources, Shen Shen thought and said. This method is feasible. Ning Lao nodded, saying, if cancer can be solved, medical insurance funds can save a lot of money, so it's only natural for it to contribute. But why should the tax side contribute? Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Mr. Ning curiously looked at Chen Shen, with some speculation in his mind. At the dining table, after taking a sip of wine, he ate a piece of authentic 4 happiness meatballs. Chen Shen smiled and said, I not only sell this domestically but also plan to authorize the Hu family to sell it abroad. The pricing will be high for sure, but I can't make it expensive abroad and cheap domestically to avoid negative public opinion and backlash. My idea is to set the price at 1.4 million per dose, with 98% covered by medical insurance. I won't take advantage of the country. We can privately introduce a special tax for cancer cell inhibiting drugs, or I will pay 95% of my turnover as tax, keeping only 5%, with 3% for medical insurance and 2% for patients. What do you think, Mr. Ning gasped in surprise, looking at Chen Shen. How much does this thing cost? It seems like this guy is making a killing even with just 5%. Obviously, the cost is not high. This guy is quite cunning. 1.4 million is $200,000. He's planning to make a fortune in the States. But this is a good thing. Mr. Ning smiled. With a price of 1.4 million, patients only need to pay $28,000, with the rest covered by medical insurance. Then Chen Shen pays 95% in taxes, and the money comes back, effectively only costing $42,000. The introduction of this drug will greatly stimulate people to purchase medical insurance. After all, who can afford not to buy insurance with a price tag of 1.4 million? Cancer can be cured, but at a high price, yet medical insurance covers it. Who wouldn't buy it? Great! Mr. Ning smiled happily, saying, this way, the medical industry issues are resolved, special funds are available, the product can be launched, it stimulates medical insurance, enhances people's identification with the country, and you can sell at a high price abroad, a win-win situation. Mr. Ning shook his head and said, old man who is really lucky. If he had known about this business earlier, he would have asked me to join. You? Better not. Old man whose self-explosion has left the chief in a daze. If you go, he might just faint on the spot. Our company can sign a permanent priority purchase agreement with the medical department. Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, of course, I think for special drug exports, you can make some extra profit on tariffs, and there should be no objections from abroad. That makes sense. Mr. Ning nodded, saying, currently, the comprehensive tax rate for pharmaceuticals is around 17%, but for your drug, let's set it at 30%. I have another suggestion. Chen Shen suddenly became serious. Mr. Ning thought Chen Shen's mind was sharp and asked, what suggestion? High technology has led to the unemployment subsidy special fund being paid out once a month. How about lending it to me? I'll give you a 24% annual interest rate. Maybe just relying on the interest will be enough to pay out the subsidy, Chen Shen said seriously. Mr. Ning was speechless. This guy really doesn't miss a chance to ask for money. But thinking about it carefully, it seems like it could work. The medical pension fund is untouchable, it can't bear any risks, and it's impossible to lend it out. Even investments are handled by many professionals for the most stable returns. But this special fund, you might just consider it. It seems like it could work. Firstly, the amount is not large, and secondly, it was Chen Shen who came up with it, so it's reasonable and justifiable. Most importantly, the interest Chen Shen offers is indeed high. Lending money to this guy is like lending at a high interest rate. After discussing business matters, they started to eat and drink. Since Mr. Ning was in a good mood, he drank a few more glasses. As he drank more, he felt a sense of fondness towards Chen Shen. He thought Chen Shen was brought by Lu Qiming and would likely be Lu Qiming's son-in-law in the future, his grandson, who also saved his life. They got along well. He couldn't help but remind him, although you are now the little overlord of Dongjiang, don't be arrogant. The road ahead will only get harder, climbing mountains will only get more tiring. Remember to be cautious and careful. Your current way of playing can continue recklessly because of the technical support. But if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to turn things around. I understand. Chen Shen responded with a smile, but my way of playing is not so easy to collapse. Just like the way the United States plays, how many people in the world wish for its demise, but those countries that depend on it, who wants it to die? Aren't they willing to sacrifice their own interests to maintain it? The interest community formed by hegemony and borrowing indeed has a solid foundation. Mr. Ning nodded slightly, but then continued, but have you ever thought, what if your research hits a bottleneck? Just like the stagnation of the U.S. economy, it will expose too many flaws, turning former advantages into disadvantages, causing a sudden collapse. Chen Shen nodded. Mr. Ning's words were like Lu Qiming advising him. Many people also didn't understand his point. After all, this model seems flawless, but the core is the most difficult part, which is that the speed of making money must be faster than the growth of interest. Once it can't be sustained, it will collapse. There may be black technology now, But what about in the future? Shen Shen couldn't claim to have a system and be fearless of these challenges, with a constant stream of black technology. He could only ponder and say, I understand. For ordinary people, money is life, it is about sustaining themselves and their families. For someone like me, money represents power and status. On a national level, money is a tool, energy, the embodiment of consensus, reputation, and economy. But as you said, this is an unprecedented major change, and to participate, one must have sufficient strength. My dream of changing the world requires my involvement, and at my age, I cannot gain the power to participate. So, this way of playing is actually very important to me. In this way of playing, money is not just money, it is the manifestation of my will. Using wealth and debt to influence all aspects of humanity, using my will to collide with Western capital from the capital side, rapidly accumulating unconscious capital through borrowing, endowing capital with my will, this is what I am doing. This cannot stop, and will not stop. Mr. Ning fell silent, speechless for a long time. He was deeply moved, even shocked. What a great ambition this was. Perhaps his research ability was very strong, even surpassing many famous scientists, but his ambition and thinking were truly rare. Did he not know the consequences of doing such things? He must know. When research fails to produce new things, his best outcome would be to settle all debts and end everything with nothing left. If he stubbornly persists, the result would be even worse, with no place to bury his dead. This would mean that all his research would turn into nothing. Was it worth it? He could have enjoyed endless wealth with the technologies he developed, becoming a world-renowned scientist and billionaire. Yet, he chose this path. Taking risks, gambling everything, all for the sake of his dream. Changing the world? What a grand ambition and courage this was. In my ancient country, in the vast land of China, could another miracle be on the horizon? The next morning, at Yongqing International Airport, Chen Shen and Wang Gang walked off the plane. This time, they brought back many specialties, with Wang Gang and Zhang Chang carrying them in bundles. Chen Shen led the way wearing sunglasses, with the two following closely behind. This trip to the capital was considered a complete success. Beneath the surface calmness lay unimaginable collisions and struggles, and whether the survival of the Star Sea was secured was uncertain until Chen Shen boarded the plane. From beginning to end, Chen Shen only saw Ning Lao. Both were clever individuals, and the competition began. If the academy was a way to prove oneself, then Chen Shen did it excellently, showing his irreplaceability. Before leaving, Ning Lao said 2 words to him, slick head. Obviously, his way of playing, being able to advance or retreat, left people feeling helpless. The introduction of the virtual world was a move up, the assertion of debt hegemony was a statement of attitude, and the cancer suppression liquid was a heavy blow. The special patent was a compromise, and the 95% tax was a win-win cooperation. In the end, he achieved self-sufficiency and preserved the Star Sea. The final outcome was good. Chen Shen got what he wanted, including equipping various firearms and ammunition for the group's subsidiary, Star Sea Security Company. This kind of situation couldn't be labeled as winning or losing. Each side made compromises for a common goal, taking different paths while keeping everything within a controllable range, converging at the finish line without interference. Neither side wanted things to take a turn for the worse, both maintaining the delicate balance. They entered the underground parking lot to get the car. Wang Gang went to drive, while Chen Shen and Zhang Chang waited. However, 2 unexpected individuals appeared before Chen Shen. Bastard, let go of me. Why? Why? For no reason. Why are you going abroad? Why the hell are you asking me? Watch me not beat you. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a woman's screams, roars, and struggles. Qi Yuming, Jin Yalan. What's going on? Chen Shen was stunned, and even Zhang Chang, with a lollipop in his mouth, dropped it. It was too exciting. Qi Yuming's face darkened, throwing bags aside, reaching out to slap and grab Jin Yalan's arm. Jin Yalan's pale face turned red from the hits, screaming but unwilling to let go. Take me with you. Get the hell out. Qi Yuming kicked her away. You're just a bastard. I did it all for you, it's you, all you, you're the one who undermined me. Otherwise, why would I leave him? Now you're afraid, so you want to leave me? Then what about all I've sacrificed? Jin Yalan roared emotionally. Qi Yuming was almost suffocated by her words. He was truly convinced. Flirting around wasn't a big deal, right? How could someone like him, a playboy, marry Jin Yalan? Just flirting with her because she was pretty. But who would have thought he'd run into a tough nut to crack? First, Chen Shen rose up, slapping his face, although the other party didn't react, blatantly ignoring him, but everyone around was looking at him strangely, mocking him in secret. Qi Dashao now had no friends left, everyone around him had disappeared. He couldn't stay at home for even a day, enduring beatings every day, and if he didn't leave, he'd be dead at home. But what he never expected was that this damn woman was aiming to marry into a wealthy family, even more so than a tough nut to crack, couldn't shake her off. She quietly ran away today and he found out. Despair. Why didn't he get into a car accident on the way? Clean death. Let's die together, you bastard. Shi Yuming was furious to the extreme, eyes wide, taking a deep breath, about to roar. Then he saw Chen Shen standing nearby watching the commotion. You. Chen Ji, what are you doing here? His voice suddenly softened, so tender, his facial expressions changing so quickly it was almost cramping. He awkwardly pushed Jin Yalan away, quickly approached, bowed, and with a smile, took out a cigarette, offering it to Chen Shen, saying, Bro, heard you're going to the capital? Having fun? Are we close? Chen Shen replied indifferently. At that moment, Wang Gang also drove over. Zheng Chang opened the car door, Chen Shen got in, never looking at the two of them directly from start to finish. The car left, leaving behind a silent Shi Yuming and Jin Yalan. Don't follow me. Shi Yuming, furious to the extreme, calmed down and said in a deep voice, if you insist on following me, fine, buy a ticket. When we get there, I'll kill you. I'll stab you to death, one stab at a time. Jin Yalan was terrified and quickly shook her head. I won't go, but you have to give me money. How much? Shi Yuming breathed a sigh of relief. 10 million. What? Shi Yuming jumped up, shocked and exclaimed, 10 million? Why don't you just rob someone? 10 million is enough to buy your whole family's lives. I recorded it. Jin Yalan raised her phone, coldly snorted, I don't care, give me the money, or you go buy my life. Shi Yuming fiercely smashed his fist against the nearby pillar, hitting it 3 times until his hand started bleeding. Damn it, I must be blind. 10 million is impossible. I sneaked out, my bank account is here on my phone, look, I only have 2 million, I can give you a maximum of 1 million. You're that poor? Jin Yalan frowned, ultimately accepting the reality, letting Shi Yuming transfer the money. After seeing the transfer confirmation, she shook her head. You're really hopeless, the young master of the Chi family, embarrassing yourself. I thought you were going to enjoy life, but with just this little money, you dare to go abroad? Aren't you afraid of getting screwed by the black guys over there? You damn! Shi Yuming was furious. You took my money and still talk to me like this? Is there anyone like you? You despicable person. What's wrong with me? Jin Yalan disdainfully and scornfully turned around, carrying her bag, and walked away, saying angrily, if I knew you were this poor, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Damn, I got slapped a few times for nothing. Shi Yuming was driven mad, wishing he could stab her to death. You despicable wretch. I really want to curse you as a despicable coin, but you lack that depth and warmth, you're just a despicable wretch. You're not even human. Lu family. The car stopped, Chen Shen got out, letting Zheng Chang and Wang Gang find a place to eat on their own. He went straight in, and Lu Qiming was already waiting. Back? Lu Qiming smiled and then somewhat helplessly said, don't blame me for leaving early, it's what the teacher ordered. I know. Chen Shen sat down, smiling, where's your good wine? Bring it out. Lu Qiming shook his head speechlessly, got up to have the food prepared, then retrieved a bottle of Mao Tai from under the bed. This is the last bottle, I hid it when I moved the liquor, you brat, you're really not polite. You're out? Looks like I'm in luck then. Chen Shen laughed even more happily, opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses. Drinking straight? Lu Qiming was surprised. Looks like you had a good harvest this time. Not bad, the results are satisfactory. Chen Shen told Lu Qiming everything that had happened and the conversations. Lu Qiming pondered, feeling emotional, demonstrate value, use strength to counter strength, retreat to advance, hold the bottom line, seek common ground while reserving differences, make promises, give up power for profit. I was thinking of teaching you last time, but I didn't expect you to become more skillful. With this set of moves, even I might be knocked dizzy by you. At this point, Lu Qiming suddenly smiled bitterly, my teacher is endorsing you, if you cause any big trouble in the future, he'll have to share half the blame. A favor for saving my life. Chen Shen didn't care, besides, what kind of big trouble can I cause? You have to trust me, different paths lead to the same destination. We all strive for a harmonious world. Harmonious my foot. Lu Qiming looked at Chen Shen strangely. The whole world owes you, everyone is getting rich, but who isn't supporting you? You call this harmony? What are your plans next? Lu Qiming asked again. Nothing. Chen Shen shook his head, from now on, Star Sea is the real Star Sea. I probably won't go to the capital again. I'll focus on borrowing money to develop technology. Lu Qiming's eyes looked even more peculiar. Should he quickly expand himself while things are stable now? If you don't go, does that mean they'll come to you next time? Good kid. Are you playing offense and defense easily? Don't be too outrageous. After drinking, Chen Chen left. Lu Qiming deliberately went home to gather information, and after feeling relieved, he busied himself with his own affairs. Thanks to the biological energy injection, he can now drink alcohol anytime without affecting work, but unfortunately, his daughter has been adamant about not letting him drink for several days since he returned. Chen Chen arrived at the headquarters of Starcy Group by car. Looking at the increasingly prosperous commercial center and the bustling headquarters, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel proud. A towering building rises from flat ground, and Starcy finally has a solid foundation. Mr. Chen, hello. Chairman, hello. Greetings came towards him, and Chen Chen nodded slightly. This was the executive elevator, and the people inside were either executives or secretaries, all of whom knew him. Boss, you're back? Lu Yun, who was reading documents in the elevator, looked up at the sound and quickly greeted him. Chen Chen nodded again and smiled. Are President Gu and President Jiang in the headquarters? Yes. Lu Yun nodded and said, the biggest things happening in the company recently are the acquisition of Hanhai Group and internal competition. Other matters need to be taken step by step. President Gu and President Jiang are in the conference room upstairs. It's the final round now. Oh, Chen Chen became interested at once and said, let's go and have a look. Okay, boss. Lu Yun pressed the floor where the conference room was located and said, boss, the acquisition of Hanhai Group has been basically completed. We have coordinated with the government, and the final price is now available. Do you want to take a look? Chen Chen took the documents from Lu Yun. According to the information, the acquisition of Hanhai would be carried out in 3 steps. The first step was to acquire Hanhai's main mineral resources, which amounted to 112 billion. The second part was Hanhai's oil and gas resources, totaling 89 billion, and the third part was various chemical enterprises, totaling 79 billion. The total was 280 billion. This price isn't high. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought acquiring Hanhai Group would cost at least 3 to 4 trillion. After all, it was an enterprise with total assets of 7 to 8 trillion, which could be boasted to over 10 trillion if managed well. He didn't expect the main assets to be only 280 billion. Most of the assets are of no use to us. Lu Yun explained, according to your requirements, we have sorted out these parts of the assets multiple times, excluding many industries that are of no use to us. Although Hanhai Group is huge, the vast majority are investments in various companies and monopolies on some industries in various cities in Dongjiang. Chen Chen suddenly realized, understanding why old who said Dongjiang didn't need Hanhai. The greatest value of Hanhai to Dongjiang lay in various energy assets, but this part only accounted for a third of Hanhai, indicating how much effort it took for Hanhai to accumulate so many assets after reaching its peak. Hanhai's later stage had become a capital monster, wanting a piece of everything, growing bigger and bigger, and eventually ending up like this. Shaking his head, Chen Chen said, the money is in the account. Let them come to sign in the afternoon. Also, inform Zhao Chunlei that we need to mortgage loans, swift and decisive, and we'll take down Hanhai today. Yes, boss. Hearing Chen Chen mention Zhao Chunlei, Lu Yun involuntarily looked at Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang, however, showed no interest in this young lady and was staring intently at the secretaries around him. Lu Yun coldly snorted in her heart and turned away disdainfully. A silly man without substance. Boss? As soon as they arrived at the conference room, Gu Xinhong spotted Chen Chen with a friendly look in his eyes and quickly stood up. Chairman, hello. Boss, hello. Everyone around stood up together. Chen Chen gestured for everyone to sit down, taking a seat in the front row himself. Gu Xinhong, one of the judges, sat next to Chen Chen and asked, Boss, did everything go smoothly this time? Very successful. Chen Chen nodded with a smile, putting the executives around at ease. At this moment, Gu Xinhong began to introduce. After several days of internal competition, 10 slots were selected from applications within the major subsidiaries, followed by a unified gathering at the headquarters for a best-of-3 competition. All events have now concluded. Those of us who were short of staff have also made our selections. Now, we are on to the final and most crucial item, the new product spokesperson arranged by you, boss. This position only has 1 slot, and the competition is fierce. Would you like to make the decision, boss? Let's see first. Chen Chen nodded slightly, as the intense competition was ongoing on the stage. For a product spokesperson, the key qualities required are eloquence, emotional intelligence, quick wit to handle media and client inquiries, a calm speaking pace, and the ability to clearly articulate the various advantages of the product. Individuals with such abilities may not be encountered often in daily life, but for a large corporation, they are essential. What they lack is just an opportunity to shine. Standing on the stage were a group of people taking turns to give speeches, introducing 2 new products, biological energy injection and constant temperature batteries. Each person had a 10-minute speaking slot. The competition continued until dusk. Everyone on stage performed well. Gu Xinhong and others in the audience couldn't help but feel troubled because it was truly difficult to choose, as everyone was almost equally good. However, one person stood out. Throughout his presentation, he didn't focus much on the products but spoke about dreams and aspirations. He mentioned Star C Black technology the most, often punctuating his speech with really awesome. If it weren't for being a bit vulgar, he might have already won. Chen Shen looked at the chubby figure under the lights, wondering how this guy ended up at Star C. Boss, what do you think? Gu Xinhong looked troubled. Chen Shen pointed at the chubby guy, saying, I'll leave early. You announce the result, then take him to my office. I have something to arrange. Alright, boss. Everyone nodded. Following Chen Shen's decision was the best option, as they were truly unsure whom to choose. Half an hour later, the competition ended, and everyone dispersed. Gu Xinhong quickly led the group to Chen Shen's office. At this moment, Lu Wangshu was making tea, finally having some free time now that Chen Shen had returned. Chen Shen sat in his office chair, looking at the work log Lu Wangshu had organized, detailing recent company events. Boss, the person is here. Gu Xinhong brought the person into the office. Chen Shen looked at the chubby guy, who grinned and said, Boss, I want to be your errand boy. Errand boy my foot. Chen Shen knew this guy was reminding him of their time in jail together. Yes, this guy was the one who sold rock sugar and ended up in jail. Unexpectedly, he had joined Star C and even made a name for himself in the speech contest. No wonder he was good at that kind of business. He was indeed a talented and unconventional individual. Introduce yourself and showcase your abilities, Chen Shen said. Boss, how about I perform a bit? The chubby guy quickly became serious, as he couldn't afford to mess up at this crucial moment. It was time to bring out the big guns. Perform? Perform what? Chen Shen was momentarily puzzled by the request. Gu Xinhong and Lu Wangshu, who were watching, were also taken aback. However, the chubby guy was well prepared. He took a deep breath, started bouncing in place, and clapped to a beat. Boss, my name is LV Shengdong, graduated from Yangda, native of Hanzhong. 3 years of running errands have trained me to speak up, 5 years of sales have thickened my skin. This year, at 35, it's been truly tough. Dreaming of doing rap, but always losing in competitions. The harsh reality I have to accept, selling rock sugar was also to honor my ancestors, who knew. After being caught, I was at a loss, crying. Crying and suffering. In moments of torment, it's the boss's help I need. It's truly uncomfortable not to repay kindness. Joining Shanghai, doing sales, good atmosphere, decent pay. No longer living like a dog, no longer a clown, that's already enough. Who knew the boss was so good, even organizing events? Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Chen Shen was shocked. Lu Wangshu spilled water all over, and Gu Xinhong was dumbfounded. The three of them just stared foolishly at LV Shengdong, the chubby guy. Is this still not good? LV Shengdong lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, muttering, I knew it, rap has ruined my life. You. Chen Shen's expression changed, hesitating, you go out first, I'll talk to manager Gu. Okay, boss. LV Shengdong got up and left. Chen Shen looked strangely at Gu Xinhong, as if saying, is this the champion you picked from the competition? Gu Xinhong also looked at Chen Shen strangely, as if saying, boss, isn't this your chosen champion? Just this? Ahem. Chen Shen cleared his throat and asked, what do you think of him? Lu Wangshu hesitated for a while and said, his face is indeed thick-skinned. God knows how awkward it was just now. Even as a bystander, she almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Gu Xinhong hesitated for a long time, finally organized his thoughts in his mind, and reluctantly said, boss has a keen eye, this person is eloquent, thick-skinned, can say anything, doesn't get stage fright, most importantly, seems to know and be grateful to the boss, so that's enough, at least loyalty is guaranteed. Are you starting to lie with a clear conscience too? Chen Shen gave Gu Xinhong a strange look. But considering he was the chosen champion, it made sense. Directly withdrawing him would be a blow to his prestige. Then let it be him. Chen Shen rubbed his forehead, asking Gu Xinhong to call the person in. Boss. Chubby LV Shengdong looked expectantly at Chen Shen. Go for it, from now on, you'll be the spokesperson for the new product launch. Show your previous strengths, don't be timid, our products are strong enough. Come on, say a few words, remember, no rap, show your own style. Chen Shen encouraged and threatened at the same time. Yes, boss. Chubby LV Shengdong nodded excitedly, his tone suddenly becoming extremely confident and resolute. Shanghai Black technology, incredibly awesome. That's more like it. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction, this chubby guy was even more confident than him. That's enough. After letting the chubby guy leave, soon, a very cute and adorable girl knocked on the office door and walked in. She was one of the assistants and secretaries newly recruited by Lu Wangshu. Chairman, President Lu, Manager Gu, Director Lu from the Finance Department sent a message saying that representatives from the bank and Hanhai have arrived and are currently being received by the legal and finance departments in the conference room. Let's go. The three of them stood up. Upon arriving at the conference room, many people were already seated, and tea was served. General Chen! Boss Chen! General Chen! Everyone stood up to greet, especially Zhao Chunlei, who was very enthusiastic. He was no longer the director of the bank's investment department, he was now a deputy minister. Welcome everyone! Chen Chen smiled and shook hands with everyone, then they all took their seats. Congratulations to General Chen for advancing in your career. The representatives from Hanhai were civil servants, very polite and friendly towards Chen Chen, smiling throughout. However, even more enthusiastic than them was Zhao Chunlei. Zhao Chunlei waved his hand, abandoning his previous dignified and capable demeanor, and said with a carefree smile, "We all know why we are here today, so let's not beat around the bush. There's no need for formalities. Mr. Chen is straightforward, and our bank is too. We trust Mr. Chen completely. No matter how much Hanhai asks for, our bank will foot the bill. Well, things are different when you get promoted. So, all that seriousness and dignity before was just an act, huh?" The people from Hanhai were speechless. Well, you've said all the nice things. What do we say? They could only start making their offers with a heavy heart. Let's sign the main mineral resource agreement first, someone from Hanhai spoke up, bringing a stack of contracts that had been prepared long ago. Wang Defa sat down and started stamping without hesitation. Chen Chen was even too lazy to sign. He directly authorized Lu Wangshu to sign on his behalf. The money is in. The Hanhai representatives quickly received the news that Chen Chen had paid the sum. Then the second contract was brought forward. Zhao Chunlei picked up the phone and dialed out, saying, "Transfer the money." The third contract was also presented. Zhao Chunlei didn't even hang up the phone, he continued, "Keep transferring the money." Soon, all the contracts were signed. Chen Chen was left with just over 30 billion in his pocket. Congratulations once again, Mr. Chen. The bank and Hanhai representatives stood up to congratulate him. Chen Chen shook hands with everyone again, saying, "Don't rush to leave, everyone. Although I have plans for tonight, Mr. Gu and the others will make sure you have a good time. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen." The guests didn't refuse, feeling a bit surprised at first, thinking Chen Chen would join them, but they understood after his words. Even so, it was a great show of respect, considering that Xinghai's total assets now exceeded 300 billion, solidifying its position as the second Hanhai group. Not to mention Gu Xinhong, even Wang Defa and the other T2 level executives were highly sought after in Dongjiang today. With the official business concluded, Chen Chen and Lu Wangshu returned to the top floor office. "What are you doing?" Lu Wangshu looked at Chen Chen, who suddenly stopped and turned around, feeling puzzled. "What about that?" Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, saying, "You know what I mean." Lu Wangshu sighed helplessly, gesturing with a finger to lead the way ahead. The two arrived at the underground parking lot. Boss, Dingy and Zhou Feng, the two operatives responsible for surveillance, were sitting in the car and quickly got out to greet them. "Well done, guys." Chen Chen responded with a smile. These were all lifesavers and couldn't be treated lightly. "Not at all. After resting for a few days, it feels like our bones are rusting." The two men quickly waved their hands. At that moment, Lu Wangshu pointed to his parking spot, where a cute new energy small car resembling a beetle was parked. With Lu Wangshu's remote control, the trunk slowly opened, revealing its contents: a box of matches, 2 unfamiliar cigarettes, and half a box of tea leaves. Chen Chen picked up the tea leaves and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you bring tea leaves?" Lu Wangshu coldly snorted, "He only gave them to me when I said I wanted to drink them." "He's gone?" "Yes. I'm sorry about that." Chen Chen was genuinely embarrassed this time. "It's okay," Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes and said, his teeth were turning yellow from drinking it. "I didn't want him to have it anymore. Isn't it better to use a bioenergy injection for a pick-me-up? I've moved several boxes into the fridge for him." "That makes sense." Chen Chen nodded and said, "You're really filial. But how do you drink these tea leaves?" "Boil them later for tea eggs." Lu Wangshu didn't even turn around, taking out the 2 cigarettes from the trunk and handing them to Chen Chen, saying, "Help him quit smoking, and this is for you too. You're truly your dad's little darling." Chen Chen happily took the cigarettes, then looked at the alcohol and asked, "Why just 1 box? I can't move it. Last time he moved it, I can't possibly let him do it for me again," Lu Wangshu said lightly. "Definitely not. I'll go move it later." Chen Chen quickly spoke up. This matter must not be known by that old man, or else he would have to fight him. Boss. At this moment, Zhang Chang and a few others hurried over. Chen Chen nodded, directing, "Put the wine in my car, then we'll go out and visit someone." "Yes, boss." "Are you giving a gift?" Lu Wangshu was unhappy. She was dissatisfied with her hard-earned things being used like this by Chen Chen. "For old Hu," Chen Chen explained, "old Hu really helped us a lot this time. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have passed so easily. Giving your dad's wine to him is also a gesture from both our families." Lu Wangshu tilted her head in thought and nodded, "That's true. Anyway, my dad still has some for the next quarter, but old Hu probably doesn't." "Your damn words are really hurtful." Chen Chen twitched his mouth, looking at Lu Wangshu speechlessly, and said, "Has anyone told you that you speak harshly?" "I know what you mean." Lu Wangshu glanced at Chen Chen and said lightly, "I'm not stupid. How could I say such things in front of outsiders?" "Fine. Truly straightforward in a different way." Chen Chen shrugged and asked, "Are you going?" "No, I'll go make you some tea eggs, then I'll go home. You've been busy lately, and I'm exhausted. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep." Lu Wangshu shook her head, stretched her arms lazily. Chen Chen stood on the side, feeling a stir in his heart. This woman looks like a child who never grows up, but unexpectedly, she's quite something. "I'm leaving." Lu Wangshu closed the trunk and was about to leave. "Do you want to change your car?" Suddenly, Chen Chen touched his chin and said, "Since the company was established, it seems that no major purchases have been made, and none of the executives have been assigned cars. What kind of car do you like?" "No need." Lu Wangshu shook her head, "Save some money for yourself. My car is fine, and it's not suitable for me to drive a luxury car with my dad's job." "What's unsuitable about it?" Chen Chen smiled, "It's the company's standard car, not specifically bought for you." "Still not suitable." Lu Wangshu continued to shake her head, "Our company has battery technology now. In the future, we will definitely cooperate with some car manufacturers. When the time comes, you can just get one without spending money." "Wow, Lu Wangshu, you're really something." Chen Chen was shocked. Is she going further down the path of a shady businessman? Should I stop praising her without conscience in the future? Watching Lu Wangshu's departing figure, Chen Chen fell into contemplation. Still remembering her cunning and lively appearance when they first met, the girl next door had grown up, youthful and stunning, not falling into mundanity. How did such a good girl turn into this? 7:30 in the evening, at the Old Hu family mansion. Old Hu led another old man and a group of family members to greet Chen Chen at the door, making Chen Chen feel extremely honored. Too polite. After the cigarettes and alcohol were brought down, Old Hu was delighted at the sight. "Very good, I like these things. It's definitely from Director Lu. I like it even more. Come, let's go inside and talk first." Hu Guangyu also came forward. They all returned to the house together, chatting happily. The conversations in this family were quite artistic, carefully thought out, never making anyone feel unhappy. With their broad knowledge and diverse topics, everyone chatted very joyfully. They had dinner together in the evening. Later, Old Hu and Hu Guangyu took Chen Chen into the study. "Was your trip to Beijing smooth this time?" Old Hu asked. "Very smooth." Chen Chen smiled slightly and said, "The cancer suppression solution has been negotiated. You guys can't intervene domestically, so we can only do export business." "Hi." Old Hu smiled indifferently, "Even if you really give it to us, we wouldn't dare to do it. This business doesn't have the backing of national-level strength. Whoever does it will die. The current situation is a good thing." Chen Chen saw that Old Hu didn't care about domestic business, and suddenly understood. This old man probably knew the outcome long ago. Or maybe he could guess it. The old are indeed cunning. The domestic price is 1.4 million, and the basic export price is $200,000. The comprehensive tariff is 30%, adding up to $300,000 with taxes. "How much are you planning to sell?" "Forget it. No matter how much you sell, my price per unit is $200,000. Chen Chen inquired and then directly stated the price. He wasn't polite with the Hu family. It was impossible to balance both domestic and international profits without making a killing. Chen Chen had it figured out: earn more abroad and less domestically. Medicines that cost tens to hundreds of yuan only made a profit of 70,000 yuan, with 42,000 being medical reimbursements. One is for cooperation, and the other is to build a golden reputation. But you must have an ID and a prescription from a top-tier hospital to apply for medical reimbursement and get it. It's simply not available on the market. The only sales channel is in the hands of the Hu family. It can be said that the Hu family directly controls the pricing. Old Hu and Hu Guangyu exchanged glances, both lost in thought. The factory price is $200,000, with a 30% tax. The higher the selling price, the higher the tax, but after deducting the factory price and taxes, the rest is all profit. $400,000. $800,000. The two spoke at the same time, but their prices were drastically different. They both looked at each other. What are you thinking? They asked simultaneously. Goodness. Is one of them a contemporary saint and the other a contemporary villain? One is very kind, and the other is particularly ruthless. Old who proposed $400,000, making a reasonable point, earn less, sell more. We are in this for the long run and need a good reputation. We can't be so shady. Hu Guanyu proposed $800,000, also making a valid point, earn more, sell less. We're in this for ourselves, why care about reputation? Let's be scalpers, not open a company. What does it matter to us if foreigners live or die? Damn! Maybe this old who was a radical when he was in school. Chen Chen was amazed. But logically, this business is indeed a one-time deal. Who the hell gets cancer twice? How did my old who family raise such a black-hearted person like you? Old who looked at Hu Guanyu in disbelief. Hu Guanyu, however, was unapologetic, saying, "You're no longer a public official. What's the point of reputation? Making money is the bottom line. If you think like this, we can make $1 billion, lend Chengu over $2 million in interest a year." Old man, not to criticize you, but your thinking is outdated. You need to make money while you can. Are you stupid? Old who took off his shoe, ready to strike, angrily saying, "The country sets the price at $1.4 million. It's normal to raise prices for exports, but raising it to this extent, you don't want to bear any pressure, just want to make money, and dump all the pressure on the country. Do you think there are few envious eyes on this exclusive business?" Hu Guanyu was suddenly awakened by these words, momentarily speechless. Damn, he was truly blinded by greed. I was wrong. Humph. Old who snorted, then looked at Chen Chen and said, "Chen, my friend, sorry for the show." "No, brother, take it easy. There will be more business in the future." Chen Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "All right, let's settle it this way. I'll offer a factory price of $200,000 here. As for how much you sell it for, that's up to you. I won't interfere. We need a week to build the factory for mass production. After a week, we can start shipping, but we need to prioritize the domestic market. If you set the selling price too high, business might not be good at the beginning, so I'll give you a 10% share of the goods. Let's take it slow. Deal." Old who smiled and said, "I'll see you off." The three of them walked out of the study, chatting all the way to the door. In 3 days, Starcy will hold a product launch for new energy batteries and bioenergy injection liquid. We will also reveal some information about cancer suppression liquid. If you're interested, you can come and take a look then. Chen Chen gestured to stop there and got into the car. We'll definitely be there. Old Hu and Hu Guanyu waved goodbye, almost looking silly with their smiles. It wasn't until Chen Chen was far away that the two men's expressions changed. Wow, he called me brother when I called him little brother? Old Hu muttered to himself. What should I do then? Hu Guanyu looked at Old Hu in bewilderment. You're really playing hardball, aren't you? Back at Dongyuan, Chen Chen watched a short video before going to sleep. Not only was Lu Wanshu tired recently, but Chen Chen was also no exception. Although it seemed like he hadn't done much, the mental effort he had put in these days far exceeded physical labor. He woke up naturally after a good night's sleep and, because he slept early, Chen Chen surprisingly woke up early as well. Thinking about the pile of work at the company, Chen Chen had to quickly eat something before heading to work. Wang Gang was driving, Chen Yun was reading a book, and Chen Chen was sitting in the back, resting his eyes. When they arrived at the company's entrance, Chen Chen unexpectedly saw a familiar car, Zhang Lihai's Maybach. The company's executives hadn't been assigned cars yet, so he was the only one driving a luxury car to work. Focusing his gaze, Chen Chen saw Zhang Lihai driving with the window down, looking relaxed and in a good mood. However, that wasn't the point. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the back seat, dressed formally, with a calm expression, looking out the window lost in thought. Is a big client coming? Chen Chen muttered, feeling puzzled. Was there some business that required a face-to-face agreement? This old fox Zhang Lihai had some skills. Just as he was thinking, Chen Yun, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but chuckle. What's up? Chen Chen asked in confusion. Boss. Chen Yun closed the book and whispered, that's Zhang's driver. Driver? Chen Chen couldn't believe it. Was he kidding me? What kind of driver was so awesome that the boss drove while he sat in the back? Really? Chen Yun explained in a low voice, recently, the boss has been busy with company affairs, shuttling between Weixian County and Yongchang. Driving himself would delay his work, so he hired a driver. But he likes driving, so when he's busy, the driver drives, and when he's not, he drives himself. Damn, that's something. Chen Chen was extremely surprised and couldn't help but say, "Is this for real? Does he really like driving that much?" "I don't know." Chen Yin shook his head and said, "But the whole company knows about it, and even people outside have heard. Many say that John's dream is to be a race car driver. It's a pity he became a professional manager, otherwise, he could have started his racing career." "Wow, he's even embarrassed himself in public?" Chen Chen shook his head at the news. He was too lazy to bother about such personal quirks. After parking the car and taking the elevator upstairs, Chen Chen arrived at his office. "Good morning, Chairman." At that moment, the cute president's assistant knocked on the door, placed a schedule on Chen Chen's desk, and whispered, "Chairman, this is the schedule that President Liu asked me to give you. President Liu will be here soon. Please take a look first." Chen Chen nodded, picked up the schedule, and glanced at it. 9 to 10:30 a.m. M. Blank, 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. M. Internal meeting. 11:30 a.m. M. -12:30 p.m. Lunch, 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. M. Personal leisure time, 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. M. Inspection of Shanghai Energy Company, 4:30 to 5 p.m. M. Mobilization meeting at Shanghai Energy Company. Then it's time to get off work. Oh no, is it that simple? Can a boss have it this easy? Chen Chen looked at the formal work schedule and couldn't help but ask, "I remember other company bosses being busy all day. Why do I have so little to do?" The cute assistant president, a fresh graduate born in the 2000s, with clear eyes and straightforward speech, replied, "Originally, there were many tasks, enough to fill 3 or 4 pages, but President Liu said even if we wrote them, you wouldn't do them, so they were deleted." "Ah, is that how I am?" Chen Chen's face darkened. He couldn't help but point to the blank slot from 9 to 10:30 a.m. M. and asked, "What's the deal with this? Why is it blank?" The cute assistant president blinked her silly yet clear eyes and straightforwardly said, "President Liu said you probably didn't wake up, so if you didn't show up, it remained blank for you to fill in yourself." At this point, the assistant president curiously looked at Chen Chen. Is their own chairman really this unreliable? But isn't Shanghai Group currently the hottest company in Dongjiang? Is it all just a facade? If the boss is really that unreliable, how could they have built such a large company? She had seen internal news that the company had acquired part of Hanhai, and now the total assets had reached over 300 billion. With so much money, how could the boss have earned it without capability? It's known that within the company, the boss is a legendary figure, starting from scratch and quickly reaching the top, a godlike existence. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Chen picked up a pen and wrote a line in the blank slot, 9 to 10:30 a.m. M. Watch short videos. The assistant president. What's your name? Chen Chen didn't even look up, took out his phone, and started playing with it. Chang Yujing. The assistant president quickly responded. Oh, Xiaoyu, pour me a glass of water. Chen Chen spoke. Drink water. Do you want a tea egg? Assistant Chang blinked her eyes and asked, then added, President Liu cooked them yesterday, they were very fragrant. Half an hour later, Lu Wanshu arrived, and Chen Chen checked the time, it was only 8:30. Quite surprising indeed, Lu Wanshu dropped his keys and bag, picked up Chen Chen's schedule, but his face turned dark after a glance, and he said speechlessly, watching short videos and such is really out of line, isn't it? Is there anything else you need me to do? Chen Chen shrugged, if I have to do all the work, why would I pay them to come to work? Alright, you have a point. Lu Wanshu was speechless, then thought for a moment and said, how about inspecting the company? You can ignore the work, but you can't ignore the personnel aspect. Let's go, see my kingdom. Chen Chen stood up at the words, feeling that Lu Wanshu was making sense. As a superior, one doesn't need to do specific tasks, but must be able to manage people and understand what those below are thinking. The two went downstairs. Due to their rare appearances, apart from the secretary and assistant teams, as well as senior executives and the elderly who were familiar with Chen Chen's face, the vast majority of people didn't know what Chen Chen looked like. Perhaps they had seen photos, but very few could remember at once. Walking through the office building, watching the busy employees rushing to their workstations or heading to department meetings, Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed by this bustling scene. Suddenly, Chen Chen saw a group of casual people who were completely different from other departments, lounging in chairs, making coffee, pouring water, and even one person hanging in foredrip? What are they doing? Chen Chen asked. They are your genie Wei. Lu Wanshu chuckled and said, didn't you say to create a large group to see who doesn't reply? They are specifically here to check who hasn't replied. 2 people in each large group keep track of who replied, how many times, rewards, and fines. Chen Chen suddenly realized that the large groups were created, but he hadn't sent a single message yet. He had been really busy lately. If you don't send messages soon, they might be fired soon. Lu Wangshu laughed. After the announcement was made, everyone supported it. Now, everyone in the major subsidiaries, including the headquarters, is waiting for you to send messages. Some have started to complain, saying you are deceiving them and not willing to spend that 30 yuan. Is it my fault? Chen Chen was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he saw those people huddling together, whispering about something. Then one of them looked around, took out something mysterious from his pocket, and the others transferred money to him one after another after he divided it. Are they even doing business now? Chen Chen wondered, approaching to take a look. It was a bioenergy injection. He saw a woman pour coffee concentrate into ice water, then unscrew the bioenergy injection and pour it into the ice water, mix it, and take a sip, instantly feeling refreshed. Wow, Sister Lu, you truly have an invincible and top-notch innate physique in the universe. Is it necessary to be so refreshing? One person asked in amazement. It is necessary. Sister Lu nodded and said lightly, the boss is back. I have a feeling that he will speak in the large group today. Let's be prepared. If we don't do well in our first job, we might really lose our jobs. Is it true or not? I'm ready to be fired. Someone didn't believe it. It's highly probable. Sister Lu smiled. Since the announcement was made and they specifically recruited us, even if this job is for show, it will continue for a while, so relax. We'll listen to you, Sister Lu. At this moment, the person lying down said, for the first job, leave a good impression on the boss, don't skimp on the bioenergy, use it all. Just reply once and you can exchange it for a bottle. We won't need to buy from scalpers in the future. Why don't you use it? Someone hesitated at the thought of spending tens of yuan on an injection. The person lying down pointed to the 4 bag and laughed. See, what do you think I'm hanging? Wow, people really use 4 drips as injections? Chen Chen was stunned, looking strangely at Lu Wangshu. Where did they find these talented people? Lu Wangshu shrugged. She didn't know either. She was only responsible for approval. The two didn't speak. They came quietly and left quietly, patrolling the entire headquarters. Although most of the time it was calm, they were recognized a few times. Then rumors spread in various company chat groups that the chairman and general manager Lu were conducting internal inspections. This caused a stir throughout the company. Everyone started working hard, not aiming to excel but definitely not wanting to perform poorly. The salary level at Shanghai was very attractive. Getting fired would be a big loss. Back in the office, Chen Chen looked at the group chats and didn't know what to say. After some thought, he asked, what should I send? Lu Wangshu thought for a moment and said, didn't you say you wanted to brainwash them and increase their sense of belonging to the company? Just send messages along those lines. What kind of message should I send? Chen Chen asked again. Lu Wangshu was speechless. How would she know? She had no experience. The two looked at each other in silence, then called in the assistant, Chang Yujing. Xiao Yu, do you feel a sense of belonging to the company? Chen Chen asked, is that so? Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling as she said, I joined the company after hearing how powerful and rapidly rising it is. After hearing so much about it, naturally, I longed for it. The atmosphere is great after joining, the treatment is good, and of course, there is a sense of belonging. Chen Chen and Lu Wangshu exchanged a glance, and Chen Chen asked again, how do you think we can increase employees' recognition and sense of belonging to the company? Isn't it simple? Xiao Yu smiled and said, look at Guowei, Demi. Those companies either promote the chairman or the company. When the company or the chairman's reputation spreads far and wide, everyone naturally feels a sense of belonging. That makes sense. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Your mind is quite sharp. Give me your phone. Ha? Xiao Yu hesitated, then obediently handed her phone to Chen Chen. Chen Chen searched for a moment, found a few large groups, changed the nickname after opening them, and said, from now on, your account will be the chairman's alternate account. You can handle speaking in the groups. As long as it's not harmful to the company, you can post whatever you want. According to your ideas, post whatever can enhance employees' recognition of the company and me. This. Xiao Yu hesitated. Don't worry. Lu Wangshu said helplessly, the boss has money, post whatever you want. How much does it cost for you to post 100 messages a day? It's not even enough to cover the interest the boss pays for watching a 1-minute short video. She knew the cost of injecting biological energy, and she was sure no one in the company would want 30 yuan, they all wanted the biological energy injection. It's even cheaper, almost like a risk-free business. Well, I will definitely perform well. Xiao Yu nodded quickly. Chen Chen saw that it was time, so he let her go back, then walked towards the meeting room with Lu Wangshu. In the meeting room, Gu Xinhong, Zhang Lihai, and others had already arrived and were waiting for the internal meeting to begin. Chen Chen sat down without wasting any time and said directly, send invitations to the media and related industries. We will hold a product launch early the day after tomorrow. It's time for our company to step into the public eye. Okay, boss. Everyone took notes and raised many questions. Chen Shen answered each one and made decisions. In the end, the meeting was nearing noon. What's going on? As the meeting ended, everyone relaxed, but suddenly Jiang Lihai spoke up, holding his phone and looking urgently at Chen Shen. Boss, someone is impersonating you in the group, posting 5 messages in a row. Now all the major groups are going crazy with replies. Everyone was stunned at his words, then they were dumbfounded. They quickly took out their phones to check. Damn, isn't this impersonation? The boss is sitting here, not even using his phone. Who sent those messages? This is a major incident. Everyone panicked. Chen Shen waved his hand and said, I don't have time to post these. I had someone do it. Don't spread it. Yes, boss. Everyone relaxed upon hearing this. Chen Shen picked up his phone and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chen Shen's rags to riches story, visiting the moonlit lake in Weixian County. Does the water quality really nourish people? Business miracle. Dongjiang rises again with a giant enterprise, rumored that the company's boss has extraordinary methods. Xinghai Group's salary overview, leading by far compared to other major companies in the industry. Is Xinghai's salary disrupting the market? Insider reveals that before Chen Shen's rise, he worked hard and experienced the hardships of labor, aspiring to change the workplace. The first 4 were directly reposted small news. The 5th one was out of line. Vote, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Wow! The dense replies flooded the screen, not the usual responses, all were flattery, with over 999 plus praises. Chen Shen was impressed. Can brainwashing really work like this? As soon as they walked out of the meeting room, they could hear the employees who were leaving for the day whispering to each other. Wow, I didn't know the boss was so amazing. He's really cunning, and our research and development capabilities are strong. We have a lot to achieve in Starsea. Darn it, looks like we need to work hard and seize the opportunity. I used to wonder why our company's benefits were better than others, but I didn't expect the boss to have gone through tough times too, knowing how to empathize with us. Isn't that right? Our company's benefits are top-notch, and when you compare, they are really good. Plus, the boss is a formidable person who cares for the subordinates. We must keep this job. Hey, could someone bring me some food? I need to go back to work. Why aren't you going? Exactly, the voting results are already out. I heard the cafeteria added a lot of special dishes, they're delicious now. Aren't you going? Oh well, work comes first. It seems like the effect is really good? Quite unexpected. Chen Shen and Lu Wangshu exchanged a glance, both feeling they had found the right person. Xiaoyu, that kid, might be naive in other aspects, but she indeed had a bit of talent in publicity. Back in the office, the assistant had already brought the packed meals. Chen Shen's office was spacious, adjacent to Lu Wangshu's office, allowing the two to sit at the large office table to have their meal, with the TV on playing the news. Chairman, General Manager Lu, look, these are dishes you both love. Xiaoyu happily opened one meal box after another, filling the room with a rich aroma. How did you know we like these dishes? Chen Shen asked curiously. I collected the information General Manager Lu left behind. Xiaoyu said matter-of-factly. I just had the cafeteria make them based on the information. She remembers what I like to eat? Chen Shen looked surprised at Lu Wangshu, who was eating quietly. He then asked Xiaoyu, but wasn't it decided by voting? Hee, Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly, whispering, the voting app was something we in the assistant's office made ourselves, so we can change it however we want. Damn it! Chen Shen fell silent and continued eating. This society is so dark, even fresh graduates are playing these games. Will the employees really accept the voting results? They will. They definitely will. After all, it's not a big deal, just a way to show the company values its employees. No one will go around asking what others voted for, unless half of them do, otherwise, they won't find out. It's impossible to be discovered. Not only did Chen Shan and Lu Wangshu get to eat their favorite meals every day, but the employees also felt grateful towards them. Damn, it's so dark. Chen Shan's eyes welled up as he ate. Time quickly passed, and Chen Shan had been busy for 2 days straight. During these 2 days, he first invested billions to expand the Biomedical Research Center under Jiang Lihai's name, preparing for the production of cancer suppression liquid, and had Jiang Lihai purchase a large amount of raw materials. Because various materials were mixed together, they even bought many things that were completely unnecessary to continue producing the drugs in the Biomedical Research Center's contemporary factory, so it didn't attract outsiders' attention. During these 2 days, Chen Shen inspected Starsea Energy Company, Biomedical Company, and Starsea Beverage Company in Wei County. It could be said that all aspects were ready. Everything was prepared, just waiting for the right moment. Once the product launch conference was held, Starsea's business would explode, entering a phase of substantial profits. By then, Shen Shen would be able to borrow a large sum of money. In the Starsea Energy Company, the former Changhong factory has undergone multiple transformations and is now mass-producing batteries of different specifications that are in regular demand on the market. Special customized batteries require cooperation for production. The Ruiming New Energy Factory has also been renovated but has not yet set up production lines, waiting for customized orders. The Biomedical Research Institute is under construction. On the other hand, Starsea Beverage Company operates differently, continuously shipping large quantities of bioenergy injections in refrigerated trucks to various parts of the country. Offline sales are highly valued, with Jiang Lihai's team renting numerous refrigerated warehouses nationwide for storage. Xiaojiang's ice pack factory has also stored a large number of ice packs, shipping them to various provinces and even preparing to establish branches next to warehouses in each province. They are waiting to start selling to make a profit and continue borrowing from banks. Starsea Beverage's shopping website has been completed, with various tests yielding results, costing millions to ensure smooth access and transactions without issues. All of this has been guaranteed by Jiang Lihai. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Shen Shen hurried to the company. It was the day of the product launch, and everyone was excited. "Are you ready?" Shen Shen asked as he entered the backstage of the venue. Lu Xingdong was carrying the script, undoubtedly the busiest and most stressed these days, needing to understand the products, write scripts, have them reviewed by Lu Wangshu, and eventually memorize them. After memorizing, he would have to adapt on stage, not just recite from the script. "Everything is ready," Gu Xinhong said somewhat regretfully. "It's just a pity that we only have Starsea Beverage's website on our network platform. We don't have an official website that represents us. Otherwise, we could have had a live broadcast." "It doesn't matter." Shen Shen waved his hand. "We'll set up a network department later. This time, our product launch will also have short videos and coverage by major media. It's not a big deal to miss a live broadcast." "Shall we start now?" Gu Xinhong asked, pointing to the venue. "I just saw you, the head of Guowei, Lin from Dami, OP and VO, as well as representatives from mobile phone manufacturers like Jai. Many CEOs from new energy batteries and automotive companies are here too, such as BY, Jixiang, Dapeng, Santai, Future, and others, along with some battery industry CEOs. You have sharp eyes." Shen Shen was surprised. "You arrived late," Gu Xinhong said speechlessly. "They came to greet you, but since you weren't here, I took care of it." "That works out perfectly." Shen Shen didn't feel ashamed either and laughed. "They are all department heads from various companies, not the major shareholders behind the scenes. You can handle it. What's the big deal if I'm not there?" "Alright, let's get started." Gu Xinhong also felt that Shen Shen made sense. After all, Starsea was no longer what it used to be. With over 300 billion in total assets, there was no reason they couldn't match their momentum. With that in mind, Gu Xinhong signaled for the product launch event to officially begin. The lights dimmed, and then Lu Xingdong appeared on the stage. He first greeted the audience, expressed gratitude to the guests, and then smiled, saying, "Welcome to the product launch event of the Starsea Group. I will be hosting this event. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Xingdong, an ordinary employee of the Starsea Group." Surprisingly, this kid was quite polished. There were 200 to 300 people seated below, including CEOs from various companies, invited guests, and a group of media personnel. Being able to handle such a situation without stage fright was already commendable. After all, it was his first time hosting a product launch event and acting as a spokesperson. "This kid is good." Shen Shen nodded in approval. Gu Xinhong smiled bitterly and said, "I've arranged it for him several times, but I'm afraid he'll come up with something like I'm called LV Shengdong, graduated from Yong University, native of Hanzhong. If he really does that, you know what, he might actually become a hotshot in the rap scene." "Ha ha ha." Shen Shen couldn't help but laugh. He really couldn't hold it in and said, "Just tell him if you find him impressive or not." Gu Xinhong was speechless. How could he not find him impressive? He felt like he could remember that awkward scene for a lifetime. At this moment, after the initial speeches, LV Xingdong seemed to have completely adapted to the feeling of standing on the podium. He began to speak with great momentum. "Everyone, what you are about to see next is the first product of our Starsea, the product that has established our reputation for black technology at Starsea. I can only say 2 words about this product: awesome." LV Shengdong said proudly and arrogantly. "Ha!" Everyone below, whether serious or casual, looked up in astonishment at the chubby figure on the podium. "Awesome? Is it that down to earth? Quite interesting. It's the first time I've seen such a press conference." LV Shengdong raised his head high, exuding a domineering aura, acting all high and mighty, as if he had his own treasure and looked down on other products. "Whether the product is good or not, it's not up to me to decide. and you may not believe it, but he waved his hand, pointing to the screen behind him. Please watch the VCR. Starcy Group seems quite powerful. Indeed, Starcy Group has gathered assets worth over 300 billion in just 2 months. That's not something achievable without real strength. Although they have borrowed over 300 billion with official support, if they didn't have the strength, who would lend them so much money? Who would help them? Young man, remarkable, Chen Chen is truly incredible. More than incredible, when I heard about his deeds, I felt like I wasn't awake. The executives sitting in the audience whispered to each other, gradually falling silent. Suddenly, someone spoke up again. It was Yu Zong from Guowei, looking curiously at Ningzong beside him, who had a solemn expression, and asked, Ningzong, your Ningwang is the top giant in the domestic and international new energy industry, the world's largest battery manufacturer. There has been support from above all along. What about the battery that Starcy is about to release? Any insider information? Ningzong's face darkened at the question and he shook his head directly, saying, none. The people around pricked up their ears to eavesdrop, and upon hearing this, they all shook their heads in disbelief. Most of them were employees, but Ningzong was different. He was the boss, and he had come in person, clearly valuing Starcy's product. How could there be no insider information? Similarly, Ningzong knew they didn't believe him, but it was a matter of confidentiality, and he couldn't say more. Thinking of the little information he had received, he felt a sense of despair. In the past, they had always used technology to crush others, but this time, they were the ones being crushed. Starcy Group. How could such a newly established company of just 2 months have this kind of technology? It's really unbelievable. Ningzong sighed and looked at the various partners around him, unable to help but whisper, there will be no more Ningwang in the future, only Ningwan, we're done for. This. The people around looked at Ningzong in shock, their faces filled with doubt and disbelief. Even if there was a new competitor, it shouldn't be like this, right? Yu Zong had also received some insider information from his chairman, and hearing Ningzong's words, he felt more certain. He couldn't help but comfort, Ningzong, don't worry. Our major companies have signed long-term strategic agreements with your Ningwang. Even if a stronger battery emerges, we will definitely prioritize your battery. Well, it's true that the agreement signed earlier was for long-term supply, and we have deep cooperation with major companies. Even if Shanghai's battery technology is advanced, can they outshine me? What's the use of having a great product if you can't sell it? With this in mind, Ning couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he could acquire Shanghai's technology, or if that didn't work out, exchange shares. After all, in business, there are always ways to play the game. That's agreed then, we'll prioritize choosing our batteries. The people around nodded in agreement. Compared to the sudden appearance of Shanghai, it was clear that Ning Wang was more trustworthy. But just then, the large screen lit up, displaying various data parameters. On the left screen were the name and data, Shanghai Energy Technology Shanghai High Energy Constant Temperature Battery, Mongrel Edition. LV Shengdong smiled and pointed at the screen, saying, you guessed it right. The first product we are announcing today is the newly developed High Energy Constant Temperature Battery under Shanghai Energy Technology. Our chairman, Mr. Chen Chen, was not satisfied with the performance of this battery, so he named it the Mongrel Edition after a comprehensive evaluation. Yes, compared to the cutting-edge batteries of major companies like Kirin, Dragon, and Peacock, in Mr. Chen's eyes, this battery's technology is just a Mongrel Edition. The data appeared again. LV Shengdong pointed at various data and said to the astonished audience below, although it's a Mongrel Edition, there's no doubt it's awesome, extremely awesome, especially awesome. I don't need to say much, just look at these parameters. Isn't it awesome? For example, the battery for extra-large vehicles. The battery itself features rapid charging and ultra-long endurance. With fast charging, it can be fully charged in 10 minutes and drive 800 kilometers with all electrical appliances like air conditioning on. Of course, this is just the standard version. There's also the giant version, which can drive 1,500 kilometers after charging for half an hour. Tell me, isn't that awesome? And look at the lifespan and safety. The right screen played various test videos. LV Shengdong, with an air of pride, pointed at the screen and said, through our tests, the battery itself has a constant temperature feature and will not overheat, explode, or catch fire under any conditions. It can ensure the battery's safety 100%. In case of damage, the battery will instantly release all energy for power-off protection. You don't need to worry about the battery's lifespan. We only lease it, not sell it. In case of non-human damage or lifespan termination, you can get a new battery for free. The standard version costs 10,000 per year, and the giant version costs 30,000 per year. All companies leasing our batteries just need to sign an agreement and pay a fixed rent. As for how much rent you charge the buyers of the cars, that's up to you. We only charge fixed rent, but there's one thing you need to know in advance, the rent is payable every 10 years. Ha, ha, ha. The people below looked at LV Shengdong in astonishment. They didn't know how many times they had been shocked. Constant temperature? Fast charging? Ultra-long endurance? Only leasing, not selling? Signing agreements, fixed rent? Rent every 10 years? And that outrageous mongrel edition? Is Shanghai playing this big? No, they actually have this technology? While shocked, many CEOs of car companies began to breathe rapidly. Their eyes sparkled, their bodies trembling with excitement. No one understood better than them what this meant. It meant that fuel cars would be completely replaced by new energy vehicles. A super long endurance, absolute safety, this was once deemed impossible, but now it's solved. Although just leasing and not selling seemed a bit extreme, so what? Even if the rent for the extra large battery is 30,000 per year, it's not much considering it must be installed in luxury cars. 30,000 for a car over 10 years? It's a steal. By leasing them and producing complete cars, they could easily rent them out for 50 to 80,000 per year. Can it really be done like this? Only leasing, not selling? Lease for 10 years? High-tech, this is truly high-tech. New energy vehicles are the final step, the most crucial step in completely suppressing fuel vehicles. What is Shanghai thinking? A battery's lifespan is at most around 10 years, why do this? To recycle the waste batteries and prevent pollution after 10 years? I don't understand, completely don't understand, can only say it's very socially responsible, Mr. Shen is an environmentalist, but this doesn't affect us buying batteries. The crowd excitedly chimed in, discussing fervently. Mr. Ning couldn't sit still, couldn't help but say, everyone, it was agreed, prioritize buying our batteries, we have signed a long-term strategic agreement. The crowd fell silent at his words, neither refuting nor agreeing. Seeing this, Mr. Ning became even more restless, about to speak again, when Mr. Yu beside him held him back, smiling, Mr. Ning, don't rush, we still haven't showcased the mobile phone batteries, let's take another look. Another look? Mr. Ning became even more anxious. Damn it, take another look and you'll be gone. At this moment, on the stage, LV Shengdong was still passionately speaking. He pointed proudly at the data on the big screen, his tone full of confidence, saying, this data is by no means our limit, it's your limit. The people below looked at him in confusion, not quite understanding. LV Shengdong sneered, saying, believe me, after this battery is released, it will be a dimensional blow to all of you in the industry, longer range, faster charging, 100% safety. What does this mean for the market? Want to make luxury cars? This is the only way. The only way. These words sent a shiver through the crowd, as they thought of the once invincible Ning Wang, with his unparalleled valuation, even surpassing the combined top 10 on the list. Why? Because of superior technology, creating a quasi-monopoly effect. As long as it's a well-known large company, like Huawei, Demi, or any car manufacturer, who can sell cars without using Ning Wang's batteries? At that moment, the crowd instantly understood the meaning behind LV Shengdong's words. This is not our limit, it's your limit. Meaning this battery is just a weakened version. Why weaken it? Because its emergence is a blow to the entire market, it will directly destroy all competitors. However, with the rise of new energy, if all competitors are destroyed, it means monopolizing the industry, meaning no one else can sell anything. Because destroying an entire industry with an excellent product is not allowed, especially at a time when new energy is on the rise, directly monopolizing the entire industry is also not allowed. The Earth Dog version? No wonder it's called that, so it's not even basic, it's weakened? Are they looking down on us? Someone murmured to themselves. The crowd once again turned to Mr. Ning, whose face had changed drastically. He stood up instantly, raising his hand. Excuse me, product presenter, I want to ask, does what you said mean your company has more advanced technology, can reduce costs even further? LV Shengdong's face darkened. Do I not have a name? Come on, I am the spokesperson for Shanghai's products, destined to be famous nationwide in the future, and you address me like this? Sir, my name is LV Shengdong, you are correct. LV Shengdong chuckled lightly, disdainfully, saying, selling at this price, producing this product, is to give our colleagues a way out. In the future we will release even better products, and the prices of good products will hardly change. According to our chairman, the two versions of these batteries released now will be reduced in price in the future. A commotion erupted. The people sitting below all started discussing, the whole venue buzzing with noise. Mr. Ning, in particular, sat down with a face ashen as death. Backstage, Gu Xinhong was sweating profusely and said anxiously, why does this kid blurt out everything? There are media outside. If this gets out, how are we going to sell our products? People will be waiting to lower prices and release better products. We won't sell a thing. Why the rush? Chen Chun chuckled, completely unperturbed, and said calmly, I instructed him to say that on purpose, as a warning to our competitors and a buffer for the market, to make the wait-and-see and cost-effective parties wait a bit longer. What? Gu Xinhong was surprised. Why do this? I don't understand. Production is limited. We cater to the wealthy first. Are the wait-and-see and cost-effective parties wealthy? Don't end up being criticized later. Chen Shen casually gave a reason. In reality, he just wanted the products out, didn't care how many were sold. After all, once they monopolized, they would sell their own products. Right now, it's just to make competitors anxious, let the world know what they have, so they can borrow money later. Besides, Xin Shen really didn't want to sell this beggar version of the battery to the lower class. This peculiar downgraded beggar version was born out of market considerations and the entire industry. It's priced high, quality not that great, selling it to the common folk would be a disgrace. In Chen Shen's plan, the first batch of batteries should go to the wealthy. After all, early buyers enjoy the benefits, later buyers get discounts. That's how the market works, no one can say otherwise. Let the bullets fly a bit longer. At the front podium, LV Shengdong gestured for silence. He smiled and said, our product, 2 words, awesome. If anyone can resist our product, 4 words, you're truly awesome. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, no one could resist it. Anyone who did wouldn't be awesome, they'd be foolish. Excuse me, sir. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked, why does your company choose to lease products? Normally, a good battery lasts about 10 years. What's the difference between leasing for 10 years and selling directly? Why not just sell directly for 100,000 for the large size and 300,000 for the extra large size? Is your company really doing this for environmental reasons? Hello, I'm LV Shengdong. LV Shengdong smiled and then said, environmental reasons are one aspect, another is that if it breaks, you can get a new one directly. Leasing is more reassuring than buying, and if we sell directly, the price would at least double. The reason for leasing is to avoid the price doubling. Paying rent once every 10 years, with inflation and rising prices, the purchasing power of 100,000 after 10 years is completely different from now, indirectly equivalent to a price drop in batteries. Our boss also considered using time to help customers save money. Of course, you might have already realized, the most important reason is that our battery's lifespan is different from mainstream batteries. It's more durable. It won't break in normal use for 10 years, so to prevent customers from spending too much money upfront, to keep the battery price from being too high, we choose to lease, a win-win situation for both parties. I've mentioned the rent. As for the deposit, our boss said, no deposit, purely based on reputation. Those with poor reputation will be blacklisted and sued. Alright, everyone suddenly understood. Although it was a bit convoluted, breaking down this eloquent speech was simple. It means the battery lasts long. I lose money if I sell directly. While everyone was speechless, they were also curious and even shocked. How long is the lifespan that allows Star C to lease instead of sell? A 10-year lease, isn't that selling it once and then reselling it after taking it back? Damn, if a product can be sold twice and you can't argue against it, because their battery might not even last 10 years. Ningzong felt his vision darken, feeling a bit unsteady. The people beside him, disregarding his feelings, were already considering how to use the leased product. Good stuff. Electric cars are different from fuel cars. Besides the battery, the core components of an electric car are the motor and the electronic control unit. Once we get hold of this battery, the competition among car manufacturers will be focused on motor and electronic control technology. I think there's no comparison in that aspect. Anyway, customers don't understand much, so it's better to compete in exterior design. Damn, you guys selling electric cars are really making a fortune. Slap an iron casing on a battery and you can sell it for hundreds of thousands. You guys selling phones aren't doing any worse. What do you mean by slapping an iron casing? Isn't there some technology involved? Let's not even mention the motor and electronic control. Isn't design a form of technology? Don't graphic designers deserve a salary? Exactly. Damn, is this a public product launch event? Someone realized. Others looked at him in confusion. Covering his face, he said, oh no, apart from luxury cars, in the future, mid-range and low-end cars won't sell for high prices anymore. Soon everyone will know the factory price of batteries. If cutting-edge batteries cost only 100,000, won't other batteries be even cheaper? We can only boast about design and car body materials now. How much money can we make by selling iron casings? This. Everyone was stunned, then their faces turned ashen. On the contrary, President Ning felt much relieved seeing this scene. A sly smile crept up on his lips. Damn, are you going bankrupt, President Ning? You can still laugh? Impressive. As people discussed, President Yu noticed President Ning's smile. Perplexed, but influenced by Lu Shengdong, he gave a thumbs up in admiration and said, Indeed, President Ning, big-hearted, truly impressive. What the hell? President Ning's smile froze on his face, and he sat down dejectedly, sighing. Although Shanghai didn't go all out, but, sigh. People showed sympathetic expressions upon hearing this, yet some couldn't help but almost burst into laughter, notably Zhang Xiaohang, the chairman of Changhong Holdings. Zhang Xiaohang was utterly surprised by Qin Chen's extraordinary technology and felt extremely fortunate that their new energy company was sold to Qin Chen. Although they sold at a lower price, it was better than suffering a loss. His smile was uncontrollable. Not only did they deal with the old industry, but even the new industry was related to Qin Chen. Changhong Holdings' most valuable asset now was Changhong Motors, which had started transitioning to produce new energy vehicles. Their new cars hadn't been fully manufactured yet, only existing as design drafts and semi-finished products. It could be said that by directly installing Shanghai's batteries, they could start selling them as high-end luxury cars. Changhong's stock price was bound to soar. We're going to make a fortune. That smile, as difficult to suppress as AK, was so glaring to the onlookers. He intentionally restrained it. Ha 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 turned into giggles, sounding like a crowing rooster, his face contorted. People gritted their teeth, ultimately left with envy and jealousy. At that moment, Lu Shengdong waved his hand, and the data on the big screen completely changed, displaying an ordinary-sized phone battery. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Shengdong beamed, please look at the big screen. This is the phone battery produced by our company. Despite its small size, it features a super-fast charging capability that can fully charge in 10 minutes and has a capacity of 30,000 mAh. It can keep mainstream phones running continuously for 3 days and nights, even serving as a durable flashlight with a large light installed. What? Several mobile phone manufacturers were shocked. 30,000? Are you kidding me? In the era of mainstream 4 to 5,000 mAh batteries, your company released a 30,000 one? We thought electric car batteries were outrageous enough, but this is even more so, with a capacity 7 times higher than batteries on the market of the same size. What kind of concept is this? No more worries about battery life, charge once every 2 to 3 days, or even once a week for those who use their phones less. Excuse me, I have a question. Mr. Lin from Xiaomi raised his hand. Upon hearing this, LV Shengdong paused slightly and said somewhat helplessly, Hello, sir, I'm LV Shengdong. Mr. Lin didn't care who he was and asked directly, what are the differences between this battery and an electric car battery? Can it achieve the same 100% safety and constant temperature? Safety can be guaranteed. LV Shengdong smiled and said, 100% safety is a feature of our Starcy battery, but maintaining a constant temperature is not possible. This is just an ordinary phone battery, too small to accommodate as many components as an electric car battery. Alright, I understand. Mr. Lin sat back down, and the people around him looked at each other, realizing that battery and temperature control were two separate technologies, not just one. Compared to electric car batteries, this phone battery seemed more rudimentary. But even so, it was much better than batteries on the market. Ning, the general manager, had a glint in his eyes, knowing that they would definitely try to crack the technologies of battery and temperature control and see if they could produce even better batteries. Even if one aspect was difficult to solve, solving the other could bring them back from the brink. Just as they were about to hear more about battery-related information from LV Shengdong, he raised his hands and said, There's not much to say about phone batteries. If you want to place an order, just contact us directly. Based on market research and battery costs, our company prices phone batteries at 350 yuan each. Of course, we also support customization, prices may vary, but not by much. Next, let me introduce one of our old products, the bioenergy injection. Ignoring the disappointed looks of many executives, LV Shengdong waved his hand to change the content on the big screen, displaying information about the bioenergy injection. There were news articles, factory photos, self-media comments, as well as various test reports issued by the Institute of Biology at the Academy of Sciences and the affiliated hospital of Yongda Medical College. LV Shengdong said, I'm sure you all already know or are familiar with this product, which was our Starcy's first product. Some people nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although the good stuff had been hyped up by scalpers, they were still willing to buy it. One dose could keep you alert for half a day, much better than coffee. LV Shengdong smiled and said, but you probably don't know that our product has many uses. Although there are rumors and boasts circulating on the internet, our company has never truly advertised it. All the results have been verified privately by buyers. Here, let me explain in detail. LV Shengdong waved his hand, and Shen Shen's figure appeared on the big screen, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. Our chairman, Mr. Shen Shen, has conducted in-depth research in various scientific fields and has achieved many results. In the field of biology, our boss has spent years of research and finally, after expending 99% of sweat and encountering that 1% miracle, obtained a special mutated bacterial strain. This strain possesses unique activity. They can consume special trace elements to produce a special energy that perfectly matches the biological organism. This energy is called essence in Taoism, vitality in medicine, and bioenergy in science. According to our visits to some masters, we learned that everyone is constantly emitting essence, whether dreaming, thinking heavily, working, or even falling in love. Eating nourishes essence, essence transforms into energy, energy nurtures the spirit. When essence, energy, and spirit are abundant, one feels energetic all day long, with the mind and body always at their peak. Biogenic energy is something that can directly replenish essence, nurture energy, and spirit. Apart from biogenic energy, special bacterial flora also has great benefits for the body. Due to temperature reasons, bacterial flora cannot survive in the human body for more than 4 hours. However, within these 4 hours, it can regulate the body's self-circulation, making the body cleaner, purer, more vibrant, and filled with more energy. Seeing the puzzled expressions below, LV Shengdong straightforwardly said, simply put, the human body is mostly water. When the water is clean, the body is healthier. Without the need to consciously refresh oneself, drinking once every 3 to 5 days is enough to cleanse the body's water content. It can achieve beauty, skincare, acne removal, enhance immunity, strengthen qi and blood, gradually enhance the body's essence, energy, and spirit, alleviate the effects of alcohol on the body, regulate blood vessels and blood flow, and even prolong life. What? Damn! Prolong life? Are you kidding? A commotion erupted, and everyone in the audience stood up. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. The first time the biogenic energy injection fluid's effects were announced by the manufacturer, the outrageous results shocked everyone. Is it true? Ning Zong shouted, completely forgetting that his stock price was about to plummet. Is it real or fake? Even the media team in the back couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Prolong life? Immortality? How is that possible? How could something like this exist? This is insane. Damn, the value of this thing is even greater than a battery. If I had known it had these effects, I would drink it every day. The excited crowd below couldn't contain themselves, and the entire venue was abuzz with discussion. The effects of this substance were too astonishing. Although everyone was familiar with biogenic energy injection fluid, no one had truly delved into understanding it. In everyone's perception, this substance was primarily a beverage for refreshing the mind, far more effective than coffee and strong tea. However, due to its high price, it did not have a significant impact on coffee, tea, or other common beverages. Some paid attention to it, while others did not. They never imagined that this substance would have so many effects, and each effect was remarkable. Skincare and acne removal? Any woman would find it irresistible. Enhancing qi and blood? Any man would find it irresistible. What does sufficient qi and blood imply? It means having a healthy and strong body, with a slight aphrodisiac effect. Slowly enhancing the body's essence, energy, and spirit limit is probably what they call longevity. Regulating blood vessels and blood flow could easily be used as a preventive medicine for strokes and heart attacks. As for alleviating the effects of alcohol? Ha, what a joke. How could that even compare? Street vendors were selling it for tens of dollars a bottle? Damn! They hit the jackpot. By the end of today's product launch event, the price would probably skyrocket to over $1,000 per bottle. The crowd was very excited, raising their hands one after another. Commentator! 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 The voices rose and fell. Even LV Shengdong was stunned, never expecting this substance to cause such a sensation, especially since it had been on the market for quite some time. Signaling for everyone to quiet down, LV Shengdong said in a deep voice, "Listen up, from now on, for many years to come, you will all remember this name, me, LV Shengdong. I am LV Shengdong." Yu Zong hesitated and said, "So, LV commentator, can we start asking questions now?" "What the hell?" LV Shengdong gritted his teeth, finally nodded and said, "Go ahead." A large group of people stood up, raising their hands, and the sound once again filled the venue. LV commentator, is longevity real? Hello, commentator, I want to ask, can you guarantee that the effects you mentioned are all real? Commentator Lu, this product is currently monopolized by scalpers. I wonder if your company's production capacity can meet market demand? Commentator, Lu Xingdong, feeling helpless, once again quieted the crowd. To cut a long story short, longevity is real, but it's not about eternal youth. You should understand that the cleaner and healthier your body is, the slower your cells divide, leading to what we call longevity. However, don't expect too much from this longevity. According to tests, using it for a lifetime might only extend your life by a few years, which isn't significant. Not significant? It may not be significant to you, commentator, but it's very meaningful to us. Many executives were on the verge of cursing out loud, finding a few extra years of life insufficient? Lu Xingdong continued, similarly, all other functions have been tested and clinically proven by the Academy of Biological Research and the affiliated Yonge Hospital. They are absolutely effective, so you can use them with confidence. This product has minimal side effects on the body, promoting good health with long-term use and decent effects with occasional use. Also, please remember, our shipping and handling fee is 32 yuan, and we recommend a retail price of 32 yuan as well. Don't fall for scalpers' tricks, our company has sufficient production capacity. We don't aim for high retail profits, in fact, we keep them very low because our initial product definition was low margins and high sales to reach more people. This product is crucial for public health and has been granted special tax-exempt status by our boss. Of course, as the saying goes, early buyers enjoy the benefits, late buyers get discounts, and as our production capacity expands, prices will gradually adjust. The crowd below erupted in joy and excitement. Wealthy executives were delighted that the effects were real. Media personnel without much money were happy that they could afford the product at this price. Meanwhile, backstage, Gu Xinhong was also somewhat shocked and asked urgently, I never expected this product to have so many effects. Boss, are you really going to adjust the price in a few years? Won't that lead to losses? Look at you, always in a rush? Don't worry, I have a plan. Losses? What losses? Selling at a high price is just for high profits, and high profits are for securing good loans. In a few years, who knows, maybe genetic evolution elixirs will be out, and this product will be everywhere, losing its value, truly becoming just healthy water. Because for those who have completed genetic evolution, these effects are almost negligible. The future belongs to Starcy Beverage Company. This product can be sold as pure mineral water. However, others are unaware of these matters. They only know that such great effects are being sold for 32 yuan, a price that seems absurd. Some used to think it was too expensive, but now, they realize that Starcy's CEO, Shen Shen, is truly a generous person. In someone else's hands, this product could easily sell for tens of thousands. The atmosphere was electric. Lu Xingdong, caught up in the excitement, shouted, Is it awesome or not? Awesome. Is it extremely awesome? Extremely awesome. He would say a line, and the crowd below would echo it, their voices resonating throughout the entire company headquarters. At that moment, Lu Xingdong smiled and said, Let me tell you something even more awesome. Our boss has revealed that he has made progress in bioenergy and has developed drugs that can cure some specific diseases. These drugs have been tested, approved, and are directly covered by medical insurance. Feel free to speculate on what these specific diseases are. All I can say is, it's awesome, extremely awesome, exceptionally awesome, mind-blowingly awesome. The crowd stared blankly at Lu Xingdong upon hearing this. They had 1,000 guesses in their minds but no confirmation, leaving them feeling restless, itching for answers. Commentator, give us a hint? Someone shouted. Upon hearing this, LV Shengdong's face darkened as he said, My name is LV Shengdong. Well, the product launch event ends here. Thank you all for coming. Next is free time for everyone to mingle. You can choose to leave, and if there are any business cooperation intentions, please contact our General Manager Gu and General Manager Jiang. With that, LV Shengdong got up and left. Damn it, insignificant people have no dignity. None of these people are willing to remember my name seriously. Muttering to himself, LV Shengdong hurried over to Chen Chen. In a low voice, he asked, Boss, how was it? Not bad. Chen Chen nodded, smiling, You have left a deep impression on them. Ha? LV Shengdong was puzzled. Chen Chen led the two to the side of the venue where a huge curtain blocked the view, revealing an aisle behind it. Media personnel leaving the venue were passing by gradually, and their discussions were clearly audible. This product launch event is so awesome. Yes. High-energy constant-temperature batteries, mobile phone batteries with 7 times the battery life, and the miraculous bioenergy injection fluid, it's amazing. Don't disturb me, I'm thinking about how to write the article. Isn't it easy to write about this? They are all hot topics. Of course, I know they are hot topics, but I can't calm down now, this commentator is toxic. What's wrong? All I can think of right now is amazing. Wow, I thought it was just me, my mind is buzzing with amazing. It's all I can think of. This amazing commentator is truly amazing. LV Shangdong had made a name for himself in one fell swoop, although not a good reputation. Chen Chen and Gu Xinhong left with smiles, leaving LV Shangdong alone in disarray. As he walked out of the venue and onto the floor, he was greeted by CEOs from various car manufacturers and mobile phone brands, who came forward to say hello. General Chen, Boss Chen, Director Chen. Chen Chen nodded with a smile, inviting everyone to sit down, saying, "Welcome to Shanghai, and thank you all for giving face." "You're too kind," Yu Zong said with a smile. "In the future, we will rely on General Chen. We will send people to collaborate with your company's engineers on customizing mobile phone batteries. Please prioritize supplying us." "What are you thinking?" Lin Zong couldn't help but speak up, dissatisfied. "We have so many companies, why should you prioritize us?" "Exactly. We at OP want it too. VO wants it too. Ad1 wants it too." Everyone chimed in. Yu Zong was suddenly surrounded, and he quickly said, "Brothers, please, give me a way out. We really lack some hot topics. I'll treat you to a meal? How about a month's worth of meals?" The crowd was even more unwilling to agree. "Can't afford to eat with anyone. Are we not lacking hot topics? You're one of the largest mobile phone manufacturers in the world, and you still have no way out? Brother, can you give us a way out?" The crowd criticized him again. "All right." At this moment, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Our company's production capacity is sufficient. So, for now, let's hold off on the mid-range and low-end phones. Let's focus on adapting your flagship models first. How about that?" After some thought, everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed the best solution. Besides, they did have long-term strategic orders with Ning Wang, so it wouldn't be wise to offend them completely. "What about us, General Chen?" Zhang Xiaohang from Changheng quickly spoke up, saying, "We are old acquaintances. Changheng happens to be in need of batteries. Once we have the batteries, we will start assembling them directly and push them to the market, which will definitely boost Shanghai Battery's reputation." "You have big plans." Several other car manufacturers nearby were not pleased and glared at Changheng. "You guys are too early. Don't you need time to research a new car model? What's wrong with giving it to me first?" Zhang Xiaohang said shamelessly. "That won't work." Everyone shook their heads, rejecting the proposal outright. "Are you kidding? You want it first? The market is only so big. If you go public selling cars, who will we sell to later? Even if we stockpile goods, we can't give them to you. In this case, fair competition, I have an idea." Chen Chen said, "As you all know, our car batteries are sold on a lease basis, not like mobile phone batteries that are produced and sold directly. The cost of our car batteries is very high. To manufacture a large batch of batteries, we need sufficient funds. Renting out for 10 years would definitely incur losses, so I need funds, a large amount of funds. Whoever lends me the most money, I will distribute the goods to you according to the proportion of the loan. How about that?" Chen Chen praised his own bad idea and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about losing money. You can also see the prospects of batteries and bioenergy. I will definitely not lose money, so there is absolutely no risk in lending me money. 24% annual interest. I believe you have heard of my rules. As long as you lend me money, 24% annual interest, paid monthly. How does that sound?" The crowd fell silent at his words. They looked at each other. They had only heard that Mr. Chen had a hobby of borrowing money everywhere, but they didn't expect him to be so audacious, now starting to allocate supply based on the amount borrowed. They felt their scalps tingle. Unlike other industries, they were in the high-tech industry, a trend-setting industry where every fund had a purpose. Although 24% annual interest was high, it was not too high for their top-quality companies. Each of them still owed the bank a lot of money, and they never expected someone to ask to borrow from them. "Damn it! 30 billion! At this moment, someone spoke up, the president of the G-Gas Group. The rest of the people looked at each other, seeing that someone had set the bar. Others also began to consider how much money would be appropriate to offer. Jishan Auto, 40 billion. Ping'an Auto, 40 billion. Dream Auto, 40 billion. BY Auto, 80 billion. Dapeng Auto, 20 billion. Third Prince, 20 billion. Future, 30 billion. Everyone made their bids, and the price quickly reached 300 billion. A group of mobile phone sellers watched in astonishment. The only one not bidding on the scene was Zhang Xiaohang from Changheng. Zhang Xiaohang silently calculated for a moment, then stood up and said with a smile, "A group of car companies only managed to come up with 300 billion, that's really not enough." The crowd's faces darkened at his words, looking at him unfriendly, wanting to see how much he could offer. They knew Changheng's assets, with a market value of just over 200 billion after a surge in stock prices, not ranking at the bottom among the crowd, but definitely not at the front either. They were just average. Mr. Chun. Zhang Xiaohang spoke seriously. If you give me exclusive purchasing rights, I can lend you 500 billion. Are you crazy? Where do you get so much money? What nonsense are you talking? Quick, take him away. The people around them had a slight change in expression, and several car company bosses stepped forward to pull him away. Zhang Xiaohang struggled and shouted, 800 billion, 800 billion, exclusive purchasing rights, I'll give you 800 billion. Quick, cover his mouth. What a lunatic, hurry, take him away, take him away. He can't possibly have 800 billion. Hold him down. Damn, pick him up, quick. The group of car company bosses went crazy. Although they didn't know where this guy got the money from, could he really get exclusive purchasing rights? Did this old guy want to dominate the entire new energy vehicle industry? Are we still going to survive? 1 trillion. Zhang Xiaohang, who had been carried to the door, roared. Wait. Chen Chen signaled for everyone to stop and curiously asked, Mr. Zhang, where did you get 1 trillion from? The crowd also stopped. They couldn't believe the 1 trillion. After half a long time, this old guy only had about 20% of the shares. Could he really come up with it? But when Zhang Xiaohang stood still and straightened his clothes and tie, he said in a deep voice, I will persuade the shareholders to sell half of Long Heng's shares. Just for the exclusive rights? Someone found it hard to believe. Just for the exclusive rights. Zhang Xiaohang said in a deep voice, 1 trillion, not a penny less. What does Mr. Chen think? Chen Chen shook his head without hesitation upon hearing this. Exclusive rights were equivalent to killing off other new energy vehicles for him, which was meaningless. Although 1 trillion was a lot, it was not too much. Giving away exclusive rights would be a bloodbath. It would be better to mortgage the shares of Star Sea Energy Technology Company for a loan. Zhang Xiaohang sighed at this. Helplessly, he said, alright, but we really need Star Sea batteries at Long Heng. So, give me 2 days, and I will persuade the shareholders to release some shares. By then, I'll gather 200 billion. I'll gather 200 billion to lend to you, plus theirs, it will be 500 billion. I'll take 40% of the batteries. Seeing this, the crowd finally stopped blocking him, and Chen Chen also smiled and nodded. With another 500 billion in hand, he could mortgage a large sum later. Chen Chen had already planned to raise money vigorously this month and exchange some for the pre-technology of the virtual world next month, officially ushering in the era of black technology. Compared to those black technologies, biological energy and high-energy batteries were simply not worth mentioning now. You're really ruthless, old Zhang. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. In order to secure the most batteries in the early stage, Zhang Xiaohang actually had to unite with shareholders to sell shares in exchange for funds to lend to Chen Chen. Such a thing had never happened in previous business dealings, it was simply outrageous. But at the same time, it was also reasonable and justifiable. Longheng Automobile used to sell fuel cars. Now that the fuel car market was declining, Longheng Automobile began to transform, even acquiring a new energy company specifically for this purpose, which later became Longheng Technology. However, technology was such that either you had it or you didn't. After several years of research without a breakthrough, Longheng Technology was resold to Chen Chen. Longheng Automobile had given up hope on new energy technology and was preparing to purchase batteries from Ning Wang to make cars. It was a desperate move. Whether Longheng Automobile could successfully transition depended on this one time. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohang was lucky. Before signing an agreement with Ning Wang, the two sides were still in negotiations when suddenly Starsea Group emerged, presenting market-crushing black technology batteries. He deserved to make a fortune. This old guy really caught up. The crowd was both envious and jealous, but they were helpless. They all had strategic partnerships with Ning Wang or other new energy companies and couldn't just take all of Chen Chen's batteries. That would undoubtedly be an act of bad faith and breach of contract, not only ruining their reputation but also requiring a hefty compensation. Reputation aside, paying up was really not an option. Congratulations, old Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Longheng is on the rise. Mr. Zhang, I prematurely congratulate Longheng on becoming one of the giants in the new energy vehicle industry. Everyone spoke up one after another. The outcome was set, and it was inappropriate to say anything else. Only congratulations were suitable to maintain surface harmony. Thank you very much. Zhang Xiaohang smiled upon hearing this, shaking hands with everyone. Making this decision had also put a lot of psychological pressure on him, but it was the only chance. When considering things, one couldn't just think about the benefits without considering the drawbacks. Fuel cars were already a sunset industry, especially after the birth of Starsea's batteries. The only way for Longheng Automobile was new energy. If they missed this opportunity, they would be unable to compete with other companies in the future. They couldn't return to the peak era of fuel cars, nor could they seize the moment of the rise of new energy. Long Han would truly be finished. Mr. Chen, I'll go back now and prepare. I'll have the money ready for you within 2 days, Zhang Xiaoxing pledged. However, Chen Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to go through all this trouble. Here's the deal. I'll have my assistants prepare a meeting room for you. Have a video conference with the company as soon as possible. If you need to borrow money from me, send it over quickly. Our company has already stocked up on a batch of goods, and you can take what you like directly. Well, the others were fine with it. They had already anticipated this and were familiar with the company's assets. The prices quoted were indeed the money they could come up with. Moreover, they had enough say in the company, so using tens of billions was completely fine. Not to mention the high interest rate Chen Chen offered. But Zhang Xiaoxing felt a bit uncomfortable. Unable to hold back, he said, Mr. Chen, I need to sell my shares. Who are you selling them to if not me? Chen Chen stared, saying, they're offering 300 billion right away. Sell the shares to me, I'll transfer 200 billion to you, and then you can transfer it back to lend to me, right? What? Zhang Xiaoxing's head went blank. He felt that something was off. The people around were also stunned, all looking at Chen Chen in unison. What kind of strange operation was this? Weren't you borrowing money? How come you're borrowing money to buy someone else's shares and then have them lend you the money? What the heck? So, you not only want a long-term loan but also a long-term share in the company, huh? Chen Chen just smiled and said, investing is what I do with money. Now, which new energy vehicle company has the most promising future? It's definitely Changheng, with the most advanced new batteries, ready to hit the market and start selling. The stock price will surely rise, and I can make another profit by buying it. The others. You sure have a good plan in mind. The others were speechless, feeling a bit uncomfortable because they had the same idea and were planning to contact Zhang Xiaoxing privately later to buy some shares. They didn't expect Chen Chen to cut them off and use their borrowed money to buy them. Damn it! They all felt a bit overwhelmed, having lived half their lives and now witnessing something eye-opening. Especially Zhang Xiaoxing, who took a sharp breath and said, borrowing my money to buy my shares? Mr. Chen, this play of yours. How about I just give you the shares and you give me an IOU directly? No way. Chen Chen refused. I'm a stickler for doing things properly. We must follow the correct procedures for everything we do. Shares are volatile, and the system must recognize their value through market validation, so the money must go through the process. Otherwise, like Ruiming, you might end up speculating on stocks and becoming a shareholder. The people present were puzzled by his words. But Gu Xinhong, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, looked much calmer. Because damn it, that's exactly what Ruiming did. The method was his idea. He just didn't expect his boss to start using it right away. The others, led by the assistants, went to ask the company and their boss for money. Meanwhile, Yu Zong and Lin Zong bid farewell. They had wanted to inquire if Chen Chen needed financing for shares. They had high hopes for the future of Shanghai and knew they would make a killing by investing. Although rumors circulated in the market about Mr. Chen being dictatorial and holding 100% stake, they still wanted to give it a try. But after seeing Chen Chen's actions, they dared not. This is messed up. Better run. Damn it, don't invest and end up being invested in. Being invested in is one thing, but lending money to him to let him invest in your shares? Wouldn't that be a laughing stock? Let's get out of here. The group of mobile phone manufacturers hurriedly made their way to the elevator and headed to the underground parking lot. They breathed a sigh of relief only after entering the parking lot. Just as they were about to say something, a familiar figure jumped out from behind an SUV. Mr. Ning? What the heck? Weren't you leaving? You scared me. What's up? Ning, what's going on? Everyone was startled, taking a few steps back in alarm, but when they recognized it was Ning, they relaxed and greeted him. Ning solemnly looked at them and asked, so, you are cooperating with Starcy? The group fell silent, exchanging glances without saying a word. We are strategic partners, Ning said somewhat reluctantly. Then we must be partners. Finally, you stepped forward, smiling. Ning, rest assured. As you know, if this kind of product appears and we don't buy it, we'll be in trouble. Otherwise, the market will be taken over by others, and we'll be finished. But you can be assured, each of us has reduced our purchases slightly. At least for a long time, we will still need to buy a large amount of batteries from your company. Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, Lao Yu, you are a good person, giving our Ning Wang a chance to survive. He's a good person? Lin, standing nearby, said sarcastically, in the future, flagship phones will use Starcy batteries, while mid-range and low-end phones will use your batteries. It doesn't affect us much, but it's different for you. From what I know, they actually sell more flagship phones. Ning, it seems like you thanked the wrong person. Yu's smile gradually turned awkward. After receiving the business-related guests, Chen Chen went to the adjacent lounge. A group of acquaintances was already seated, discussing something. As Chen Chen arrived, they all stood up, smiling and greeting him. Chen, high-tech, Star Sea is about to soar. Hu Guangyu said, congratulating Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and replied, it's not about soaring, just that the debt has increased. Congratulations, Chen. Chen, Star Sea is rising to the top today. I've already seen it in the news. These media are really fast. Ning Wang's market value is 800 billion, and Star Sea will surely surpass it. More than that? Not to mention the trillion-dollar biotech market, just the market value of a single Star Sea energy technology company will eventually reach the trillion-dollar level. Chen, please take care in the future. I work in the battery industry. Chen, and me. I want to represent biotech. Are there any requirements? Everyone spoke up, all familiar faces, at least from the creditor group. Among them was a beautiful and elegant woman, none other than Miss Shen Wei from the Shen family. She handed a cup of tea to Chen Chen and said with a smile, Chen, when you become successful, don't forget about us. The Shen family still has a lot of idle funds. Tonight, I'll host a banquet for you and the debut of Star Sea's products. How about that? Oh, after dealing with everyone, Chen Chen curiously looked at Shen Wei and asked, Miss Shen wants to host a banquet for me? There's no need for Miss Shen. Zhao Shun stood up at this moment and said with a smile, next door is our Dragon Peace 5-star hotel. How about this, I'll host a celebration banquet for Star Sea tonight. What do you think, Chen? Strange. Why are these old guys suddenly so enthusiastic? Chen Chen wondered, then suddenly remembered something. It was time to repay the debt. No, it was time to pay the interest on the first batch of loans. No wonder. Chen Chen chuckled to himself and agreed, then tonight at the Dragon Peace Hotel, we'll have a small banquet. Miss Shen, don't be disappointed. If you have idle funds, feel free to lend them to me. The more, the better. I won't refuse. Shen Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The value Chen Chen displayed far exceeded the debt he currently carried. Borrowing money now was pure profit, with no risk at all. It was no longer like before. If they wanted to borrow money, they didn't need Chen Chen to push them, instead, they had to consider Chen Chen's face. With such high interest rates, who wouldn't want them? The current Shanghai is about to become famous nationwide, even globally. There are not many people who want to lend money to Chen Chen. How could they possibly have a turn? Even if it's their turn, by then the debt would be very high, and the risk would be greatly increased. So, the risk of borrowing money actually has a first come, first served factor in it. The earlier you borrow, the lower the risk. Once it collapses, priority is given to repayments due and about to be due. Not only does this factor exist in the law, but it is also stated in the agreements they signed with Chen Chen, even explicitly mentioned. This is to give a slight advantage to those willing to borrow money early, reducing some risks. The contracts of these creditors are numbered, and if Chen Chen really collapses, the repayment will be made according to the numbers. This is something that Chen Chen and these creditors have mutually agreed upon and written into the debt contracts. To Chen Chen, it's actually just a psychological comfort, but to them, it's very important. If Chen Chen collapses, those with later numbers might really not get their money back. Everyone sat down, drank tea, and chatted, and time quickly passed. It was close to noon. Zhao Shun had already arranged a hotel, and since it was lunchtime, they didn't go for a buffet, but directly chose a grand banquet hall in the form of a wedding banquet. There were a lot of people attending. Not only Chen Chen and others, but also various executives from Shanghai, middle management, employees from relevant departments, as well as the creditors and their spouses and children who came, and even those who came to ingratiate themselves after hearing the news. There were 80 tables set up in the banquet hall. People were coming and going, bustling and lively with continuous laughter. As the chairman, Chen Chen stood at the door for the first time welcoming guests and subordinates. Gu Xinhong and Lu Wangshu stood by Chen Chen's side, while Chen Chen greeted the guests with a smile. Welcome, Manager Lu, you're here. Old Wang, you're really slow. Oh, Manager you? Manager Ning? Weren't you supposed to have gone back? What's up? Ha, just here for a free meal? Welcome, welcome. From Shanghai Beverages? Well done, running all the way here. Go in and enjoy the food. From Energy Technology Company? Keep up the good work, I have high hopes for you. Young man, looking very professional, go in quickly, all young people, drink more. With more and more guests and employees passing by and greeting, the entire banquet hall quickly filled up, and Zhao Shun had to add a few more tables. At this moment, a figure that surprised Chen Chen appeared. Yunhai's fan Wenping. Zhang Wanning? And, Chi Ruehua, the Chi family still had the face to attend Xinghai's banquet? I haven't had a chance to deal with them yet, and they came on their own? Chen Shen muttered to himself, ignoring the Chi family and instead shaking hands with Fan Wenping, saying, Mr. Fan, it's been a while. You were the first to support me at the East Garden banquet last time. Your presence today is truly giving me face. Ha, who in Dongjiang dares not to give Mr. Chen face now? Fan Wenping laughed heartily, but his words carried a hint of meaning. Chen Shen just sneered and ushered everyone inside. Chi Ruehua moved his mouth but ultimately didn't speak. Soon, the banquet began. As the core figure, Chen Shen naturally had to say a few words on stage, but he wasn't a verbose person. After saying a few words, he had the food served. For a while, cups were raised and exchanged, creating a lively atmosphere of banter and merriment. The banquet hall was bustling, filled with the sounds of drinking and revelry. Since the appearance of the bioenergy injection, there were noticeably more people willing to drink at the table. Chen Shen also clinked glasses with a group of creditors and new partners. After making 2 rounds, he finally found an opportunity to go to the restroom. Just as he was about to relieve himself, a figure walked in. It was Chi Ruehua. He glanced behind him, then carefully closed the toilet door. Chen Shen glanced over without a word, thinking he needed to pee. Who knew he would suddenly kneel on the ground with a thud? Holy crap! It startled Chen Shen, who quickly turned around, narrowly avoiding getting peed on his face, and held it in. What are you doing? Chen Shen asked irritably, genuinely taken aback. Manager Chen. Chi Ruehua took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, there were many people outside just now, and what happened before was the fault of the Chi family. I am kneeling on behalf of the Chi family to kowtow to you. Boss, what's going on? Suddenly, the toilet door was violently pushed open, and Zhang Chang, standing outside, saw a scene that shocked him as soon as he peeked in. A man, kneeling, under the boss's crotch? Oh my. Get out. Ah. He scrambled out quickly. Inside the toilet, Chen Shen pulled up his pants, but being startled by this old man, he couldn't pee anymore. Glaring at Chi Ruehua, Chen Shen said impatiently, speak, what's the matter? Chi Ruehua felt much calmer seeing this. Who knows how much pressure he has been under during this period. It's all because he was blinded by greed at the beginning. Why did he decide to offend Chen Shen deeply? Now that the situation in Shanghai has been settled, it's effortless to control the Chi family, without any effort. It has been tough for the Chi family during this period. Business partners have left without a trace. Yunhai Group has lost all its say. Even the capital above has abandoned them. Apart from a bit of family wealth, they have nothing left. If they lose even this bit of family wealth, the Chi family will truly be finished. He has imagined kneeling down countless times, heard about Zhao Jiangshan's deeds, wanted to emulate him, but each time he felt he might not be able to bear such humiliation. But when he actually knelt down, he felt different instantly. Humiliation? None at all. This isn't humiliation, it's a sense of security, like going back to childhood when his grandfather was still around. Indeed. Bowing down with a single thought, the world suddenly seemed vast. We, the Chi family, want nothing. Chi Ruehua spoke solemnly, to show our sincerity, the Chi family will sell all shares and assets, totaling around 3 billion. Apart from keeping what is necessary for basic living, all the money will be lent to you without interest for 10 years. 10 years without interest? Honestly, Chen Shen was quite surprised. In modern society, there are limits to how you can retaliate against someone. It's not possible to completely destroy them, that's unrealistic. At most, you can make it difficult for them to do business or secretly plot to bankrupt them in the long run. The most Chen Shen could do to the Chi family was to make them withdraw from Yunhai, lose their ancestral business, and attack them in various industries, gradually causing their decline. It's impossible to directly bring down the Chi family completely. They have money, so how can you force them out? As for some unsavory methods, no one would use them unless absolutely necessary. Even if others can't find evidence, they would know it was you. Your reputation would be ruined. Who would dare to cooperate with you? Who wouldn't fear a madman like you? Get up! Chen Shen finally nodded. 10 years without interest, 3 billion, is definitely not a small price for the Chi family. Even with normal inflation, how much purchasing power would 3 billion lose in 10 years? Not to mention how much profit 3 billion could generate over 10 years. Take the Hu family, who lent 3 billion to Chen Shen without interest. Without the compound interest, it would be 720 million per year, totaling 2 billion over 10 years. The Chi family may not have the qualification to earn that 2 billion. But with 3 billion interest-free loan in Chen Shen's hands, it means they saved 2 billion in interest over 10 years. The sincerity of the Chi family is undeniable. And most importantly, with Chun Chen occasionally bringing out advanced technology, who knows what the situation will be in 10 years. Maybe by then, the value of 3 billion today might be worth more than 30 billion. It's really a big investment. Chen Chen couldn't help but show a satisfied smile and said, I agree, but I have a small request. What is it? Please, go ahead. Chi Ruihua quickly responded. As far as I know, that woman Jin Yalan seems to like your son, Chi Yaming, Chen Chen casually mentioned. Chi Ruihua's heart skipped a beat. This was what he feared the most. Who can predict matters of the heart? If Chen Chen hasn't let go, even 100 billion wouldn't be enough, let alone 30 billion. Nervous and urgent, Chi Ruihua hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, Chi Yaming, that brat has already gone abroad, with only 2 million in his pocket. He said he was swindled out of most of it. Our Chi family will no longer care for him. We have let him fend for himself overseas. We truly have no information about Ms. Jin Yalan, nor have we inquired. But we can be sure she didn't leave with that brat. They must have parted ways long ago. That's not what I mean. Chen Chen smiled. What I mean is, since Jin Yalan likes Chi Yaming, why not let them get married and be bound together forever? What do you think? Chi Ruihua was somewhat puzzled. What did this mean? Could it be that the rumors were false? Did Chen Chen not like that woman? No. Suddenly, Chi Ruihua had a flash of insight and understood. Of course, Chen Chen is currently having an affair with Lui Chang's daughter, so Jin Yalan is definitely not suitable to reappear. Moreover, this woman is Chen Chen's dark past. How could she be allowed to run amok? The best way is to destroy her reputation, ensuring she never returns. But that's not realistic. Murder is absurd. The next best thing is to send her abroad, preferably arranging a marriage to tie her down, making it impossible for her to come back. Wow! What a clever scheme! So that's it. Chi Ruihua suddenly realized, feeling like he had grasped Chen Chen's intentions. He quickly assured, rest assured, I will go find Jin Yalan and have her marry Chi Yaming abroad. They will never come back again. Alright, let's go. Chen Chen was satisfied, got up and walked out, with Chi Ruihua following closely, trying to engage Chen Chen in conversation with a forced smile. Occasionally, Chen Chen would respond, observed by two people. One was Zhang Chang, looking puzzled. The other was Zhang Wanning, who emerged from the ladies' room, deep in thought, quickly returning to her table to inform Fan Wenping. What? Fan Wenping exclaimed, you saw Chi Ruihua and Mr. Chen coming out of the restroom chatting and laughing? Yes, it seems like the Chi family's dilemma has been resolved. Zhang Wanning whispered. Fan Wenping was puzzled and amazed. Really? Damn, can't be true, can it? What's so unbelievable? Zhang Wanning whispered, you don't know, when Chi Ruihua was in charge of Yunhai, he messed everything up. Several capitalists were about to join forces to drive the Chi family out of Yunhai. During a banquet, he said something to the capital representatives in the restroom, which eventually led to them retaining some shares. What? Fan Wenping was shocked, also resolved in the restroom? Is that for real? What restroom god is he? Can he solve crises by just going to the restroom? It's too mystical, isn't it? I don't understand either, but it's quite astonishing. Zhang Wanning shook her head in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shenwei looked at Chen Chen with a smile that wasn't a smile. She glanced at the now distant, visibly transformed Chi Ruihua and couldn't help but say, it seems like the feud between the Chi family and Mr. Chen has been resolved. Resolved. Chen Chen nodded and smiled. This old guy is quite ruthless, a real tough one. Truly astonishing. Shenwei chuckled. I've heard rumors before that the Chi family excels in toilet diplomacy, but I never expected to witness it today. It's truly eye-opening. Is there such a saying? Has old man Chi Ruihua ever knelt down to someone else? Chen Chen was puzzled, but he found it unlikely. That old man's pride was quite high. It was probably just normal socializing. However, Zhang Chang, who was nearby, interpreted it differently. Was that old pervert a habitual offender? As he pondered this, Shenwei interrupted with a smile. Let's not talk about this anymore, General Chen. The Shin family has great confidence in you. We are prepared to offer 4 billion this time to support you. Wow! The Shin family is really generous. 30 plus 30 plus 40. They've lent themselves a total of 100 billion. This woman really trusts herself. Thank you very much for your trust, General Shen. Chen Chen clinked glasses with Shenwei. For him, someone willing to lend him money was more godly than a customer. What are customers? The products of Shanghai sell well, it's the creditors that are rare. After all, the Shin family and the creditors were different from those poor bastards in the creditor group who had been squeezed dry and had no money left. When you have no money, there's no need to care about their feelings. You can scold and hit them as you please, and they won't dare to fight back or talk back. But the Shin family was different. The Shin family had money, so you had to take care of Miss Shin's feelings. After chatting with Shin Wei for a while, Shin's laughter made Miss Shin smile incessantly, her eyes filled with joy. At that moment, Lu Yun approached and whispered, "Boss, everything is ready, and the calculations have been done." Chen Chen nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Miss Shin, please excuse me for now. General Chen is busy." Shin Wei nodded with a smile. Following Lu Yun, Chen Chen walked to the stage of the banquet hall, which was originally set up for weddings. Chen Chen had spoken there before. By now, the banquet was almost over, and the people below understood that there was something more to come when they saw Chen Chen take the stage. They quieted down and turned to look. Chen Chen raised his glass in a gesture, took a sip, and then picked up the microphone. "Once again, I welcome and thank all of you for coming to our Shanghai product launch event. Whether you are our employees, management, or guests, don't worry about me. Eat and drink as you please. I took advantage of this banquet to gather everyone together, so let's take care of business." "Business? What business?" The people below were a bit puzzled. Just then, Lu Yun and several members of the finance department took the stage, with other employees helping to set up tables and chairs. Soon, in the middle of the stage, Chen Chen sat in a chair. Beside him, Lu Yun and two employees sat at a table with a computer. Next to them were two bank staffs sitting at another table. Some people already had a guess in their minds. Chen Chen no longer beat around the bush, he wanted this effect. Today, he was going to distribute money and interest in front of everyone, to show them that he, Chen Chen, was not playing games, he was truly paying interest. 24% annual interest rate, let's see if you're tempted. Chen Chen took out a piece of A4 paper with a list of names and amounts. Holding the microphone, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Since I started my business, I have received a lot of help from many friends. Everyone contributed financially and with their efforts, which led to the success of Shanghai today. I, Chen Chen, am not ungrateful. I will now repay the interest according to the list, which will be announced by me, verified by our finance department, and then the bank representatives will transfer the funds on the spot." With a sudden rustle, the people below were all stunned. Repay? Interest? At this time? Whether guests or company employees, they were all a bit confused. But the creditors were excited, rubbing their hands eagerly, unable to wait. "After investing for a month, we're finally going to get our money. Although I really want to make a profit, it's a pity that Mr. Chen doesn't want it now. He thinks we don't have enough money. Ah, Mr. Chen is just too kind. Last time he didn't push us hard enough. If he had pressured me, I might have sold the company, the house, and the car and lent him everything. Ha! Why don't you sell your wife instead? I would if I could, but Mr. Chen doesn't like her. That's true, she bullies my little ones every day." On stage, Chen Chen held a list and read, "Hu Guanyu, owed interest of 30 million, right?" "Right." Hu Guanyu excitedly stood up, earning a net profit of 30 million in a month. "Transfer the money." Chen Chen looked at Lu Yun nodded, and after communicating with the bank, the transfer was quickly completed. Received. Hu Guanyu looked at the text message on his phone and made an OK gesture. Seriously? Many guests and employees stared blankly at the scene. 30 million? Interest for a month? Damn! Is this interest? What kind of business makes this much money? Chen Chen continued, "Shin Wei, owed interest of 60 million, right?" Below, Shin Wei smiled slightly and raised his glass in acknowledgement. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the transfer was quickly completed. Yunhai Group, 40 million. Wang Yaozu, 10 million. Zhao Shun, 10 million. Yongcheng Bank's Lu Changwei, 10 million. As one name and amount after another were announced, the discussions below grew louder. Everyone was shocked. So many people? So much money? Even the smallest amount was in the millions. Damn! Is this the power of getting rich by following Mr. Chen? Someone muttered. Wang Yaozu, who had just received the money, looked smugly at the payment confirmation message and said disdainfully, "Is this all? This was from the first batch last month. We haven't even calculated the second batch yet. Let me tell you, the interest next month for those present today who received the money will increase by at least 50%. For someone like Mr. Shen, it will double, reaching 120 million next month. For someone like Lu Changwei representing Yongcheng Bank, it will be 46 million next month, quadrupling directly." Those listening nearby were suddenly astonished and began to ask questions. "Why? Mr. Wang, is there a reason for this? Mr. Wang, why is the interest so high?" Wang Yaozu felt proud and said, "Our brother Chen is happy to share his wealth. Can he forget us, his creditors, after making money? With an annual interest rate of 24%, not a penny less, the more we borrow, the more interest we earn. You have to understand, borrow 1 billion, and the annual interest is 24 million. It doubles in less than 5 years. Everyone was moved by his words. Although they had heard about this before, it was not as impactful as seeing money being thrown around. Even you, who came to freeload, couldn't help but want to lend money to Chin Chen. Company funds couldn't be touched, but our own money could be borrowed, right? If not, we also have a certain amount of shares in our respective companies. Should we sell the stocks? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Ning was even more excited. Starcy had developed a new battery, and Ning Wang's stock price was about to plummet. Continuing like this would only lead to clearing inventory. It was truly difficult to surpass Starcy in technology. If they couldn't, should they sell the company? Ning Wang's market value was 800 billion, even if it was halved, there would still be hundreds of billions left. If they lent money to Chen Chen, based on 400 billion, the annual interest would be 96 billion. Damn! What kind of enterprise is this? Ning was breathing heavily, his face turning red, almost bursting into laughter on the spot. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. If they really did this, what would it mean? It means that Chen Chen, this bastard, is basically working for himself. What kind of company can increase its market value by 24% in a year? Screw him over. But soon, he shook his head with a sigh, showing a look of helplessness. It seems not feasible. Setting aside whether the company's shareholders are willing or not, even if they are willing, who in their right mind would trust Chen Chen with 4 trillion yuan? What if this bastard sees things going south and runs off with the money? Even if he doesn't run, what if he messes things up? Sigh. Just as he was thinking, Chen Chen, who had just finished throwing money on stage, stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, welcome anyone willing to lend me money. The 24% interest rate remains unchanged. There is no limit on the loan amount, the more the better. Don't hesitate to lend me tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, even if it's a trillion. I dare to take it, and I won't shortchange any of you a single penny." With these words, the discussions below suddenly grew louder. And Mr. Ning, who had been somewhat resigned, had a thought in his mind. Soon, the banquet came to an end. A product launch event showed many people the vast future of Starcy, and a banquet showed everyone Chen Chen's boldness. Chen Chen was directly in the spotlight. Media, news, short videos, financial forums, newspapers, everywhere was filled with related news. This time, Starcy was truly on fire, and Chen Chen was also completely in the limelight. Today's Finance, Starcy Group's product launch event held in Yong City. According to on-site sources, this is an unprecedented breakthrough in the fields of biology and high-energy batteries. Headline news: Explosive. Bioenergy injection surprisingly has anti-aging effects. Starcy Group holds product launch event, igniting public opinion. Penguin pop-up, cutting-edge technology breakthrough. Starcy Group becomes the focus of attention for all. Financial Times, major technological breakthrough by Starcy Group, market valuation of Starcy Group soaring, latest valuation has reached trillions. Pioneer Report, explosive news, Starcy Group's chairman Chen Chen repays interest at the celebration banquet, setting the whole place on fire. Various news and pop-ups continued to appear on major domestic news platforms and mobile apps, even popping up continuously, directly capturing nationwide attention. Unlike serious news platforms, at this time, short video self-media platforms were truly going crazy. Bioenergy injection actually has anti-aging effects? Below the headline were photos and captions. The photos were from the product launch event, and the captions were written by a self-media young lady who was present at the event. She said, "I was fortunate to accompany the leaders to the launch event. Shocking, very shocking, it's unbelievable, yet very real, because all of this happened right before my eyes. I decided to share it with all the sisters to show them what a truly divine product is, which is so friendly to us women." Beneath her excited words were detailed explanations, all arranged according to the effects mentioned by Lu Xingdong, along with testing reports issued by the Academy of Biology Research in Yongdae affiliated hospital. Her short video was very popular. In just a few hours, the little red hearts broke 1 million, and there were countless comments below. Reply 1: Oh my god, can this beauty and skincare product also treat acne and delay aging? Is this real? Tell me I'm not dreaming. Reply 2: Is this for real? This is too surreal, right? Yesterday I saw news saying cosmetics are attacks on intelligence, but today this incredibly outlandish thing came out. Reply 3: A dreamy product. Reply 4: I want it. Who has the bioenergy injection? I want to use it 3 times a day. No, 5 times. No, I want it all day. Reply 5: Oh my god, it was already hard to get, now it's even harder. Reply 6: I've long felt something was off about this, just like with Star Ocean. Before the product launch, they were touting all sorts of benefits everywhere, but when people questioned them, they didn't refute it. It made me think it was all just talk, never expected it to be real, and now, you can't even buy it. Reply 7. Is it real or fake? Gmail told me this isn't a dream. A product that can truly extend life. The greatest invention of this century, the bioenergy injection. This blogger was also someone who participated in the live product launch event, but his specific identity remains unknown as he did not disclose any information about himself. However, he detailed the effects of the bioenergy injection, sparking howls of excitement from countless men. Reply 1. Really? Can it enhance virility? Reply 2. Brother upstairs, are you completely clueless? They've mentioned longevity, beauty, skincare, acne removal, and enhancing vitality, and all you see is the least impressive effect of virility? Reply 3. What? Can it really enhance virility? Reply 4. Damn, is it really possible? Enhancing vitality? Can it make me grow a bit more? I want to be a bit taller. Reply 5. Cleansing blood vessels and blood, a miraculous medicine. This thing can prevent strokes and heart attacks, greatly reducing the risk of sudden death. Reply 6. I don't think this kind of longevity can be considered true longevity. In theory, it doesn't increase a person's maximum lifespan, it just appears to make people live a bit longer because it cleanses the body. Reply 7. Do you even know what you're talking about? Reply 8. I've always used this thing to cure hangovers, never expected the hangover cure to be the least remarkable effect. It's truly unbelievable. Reply 9. No wonder I've been feeling much more energetic lately, not getting tired even after half an hour of activity, so this is the reason. Reply 10. A man's blessing, a woman's treasure, the foundation of health, a miraculous elixir for all, this thing is incredible. Reply 11. It seems like Star Ocean Group is about to make a breakthrough. Reply 12. More than that, not to mention anything else, surely all major biological research institutes worldwide are studying this thing now. If they can't produce results, given Star Ocean enough time, this could easily become a trillion-dollar industry. Is everyone only concerned about the bioenergy injection? Isn't the temperature-controlled battery a more impressive product? A blogger raised a question, and he quickly received answers. A bunch of replies appeared in his comments section. Reply 1. Dude, come on, it's already this time? We can extend our lives, and you're worried about some damn new energy source? Reply 2. I have to admit, Star Ocean's temperature-controlled battery has a crushing effect on other companies' products, but to say it's super amazing, it's just that. Buying Ning Wang's battery is also sufficient. In reality, the probability of electric car fires in daily life is extremely low, it's just that new energy is the focus, one of the core elements breaking the dominance, so everyone's attention is high, foreign media's criticism is also strong. Excluding these external factors, the probability of issues with new energy batteries is very low. Safety standards were actually met a long time ago. In terms of endurance, apart from commercial use, it's also sufficient for household use. Reply 3. Same viewpoint as above. Star Ocean's new battery just provides a better option, not earth-shattering, but the bioenergy injection is different. This thing was the elixir sought after by emperors in ancient times. Reply 4. The temperature-controlled battery is great? How great can it make my bull, virility? Whether my bull is great or not, without new energy, I can still drive a gasoline car, but without the bioenergy injection, it's absolutely not possible because it makes my bull very impressive. Reply 5. Impressive. Doesn't anyone care about the spokesperson at the Star Ocean Group's product launch event? The blogger said a lot, hyped a lot, and finally left a comment saying, this spokesperson is extraordinary, reportedly named LV Shengdong, surely a figure who can be compared to President Yu in the future. Unfortunately, he spoke well, but the comments section was not friendly to him. Reply 1. Are you the commentator himself? Reply 2. Wow, seeing the amazing person in person. Reply 3. Amazing, truly amazing. Reply 4. You are holding back the amazingness, it's making my head ache. Reply 5. What did he say his name was? Reply 6. He said his name is amazing. Unprecedented storm swept the entire country, with discussions in various industries, coverage in major news outlets, and all short video platforms going viral. 8 out of the top 10 trending searches were related to Shanghai Group, with the other 2 being a certain celebrity's public relationship and the dangers of using air conditioning in the summer. It can be said that Shanghai Group completely captured everyone's attention, becoming the core of the storm and the center of attention for all. Chen Chen himself also became famous, and the entire Shanghai Group was caught up in celebration. We're trending, we're on fire, we're on fire. At the company headquarters, people were shouting excitedly from time to time, sparking discussions. Both lower-level employees and middle to senior management were all smiles. Shanghai Group, less than 2 months old, finally created unprecedented cohesion and centripetal force at this moment. Boss, we're trending, our bioenergy injection is trending. Jiang Lihai burst in, visibly excited. Although he used to be a professional manager, the highest asset value of the companies he managed was only around 300 million. Now, his life was reaching a new peak. Simply put, he was going crazy. The bioenergy injection went viral, even hotter than the temperature-controlled battery, a fact that many had not anticipated but was within Chen Chen's expectations. Looking beyond the surface, the breakthrough in battery technology would only attract attention from related industries, financial capital, and the upper echelons of society. For the general public, it might be surprising or intriguing, but not necessarily shocking or exhilarating. Why is that? Because the appearance of the bioenergy injection is closely related to them, affecting everyone's vital interests, and most people would use or try it to some extent. On the other hand, new energy sources are different. They involve strategies, technological breakthroughs, capital, finance, and various categories within the industry. In the short term, their significance in the context of great power rivalry far exceeds that of the bioenergy injection, but there is still some distance between them and ordinary people. In simple terms, the public is more concerned about bioenergy. Capital, finance, and the elite are more concerned about the temperature-controlled battery. Boss, aren't you happy? Zhang Lihai, after his excitement, looked at Chen Chen's expressionless face, feeling puzzled. Should I laugh myself to death even if I'm happier? Chen Chen rolled his eyes. Many things were unknown to others, but he had already anticipated the general situation when presenting the technology, so he naturally wouldn't be repeatedly happy. Shouldn't I end up looking like a fool if I keep laughing? Moreover, the technology for cancer suppression fluid hasn't been released yet. The real sensation will come when that hits the market. Where are we now? With comparisons in mind, there was no special excitement towards the temperature-controlled battery and bioenergy trending. Chen Chen said calmly, each to their own, as the saying goes,